Ji Qingwu completed the task assigned by the system, to bear a child for the general, known as the General of Absolute Heir. However, afterward, she vanished with the child, embarking on a life of seclusion. Armed with the childbirth system, which specializes in treating women's infertility, Ji Qingwu became a revered healer in her small town. In the imperial city, the noble ladies soon learned of the long-lost legitimate daughter of the Ji family, who returned home with a child of uncertain parentage, eagerly awaiting her downfall. Some even mocked her difficulty in remarrying. Yet, the noble women, including the eldest daughter of the Marquis, the daughter of the Chancellor, the Princess of Yong, and the Princess of Huachang, all befriended Ji Qingwu, each having received a favorable diagnosis from her. Thus, the reputation of Ji family's fifth young lady as the fortunate Koi spread far and wide, drawing countless suitors and heavy financial offerings to her doorstep. However, once she chose a husband, the child's biological father came knocking at her door. He had ascended to the throne, his dragon robe dampened by the slanting rain. "Madam, the clouds are thick and the rain heavy tonight. I seek to stay for the night." From that moment on, the annals of the Northernly dynasty were amended by the historians. Emperor Wu Su cherished the beautiful lady on rainy nights. He would summon the wife of Minister Ji to his side. Shortly thereafter, the historians revised the account. Emperor Wu Su and Empress Mingda harmonized like the Qin and Se, spending every night by the Empress's side. Chapter 1. Task of childbearing completed. Escape. In the military camp's main tent, the cold wind howled outside. Yet within, the warmth of spring was elusive. Ji Qingwu inhaled deeply, leaning close to the edge of the bed, her trembling hands unfastening the silver armor, outer robe, inner garments, and breeches of the man beneath her. His icy gaze pierced through her as if to strike her down on the spot. She took a piece of cloth, covering his eyes, her body quaking as she straddled his waist. Shadows intertwined within the tent. Ji Qingwu's body was in excruciating pain, as if she were being punished. She regretted not remembering to take a dose of yin-yang harmony powder for herself. Ji Qingwu was a time traveler to cure a rare disease unhealed by contemporary medicine. She had struck a deal with a childbirth system called Huachang. The system granted her 2 years to traverse to the Duliang kingdom, conquer the general of the north, and bear his offspring. However, she initially misidentified her target, offering her affections to another general. By the time she realized the error, little time remained. Nearly 9 months had slipped away. In the dilapidated tent, Ji Qingwu, freshly delivered, appeared pale. Beside her lay 2 swaddled infants, peacefully sleeping. "Huachang, may I inquire if my task is complete?" "Congratulations, host, the task of childbirth has been accomplished. I shall now cleanse your body of ailments and restore your health." A peculiar golden light swept over her, her complexion visibly brightening, radiating vitality. Her chronic ailments were dispelled, and the physical toll of childbirth was also remedied. For the first time, Ji Qingwu experienced the delight of a refreshing breath. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she declared, "Since I have completed the task of bearing children, I shall gather my belongings and depart the military camp. Alert! Should you leave, the children will have no caretaker and will cry throughout the night, facing unkindness from stepmother and ill influences as they grow." Listening to the system's exaggerated lamentations, Ji Qingwu frowned and interjected, "Is their father deceased? Furthermore, you never mentioned the need for aftercare. While that may be true, it stands to reason now you wish to invoke reason. When my life was ticking down, every second was of the essence." Ji Qingwu waved her hand in rejection, reminding, "We signed an agreement after giving birth. I am free." The system had never encountered a host who, after birthing twins, sought to resign so promptly. However, this seemingly delicate host had used poison to dominate the entire military camp, forcefully subduing the general of the north, thus conceiving the children. There were no feelings between them. Ji Qingwu propped herself up slowly, stating, "My greatest concession is that I may take my daughter. One for each of us is quite fair." Ultimately, the system acquiesced to her proposal and updated the relevant terms in its database. Ji Qingwu's gaze fell upon the male infant swathed in pink and blue satin, her fingertip gently tapping his forehead. "Little one, a good son should aspire to travel far. A good daughter must also explore the world. Mother shall take sister and step ahead." She removed the double koi jade pendant that had hung by her chest, carefully placing half of it within the infant's blanket. The world is vast, she longed to experience it with a healthy body. Thus, Ji Qingwu, filled with ambition, set forth with her little one on a new journey. Yet, the good fortune was short-lived. It barely lasted 3 days. Ji Qingwu soon discovered that the world beyond was not as idyllic as she had envisioned. This realm was an era of chaos, where various warlords vied for dominance. Who would ultimately prevail remained uncertain. Many common folk endured lives of displacement, and in certain regions, the phrase "man eats man" was not an exaggeration. Ji Qingwu witnessed countless refugees as a frail woman carrying a newborn. Finding a safe haven was of utmost importance. Without proper documentation or household registration, she clutched her child and stealthily crossed from the Liang Kingdom's border into the relatively peaceful neighboring country of Nanshu, finally securing a place to live a normal life. The childbirth system was not without its merits. It specialized in treating infertility, and upon successful treatment, points could be accumulated for the exchange of special abilities. During her escape, a kind-hearted villager in her 40s took Ji Qingwu and her child in for a few days. To express her gratitude, Ji Qingwu cured the villager's long-standing infertility issue. This basic case of infertility earned Ji Qingwu 100 points, which she promptly exchanged for the skill of disguise. In a small border town of Nanshu, Ji Qingwu opened a medical clinic, adopting a disguise each day to conceal her true appearance. The days were leisurely. Earning enough silver to support her child was not difficult. She only hoped for a swift return to peace in this tumultuous era, so she could resume her travel plans. Unbeknownst to her, for years past, Ji Qingwu was sorting herbs, holding the eucalyptus bark she personally harvested from the mountains, carefully peeling the rough skin. She wore a blue and white coat, her skin darkened from the disguise, her brows thick and coarse, her features flat. The only remarkable aspect of her face was her pair of bright black eyes. Dr. Ji Qingwu traveled under the name Ji Wu, and thus the locals referred to her as Dr. Wu. A woman in coarse clothing hurried into the clinic. Upon seeing the woman's troubled expression, Ji Qingwu immediately knew she sought help after years of fruitless attempts to conceive. The moment the lady set eyes on her, she attempted to kneel in reverence. "Dr. Wu, I have traveled from Danshan County to seek your aid. Danshan County is over 100 miles from here." Ji Qingwu assessed the woman's appearance, noting her rosy complexion and well-cared-for lips, clearly not resembling a weary traveler. She halted the woman's kneeling motion, speaking gently, "Please, madam, sit and have some tea before we discuss. Dr. Ji, I beseech you to help me. I have been married for 6 or 7 years, yet my womb remains uncooperative. Others have had children within 3 years now. They run all over the place, and my heart is filled with both resentment and urgency." Ji Qingwu patiently listened to her recount years of hardship. Sometimes, the more one is in a hurry, the more counterproductive it becomes. "Madam, please place your hand on the pulse pillow." She placed her hand on the woman's wrist, her rugged brows twitching. "Madam, has the monthly cycle come this month?" The woman awkwardly nodded. "It comes every month. I wish it wouldn't." "What do you mean by that, Dr. Ji?" Ji Qingwu stated plainly, "If you cannot speak the truth, why should I examine you?" The woman stood up, hands on her hips, and vehemently scolded, "I never expected you to be such a shallow-minded physician, dismissing me just because of my humble appearance. Since I have come today, you must uncover the reason behind my ailment." The affliction of infertility had led many to withhold the truth from her, and there were numerous instances of those who, when exposed, resorted to curses. Ji Qingwu picked up a piece of duzhong bark that she had only partially shaved, not bothering to lift her gaze as she declared, "You could not have ever experienced the Gui water. You possess a congenital absence of a uterus, rendering you incapable of bearing children in this lifetime. No matter how skilled I may be, I cannot conjure life from nothing." Upon hearing her diagnosis, the woman's eyes brightened. She hastily approached the window and called out, "Ji Darren, this mountain doctor indeed possesses remarkable skills." Upon hearing her refer to him as Ji Darren, Ji Qingwu's heart sank. Inwardly, she lamented, "I am far more capable than merely possessing a few skills." With a flourish, she produced 100 brushes, proclaiming, "Come and partake." Chapter 2. The fifth young lady of the Ji family, reclaimed. Ji Qingwu found herself in this world, having merely traversed souls. She had borrowed the body of a noble lady, coincidentally also named Ji, who bore a striking resemblance to her. This young lady had gone missing in her childhood and was subsequently raised by an old doctor in the mountains. If any members of the Ji family were to arrive, Ji Qingwu's heart would race with trepidation. She had a peculiar tendency to encounter her greatest fears heat-in, and her intuition was remarkably acute. Pausing her task, she directed her gaze towards the entrance. To shield against the wind and insects, she had hung a white gauze curtain at the clinic's door. A figure reached out to part the curtain, stepping into the main room with a tall, handsome young man clad in black official boots. The woman waiting at the door called out respectfully, "Darren." Ji Qingwu nodded, slightly as expected. "This fifth doctor is indeed talented. My ailment is a deficiency of the fetal belt, identical to the diagnosis made by the renowned healer, Lu Xianlin." At a glance, Ji Qingwu recognized that this young official was a promising talent, possessing a dignified appearance and an upright demeanor. Ji Qingwu inclined his head and greeted, "Fifth Doctor, my surname is Ji. I have come to Nanshu on business, and, upon hearing the local populace extol your medical skills, I wish to request your assistance for a family member." Though Ji Qingwu felt anxious, she maintained a calm facade. She glanced at the woman and coolly replied, "If that is the case, Darren, why not simply ask? However, the distance from Nanshu to Linen is vast. I am not one to relish unnecessary travel." He scrutinized her from head to toe. While this female doctor may not have possessed striking beauty, her gentle demeanor was captivating, particularly her delicate voice and the graceful silhouette that her simple garment could not conceal. Yet, her tightly clenched fingers revealed the weight of secrets she bore. The ruler of the Dalian kingdom was indulgent and tyrannical, and upon her arrival, the kingdom was already in decline. Presently, the new emperor of Linen was from Bailey. This news had not particularly caught Ji Qingwu's attention, yet whispers echoed through the streets regarding the new emperor's unparalleled bravery. Seeing her lost in thought, Ji Qingwu continued to persuade, "With your medical expertise, establishing yourself in Linen should pose no difficulty. If you require assistance, the Ji family possesses many establishments that could be rented at a low price, and we could also provide personnel to assist you." Offering such substantial benefits right off the bat was indeed generous. Who exactly was the Ji family? Ji Qingwu gently squeezed her little finger and replied in a soft tone, "Ji Darren, while many may be enamored with the splendor of the capital, I prefer the unique charm of a border town." Raising an eyebrow, Ji Qingwu took a seat across from her. He had discreetly assessed the clinic, noting a picture book placed at the corner of the table, designed for the enlightenment of young children. It seemed there was a child of 3 or 4 years old in this physician's household. He inquired, "Oh, are you not concerned about your child's future?" Ji Qingwu's expression stiffened. He had discerned she had a child. However, at that moment, her daughter was not in the clinic. Having just arrived, she was preoccupied with making a living and had entrusted her daughter to a reliable family. Ji Qingwu casually picked up the picture book from the table, flipped through a few pages, and remarked, "Parents who love their children must plan for their future Amir. Picture book is insufficient for education. One should engage a proper tutor." Ji Qingwu felt her throat dry up. She licked her lips and drained the cup of tea on the table. If there was any downside to her situation in Nanshu, it was that her daughter, Jiao, was already 4 years old, the perfect age to begin her education. Yet, the townsfolk were preoccupied with mere survival, and matters of education inevitably fell by the wayside. Ji Qingwu had always hoped to find a good teacher for Jiao, at the very least to impart the essential principles of life. Noticing her shifting demeanor, Ji Qingwu continued, "I suspect your young child is at the age where guidance in reading is necessary. Why not return to Linen with us, where you can reunite with your family?" Upon hearing the word family, Ji Qingwu's mind inexplicably conjured the face of that man. She shook her head vigorously and raised her eyes to find Ji Qingwu watching her thoughtfully. A bead of sweat trickled down Ji Qingwu's forehead as she wiped it with a cloth on the table, revealing her delicate wrist. Ji Qingwu observed the brown stain on the cloth and leaned in slightly, smiling as he asked, "Fifth Doctor, why do you not reveal your true self? Is this man a cunning fox reincarnated?" Ji Qingwu felt her secrets crumbling before him one by one. With irritation in her eyes, she retorted, "Darren, it is simply my preference to adorn myself this way. Is that a crime?" "It is certainly not a crime." In towns along the border, many were fleeing from calamity, resulting in a significant number of displaced persons. Ji Qingwu shifted his tone to one of warmth, yet his demeanor became serious. "However, do you and your child possess household registration documents? Is your residence here legal? Those without documentation risk expulsion from the border and may face tattooing as punishment." Tattooing was a severe form of punishment, marking visible scars on exposed skin. How could one endure such a fate? This was a thinly veiled threat. Ji Qingwu, appearing delicate and fragile, had yet to provoke his ire. Suddenly, she slammed her palm on the table. The sturdy wooden table splintered under the force, sending wooden fragments flying through the air. Unexpectedly, her strength was so formidable that she could shatter the table with one hand, causing Ji Qingwu to step back in astonishment. The woman who had initially sought treatment quickly positioned herself in front of him, clearly acting as his protector, and scolded, "Impudent woman, how dare you disrespect the envoy of Bei Li?" Ji Qingwu scoffed his status as an envoy of Bei Li, explained his eloquence and meticulous attention to detail. She glared at the two before her, feeling no fear whatsoever. Over the years, every time she healed a patient, she exchanged her skills for self-defense techniques, and relying solely on strength, they combined would not match her own. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a small figure emerged from behind the curtain. The child appeared to be 3 or 4 years old, yet walked with remarkable steadiness. With a cherubic face and a naturally cheerful disposition, the little girl held something in her hands and trotted directly towards Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu desperately signaled to her daughter. "Mother!" The exuberant call rang out, as if to ensure everyone knew who she belonged to. Gio. I can't hide a thing, love must be proclaimed loudly. Chapter 3. Under the Emperor's Feet, the Phoenix Palace, Homecoming. Ji Qingwu helplessly observed her plump little daughter scampering towards her. The young girl cradled a freshly picked fruit in her hands, her round eyes sparkling with a reflection of her beloved mother. In a sweet, childish voice, she exclaimed, "Mother, this is for you, I picked it." The attention of the other two was drawn to her as well. The child was undeniably adorable and quite perceptive. However, Ji Qingwu's expression shifted as he gazed at her. He murmured to himself, "She resembles her too much, truly too much." Upon hearing this, Ji Qingwu's back stiffened. She gently patted the child's head, softly urging, "Qiu, be good, mother will eat later. You go inside and play for a while." The little girl, named Qiu, showed no signs of shyness. She tucked the fruit into her small cloth pouch, clutching the red string around her neck, and happily trotted further inside. Ji Qingwu's gaze fell upon the jade pendant dangling from the red string, his eyes gleaming with interest. He was silently contemplating the age of this young woman, suppressing his excitement. He inquired, attempting to maintain a casual tone, "Is this child truly your own?" Ji Qingwu regarded him warily, her dark pupils darting about, mirroring the expression of the child. What more was there to ask? The envoy who had just threatened her now appeared misty-eyed. Despite her mental preparations, Ji Qingwu was taken aback by Ji Qingwu addressing her as brother. Qiu, however, displayed remarkable adaptability, already soundly asleep in her mother's embrace. Ji Qingwu's facade shifted, but alas, having given birth to a miniature version of herself, she was deftly perceived by Ji Qingwu as the long-lost younger sister of the Ji family. She lifted the curtain of the carriage window, revealing a woman who had previously pretended to be seeking her for medical treatment. Now, she had shed her rustic appearance and donned a practical military uniform. Riding at the rear of the convoy, Ji Qingwu's suspicions were confirmed. She was indeed Ji Qingwu's guard on this mission to Nanju. At this moment, Ji Qingwu pulled back the thick curtain of the carriage and bent down to enter. Upon his appearance, Ji Qingwu immediately declared, "You are our Ji family's 5th young lady. My biological sister." Ji Qingwu's expression was resolute. Earlier, he had penned a letter to the Ji family from another carriage. Almost instantly, he had recognized the child's resemblance to his 5th sister. However, the most crucial evidence lay in the jade pendant strung from the child's red cord. Originally, it was part of a pair depicting koi fish. When Madame Ji was pregnant with Ji Qingwu, she dreamt of 2 koi frolicking together, considering it a good omen. Thus, she commissioned the creation of this pair of jade pendants from Kunlun warm jade, 2 identical koi fish with their heads and tails entwined. Yet now, only one remained, sufficient to confirm Ji Qingwu's identity. Ji Qingwu gazed at his sister, lost for many years, filled with emotion. He had not anticipated that upon their reunion, this precious little girl would already be a mother. Observing her heavily drawn eyebrows, he inquired, "5th sister, why would a proper young lady choose to dress in such a manner?" Ji Qingwu sensed the hardships she had endured over the years. His words inadvertently struck a painful chord, prompting him to refrain from further questioning. Ji Qingwu watched the quivering curtain of the carriage. The Ji family had been loyal ministers to the new emperor of Bei Li prior to his ascension, enjoying considerable prestige in the capital. With such an illustrious maternal family, her daughter Qiu's future seemed secure. However, she recalled her earlier actions in the northern military camp, where she had insulted General Zhao Mingyan, subjecting him to humiliation for an entire night. Now that the war had subsided, he would undoubtedly be rewarded and elevated, possibly settling in the capital. The mere thought of encountering him sent a chill down her spine. She could not risk revealing her identity. After traveling for over 10 days, the carriage finally arrived at the capital of Linen. Little 5, we are almost home. Ji Qingwu peered through the crack in the carriage curtain, witnessing the grand and imposing city gates. Following her gaze, Ji Qingwu smiled, saying, "This is the Phoenix Palace under the Emperor's domain, where His Majesty resides since his ascension." Ji Qingwu had never visited Linen before. Since her transmigration, she had been in the remote mountains, chasing after a target all the way to the border military camp. For years had passed, the flames of war extinguished. The one who ultimately claimed the throne had now taken residence in the capital. The palace of the new Emperor of Bailey had not been newly constructed, but merely refurbished from the foundations of the previous dynasty, indicating the monarch's disdain for opulence and indulgence, and a focus on the welfare of the people. Even during her time in Nanzhou, she had heard that the current sovereign governed with wisdom, the treasury abundant, and the populace content. Linen now presented a scene of thriving prosperity. Ji Qingwu was captivated by the splendid vista, her eyes shining. The little girl in her arms, having had her fill of sleep, rubbed her eyes and climbed onto Ji Chonglin's lap with familiarity. "Xiuqiu wants to see." The sweet sound of uncle from the small bundle of joy left Ji Chonglin in a daze, prompting him to disregard the formalities expected at the foot of the imperial city and discreetly lift a corner of the curtain. "All right, uncle will show you." Ji Qingwu had previously explained that her daughter's nickname was Qiuqiu, indicating her call for herself, not addressing him as uncle. However, Ji Chonglin remained unconvinced, dismissing her as the mother. Just then, a female guard named Lan Ling, who had been riding behind the convoy, obstructed their view on horseback, admonishing, "My lord, this is inappropriate. Carriages passing by the imperial palace should observe decorum and refrain from lifting the curtains to scrutinize the palace's defenses." Both Ji Chonglin and Qiuqiu's faces fell simultaneously, their expressions somewhat resembling one another. Ji Qingwu pursed her lips, suppressing the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, as the convoy drew nearer to the Ji residence. Perhaps due to the anxiety of returning home or the sense of security Ji Chonglin had provided as an older brother, Ji Qingwu felt her heart race. In her previous life, she had been abandoned in an orphanage by her biological parents due to a rare illness, having never met her family or experienced the warmth of siblings. Yet in this life, she had not only discovered the closest blood ties, but also found the home she had longed for, now just a few streets away. The women of the Ji family had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, given the heat of the day. Among the crowd was a tall and striking woman, Ji Qingwu, the legitimate daughter of the second branch of the Ji family, who was visibly impatient. Why must everyone wait at the entrance? Once the carriage arrives, the servants can simply announce it. Just then, a young servant rushed to the crowd. Chapter 4. A mother-daughter conversation. Who is the husband? Ji Qingwu's mother, the first wife, Qiao, brightened at the news. They were now in the city, drawing closer to home. The one who had been complaining out of impatience was none other than Ji Qingyu. The second branch's matron, Wu, instructed her maid, Fuling, "Go fetch an umbrella for the fourth young lady." She then patted Ji Qingyu's hand, soothing her. "Your aunt has been waiting at the door since early morning. We have only just arrived, so be patient." Ji Qingyu, clinging to Wu's arm, coquettishly replied, "Mother is the best to me. My skin is delicate and cannot withstand the scorching sun." Yet while all the women in the residence endured the heat, Ji Qingyu alone held an umbrella. She had no intention of quarreling with the mother and daughter duo, anxiously stating, "Why haven't they arrived yet? Did they not say they were already in the city?" Qiao, in her 40s, had been waiting the longest under the sun, having come to the gate as soon as it was light. "Madam, do not fret." The elderly maidly consoled her, suddenly pointing towards a distant group of figures. "They are coming." As the sound of galloping hooves drew closer, the carriage gradually came to a halt. Ji Chonglin dismounted first, bowing respectfully, "I greet mother and second aunt." All eyes turned to the delicate hand that lifted the curtain behind him. Qiao, usually composed and dignified with strict adherence to etiquette, could not contain her eagerness and rushed forward to greet them. From the carriage emerged a cherubic child, delicate and exquisitely crafted, who leaped directly into Qiao's embrace. Li Meng'a, standing nearby, gasped in astonishment at the sight of such an adorable, doe-like child. Upon seeing the infant's visage and the jade pendant adorning her chest, Xiao could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears, clutching the child tightly, as if she might shatter from the weight of her emotions. A hand raised the curtain of the carriage, revealing a young lady of striking beauty and gentle demeanor. After entering the city, she had been burdened with uncertainty about whether the Ji family would truly accept her and her child. However, upon meeting Xiao's gaze, her heart quivered. The woman before her, adorned in a luxurious dark green robe trimmed with golden thread and with her hair elegantly styled, held the baby, her face streaked with tears, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, yet unmistakably filled with love and regret. Ji Qingwu felt a wave of moisture rise in her own eyes. The moment she laid eyes on the woman, Xiao regained her composure, though the child in her arms bore an uncanny resemblance to her little Wu from years past, albeit with the passage of time not aligning. The young woman before her was indeed her little Wu. Xiao longed to call out to her, but tears flowed anew, prompting Li Mama to support her. "Madam, you might frighten the child." Ji Qingwu extended his hand to assist Ji Qingwu down from the carriage. She wore a light green gauze dress, embroidered with pale pink lotus flowers at the sleeves, exuding a fresh and natural elegance, though not as lavish as the garments of the Ji women. Just then, a breeze rustled her skirt, accentuating her graceful figure. "Miss Wu resembles a fairy from a lotus flower," one of the maidservants exclaimed, captivated by her beauty. Having wiped her tears, Xiao gazed at Ji Qingwu, momentarily entranced by the sight of her daughter and the little bundle in her arms. "You are. Who is this?" Ji Qingwu quickly interjected, "Mother, this is fifth sister before you, and in your arms is her daughter, Qiu. Xiao was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Ji Qingwu had only written of finding little Wu and mentioned her hardships in a border town, earning a meager living by selling tree bark, even mastering the art of splitting tables with one hand. Yet he had not revealed that little Wu was married and had a child. As a crowd gathered at the entrance, Ji Qingwu suggested, "Mother, let us step inside and converse at leisure." Looking at her long-lost daughter and cradling her heavy granddaughter, Xiao felt a sense of peace settle within her. Though her throat tightened, her voice remained resolute. In that moment, she reached for Ji Qingwu's hand, both of their palms sweaty, causing them to pause in surprise. The elderly matriarch was still resting, and within the tranquil courtyard, the servants were diligently tending to the flowers and shrubs. Inside the main house, Qiu nestled in Ji Qingwu's arms, her little eyes dimmed and drooping with sleep. Li Mama approached gently, whispering, "Miss Wu, you must be weary from the journey. Allow me to take the child and let her rest while you converse with Madam." Xiao reiterated softly, "Li Mama has cared for all three of you siblings. You can trust her with the child." Ji Qingwu, feeling reassured, handed Qiu over. She then retrieved an old, worn piece of fabric from her bosom. "Mama, this is something Qiu likes to hold when she sleeps. Please keep it near her." Once Li Mama departed, the room was left with just the two of them. As Ji Qingwu inhaled the fragrance of gardenias emanating from Xiao, she began to relax, shedding the tension that had gripped her. Noticing her daughter's silence, Xiao, sensing her quietness, anticipated the inevitable inquiry about Qiu's father. Lowering her gaze, Ji Qingwu replied, "Since Qiu's birth, her father has been stationed at the northern military camp." Xiao nodded and inquired, "Have you informed your husband about your return?" "I have not heard from him. I do not know whether he is alive or dead." Ji Qingwu feigned a sigh. Perhaps he had forgotten us. Or maybe he perished in battle. Xiao's brow furrowed in concern. For so many years, little Wu had been adrift, lacking familial support, possibly marrying a man who would neglect her. Such a man was unworthy of her little Wu. With a determined gaze, Xiao declared, "Little Wu, he is dead." Ji Qingwu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Has the emperor heard of my demise?" she asked. "A woman must be charming, adorned in filial piety," she added. In this moment, Ji Qingwu recognized Xiao's decisive nature, her ability to make firm decisions, a true matriarch. Such straightforwardness appealed to her. Xiao had already resolved her daughter's fate. Even if that unreliable husband had not died, upon learning of his daughter's return, he would soon seek her out. And after all, he was merely a soldier stationed at the border. Worried that Ji Qingwu might object, Xiao gently urged, "Little Wu, as someone who has lived through it all, let go of the past. Life must move forward. Do not squander your precious youth on someone unworthy. Ji Qingwu nodded, her fair face reflecting trust. Seeing her daughter so compliant warmed Xiao's heart. But in the next moment, Ji Qingwu stood and walked to the center of the main room, surprising Xiao. She gracefully knelt, bowing her head to the floor. The words that followed struck Xiao deeply. Thank you, Mother, for your protection. Her voice rang clear like precious jade. Xiao had envisioned many scenarios of their reunion, filled with tears and reproaches, yet her daughter bore no resentment, displaying such understanding and maturity. Tears brimmed in Xiao's eyes, and she quickly moved to help Ji Qingwu rise. She longed to embrace her daughter, but realized that Ji Qingwu had grown taller than her. Little Wu, from now on, I will ensure you encounter no more hardships. Our bond as mother and daughter runs deep, and I fear my protection may not be sufficient. As she spoke, tears cascaded down Xiao's cheeks. Ji Qingwu produced a fragrant handkerchief from her sleeve, tenderly wiping away her mother's tears. Mama, do not cry. If your eyes become swollen like walnuts, it won't be becoming. Ji Qingwu spoke in a soothing tone, reminiscent of how she would comfort Xiao. Xiao felt a bittersweet ache in her heart, thinking she would gladly give her life for little Wu. As the mother-daughter duo shared tender words, the head maid, Chunhua, knocked on the door. Madam, Miss, the elder matriarch has awoken and is waiting for you. Xiao replied, Little Wu, come with me to pay our respects to the elder matriarch. The Ji matriarch had borne 2 sons and a daughter. Xiao had given birth to 1 son and 2 daughters, Ji Qingwu being the youngest among them, with an elder brother, Ji Chonglin, and an elder sister, Ji Qingru, who was already married. The second branch consisted of Ji Chongyin, the third son, Ji Qingyuan, and their widowed mother, Wu Shi, totaling 3 members. Upon arriving at the elder matriarch's residence, they found several people already gathered. The laughter of the second branch's matriarch, Wu Shi, rang out, clear and proud. Ji Qingwu could hear it even from behind 2 doors. As Ji Qingwu assisted Xiao into the room, the chatter gradually subsided. Ji Chonglin was absent, occupied with official duties. Seated at the right side of the old lady, in the first position, was the 4th young lady, Ji Qingyin, who had just held an umbrella at the door. It was evident that she was the most favored by the matriarch. She waved her hand fan and giggled, saying, Grandmother, Aunt, and the others have arrived. With a new younger sister in the family, you will no longer seek me out the moment you open your eyes each day, allowing me a much-needed respite. Ji Qingwu and Ji Qingyuan exchanged glances, recognizing the disdain in each other's eyes, glaringly apparent. The old lady looked over and beckoned. Is this the 5th girl? Come closer, so I can have a good look at you. Xiao Shi sat on the left side below, gently encouraging her daughter, Go on, converse with your grandmother. The main seat was a long couch, where the old lady sat in the center, her gaze filled with affection for her. Ji Qingwu stepped forward, casually picking up a golden branch waist pillow from beside her to place behind the old lady, cheerfully saying, Grandmother, lean against this. It will be more comfortable. The old lady's eyes deepened with appreciation. Observing her countenance, she sighed. This child is not only beautifully formed, but also caring and polite, much like Fangmin. Ji Qingwu was unfamiliar with who Fangmin was, but upon hearing the name, the expressions of the women in the room shifted. The second madam, Wu Shi, held a stiff smile that seemed to freeze on her face. Ji Qingyuan's phoenix eyes turned sharp, her gaze piercing Ji Qingwu like a blade. Though Xiao Shi maintained her composure, her heart was filled with astonishment. Ji Fangmin was the only daughter of the old lady, who had married Zhao Shichang, the lord of the Yong'an Marquis, as his secondary wife. Unexpectedly, the heir of the Yong'an Marquis was incredibly ambitious, rising through the ranks from a military position to become the Grand General of the North. Following the chaos of the previous dynasty, he garnered widespread support and took control of Linen City, becoming the most esteemed figure in the imperial city. Now, Ji Fangmin had risen to the position of Empress Dowager, holding the power just below that of the emperor, envied by all for her fortunate fate. In all of Bailey, only the old lady could call the Empress Dowager by her maiden name. Hearing her high-ranking mother-in-law compare the 5th girl to the Empress Dowager, Xiao Shi straightened her back. As the head of the household, Xiao Shi was straightforward and reluctant to engage in the subtle manipulations of the second branch, unlike them, who had no qualms about currying favor with the mother-in-law, thus suffering many hidden grievances over the years. The second branch's mother and daughter often found favor before the old lady, and the servants of the household frequently adapted to the shifting winds. Currently, the Ji family was in a state of uneasy coexistence, with the east and west branches at odds, yet maintaining a facade of harmony. Xiao Shi interjected, "Mother, it is entirely natural for a niece to resemble her aunt." Though Ji Qingwu was perplexed about why she had become the target of scrutiny, she continued to smile sweetly. Her expression revealed neither joy nor fear as she graciously allowed the others to appraise her. The old lady, observing her demeanor, felt even more pleased. The second madam nodded in agreement. "Elder sister is indeed right. Yuan has always respected her aunt, diligently practicing the Empress Dowager's favorite dance, the Qingping dance, for over a month. I wonder when she will have the opportunity to perform a piece, bringing more joy to the Empress Dowager." With a few words, she redirected the conversation back to the fourth young lady. Ji Qingwu playfully reproached Wu Shi, "Mother, why did you reveal this now?" "I was planning to surprise grandmother." The old lady's smile widened. Good child. Grandmother has not spoiled you in vain. This dance was indeed meant for the Empress Dowager." But as Xiao Shi lowered her gaze and sipped tea from the Zeton table, she was well aware of the intentions behind the mother-daughter duo. The old lady gazed at her two beautiful granddaughters, remarking, "We share the same bloodline, thriving together in honor or suffering together in loss." Now that the fifth girl has returned home, the Ji family women must uphold propriety and not tarnish the dignity of noble lineage. Ji Qingwu opened her mouth to speak, but was tugged at by her mother, Wu Shi, at her sleeve. Before dinner, the Empress Dowager's decree was swiftly conveyed to the household. The Ji family knelt on the floor. The eunuch delivering the message did not rush to announce the decree, first assisting the old lady to her feet. After greeting her, he relayed that the Empress Dowager, who had long been away from her family, was anxious to reunite, and had specially summoned the women of the household to the sneering palace for dinner. After delivering the message, the eunuch scanned the kneeling women and noticed Ji Qingwu in the far corner. Ji Qingwu crawled a few steps forward and bowed. "Daughter thanks the Empress Dowager for her concern." Once the eunuch departed, Ji Qingyu stood and, passing by Ji Qingwu, noticed the furrowed brow of her sister. With a slight smirk, Ji Qingyu said meaningfully, "It seems Aunt holds great regard for you, fifth sister. As you enter the palace for the first time, you must perform well and not disgrace the Ji family." However, Ji Qingwu merely frowned, feeling the pain in her knees from kneeling. The thought of having to kneel again in the palace made her feel somewhat helpless. She asked, "Fourth sister, how many times do you have to kneel when entering the palace?" This question momentarily stunned Ji Qingyu. Even after the figure clad in blue had left, she pondered Ji Qingwu's meaning. Was she mocking her for only being able to pay respects to the Empress Dowager and never seeing the emperor? Ji Qingyu clenched the handkerchief in her grasp. As the elder sister, she felt compelled to present a grand gift to this younger sister. In the sneering palace, the blue tiles and red walls, adorned with glazed roofs, sparkled under the sunlight. Ji Qingwu walked slowly inside, surrounded by elegance and grandeur, each corner exuding imperial authority and nobility. Aunt Shi guided the Ji family into the main hall. "Old lady, madam, and young ladies, please have a seat here and rest. The Empress Dowager is changing and will be with you shortly." Ji old lady nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Aunt Shi." Ji Qingyu glanced at the pastry platter beside the tea table and exclaimed, "Aunt Shi, have new delicacies been added to the palace? How novel. I have never seen such exquisite and elegant pastries." Aunt Shi smiled and nodded. "Fourth miss, the Empress Dowager knows you love these and specially instructed the kitchen to prepare them." Second Madame Wu Shi immediately remarked, "The Empress Dowager is so attentive. Knowing exactly what Yuan likes, she truly dotes on her." Aunt Shi smiled without comment. Ji old lady coughed a few times and shot Wu Shi a glare. One must not speak recklessly about the sovereign within the palace. Who the Empress Dowager favors is beyond their discussion. Wu Shi, realizing her blunder, sheepishly fell silent. Observing the other mother-daughter pair, Aunt Shi's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The eldest Madame, Xiao Shi, hailed from a prominent family, always adhering to proper etiquette, leaving no room for criticism. After Ji Qingwu sat down, she maintained an upright posture, her head slightly raised, her gaze calm as water, refraining from glancing around. Even the exquisite pastries beside her received little attention. To the onlookers, she appeared composed and dignified, neither servile nor arrogant, exuding an ethereal elegance. Even Aunt Shi, accustomed to seeing many ladies in the palace, could not help but admire the graceful demeanor of the fifth young lady. Though her beauty paled in comparison to that of the fourth young lady, her overall poise surpassed it, making the fourth young lady appear somewhat petty in contrast. Ji Qingwu remained unaware of the thoughts swirling around her. It was not that she lacked the desire to move, but rather that she felt constrained. Before stepping out, Xiao Shi had adorned her with numerous accessories. A hibiscus warm jade hairpin adorned her high bun, accompanied by a golden hairpin inlaid with peony, with silver ribbons tied at both sides. She felt as if she were immobilized, unable to sway her head or neck. Ji Qingwu inwardly admired Ji Qingyu, who effortlessly moved despite her heavy adornments, surely weighing over 5 pounds. The Empress Dowager has arrived. With the eunuch's loud proclamation, Ji Qingwu followed Xiao Shi to pay their respects. As the Empress Dowager passed in front of her, her steps seemed to pause momentarily before she gracefully seated herself on the throne, with Aunt Shi and Fanghua attending beside her. In a gentle voice, she said, "Rise. We are all family." After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Empress Dowager, the gaze of Ji Laofuren was directed unerringly towards the woman seated at the rear. This must be Qingwu. Named by the Empress Dowager, Ji Qingwu could only rise and kneel once more. The act of prostration was executed with such grace that it left no room for criticism, instead evoking admiration. This was a skill taught to her by Xiao Shi before her departure. Upon completing the formal greeting, Ji Qingwu felt a bead of sweat beginning to form on her back. "Qingwu, step forward so that I may have a closer look," commanded the Empress Dowager. Ji Qingwu bowed her head in compliance and approached, pausing at the golden steps, with a scent of sandalwood filled her nostrils. The Empress Dowager had been observing her since she entered, and now sought an opportunity to scrutinize her appearance more closely. "Lift your head and draw nearer to your aunt," the Empress Dowager said fondly. "I once held you as a child. You were always obedient." A smile graced her lips as she recalled, at that time, in the Yong Marquis, "I remember that on the day after I held Qingwu, I discovered I was with child. Such an endearing child." The Empress Dowager remembered vividly. Ji Laofuren nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Your Highness recalls correctly. It was during that time that you were expecting Princess Qingyan." Princess Qingyan was the Empress Dowager's cherished jewel, the half-sister of the emperor. Ji Qingwu raised her head to meet the Empress Dowager's gaze. After a prolonged examination, the Empress Dowager turned to a palace maid standing nearby and commanded, "Shi, go fetch the gift I prepared for Qingwu this morning." The emphasis on this morning was unmistakable. Shi hesitated momentarily before departing to fulfill the request. The gift was a jade bracelet, smooth and translucent, not an ordinary item. The Empress Dowager continued, "There was originally a pair, but the other was accidentally broken. I have preserved this one carefully and have not worn it since. At my age, such vibrant jade no longer suits me, but it is perfect for Qingwu in her youth." Ji Qingwu did not miss the look of astonishment in Shi's eyes. It seemed that the initial gift the Empress Dowager had intended for her was not this jade bracelet, but something else entirely. She felt a stirring in her heart. Realizing the bracelet's significance must be extraordinary, perhaps carrying deeper meaning. It appeared that the Empress Dowager's long gaze had indicated her satisfaction, leading to this reward. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyuan's expression darkened considerably. She fixated on the brocade box that Ji Qingwu held, her eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. "Aunt, your gift to fifth sister is truly a tremendous honor," she remarked with a hint of bitterness. This jade bracelet was a betrothal gift given by the Marquis on their wedding night, a token of union. Ji Qingyuan had vainly pleaded for it several times, but had never received it. Yet, the Empress Dowager had seen fifth sister only once before bestowing this bracelet upon her. The betrothal gift symbolized the affection between newlyweds, but when given to a younger generation, it was typically passed to a daughter-in-law, symbolizing marital harmony. The Empress Dowager calculated silently, considering a new candidate for Ji family's entrance into the palace as a consort. Wu Shi coughed softly, prompting Ji Qingyuan to seize the moment. Aunt's gift is not only precious, but also imbued with rare sentiment. "Fifth sister, do take care not to let a child handle it, lest it be broken." "A child?" The Empress Dowager's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, her expression revealing confusion. Ji Qingyuan had deliberately withheld this matter from the elderly matriarch, waiting for the opportune moment. Observing Ji Qingyuan's hesitance, the Empress Dowager handed her teacup to Shi and inquired with a hint of displeasure, Has Qingwu married and borne children? The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed slightly, as if her calculations had faltered, and she began to twirl the beads in her hand. Shirshi and Fanghua understood this to be a sign of the Empress Dowager's displeasure, and both lowered their heads. A heavy silence enveloped the hall for several moments. Seated below, Ji Furen spoke gravely. Qing, I must ask you why you did not inform me of this matter when fifth daughter entered the house. Ji Qingwu felt somewhat helpless as she explained, I thought it best to wait to discuss such a shameful matter with grandmother at a later date, never anticipating that aunt would summon us this evening. What a shameful revelation. The Empress Dowager's earlier smile had vanished, and the atmosphere within the palace turned cold. Listening to the fourth daughter slander the fifth, Qiao Shi could no longer remain silent and sought to defend her. The Empress Dowager huffed. It seems the fault lies with me for being too eager to summon you. At this moment, Ji Qingwu finally made a move, shaking her head gently at the visibly anxious Qiao Shi. She lifted her azure gown and knelt directly on the ground, her posture humble, yet her words resolute. Your Majesty, I, Qingwu, have been lost since childhood, unaware of my origins and lineage. For many years, I survived at the frontier, and with my husband, we have been blessed with a daughter. I have now gained kin by blood. The term illegitimate is utterly ludicrous. I consider this a rebirth. Her tone was both soft and bright as she implored, May your Majesty see clearly. Rebirth? At that moment, a male voice resonated from the entrance to the hall. Miss Ji speaks wisely. A young man clad in royal blue garments entered, tall in stature. He approached Ji Qingwu's side, tilting his head slightly and chuckling softly. Ji Qingwu stiffened slightly. The young man then stepped forward to the Empress Dowager, lifting his robe and proclaiming, Your son pays his respects to mother. This man was none other than the current emperor. Ji Qingwu felt a tinge of disappointment. She had heard countless praises of this new emperor of Bailey, renowned for his martial prowess and unparalleled talents. Yet, the man before her exhibited an unexpectedly frivolous demeanor. Upon seeing him, the Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with joy. Ming Hong, what brings you to the palace today? The Ji family members rose to pay their respects, greeting him with reverence. Your Highness, I and Chanyan just finished some pressing matters, and I found the time to come and greet you. Enough, I'm well aware of what you typically occupy yourself with. Yi Fenggian, born of the second house of Wu Shi, was a few years younger than the Yongwang. The two cousins shared a camaraderie and often engaged in reckless and indulgent pursuits, taking advantage of their noble status. The Yongwang, being the Empress Dowager's son and a prince of the realm, enjoyed unchecked freedom in linen. You seem well informed, the Empress Dowager remarked with a hint of exasperation. Standing at the steps, the Yongwang teased, This cannot be blamed on me. Word has spread throughout the streets and alleys of linen. A carriage has stopped at the Ji residence, and from it emerged a lotus fairy. I too wish to witness this fairy-esque grace with my own eyes. Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered slightly. Your Highness, having seen Qingwu, what do you think? Is she as beautiful as the rumors suggest? At that moment, Ji Qingwu remained upright in her kneeling position, her intricately embroidered belt accentuating her slender waist, the light blue and white gown cascading gracefully around her. She feigned modesty by lowering her head, yet inwardly furrowed her brow. The scrutiny from him felt akin to being coiled by a serpent, an uncomfortable sensation. Shirshi arranged a seat for the Yongwang beside the Empress Dowager. Once seated, he grinned. I find my fifth cousin does not match the rumors. She cannot be called an ethereal lotus fairy. If we're to speak of beauty, it is undoubtedly my fourth cousin. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingwu's face lit up with delight as she caressed her own features. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. Although my younger sister is not a celestial being, she can certainly be regarded as a delicate beauty. Lord Yong's gaze was filled with intrigue as he fixated on the demure Ji Qingwu. His residence boasted numerous enchanting songstresses, yet none possessed the captivating grace of the woman kneeling before him. She exuded an air of dignified elegance, complemented by an alluring charm. He deftly shifted the conversation, stating, Cousin, you have misunderstood. My younger sister is no fairy. She is akin to a freshly blossomed lotus, a tender beauty ready to captivate. Despite the praise, Ji Qingwu felt no elation. She harbored the unsettling notion that even a mere glance from Lord Yong could be detrimental to her well-being. However, he was the favored son of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's brother, a figure she could not afford to offend. Ji Qingwu clenched her fist discreetly. striving to suppress this vexatious sentiment. Within the chamber, most attendees were well-versed in matters of affection and love. They could easily perceive Lord Yong's mischievous gaze. Madame Xiao, the eldest lady, furrowed her brow. The jade bracelet presented by the Empress Dowager earlier now held an unsettling implication. Could it be intended for the marriage of her youngest daughter to Lord Yong? Setting aside Lord Yong's character, it was known that he had wed the eldest daughter of the minister 2 years prior, making Ji Qingwu a potential concubine at best. He was certainly not a suitable match for her. She could not allow her daughter to escape one peril only to plunge into another abyss. Without hesitation, Madame Xiao knelt down and solemnly stated, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to petition." Ji Qingwu thought to herself, when my mother takes action, one can discern the outcome. Chapter 8. The Mother of the Crown Prince? The Empress of the Ji clan. Madame Xiao, named Ru Ying, hailed from the illustrious Qiao family, whose prominence in the literary world was unparalleled. Nearly half of the officials in the court had once been guests of the Qiao household. The Empress Dowager, mindful of her reputation, held great regard for this sister-in-law. Yet, Madame Xiao remained resolute, her heart aching as she gazed upon her daughter kneeling beside her. As if just noticing Ji Qingwu's continued kneeling, the Empress Dowager raised her hand, saying, "Qingwu, you may rise." The cold floor sent chills through Ji Qingwu's limbs, and her heart felt equally frigid. In a world filled with grandmothers, aunts, and cousins, none could compare to the warmth of a mother. Her legs grew numb as she sat on a cushioned chair, mentally shrinking her circle of family to just her mother, Qiao, and her elder brother. The Empress Dowager inquired, "Ru Ying, do share what pressing matter you wish to present." Madame Xiao, her expression serious, began, "Your Majesty, since Qingwu lost her husband, she remains in mourning and should not return to the palace, lest she disturb your Majesty and the noble ladies within. I petition that she be allowed to remain at home until her mourning period concludes." Upon hearing Madame Xiao's words, Ji Qingwu merely raised an eyebrow. Harboring no objections to her mother's request, Lord Yong opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, but was preempted by the Empress Dowager, who pressed her forehead in distress. "Very well, we shall honor Ru Ying's request. You may all withdraw. I wish to converse privately with the elder lady." With the decree issued, the attendees retreated from the main hall of Xianing Palace. Lord Yong was called aside by the Empress Dowager's attendant, Aunt Fenghua, while the Ji family's second branch made their way to a side chamber. Ji Qingwu followed closely behind Madame Xiao, like a little tail. Upon reaching the entrance, where no one was present, Madame Xiao gazed deeply into her daughter's eyes, asking, "My dear, do you resent your mother for confining you?" Ji Qingwu immediately shook her head. "This is hardly confinement. It is merely an opportunity for me to enjoy a peaceful life." What others deemed a coveted position, in Madame Xiao's eyes, had transformed into a den of hardship. Ji Qingwu nodded, reaching out to grasp Madame Xiao's wrist, her tone sweet and innocent. "I cannot bear to be apart from you." "Mother." Madame Xiao had a son and a daughter, yet hearing her youngest call her mother filled her heart with sweetness, as if she had been immersed in honey. She affectionately stroked Ji Qingwu's dark hair, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "My dear, stay at home and weather this storm. Pursue whatever you desire." Ji Qingwu smiled, her eyes curving in delight. She was indeed her mother's cherished child. Nevertheless, recalling the earlier events in the hall, she asked, "Mother, do you think the Empress Dowager will be displeased with your public petition for me to remain at home?" Madame Xiao looked skyward, her expression laden with significance. "Whether the Empress Dowager is pleased or not is inconsequential. You must remember who holds dominion over the palace in this realm. The plans of the Ji clan cannot elude her perception." Ji Qingwu understood her mother's decisiveness, but was taken aback by Madame Xiao's profound insight. How could she be so astute about the bigger picture? Ji Qingwu silently affirmed in her heart, within the palace, the emperor's sentiments are of utmost importance. In Xianing Palace, the Empress Dowager approached the elder lady of the Ji family, shedding the composure she previously exhibited. Qing Yuan was beautiful, yet lacked wit. Her revelation of the youngest daughter's child in the presence of the Empress Dowager signified a disregard for the Ji family's reputation, focusing solely on her own interests. The elder lady, with clarity in her gaze, responded, "Should Qing enter the palace as a consort, it may lead to numerous troubles for the Ji family, ultimately implicating your Majesty." The Empress Dowager, anxious, remarked, "Mother, I increasingly find it difficult to decipher the emperor's intentions. Since his ascension, daughters of noble families have been selected to enter the palace. Yet the Ji family stands alone without representation in the harem. The elder lady sighed. I understand your concerns. Over the years, we have exerted considerable effort in nurturing Qingyu, yet her aspirations exceed her understanding. Initially, the Empress Dowager had been pleased to meet Ji Qingwu, a woman so poised, respectful, and gentle. The emperor should have taken a liking to her. However, it was a shock to discover she was a widow with a child, entering the Ji estate while cradling the infant, leaving the Empress Dowager unable to shield her from scrutiny. How could she present her to the emperor again? The Empress Dowager was incensed by the thought that a delicate flower like her could be tarnished by a rough peasant and bare child. The elder lady spoke calmly. Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, we must devise alternative strategies. The Empress Dowager steadied herself and inquired, Mother, do you possess any clever ideas? Aside from placing someone in the emperor's bed, there is another path. What path? The elder lady gazed at the pomegranate vase adorning the palace. The emperor had only one son, and the identity of the mother remained unknown. For the past 3 years, no news of pregnancy had emerged from the harem. Perhaps the harsh realities of war had taken their toll, leaving the emperor's lineage precarious. If the Empress Dowager could seize the opportunity to nurture the young prince to adulthood, would not her position become unassailable? The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment, realizing the wisdom in this notion. Raising the imperial grandson would secure her legacy. When he ascended the throne, she would become the Empress Dowager. Should she also marry a Ji clan consort, the implications were profound. As this thought settled within her, the tension in her chest began to ease. At the entrance, a palace attendant lowered her head and stepped inside, respectfully announcing, Your Majesty, I am here. Please inquire about the whereabouts of the young prince. I have not seen him in some time. Have Wei Fei bring him to Xianing Palace. The emperor had but one son, now 4 years old. Strangely, no one in the palace knew the identity of the prince's mother, not even the Empress Dowager. The young prince bore a striking resemblance to the emperor, his features molded from the same visage, thus raising no doubts about his lineage. Currently, the young prince resided in the Guanju Palace under the care of Wei Fei, the sister of Wei Ting, an officer who had accompanied the emperor into battle. Since her entry into the palace, she had rapidly ascended from a noblewoman to a consort, commanding great influence in the harem. Rumors circulated that Wei Fei was the most likely candidate for the position of empress. However, the Empress Dowager had not formed a close bond with this grandson. As sure she pondered this, she made her way to Guanju Palace. There, she found no sign of the Ji mother and daughter. Ji Qingwu and Madame Qiao had taken a stroll in a nearby garden. The royal garden, unlike any common household, was filled with rare specimens. Even the weeds were meticulously cultivated. Ji Qingwu's eyes sparkled as she crouched down in delight, exclaiming, Mother, look at the leaves of this little grass. This is an herb capable of calming the nerves and stabilizing one's spirit. Although Qiao Shi did not comprehend the value of this slender-leaved plant, she smiled at the lovely expression on her daughter's face and said, If you like it, I will ask the gardener to plant more in our courtyard. Qiao Shi was indifferent to the identity of the herb. Her sole concern was whether her daughter found it pleasing. Such favoritism warmed Ji Qingwu's heart, and with a sweet smile, she replied, Thank you, Mother. Suddenly, piercing cries for help echoed through the lush rows of trees. Chapter 9. The first encounter between mother and son, a life at stake. Ji Qingwu's expression froze. Upon listening closely, she also discerned the splashing sound of someone struggling in the water. Mother, someone has fallen into the water. Qiao Shi listened intently, but could not clearly hear. Noticing her daughter's troubled demeanor, she grasped Ji Qingwu's hand, attempting to calm her. Xiao Wu, we are in the palace. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qiao Shi's voice carried a strong note of caution. Ji Qingwu understood the need for caution in the palace, where attempting to save someone could lead to dire consequences. Yet for some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease gripped her heart. As the cries for help grew fainter, Ji Qingwu hesitated not a moment longer. She freed herself from Qiao Shi's grasp and sprinted toward the source of the cries. Breathless, she reached the edge of Tai Yi Chi in the cerulean waters. A small figure struggled, a little boy not much older than Jojo. Ji Qingwu's heart tightened as she surveyed the surroundings and found no palace attendants in sight. The sun dipped low, casting a dim light outdoors. The boy's small fists flailed above the water's surface, his movements slowing as exhaustion threatened to claim him. Calmly, Ji Qingwu sought the easiest point to enter the water. Her expression shifted as she noticed the steps were covered in fresh moss. However, time was of the essence. Without further thought, she leaped into the lake. With agility and grace, she glided through the water like a fish, swiftly reaching the child's side. Unable to speak in the water, she hoisted the boy up with one hand, resting him against her shoulder, and forcefully paddled toward the shore. Despite having enhanced her strength through the system's martial arts training, her stamina was still limited. Once ashore, Ji Qingwu sat on the steps, panting. The little boy was drenched, and she noticed that at some point his small arms had wrapped around her delicate neck, seeking comfort. Though she had not yet seen his face clearly, she could discern the exquisite silk robe he wore. The fine ice-blue fabric, soaked through, still held a regal sheen, adorned with elegant patterns of bamboo leaves and white trim, while a small crown of jade atop his head hinted at his noble lineage. He must belong to a wealthy family. Holding his soft body, Ji Qingwu gently patted the back of his head, soothingly murmuring, "It's all right. No need to be scared." The little fellow remained eerily quiet, his reaction remarkably composed. Was he unconscious? Ji Qingwu quickly pulled him from her embrace and found herself staring into a pair of clear, obsidian-like eyes. Those eyes, though youthful, exuded an air of authority, devoid of the panic one would expect from someone who had just been rescued from drowning. In that moment, a sharp pang pierced her heart, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. This child instantly reminded her of a handsome man steeped in bloodshed, the formidable General Yin Luo, renowned in the northern military camp, and the designated target of her system. The boy's resemblance to the general was uncanny, especially those dark eyes that, without anger, radiated an intimidating presence. The corners slightly arched, exuding an aura of coldness. A mere glance could leave one feeling as if plunged into an icy pit. The events of that fateful night 5 years prior remained vivid in Ji Qingwu's memory. The general had leaned against the military tent, his icy gaze brimming with murderous intent, a sight Ji Qingwu recalled with clarity. Ultimately, she had covered his eyes with silk and bound his hands and feet with ropes, daring only then to approach him. Yet before her stood a mere child, his fierce demeanor yet to fully manifest. Though initially startled, Ji Qingwu steadied herself, recognizing that this was simply a young boy, and there was no need for excessive alarm. Zhao Yuanhang, the child who had been saved, furrowed his brow, seeming to regard her as something terrifying. His eyes reflected displeasure, and his small face bore an expression of defiance. "Since you have saved me, I shall thank you," he declared. This child bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Ji Qingwu's throat tightened, her thoughts swirling, struggling to articulate her words. Could it truly be? The surface of the lake shimmered, the nearby lotus leaves swaying gently, while koi fish swam leisurely beneath them. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Ji Qingwu swiftly reached out to Zhao Yuanhang, attempting to part his robe. The little one, taken aback by her audacity to touch a prince within the palace, coldly retorted, "What are you doing? Do not act recklessly. Do you wish to perish?" Such threats fell on deaf ears, as Ji Qingwu was solely focused on confirming her suspicions. The strength of an adult was incomparable to that of a 4-year-old. She quickly peeled back his robe, revealing his delicate, fair shoulder. How could it not be? Ji Qingwu did not find what she sought. Her hand descended, exploring the boy's waist. Zhao Yuanhang had never encountered anyone daring enough to disregard his wishes in such a manner. His handsome face flushed crimson, the fire of indignation nearly igniting in his dark eyes as he shouted, "Preposterous! If you do not release me, I shall take your life." The little one was incensed by her actions. Realizing he bore no talisman resembling the Liu pendant, Ji Qingwu, feeling a wave of disappointment, released her hold. Zhao Yuanhang was disheartened by her expression. After she had stripped him of his garments, she wore a look of dissatisfaction, inciting a pink hue to rise on his fair skin. Ji Qingwu took a deep breath. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. She had been overly sensitive. Before her stood a small figure, exposed and resembling a soft, white dumpling, albeit a rather indignant one. For reasons unknown, Ji Qingwu felt a release in her heart. Suddenly wanted to laugh, and so she did. The tension and fear that had gripped her dissipated as she gazed at his puffed cheeks, utterly adorable. Resisting the urge to pinch his face, she cheerfully inquired, "Did you just say you wanted my life?" Noticing his collar askew, Ji Qingwu attempted to adjust it, but the little one stepped back, seemingly wary of her intentions. Lowering her hands, she smiled and proposed, "However, I just saved your life. How about we trade one life for another?" The proud little fellow turned his head away, neither confirming nor denying, his face still icy. In the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise as she took hold of his right hand, her palm warm and soft. Ji Qingwu entwined her slender pinky with his stout little finger, playfully shaking them together. Although Zhao Yuanhang acted with the maturity of an adult, he was, after all, still a child. His body stubbornly remained motionless, yet his gaze unconsciously followed Ji Qingwu's every movement, his beautiful eyes sparkling with interest. Yet his lips remained stubbornly sealed. "Even if you plead, I please, young master, have mercy." Ji Qingwu swayed their joined fingers, her eyes shining brightly, her tone sweetly coaxing. Zhao Yuanhang, his exposed shoulder revealing a hint of childlike innocence, exclaimed, "Preposterous." Ji Qingwu, hands on her hips, retorted, "I dare to strip your father's garments. What more of you? Emperor Wu Su, Lan Yao, after you have removed your garments. Why do you not coax me as you do with Zhao Yuanhang?" Chapter 10. The Emperor arrives, breaking the pot and falling apart. Zhao Yuanhang swallowed his words of refusal. Very well, it is not too late yet. The little one harbored a suspicion in his heart. Could this woman possibly be a lake siren, possessing an ethereal beauty that bewitched the mind? He then heard Ji Qingwu gently call out to him, "Little master." Zhao Yuanhang's small frame quivered. "What is it?" A gust of wind had swept past, and Ji Qingwu felt a chill enveloping her. Thus, she decided not to tease him any longer. Both were now soaked, and with the wind turning cold, remaining outside might lead to a chill that could bring fever, which was perilous in ancient times. They were closest to the Empress Dowager's Ning Palace. Ji Qingwu spread her arms, extending her hand towards the little one. "Little master, let us find a place to change into dry clothes." Zhao Yuanhang, lifting his chin, resolutely declined, "I have legs and can walk. I do not wish to be touched by others." Ji Qingwu glanced at his short legs and chuckled, "I'm just so cold. I wish to hurry inside to change and warm up." Having said that, regardless of his wishes, she scooped him up into her embrace, holding him tightly. Zhao Yuanhang squirmed a bit, but the woman's arm remained unyielding. How could this delicate-looking lady possess more strength than his nurse? The little one was rather heavy in her arms, even more so than a chirping chick, yet Ji Qingwu held him effortlessly. She even bounced him slightly and laughed. "Am I not someone else? You fell into the water, and I risked my life to save you. According to the storybooks, you ought to call me your benefactor. Or rather, your heroine, if it were not for your tender age." The unspoken words were filled in by Zhao Yuanhang, and a hint of bashfulness crept onto his alabaster face. Ji Qingwu, feeling a strange impulse today, wished to tease him a few more times upon seeing his serious demeanor. Zhao Yuanhang secretly raised his serene little face from her embrace. Although she was just as soaked, she smelled so delightful and felt so soft. Ji Qingwu, initially shivering from the cold, found warmth in his presence, as he acted like a little furnace, radiating heat against her chest. He twitched his nose, inhaling her scent, gazing curiously at her delicate chin, and fixated on her ear and the side of her face. "Sure," she exclaimed, "Your Highness Yuanhang." Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. "Why are you two together? Why are your clothes completely soaked?" She had just visited Guanju Palace, where the head maid beside Consort Wei by Tao had mentioned that the little prince was still studying at the Taishua and had not yet left. Yet, upon reaching the palace gates, she encountered him. Hearing she address him as little prince, Ji Qingwu stiffened and lowered her head. This child was indeed extraordinary. Not only was he a prince, but he was also the sole heir of the new emperor of Beili. Although Zhao Yuanhang was nestled in her arms, he commanded a significant presence as he reproached Shi, who was visibly startled. "Why are you shouting?" She could only lower her head in apology and then led the little prince and Ji Qingwu to the west wing of Ning Palace to change clothes. 6 palace attendants entered to assist His Highness Yuanhang in changing. Ji Qingwu accepted the set of garments and the cotton cloth for drying off her body and hair from Shi, then slipped behind the screen of the exquisite 8-treasure poetic panel made of golden silk nanmu to change. Just as she removed her outer robe, The respectful voices of palace attendants calling out to the Empress Dowager echoed from outside. The Empress Dowager had received news from Shi and hastily arrived from the main hall, accompanied by the elderly Lady Ji, while Prince Yong followed closely behind. Her steps were hurried, and she called out urgently, "Yuan Hang, let your grandmother see how you are. Are you hurt anywhere?" Yuan Hang had already changed into his inner garments under the care of the attendants and was tying the belt of his outer robe. In truth, upon learning of the little princess fall into the water, the Empress Dowager and Lady Ji exchanged a glance, their joy outweighing their concern. Truly, one could not predict what would come to pass. She had been worried about how to bring the little prince from Consort Wayside to Ning Palace for his upbringing, but now the opportunity had presented itself. The Empress Dowager affectionately called out, "Come here, my little darling grandson. Let me see you." Yuan Hang furrowed his brow, seeing the Empress Dowager's hand reaching towards him. He deftly sidestepped and looked at her with calm, dark eyes, performing a respectful bow. "Grandmother." The gesture was executed with proper decorum, yet devoid of any sentiment. The Empress Dowager's hand hovered awkwardly in midair. It was her own fault for not showing enough concern for this little grandson, making her seem overly eager now. Ji Qingwu was uncertain about who had entered from outside, especially since she was wearing nothing but a drenched inner robe, the white fabric turning transparent when wet, tightly clinging to her curves. She dared not make any sudden movements, fearing to draw attention to her disheveled appearance. She could only hope that the Empress Dowager would quickly take the little prince to the main hall. The screen was curved and 2 meters tall. Unless someone turned their head to look from the main seat, they would not see anyone behind it. However, Prince Yong had a keen nose and caught a whiff of a scent that was neither floral nor fruity. This alluring aroma had been noticed on a certain delicate figure in the hall earlier. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What is that scent in the hall?" "Open a window to let in some fresh air." A nearby attendant quietly responded, just about to head towards the window when Prince Yong moved, striding towards the screen. Ji Qingwu, hearing Prince Yong's voice, quickly seized her outer robe and slipped it on. If she remained clad only in the soaked inner robe, being seen by a man would be no different than being exposed entirely. If Prince Yong were to catch sight of her in such a state, would it not lead to her being consigned to him as a concubine? Sure, she had also considered this, and was about to speak when a booming voice from outside announced, "The Emperor has arrived." Ji Qingwu gusped, realizing that changing clothes was futile now. Having removed half of it, she was in a predicament. She hurriedly donned her outer robe, though the inner garment remained thoroughly wet and difficult to wear. Prince Yong halted his steps, squinting his eyes, and turned to the entrance to welcome the imperial presence. The sounds of kneeling and greetings arose in waves. "We humbly bow to the Emperor." The attendants and eunuchs of Ning Palace knelt densely on the ground. The tall, majestic figure dressed in bright yellow approached, moving with composure, exuding an imposing aura that sent shivers down the spine. "We humbly bow to the Emperor." Prince Yong and Lady Ji also performed their salutations. Inside the West Wing, a wave of kneeling ensued. Yuan Hang had now changed into his garments. Though his hairpin was still unfastened, he lifted his robe and knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, "Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor." At such a tender age, he displayed impeccable decorum. A deep male voice resonated, "Rise." The sound pierced Ji Qingwu's eardrums, reminiscent of a celestial sword from an ethereal valley, cold yet sharp. Her hand, which had been fastening her outer robe, froze, gripping the sash tightly. After a moment of hesitation, having missed the opportune moment, she could only remain quietly hidden behind the screen. Should she kneel or not? Ultimately, she decided against kneeling. After all, the people outside could not see her. Ji Qingwu resolved to accept her fate as she lay where she stumbled. In this instance, changing clothes had become a trivial matter, with a multitude of visitors arriving, making her situation quite precarious. Chapter 11. Where is Qingwu? At this hour, the Emperor was likely in the Qingjin Hall, convening with officials and reviewing memorials. His special visit was undoubtedly prompted by news of the prince's fall into the water. Under normal circumstances, everyone would be in the main hall discussing matters. However, it was evident to all that the Emperor, seated in the main position, was in a foul mood, and none dared to broach the subject of moving the assembly. The Empress Dowager sat beside the Emperor, her face filled with concern. How could Yuan Hang fall in the water so suddenly? Is someone plotting against the royal heir? This matter must be investigated thoroughly. What you say is indeed correct. A thorough investigation is required. The tone of Emperor Wu Su was calm, yet his gaze was as sharp as ice, seemingly capable of piercing through those present. Li Yuzong, bringing the attendants responsible for watching over the prince. In a fleeting moment, a group of over a dozen palace maids and eunuchs, accompanied by an elderly matron, arrived at the palace gates. Emperor Wu Su, Zhao Mingyan, cast a sweeping glance over those kneeling before him. The prince had fallen into the water, with no one by his side. There was no harsh reprimand, yet an inexplicable aura of dread enveloped the scene. As soon as the emperor uttered a word, an ill-prepared eunuch trembled and soiled his trousers. Li Yuzong subtly gestured to his subordinates to hastily remove the man, lest he offend the emperor's sight. It was no wonder that the eunuch faltered. The new emperor had emerged from the battlefield, a path paved with countless bones. In recent years, his diligent governance and devotion to the people had endeared him to many, coupled with his strikingly handsome visage, causing most to forget this fearsome demeanor. He had not displayed such a terrifying expression in quite some time. A palpable air of bloodshed filled the palace. Ji Qingwu, concealed behind a screen, trembled with cold, wrapping her arms tightly around herself. Although she could not see the expression on the face of the Emperor of Beili, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable within the same space, exacerbated by her damp undergarments that sent chills across her body. The saying to serve a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger rang true. The Empress Dowager maintained a semblance of composure, stating, "Your Majesty, these palace attendants have failed in their duties and deserve punishment." However, Yuan Hang was raised under the care of concubine Wei. It is her responsibility as a mother to be present when such calamities befall her son. Concubine Wei, having received the news late, was on her way. Yuan Hang sat quietly to the side. The emperor's gaze fell upon him, devoid of any comforting tone, instead infused with inquiry. "Yuan Hang, how did you fall into the water?" In the third year of Emperor Wu Su's reign, there were no offspring among the concubines of the harem, leaving only this one prince. Yet the emperor did not indulge him excessively, enforcing punishments without hesitation. Thus Yuan Hang had not developed a spoiled temperament. The emperor's brows furrowed, his gaze icy. "Where's the small circle?" Before a response could be given, a melodious voice echoed from the entrance. "Your Majesty, I have located the body of the small circle." Dressed in a misty blue floral palace gown and adorned with a golden hairpin, concubine Wei entered, accompanied by two handmaidens. "This humble servant greets your Majesty and the Empress Dowager." Concubine Wei knelt gracefully, her bright eyes and radiant smile revealing her status as an exceptional beauty, worthy of the emperor's favor. After receiving the emperor's permission, she approached the young prince, her tone gentle as she addressed him. "Yuan Hang, mother has come late." The Empress Dowager, witnessing her demeanor, retorted with displeasure. "Concubine Wei, do you mean to say your prolonged absence was akin to a judge investigating a case? You have kept the emperor and me waiting." It was not only the men who pursued power. The women of the harem also fought fiercely for control over the 6 palaces. The Empress Dowager, who had never been an empress herself, relished the respect afforded to her as a stepmother, reluctant to relinquish her newfound influence. As she observed Wei Liru ascend from a noble to a concubine, soon to attain the higher rank, she could not help but remain vigilant. The discord between concubine Wei and the Empress Dowager was no secret within the palace. Wei Liru, feigning surprise, replied, "Your Highness, please do not jest. I am deeply concerned for the safety of the young prince. My heart is in turmoil. On my way here, I passed by Tai Pond and took the liberty of having it searched." "Taken the liberty?" The Empress Dowager thought, scoffing inwardly, recognizing it as a means to extricate herself from blame. With the emperor's only son in peril, the mother could not escape culpability. Emperor Wu Su's expression remained unchanged, indifferent to their verbal sparring. "Speak, what have you discovered?" "Besides the body of the small circle, I have made a more significant discovery." Concubine Wei hesitated, then continued. "Your Majesty, the steps by the lake are covered in a considerable amount of moss." Prince Yong, dismissing her concern, scoffed, "This year has seen ample rainfall. It is only natural for moss and algae to grow near the lake after a downpour. Surely, Concubine Wei has encountered moss before." Concubine Wei ignored the prince's taunt, fixing her gaze on Emperor Wu Su. "However, one of my maidservants, Bitao, hails from Chaonan and recognizes this particular variety of moss, which is unique to her homeland. Its sudden appearance within the palace, coupled with Yuan Hong's unfortunate slip into the lake, compels me to ponder further. Her words implied clearly that the moss was suspicious, suggesting the prince had been maliciously harmed. By daring to publicly expose this, concubine Wei distanced herself from any blame for the orchestrators behind the act. If further evidence could not be found, it would reflect poorly on the internal affairs court. Chief Eunuch Li Yuzong immediately bowed and exited the hall to investigate. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. Concubine Wei was astute, having first sought to uncover the reasons behind the prince's fall into the water, thus redeeming herself. Yet the Empress Dowager would not easily let this pass. Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, Yuan Hang nearly lost his life. The Bailey royal family has but this one heir. This matter cannot be lightly dismissed. All involved must face severe punishment. Emperor Wu Su replied, "What you propose?" "Mother? The palace attendants who serve the prince shall have their salaries docked for a year and receive 20 strokes of a cane. Concubine Wei, responsible for the prince's upbringing, shall be confined for 3 months for her negligence. And perhaps we should consider relocating Yuan Hang to a more suitable palace." The Empress Dowager, overseeing matters of the harem, suggested these courses of action, which were within her purview. The emperor, however, could not help but smile faintly. "Mother, which palace do you believe would be more suitable for Yuan Hang?" The Empress Dowager glanced around. She could not explicitly demand the prince be moved to her quarters. Zhao Yuanhang perked up, realizing that this woman, like the Empress Dowager, belonged to the Ji family. He was less concerned about which concubine's palace he would relocate to and more intrigued by the name of this woman. The emperor, with a hint of amusement, stated, "She is your maternal aunt's daughter. Quite the coincidence." The Empress Dowager feigned surprise, inquiring, "The fifth miss is such a kind-hearted and brave child. Where is Qingwu?" From behind the screen, Ji Qingwu timidly responded, "I am here." She raised her hand silently. Chapter 12. This decree is meant for your ears alone. Ji Qingwu hid behind the screen, scarcely daring to breathe heavily. Sure, she was aware that the fifth miss's appearance was not suitable for public view, let alone meeting the emperor. Sure, she refrained from mentioning where she was changing, thus not deceiving the sovereign. Emperor Wu Su's gaze meandered almost imperceptibly around the screen, made of precious wood and adorned with 8 treasures. The Empress Dowager's eyes held a trace of disappointment. Nevertheless, considering Ji Qingwu was a widow who had borne children, her beauty and amiable nature rendered her merely a charming widow. Revealing herself before the emperor bore little significance. Thus, such courageous deeds warranted commendation. The Empress Dowager endeavored to advocate for her niece. "Your Majesty, what suitable reward can you bestow?" This was a request for a reward for the fifth miss of the Ji family. Emperor Wu Su's countenance softened, leisurely proclaiming, "Let us grant her the screen." Ji Qingwu's head shot up in shock. Though the ornate screen was not transparent, she felt as if the emperor's gaze could pierce through, scrutinizing her completely. The emperor declared he would reward her with screen. Would it be the very one before her? Her heart sank, contemplating the prospect of her disheveled appearance being displayed before all. Emperor Wu Su glanced at the screen once more, saying, "Yesterday, the kingdom of Xinlua presented a set of small ornaments, featuring screens carved from walnuts depicting the 4 seasons. I shall bestow this walnut screen upon Miss Ji." The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction. The specifics of the reward mattered less than ensuring the entire court recognized that the Ji family had received the emperor's favor and understood the reason behind it. Ji Qingwu's forehead beaded with sweat, relieved it was not the screen directly in front of her. She felt a surge of anxiety and a slight ringing in her ears, realizing the outside had fallen silent. Had everyone departed? Just as she contemplated relaxing her tense body and shifting her numb legs, she suddenly noticed a pair of black satin boots adorned with golden dragon embroidery before her. Ji Qingwu nearly gasped, collapsing to her knees. "This humble servant, pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor." She hurriedly corrected her address multiple times. Her voice trembled with urgency, thin and delicate due to her nervousness, causing a shiver to run through the ears of Wisudi. The woman's outer robe merely draped over her shoulders, while her inner garment clung to her body, soaked through, revealing the contours of her underclothing adorned with the image of koi playing among lotus flowers. The posture of her kneeling on the ground accentuated her slender waist and ample hips, her skin so tender it seemed to glisten. Ji Qingwu dared not raise her head, feeling as though the gaze from above bore 2 piercing holes into her back. Just as she thought that gaze would pierce her through, a soft, childish voice broke the tension. Father, she is the one who saved me. Yuanhang scampered to Ji Qingwu's side. Moments before, Wasudi had commanded everyone to exit the hall. The emperor observed the two before him, one large and one small. The larger resembled an ostrich, burying its head, while the smaller was like an unripe eagle. Wings yet undeveloped, instinctively protective of those around her. Yuanhang's dark eyes sparkled as he suggested, Father, let us go to Qinyuan Hall. This is, after all, grandmother's place. This statement awakened Wasudi to the reality that they were in Sneering Palace, and the person before him was the fifth young lady of the Ji family. Appearing here in such disarray, the emperor's gaze held a hint of mockery. The empress dowager had grown increasingly audacious in her actions, even presenting her newly returned niece before him, a widow still observing mourning for her husband. It was no wonder the emperor was suspicious, as the empress dowager had previously made too many foolish moves. Noticing the darkening expression on his father's face, Yuanhang felt a surge of fear. Under normal circumstances, he would have remained silent. However, seeing Ji Qingwu appear even more frightened than he instinctively straightened his small frame, resolved to protect her. Thus, with newfound courage, Yuanhang spoke up, determination etched across his youthful face. Father, I was wrong and am willing to accept punishment. Wasudi gazed down at him, showing no sign of surprise. What error have you committed? Yuanhang articulated clearly, I know I cannot deceive father. I was aware of the trap. I intentionally stepped onto the moss and fell into the water. My swimming skills are taught by you, father, and I am not worried about danger. I only wish to test how many within the palace harbor ill intentions toward me. Ji Qingwu was profoundly shocked, staring at the blue bricks beneath her feet. Was this the intellect of a child raised within the palace? He had calculated everyone's motives, including those who sought to harm him. Wei Fei, the empress dowager, and herself, the innocent bystander. Like a mantis stalking its prey, she felt utterly insignificant, merely a passing ant. A chill crept down Ji Qingwu's neck. Was such a clandestine topic suitable for her ears? Clearly, the emperor also deemed this matter inappropriate for discussion within Sneering Palace, and with a stern expression, he turned to leave. Yuanhang exhaled, casting a reluctant glance back at Ji Qingwu before hurriedly following the emperor with his little legs. Once their footsteps faded into the distance, Ji Qingwu straightened up, feeling her inner garment clinging even more tightly, beads of sweat forming on her back. Without having seen the emperor's face, she had already felt the weight of imperial authority. This palace was truly no place for mortals, and she resolved to keep her distance from it in the future. Li Yuzong ordered the eunuch, Xiao Dongzi, to present a gift. A brocade box made of pear wood was opened to reveal 4 walnuts, each the size of an egg. From the front, they appeared smooth and lustrous, but upon turning them, intricate carvings depicting the 4 seasons were revealed, with lifelike details. After bowing, Ji Qingwu accepted, saying, This humble daughter thanks His Majesty for his grace. Chunhua, a maid by Qiao's side, discreetly covered her mouth with a handkerchief and offered the eunuch a bulging purse. Yet, Xiao Dongzi raised his hand and stepped back, smiling as he said, Miss Ji, the emperor has other rewards for you. Other rewards? Ji Qingwu's eyebrows raised in curiosity, utterly unaware of what they could be. Yet the eunuch held nothing else in his hands. Xiao Dongzi mysteriously beckoned. Miss Ji, please step forward. His Majesty said this decree is for your ears alone. Could it be a reprimand warning her of royal secrets? Given the circumstances, Ji Qingwu had no choice but to approach, while the other ladies of the Ji family wisely stepped back. The eunuch carefully covered his mouth and whispered in her ear. Whatever he said caused Ji Qingwu's eyes to widen in shock, as if ripples were suddenly disturbing a tranquil pond. She gasped, esteemed eunuch. Did His Majesty truly say so? Xiao Dongzi nodded. Miss Ji, this is an unprecedented favor from the emperor. You are the first to receive it. The decree from Wasudi was indeed extraordinary, explicitly stating that only Ji Qingwu should be privy to this information, and she must not disclose it to the rest of the Ji family. Ji Qingwu tightened her grip on the brocade box, her expression unsettled. Xiao stepped forward, gently patting her arm. Little 5, you've caught a chill today. You should avoid the cold wind at the door and warm yourself inside. Upon entering, Xiao instructed the maid, Chunhua, hurry to the kitchen and tell the cook to prepare a bowl of red date ginger soup for the young lady. Ensure it is brewed strong to dispel the cold. Ji Qingwu sat in the main room, her expression vacant, aware that her daughter had endured much today. Adeptly navigating the Empress Dowager's presence and receiving the Emperor's favor, Xiao felt a sense of pride. Although she was curious about the sudden imperial decree, she refrained from asking, knowing it was not her place to inquire. Ji Qingwu rallied herself. "Mother, I am fine. Lanji, please come in." Xiao called for a maid. Lifting her chin, "You will be responsible for attending to the young lady's needs from now on." Lanji bowed respectfully. "Yes, madam." Lanji was the daughter of a maid who had accompanied Xiao when she married into the family. Having grown up within the household, she was honest and dependable. Xiao added, "I will assign you 4 more small maids to assist with chores outside." Ji Qingwu's gaze fell on Lanji, who appeared to be around 16 or 17. With a composed demeanor, her mother must have entrusted her to be the capable maid by her side, and given that Lanji was familiar with the Ji household and well-trained, Ji Qingwu felt she would quickly adapt to her new life. Ji Qingwu smiled warmly at Lanji, saying, "I hope you will assist me kindly." Lanji was momentarily taken aback, flattered by the compliment, and hurriedly lowered her head. "Miss, you mustn't say that. It is my duty." A few days earlier, the madam had mentioned to her mother the intention to assign her to serve the long-lost 5th young lady, though she feared the new mistress might harbor resentment. She found Ji Qingwu's gentle nature surprising. Lanji had also heard that the 5th young lady had received the Emperor's and Empress Dowager's favor, something even the most favored 4th young lady had not achieved. It seemed that this capable mistress was someone she ought to serve well. Xiao addressed the pair. "Your residence in Wutong Courtyard has been prepared. Let Lanji guide you there. If you find anything lacking, do not hesitate to inform me. It is getting late." Off you go. Under the warm light, Ji Qingwu looked at her mother's gentle expression and nodded gratefully. Wutong Courtyard, with its towering ancient phoenix tree, awaited her. After finishing the ginger soup that Lanji had offered, Ji Qingwu went to the cleansing room to wash up, soaking in hot water until her cheeks flushed. She stepped softly into the side chamber, where the small bundle on the bed recognized neither the bed nor its surroundings, breathing softly. After removing her shoes and climbing into bed, the little one sensed her mother's presence and snuggled closer, the tender little face resting against her arm. Gazing at the peaceful, sleeping visage of the little girl, her own fatigue began to dissipate, and she soon followed suit into a deep slumber. The thick, double-layered gauze curtains hung low, casting a dim and tranquil space within the bed. Ji Qingwu was still immersed in slumber when she felt a sense of heaviness in her chest. With her eyes still closed, she instinctively reached out, and indeed, her hand landed upon a soft little bundle. When the little girl awoke, she climbed onto her body, her sparkling eyes fixated upon her as if she had not seen her for centuries. Ji Qingwu rubbed her eyes, her voice still laced with sleepiness. With a hint of exasperation, she remarked, "Jiao, you are no longer a mere toddler. You are a 4-year-old big girl. Do you not realize how much you weigh now?" Yet, she did not push Jiao away. Instead, she supported the child's small bottom, indulging her behavior. The little girl, fully awake, chirped in a crisp voice, "Mother, it is not that Jiao has become heavier." Ji Qingwu chuckled and inquired, "Then what is it?" The little girl, with her tiny bottom sticking out, wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, nuzzling against her affectionately. "It is because Jiao loves mother even more, which makes her feel like a big girl. Hence you perceive Jiao as heavier." Ji Qingwu understood the child's sentiment, realizing that the softness she felt was not merely flesh, but an abundance of love directed towards her. This child had a knack for charming others from a young age. Her sweet words seemingly learned from some hidden source. She smiled lightly. "You are indeed the cleverest," Jiao exclaimed excitedly. "I am the one who loves mother the most," and proceeded to shower Ji Qingwu's cheek with kisses, leaving her face glistening with saliva. Hearing commotion in the room, Lanji entered quietly. "Miss, shall we rise?" Ji Qingwu lifted the gauzy curtain, noticing the brightness of the day outside, and reluctantly murmured a response. Lanji gently informed her, "The madam sent someone early this morning to say that you may sleep a little longer. The old madam is considerate of your hard work yesterday, and has relieved you from the duty of greeting at Showen Hall." Just as Ji Qingwu attempted to rise, her waist softened, and she lay back down. Since that was the case, she felt no need to be polite. She had no desire to adhere to the morning rituals of noble ladies merely for the sake of reputation. It would be foolish to forego a comfortable nap. Ji Qingwu embraced her daughter and dozed for another hour or two. Lanji assisted Jiu with her face washing and hair combing, allowing her some respite. Before long, Chunhua, a maidservant by Qiao's side, came to summon her. "Fifth miss, the madam invites you to Unju Garden for a meal. The eldest miss has returned home today." Ji Qingwu, seated before the dressing table and already donned in a pale yellow embroidered gown adorned with white magnolias, allowed Lanji to style her hair into a loose cloud-like bun, simply adorned with a dark snow hairpin. One could not deny the truth that clothing indeed enhances one's appearance. She looked far more exquisite than in her previous rustic attire. As Ji Qingwu and Jiu approached the entrance of Unju Garden, her steps halted. She heard the sound of soft weeping, filled with an overwhelming sense of grievance and sorrow. At the entrance of the main hall of Unju Garden stood numerous maidservants, evidently ushered out, while intimate conversations took place within. As Ji Qingwu drew closer, Chunhua hurried to greet her. "Fifth miss, the madam has instructed that you and the little miss may enter directly." After a few knocks on the door, Qiao's voice finally responded, "Come in." By the window sat Qiao and a woman with her head bowed. Ji Qingwu held Jiu's hand, addressing her mother. The little girl imitated her, sweetly saying, "Grandmother." The woman raised her head, adorned with a golden and jade headdress, and dressed in a luxurious lilac brocade gown. She exuded an air of elegance, though her nose and the corners of her eyes were red from recent tears. This was none other than Ji Qingwu, the eldest daughter of the main branch, who had married the heir of the Zhongwu Marquis estate, Lu Wan, over 3 years ago. Ji Qingwu gazed at the duo before her, the resemblance between the mother and daughter striking. The little girl bore an uncanny likeness to her fifth sister at a young age, while her fifth sister's present appearance seemed less similar than that of the child. "Fifth sister," she called, her voice tinged with a bittersweet tone. Ji Qingwu felt a sense of warmth upon seeing her elder sister, for they shared the same mother, and there were indeed many similarities in their appearances. She silently marveled at Ji Qingwu's beauty, which lived up to her name, with features more radiant than her own. Even now, though slightly haggard, she was no less striking than the fourth daughter of the second branch, and her demeanor possessed an elevated grace. "Big sister," she gently replied. Ji Qingwu turned her head and squeezed Jiu's palm, saying, "Jiu, greet your aunt." Qiao had already informed Ji Qingwu about the little fifth sister's marriage and her having a daughter. And while she initially found it hard to accept that her younger sister had become a wife, seeing this pair of mother and daughter softened her heart utterly. Despite having given birth, Ji Qingwu still bore no trace of the demeanor of a married woman. She remained pure and untainted, radiating an innocent charm. Jiu, upon seeing the face that mirrored her mother's, attempted to climb onto the couch, but being too small, she failed. Thus, she raised her lotus-like arms, tilting her head back, her large eyes blinking rapidly. "Any hug?" Ji Qingwu immediately exclaimed, momentarily setting aside her sorrow, and swiftly reached out to lift the little girl into her lap. Jiu leaned against her fragrant aunt, her laughter so bright that her eyes seemed to disappear. Qiao, witnessing this scene, remarked in surprise, "Jiu, your aunt seldom initiates contact with others. What has come over her today?" "Jiu, come here," Ji Qingwu beckoned. The little girl looked up with pleading eyes at Ji Qingwu. "Annie, do you not like Jiu?" Observing Jiu clutching her garment, Ji Qingwu replied somewhat awkwardly, "Of course I like you." Qiao chuckled heartily. "It appears your aunt truly adores you." Qingwu has always been particular about cleanliness, even before her marriage. Her bed could not have a speck of dust or a stray hair, and she would pout in displeasure if her clothes bore even a wrinkle. Ji Qingwu found it hard to reconcile the image of the noble and elegant wife of the Marquis with Qiao's description of her daughter-in-law's fussiness. Ji Qingwu reproached her mother. "What are you saying in front of my fifth sister and her child?" The three of them enjoyed a pleasant lunch in a jovial atmosphere, with Qiao specially preparing 3 delicate soups, stir-fried bamboo shoots, smoked pork, and crystal dumplings filled with mushrooms and shrimp for Jiu, along with almond milk pudding for the little girl. Throughout the meal, Ji Qingwu could not help but chuckle, causing Ji Qingwu to steal glances at her. "Big sister, what are you laughing at?" she inquired, setting down her chopsticks in confusion. Ji Qingwu covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief. "I'm amused by you and Jiu. Though you both resemble each other, your dining styles are truly distinct." Ji Qingwu savored her food delicately, taking a few bites of each dish, striving for balance. While the little girl focused intently on her favorite foods, hardly lifting her head, her small mouth stuffed to the brim. Had it not been for Granny Lee feeding her the previous day, Qiao might have thought the child had gone without food for 3 days. Seeing Jiu's hearty appetite, Ji Qingwu smiled, remarking that her daughter was most serious about her meals. No one could disturb her at that moment, lest they provoke her displeasure. This little girl did not exhibit morning irritability, but she certainly had a temperament when it came to food. Anyone interrupting her focus on eating would undoubtedly incur her wrath. Ji Qingwu remarked, "Where did such a well-behaved child come from? My second sister-in-law's son requires 2 maidservants to coax him to eat even a little at the old lady's place." As the conversation continued, she sighed, her previous sparkle fading from her eyes. Once Jiu finished her meal, Chunhua led a few maidservants to tidy up the hall, while Granny Lee took Jiu outside to play. Once only the 3 remained in the room, both Qiao and Ji Qingwu turned their gazes towards Ji Qingwu, their eyes filled with anticipation. The elder sister looked at Jiu with an envious expression, as she had married into the Marquis family, yet had not conceived. With the pieces falling into place, it became clear why Ji Changlin had traveled to Nanshu specifically to seek out this miraculous physician. Ji Qingwu took the initiative to say, "Mother, I learned medicine a few years ago to make a living. I noticed that big sister's complexion is not quite well. May I check your pulse?" Her words were gentle, yet they conveyed a sense of comfort. Ji Qingwu felt a surge of admiration for her younger sister, Wu Mei, whose intelligence was truly remarkable. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her wrists, for they were both women, and there was little to be concerned about. Ji Qingwu raised her hand and gently pressed her fingers against Ji Qingwu's wrist, her expression calm as she conducted a brief examination. The elder sister was in good health, though her constitution was somewhat deficient in yin, leading to an excess of internal heat. Thus, she needed to nurture her body further. Ji Qingwu subtly suggested that it would be wise to retire early in the evening, allowing the internal organs some time to recuperate. Ji Qingwu's face flushed crimson at this implication. Xiao Shi understood the hint and, with a mixture of surprise and seriousness, inquired, "Qingwu, does the heir spend every night in your chamber?" Upon receiving a nod from Ji Qingwu, Xiao Shi furrowed her brow. "It has been more than 3 years since your marriage. While a strong bond between husband and wife is essential, you must also care for your own health. I have advised you not to let men run rampant in the bedroom." Ji Qingwu had applied a thick layer of powder to mask the dark circles beneath her eyes, well aware of the truth in her mother's words. Feeling aggrieved, she replied, "Mother, you do not comprehend the immense pressure I endure in the Ho residence. Despite being married for so long, there has been no sign of life in my womb, and my sisters-in-law are all laughing at me. Over the past 6 months, my mother-in-law has expressed her dissatisfaction and has sent a concubine and 2 maids to accompany the heir." The thought of pushing the heir away at this juncture only deepened Ji Qingwu's frown. Ji Qingwu also knitted her brow, for the elder sister's condition involved more than just a deficiency in yin and an excess of internal heat. Ji Qingwu felt both embarrassed and anxious. In her efforts to secure Lu Wan's affections, she had cast aside her dignity and propriety, employing every possible means in the bedroom. Yet, despite their near nightly encounters, there had been no signs of pregnancy, and instead, she had developed the symptoms of an excess of internal heat. Biting her lower lip in frustration, she finally spoke with resignation, "Sister, I do not wish to conceal anything from you. When my elder brother was dispatched to Nanshu, I specifically instructed him to seek out a renowned doctor specializing in infertility. I have consulted all the esteemed physicians in Linen. Elder sister, do you trust me?" Ji Qingwu asked. Looking into Ji Qingwu's bright eyes, Ji Qingwu felt a flicker of doubt, but eventually nodded in agreement. Ji Qingwu observed her complexion and calmly stated, "Elder sister, your constitution indeed requires careful nurturing. However, besides this, there is a more significant issue present within your pulse." Ji Qingwu's heart tightened, and she urgently inquired, "What is it? Elder sister, do you experience cold hands and feet during your menstrual cycle, yet feel an unusual aversion to heat, often craving something cool? When your period ends, does it take several days for you to feel completely clean?" Upon hearing Ji Qingwu articulate her symptoms so clearly, Ji Qingwu nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed, that is the case." Ji Qingwu continued, "I suspect that you may have inadvertently ingested something harmful that has compromised your foundation." At these words, Xiao Shi's expression shifted dramatically. Who would dare to administer poison to the heir's wife? Upon hearing this, Ji Qingwu's countenance grew even more distressed, her once radiant face losing its color. Ji Qingwu noted her reaction, realizing that the medication in question was likely not taken by Ji Qingwu willingly. She was aware of it. Xiao Shi, sensing this, pressed on. Qingwu, have you taken any medication? Ji Qingwu, her lips paling, replied, Mother, I took a contraceptive pill for a year. Contraceptive pill? Xiao Shi gasped in shock. Qingwu, how could you be so reckless? When I first married, I was still young and terrified after hearing my second sister-in-law's tales of a difficult childbirth accompanied by severe hemorrhaging, nearly costing her life. Out of fear, I sought out the old doctor at Qingchuntang for a contraceptive pill. Qingchuntang was the most renowned clinic in Linen, known for its extraordinary medicinal treasures. Ji Qingwu understood the gravity of taking such medication indiscriminately, explaining, That old doctor assured me that the pill contained nourishing ingredients and would not harm a woman's body. Furthermore, I inquired and found that many noble ladies also used this pill. Xiao Shi, exasperated, shook her head in disappointment. Now look where this has led you, damaging your health. You didn't want to conceive when you could, and now you find yourself unable to when the desire arises. What am I to say to you? It is akin to self-sabotage. There should be no issue with the medication. I conducted thorough research beforehand. Ji Qingwu retorted stubbornly. The eldest daughter, Qingwu, had always been decisive in her actions, rarely erring, and was adept at drawing inferences, managing accounts, and overseeing household affairs with great skill. Thus, Xiao Shi had always placed her trust in her. However, this had fostered a tendency for her to work quietly, without consulting others. Faced with Xiao Shi's admonitions, Ji Qingwu began to waver. Yet, she understood that if she confided in her mother, Xiao Shi would undoubtedly disapprove and only urge her to conceive a son as soon as possible to establish her position in the loyal and valiant Marquis. It was just that her struggles with fertility stemmed from the contraceptive pill, and she had never anticipated such a consequence. Yet, it was too late for regrets. All her hopes now rested upon her younger sister. Encountering Ji Qingwu's eager gaze, Ji Qingwu gently reassured her, Elder sister, do not blame yourself. The journey of childbirth has always been perilous for women throughout history. It is perfectly reasonable to seek to avoid pregnancy when one is unprepared. Ji Qingwu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Deep down, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had she not been so overly sensitive, she would not have squandered the potential she had in her hands. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Shi asked, Little Wu, is there still hope for your elder sister's condition? Ji Qingwu inquired, Elder sister, do you still have any remaining contraceptive pills? I wish to discern their contents. Yes, Ji Qingwu contemplated. I have not used them all. The remaining pills are in a box in my room, among my wedding trousseau. I do not have them with me. No rush. I shall personally visit the loyal and valiant Marquis tomorrow. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Ji Qingwu entrusted Jiujiu to Anji Yuan, asking Xiao Shi and Mama Li to oversee her. She boarded the carriage that Xiao Shi had prepared for her and made her way to the loyal and valiant Marquis, leaning against the carriage wall with her eyes closed in feigned slumber. Suddenly, she heard the sound of whinnying horses, and the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Ji Qingwu's head collided with the carriage wall. She opened her eyes, clutching her head, and inquired, What has happened? The coachman replied, Fifth miss, someone is blocking the carriage. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the carriage curtain was rudely pulled aside. Upon seeing her, the visitor's eyes brightened with surprise. You must be fifth sister. Ji Qingwu furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the young man before her, clad in a deep blue brocade robe, with a white jade flute hanging at his waist. He had audaciously halted her carriage in the street and had the audacity to lift the curtain of her carriage without any semblance of decorum. Noticing her glare, Ji Changyin chuckled awkwardly. It is I, your third brother. Ji Qingwu was even more incensed upon recognizing him. Ji Changyin's outrageous behavior of blocking a woman's carriage in the street and intruding uninvited would surely lead to scandal for the Ji family, tarnishing their reputation, especially in this world where the actions of women were scrutinized. Cousin, it has been a long time. A voice imbued with amusement came from behind Ji Changyin. The Wang Yi stood beside the carriage, his mischievous gaze fixed on Ji Qingwu, gradually trailing down to her waist. She was adorned in a moon-white silk skirt with intricate cloud patterns, flowing gracefully, cinched at the waist with a silk ribbon embroidered with pale blue lotus flowers. The pointed, ends cascading down her sides. Ji Qingwu swiftly snatched the curtain from Ji Changyan's grasp, blocking his unwelcome gaze. Coldly, she stated, "Your Highness Wang Yi, third brother. I have matters to attend to and am pressed for time. I cannot linger for conversation." Ji Changyan was taken aback that his younger sister, newly returned home, dared to disregard him. On the bustling streets, asking her to accompany Wang Yong for conversation made her feel like a trivial woman. Ji Qingwu endured her anger before finally speaking. "I must go to the Zhongyong Hofu. My elder sister and brother-in-law are waiting for me." Upon hearing her destination, Ji Changyan hesitated to suggest that she join them for tea, stealing a glance at Wang Yong, awaiting his decision. Although the Zhongyong Hofu did not match the rank of a princely figure like Wang Yong, the lady of the house was the emperor's maternal aunt, and the heir, Lu Wan, was the emperor's cousin, enjoying considerable favor in the court. Wang Yong's expression shifted, half threatening and half coaxing. He remarked, "Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not invite my cousin for tea today. I hope you will not decline my invitation next time." The people behind the curtain remained silent. Ji Qingwu had deliberately mentioned her brother-in-law, as she had heard Qiaoshi speak of him the previous day. Lu Wan had grown up alongside the current emperor, their bond deeper than that of brothers, even surpassing Wang Yong's connection to him. The Ji family had married their legitimate eldest daughter into the family to strengthen their ties with the Empress Dowager. Upon Ji Qingwu's arrival at the Zhongyong Hofu, several servants awaited at the entrance. A servant led the coachman to find a place to settle down, while a maid respectfully bowed. "Fifth miss, the lady has risen early and is waiting for your arrival. Please follow me." Ji Qingwu smiled and nodded. As she entered the courtyard, a gray-blue stone path led directly to the main hall, branching into the east and west gardens. The lady was in the east gardens, Ninghua Hall. Following the maid, Ji Qingwu noted that the courtyard was significantly larger than the Ji residence, adorned with an elegance that was beyond compare. As they walked, they encountered a somewhat plump woman clad in luxurious attire, who smiled before speaking. "Sheena, is this the younger sister from the third brother's family?" "Madam, this is indeed the fifth miss, and my lady is waiting for her," replied the maid. Ji Qingwu returned the smile and nodded, realizing this was the second sister-in-law, Feng Shuang, mentioned by her elder sister. Feng Shuang warmly invited, "You are truly a beauty, dear sister. I enjoy the company of young and lovely maidens. If you have the time, do visit my courtyard." They exchanged pleasantries as they passed by. Once Ji Qingwu and Sheena disappeared from view, the second sister-in-law, Feng Shuang, immediately dropped her smile, her tone laced with sarcasm. Her face resembles that of her sister, merely a seductress. At such a young age, she is already entangled with life and death, daring to visit the Hofu. This was a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. A nearby maid quickly reminded her, "Madam, we're still outside." Feng Shuang shot her a glance and ordered, "Find someone to inquire why she has come to the estate." Upon reaching her elder sister's Ninghua Hall, Ji Qingwu was already sweating from the effort. Although her dress was beautiful, it restricted her stride, forcing her to take small steps. However, to the eyes of those in the Hofu, her moon-white skirt flowed gracefully as if a soft cloud brushed against her feet, and the light blue lotus ribbon danced along, portraying an ethereal maiden. Ji Qingrong spotted her through the window and teased, "If one did not know better, they might think a celestial being had graced my courtyard." Once inside, Ji Qingwu plopped onto a chair, fanning herself. "Elder sister, I wish I were a fairy, able to fly directly in. This Hofu is vast. I have walked for ages, surely several miles." Ji Qingrong chuckled at her adorable demeanor and instructed, "Sheena, prepare some tea for the fifth miss. Brew the newly acquired Shui and Mo Qing tea." Noticing Ji Qingwu's flushed cheeks, Ji Qingrong had someone fetch a freshly scented handkerchief to wipe her sweat. Ji Qingwu tilted her face upward, relishing the tender care from her elder sister. "Fifth sister, what would you like for lunch? I will have the kitchen prepared early. We shall dine in Ninghua Hall today." Ji Qingwu shook her head. "Elder sister, does the Hofu not usually dine with the matriarch? It is more lively to eat together." Ji Qingrong understood her younger sister's consideration for her current predicament, not wanting her to lose face in front of the matriarch. Sheena poured Ji Qingwu a cup of tea, and she eagerly took a sip. Indeed, it is excellent tea. The taste was sweet, devoid of any bitterness. Ji Qingrong smiled and remarked, "Dining in one's own courtyard is not an issue. I am not so inept." Seeing her elder sister's demeanor, Ji Qingwu was delighted. knowing that dining with a large group often came with rules that made it uncertain whether one could eat to their fill. She winked at Ji Qingwu, reminding her that the day's important matters had yet to be addressed. "All right, you all may leave now." Only Sheener remained to serve by her side. Sheener retrieved a brown paper package from a white acidified wood cabinet adorned with intricate carvings and carefully handed it to Ji Qingwu. She opened it to find about 10 medicinal pills inside. After sniffing one, she instructed Sheener, "Please fetch me a bowl of plain water." Once the water arrived, Ji Qingwu dissolved the pill in it, observing the remnants and the discolored liquid, contemplating for a moment before stirring it with a silver hairpin. Ji Qingwu, concerned about interrupting her, could not help but inquire, "Fifth sister, is there a problem with the pill?" Ji Qingwu looked up, her brow furrowed, her expression grave. "The pill is not the issue." Upon hearing the negative confirmation, Ji Qingwu exhaled in relief. She had been anxious all night. If the pill were indeed at fault, she would live her life in regret. However, Ji Qingwu solemnly added, "The absence of problems is the greatest problem." They had initially thought that the pills had harmed her elder sister's health, leading to infertility, but with this possibility ruled out, what could be the cause? Not identifying the reason was the most perilous situation. Ji Qingwu also grasped this, feeling even more distressed. Was it her fate to remain childless? Ji Qingwu had checked her pulse yesterday and was certain that her sister had taken potent medicine, one with fierce properties, which had harmed her health foundation. She cautiously asked, "Have you suffered from any illnesses in recent years or taken any other medicines?" Sheener chimed in, "Our Lady has not experienced any major illnesses in recent years, only minor colds, which were easily remedied with nourishing soup, not severe enough to require medication." This was indeed strange. As Chapter 17 unfolds, the truth of infertility looms large, akin to a tiger that devours its own offspring. Ji Qingwu remained deep in thought, her brow furrowed. Seeing her sister's troubled expression, Ji Qingwu felt tears welling up in her eyes, realizing that even her sister, who specialized in treating women's infertility, was at a loss. "Perhaps it is my destiny to be without children." The somber atmosphere lingered in Ninghua Hall for some time. When lunch arrived, despite the exquisite porcelain dishes filled with delicacies, the two sisters found their meals tasteless. A maid in a blue garment entered quietly, gingerly placing a bowl of soup beside Ji Qingwu, saying, "Madam, this is the black chicken and lily soup that the matriarch sent for you. Please enjoy it while it's hot." Noticing Ji Qingwu's intense gaze on the soup bowl, Ji Qingwu explained, "My mother has worked hard to ensure I conceive soon. This soup has been a constant since I entered the family. I am not accustomed to missing a day without it." Zizhu remarked, "The matriarch is very concerned about your health. Please drink it while it is warm." Ji Qingwu's expression darkened as she gazed at the soup. Not drinking it for a day would render her unaccustomed? It was hard not to suspect something was amiss in the soup. Ji Qingwu blinked, curiously asking, "Elder sister, may I have a little of that soup to taste?" Zizhu's face changed, and she nervously raised her head. "Madam, this soup." Ji Qingwu, ignoring her, pushed the bowl forward. "Since my mother says this soup nourishes the body and replenishes qi and blood, it would do no harm for the fifth sister to drink it." The soup in the bowl exuded a golden milky hue, its surface adorned with delicate oil droplets, a clear indication of the essence derived from prolonged simmering. The aroma tantalizingly fragrant. Ji Qingwu lifted the spoon and tasted a mouthful. The rich flavor of chicken broth enveloped her tongue, yet upon swallowing, a faint bitterness lingered in her mouth. "How does it taste?" She squinted her eyes and smiled, exclaiming, "This soup is exquisite, perfectly simmered." Ji Qingwu also found the soup delightful, knowing it was prepared daily with care by her mother-in-law, infused with genuine concern and affection. Subsequently, as Ji Qingwu raised the bowl for another sip, she inadvertently splashed the soup onto the maid beside her. Zizhu hurriedly stepped back, but could not evade the spill. Her attire stained significantly. In disarray, she reprimanded, "What are you doing?" Zizhu, a capable maidservant close to the matriarch, was revered by all the servants, even treated with courtesy by the second wife, Feng Shuang. Although the fifth young lady of the Ji family stood before her, she regarded her with disdain. Having been lost in her youth and lacking the refined upbringing of a noble family, Zizhu doubted her experience, viewing her as merely a widow, and the contempt within her was provoked by the spilled soup. Zizhu glared, eager to voice her indignation further, but caught sight of Ji Qingwu's piercing gaze. That single glance made her comprehend the distinction between respect and disdain. Reluctantly, Zijou averted her eyes and murmured, "I misspoke." After spilling the soup, Ji Qingwu did not regard her, but simply said, "I apologize." Sitting up straight, she addressed her elder sister earnestly. "Elder sister, you absolutely must not drink this soup." Hearing this, Ji Qingwu paused. Then, realizing the implication, exclaimed in alarm, "There's something wrong with this soup, isn't there?" Ji Qingwu nodded and articulated her assessment. The soup contained Du, an herb known to cool the blood and reduce fever, but long-term consumption could lead to a bitter and cold constitution, particularly detrimental for women, akin to a wolfish medicine that disperses vital energy. It dawned on Ji Qingwu that the soup she had been consuming since entering the household was compromised. Her hands, resting on the table, clenched tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably, her jade-like complexion paling drastically. Her mother-in-law sought to prevent her from conceiving. For so long, she had blamed herself for her uncooperative womb, and ironically, her mother-in-law, Cui Shi, had often criticized her for her failure to conceive. She had never contemplated such a horrifying conclusion. Ji Qingwu too found it incomprehensible. As the saying goes, a tiger does not eat its young. Yet, the matriarch had secretly drugged the soup to thwart her daughter-in-law's pregnancy. Such actions were utterly unfathomable to her. Noticing Ji Qingwu's agitation, Ji Qingwu placed her hand over her elder sister's, offering a reassuring squeeze. In a gentle tone, she encouraged, "Elder sister, do not panic, since we have identified the cause. We can now treat accordingly." Ji Qingwu, pale as death, responded, "Is there even a remedy?" "Certainly," Ji Qingwu affirmed with unwavering conviction. This revelation, albeit grim, provided Ji Qingwu with a semblance of solace as she gazed upon her younger sister's serene and gentle face, feeling the warmth and strength of her grip. Her heart gradually calming. Now that the truth was uncovered, it was not her fault, and she would not suffer this hidden injustice. Ji Qingwu contemplated her strategy. Her mother-in-law, Cui Shi, held a unique status, being not only the wife of a Marquis, but also a close relative of the emperor, possessing considerable influence within the loyal and valiant Marquis. Even if she brought this matter to the attention of the matriarch, it would be of little use. With Cui Shi's authority, she could easily find a scapegoat in the kitchen to absolve herself. What course of action should be taken? At that moment, Ji Qingwu seemingly casually inquired, "Elder sister, I have yet to meet brother-in-law. What sort of person is he?" Ji Qingwu froze. She considered various individuals within the household, but overlooked her own husband, Lu Wan. Ji Qingwu and Lu Wan were indeed a youthful couple, having their share of quarrels post-marriage. Yet neither of them was impulsive. Conflicts were soon resolved. In Lu Wan's eyes, who held more significance, her or Cui Shi? The answer was readily apparent. Lu Wan was exceedingly protective. When she had merely exchanged a few heated words with her sister-in-law, Lu Yun, he had sulked for several days, let alone the fact that this was his own mother. Ji Qingwu continued, "Will brother-in-law handle this matter impartially?" Observing Ji Qingwu's shoulders slump further, Ji Qingwu discerned her elder sister's precarious position within the Marquis. Not only was her mother-in-law treacherous, but her husband was also unreliable. As they deliberated their next steps, a voice from outside announced, "Greetings to the matriarch." Cui Shi had arrived. A fierce hatred ignited within Ji Qingwu's eyes. Chapter 18. All faults lie with Qingwu. Ji Qingwu discreetly grasped her sister's icy hand, whispering in her ear, "Elder sister, do not reveal that you are aware of anything." The matriarch's visit signifies her growing impatience. Let us observe the unfolding events. Ji Qingwu exchanged a glance with her, calming herself. Cui Shi entered with two maidservants, one of whom was Zijou, the maid who had just been splashed by Ji Qingwu's soup. "Mother, matriarch," after exchanging pleasantries, Cui Shi took her seat at the head of the hall, while Zijou stood beside her, fanning her. Cui Shi's complexion was fair, with deep lines marking her eyes and mouth, and her gaze scrutinized Ji Qingwu from head to toe. "So, this is Qingwu's sister. Her face is so tender it seems one could squeeze water from it." Ji Qingwu remained silent, smiling as Cui Shi assessed her. Ji Qingwu gestured for her to take a seat beside her, inhaled deeply, and attempted to maintain her composure, saying, "Mother, you are quite busy with daily affairs. What brings you to Ninghua Hall today? I heard from your second sister-in-law that your fifth sister has come to visit you, so I took the opportunity to stop by. Had it not been for the incident with the soup, Ji Qingwu would have risen to express her gratitude for her mother-in-law's attention to her family. However, now she felt a chilling apprehension, recognizing the depths of Cui Shi's cunning. Thus, Ji Qingwu merely smiled and refrained from further comment. Noticing their indifference, Cui Shi's expression subtly shifted. She then initiated a conversation, stating, "Zijou mentioned that the bowl of soup sent over at noon was consumed by your fifth sister?" Ji Qingwu lowered her head, thinking that the Marquis's visit was certainly not merely to lay eyes on her. Rather, it was related to the soup, intended to test whether her elder sister had discerned any underlying issues. Clearly, she was not entirely unconcerned. Ji Qingwu replied, "Mother, the soup you prepared for me is simply too enticing. My fifth sister has a penchant for delicacies, so I allowed her taste." Cui Shi responded with a curious, "Oh," and remarked, "But I heard that your fifth sister does not enjoy drinking it and even splashed Zijou with it, breaking the bowl." Zijou quietly added, "Matriarch, I do not know what I did to provoke the fifth young lady. She wanted to splash me with hot soup." As soon as she finished speaking, Cui Shi feigned anger, scolding, "Zijou, you are utterly lacking in decorum. How could you be so rude to Qingru's sister? A guest in the Marquis? It is I who have spoiled you." While ostensibly reprimanding her maid, she was subtly admonishing Ji Qingwu for being disrespectful to the maidservants of the Marquis. Seeing Ji Qingwu stand up respectfully, Cui Shi's eyes gleamed. "Mother, Zijou is indeed spoiled. If you are dissatisfied with her, you may send her to the estate or even sell her." She frowned, adding, "Qingwu, the Marquis has a long-standing tradition of treating servants with kindness. You are being too harsh." This matriarch was adept at deflecting blame, swiftly turning the narrative to portray Ji Qingwu as overly strict with her servants. Ji Qingwu also stood and smiled, saying, "Matriarch, who says I do not enjoy drinking? Was it your maidservant who said so? I have never tasted such exquisite soup. I merely..." Cui Shi interjected, "Merely what?" Ji Qingwu, feeling wronged, twisted her fingers. For that sister Zijou by your side had been glaring at me with an intimidating ferocity, as if she wished to drop her gaze into the soup I held. Startled by her fierce demeanor, I inadvertently dropped the bowl. Zijou's large, slightly bulging eyes, when fixed in a glare, indeed bore some resemblance to Ji Qingwu's description. Upon hearing Madame speak of selling her, Zijou was initially alarmed, and when she learned that Ji Qingwu claimed to be frightened by her, anger surged within her, prompting her to utter reprimands typically reserved for wayward maids. "You wretched girl!" Ji Qingwu immediately turned cold, sternly addressing her mother. "Mother, look at Zijou's disrespect towards our esteemed guests of the Ho residence in your presence. If word spreads, it would imply your discontent with my fifth sister and the Ji family. Once matters reach a certain height, they become difficult to manage." Cui Shi shot Zijou a sharp glance and reassured, "I specifically came to meet Qingwu to express the Ho residence's regard." However, Zijou's earlier insult had struck a nerve with Ji Qingwu. She would never let it slide. The Ho residence cannot tolerate servants who insult their masters. Cui Shi spoke with a firm tone while attempting to negotiate. "Enough. Let us not allow the thoughtless words of a trivial maid to disrupt family harmony. Do you not agree, Qingwu?" Her demeanor suggested that any further outburst would be seen as unreasonable. Ji Qingwu, already irritated, did not wish to concede easily, when suddenly she heard someone behind her sniffle. Turning around, she saw Ji Qingwu, tears glistening in her eyes, her nose wrinkled as she fought to hold back her tears, presenting a pitiable sight. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Tai Foreign, it is all my fault." This admission of guilt positioned the Ho Foreign as the bully of a young lady. The more Ji Qingwu spoke, the more sorrowful she became, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. When Lu Wan, the heir of the Zhongyong Ho, entered, he was met with this tableau. His mother, Cui Shi, sat in her primary seat, her expression frosty. The usually composed wife now wore a troubled frown, her heart aching for the delicate young woman before her, who was evidently Ji's fifth daughter. As Ji Qingwu had mentioned the previous night, just moments ago, he had heard her voice, laced with grievance yet feigning strength, evoking sympathy. Ji Qingwu, facing the door, was the first to notice Lu Wan's arrival. Yet for an unprecedented moment, she did not rush to greet him or call out to him. Ji Qingwu's ears perked up. Had the perpetrator of her distress arrived? It was uncertain how matters would unfold. Cui Shi heaved a sigh of relief, clasped her hands, and recited a few by chants, believing the worst was over. She introduced, "This is Qingrong's fifth sister. Qingwu has met your brother-in-law." Lu Wan, possessing a complexion akin to Cui Shi's, was fair-skinned, with striking features that perfectly embodied the phrase as handsome as a jade crown. His presence exuded an air of refined nobility. Ji Qingwu, equally stunning, stood there like a blooming clematis, brightening the room considerably. Lu Wan nodded and inquired, "What transpired just now?" It seems someone is rather displeased. His gaze was fixed on Ji Qingwu, and upon noticing her furrowed brow, he too frowned. Ji Qingwu's sorrow was palpable. Anyone with eyes could perceive it. The someone Lu Wan referred to was Ji Qingwu. Chapter 19. Her fate lies in your thoughts. Ji Qingwu felt a flicker of emotion. Upon entering, her brother-in-law not only noticed the change in her elder sister's demeanor at a glance, but also openly questioned it, hinting at a desire to advocate for her. It seemed that her elder sister held a position in his heart not as lowly as Ji Qingwu had presumed. Perhaps he had begun to acknowledge her. Now, she could only hastily obscure the matter. Cui Shi smiled and waved her hand, saying, "It is nothing significant, merely a few disputes within the household. It hardly warrants your concern." Such trivial disputes were anything but minor. Ji Qingwu lowered her gaze, concealing her rage. What was clearly the result of years of misplaced affection left her childless and devoid of support in her later years, an unfathomable solitude. Lu Wan's expression deepened with gravity. "Qingwu, please speak." Ji Qingwu lifted her eyes to meet her husband's gaze, recalling her fifth sister's earlier question of whether he would handle this matter impartially. She bit her lip, her heart wavering. Should she risk it for that slim chance of success? If she spoke and found herself in a dire situation, Ji Qingwu ultimately restrained herself. She could not take that risk. Her health was already compromised, and she could not afford to jeopardize their marital bond in a moment of impulse. Seeing her indecisiveness, Lu Wan's shoulders slumped, and he furrowed his brow anew. The illustrious Lu De Run in the court seldom displayed such frequent frowns over his bureaucratic challenges. Cui Shi, observing his expression, assumed it was dissatisfaction with Ji Qingwu, and thus, with a smile in her eyes, encouraged, "Ziyu, do not be upset with your wife. It is truly nothing. And even if she has erred, I have already reprimanded her." Lu Wan's courtesy name was indeed Ziyu, a term of endearment reserved for those close to him. Yet, Ji Qingwu had never used it. What has she done wrong? Lu Wan coldly pressed. Cui Shi glanced at the maid beside her, and Ziyu, with keen awareness, knelt at the hall's front. Ziyu's sobs grew louder, resembling a tempestuous storm, as if she might faint from her weeping. Ji Qingwu's brows knitted tightly as she observed Cui Shi and Ziyu's performance of reversing right and wrong, her eyes igniting with fury. Yet she remained silent, and Lu Wan's expression turned icy. At that moment, another individual began to sniffle softly, their voice not as loud as Ziyu's, but they were quietly weeping. The time for a display of acting had arrived. Everyone turned to see Ji Qingwu, tears streaming down her delicate face, resembling a weeping pear blossom, utterly pitiful. Seeing this, Lu Wan raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Ji Qingwu, hoping she would speak. However, her words were not directed at him. Ji Qingwu, addressing Ziyu, exclaimed, "Why are you crying so loudly? You have frightened my fifth sister." This outburst abruptly silenced Ziyu's tears, her face streaked with tears and snot. Ji Qingwu's eyes brimmed with tears, a droplet slipping from her eye, allowing her to finally see Ziyu clearly. She clenched her lips tightly, her mouth twitching as she lowered her head, nearly losing her composure in the act. The reason was simple. Ziyu's green attire truly reminded her of a sorrowful frog she had encountered in her past life. Unaware of the underlying situation, Ji Qingwu comforted her fifth sister. "It is my inadequacy that has caused you distress. Please do not cry." As long as Ji Qingwu was willing to speak, regardless of her words, Lu Wan's demeanor softened significantly. He asked, "Ziyu, what did the madam mean by that? When I entered, I saw my fifth sister in tears because of you." With Lu Wan's inquiry, the matter could no longer be brushed aside. Cui Shi hurriedly intervened on Ziyu's behalf, explaining, "The young girls are spirited. It was merely a few words exchanged. You need not concern yourself with household trivialities while attending to state affairs." A few words exchanged? Lu Wan, hearing such absurdity, spoke in a low voice, "Mother, tell me, did your maid quarrel with my wife's sister? Since when do servants in the Ho residence dare to act so brazenly towards their masters?" Shueisha rubbed her forehead and sighed. Zijou has been with me since she was a teenager. I consider her half a family member. You are busy with official duties, and this may provide me with some company. Last year, when I fell ill, had it not been for Zijou's care, I fear I would not be here to speak with you now. Zijou indeed shared a strong bond with Shueisha, who sought to appeal to Lu Wan's sentiments by reminding him of Zijou's merits. Yet, some were not swayed. You have lost your senses. These 5 words left everyone in Ninghua Hall speechless. Ji Qingwu's eyes widened in disbelief. What did my husband just say? Ji Qingwu ceased her tears, gazing with sparkling eyes at her brother-in-law. Noticing the attention of several individuals drawn to her wrist, Ji Qingwu, reluctant to admit her clumsiness, hastily tugged at her sleeve to cover it. Lu Wan continued, stating, "Furthermore, how can Amir may be considered half a family member? Your son and daughter-in-law are present. If you have grievances against me, there is no need for such indirectness." Shueisha could no longer remain composed. She fidgeted and said, "How could I have any grievances against you?" Lu Wan retorted, "You simply forget that Qingrong is the wife of the heir and the master of this household." Shueisha was rendered speechless, awkwardly closing her mouth. In her heart, Ji Qingwu applauded her brother-in-law. To maintain a harmonious relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, it is essential for the son to stand firm. Ji Qingwu, receiving unexpected support, felt her eyes brighten. Typically, she would endure in the presence of her mother-in-law, but upon learning the truth of her prolonged infertility, compounded by Zijou's rudeness towards her 5th sister, she found the courage to argue with Shueisha. Hearing Lu Wan coldly state, "Let Zijou be sold," Zijou dared not even cry. She understood that once the heir made a decision, it was unchangeable. She also did not dare to appeal to the matriarch, as she was Shueisha's confidant, well aware that although Shueisha held a high status, she feared the heir above all else. Shueisha covered her mouth and began to cough. Zijou suddenly had a thought and directly collapsed at Ji Qingwu's feet. Chapter 20. Discussing the matter before His Majesty, Ji Qingwu's skirt fluttered with the commotion, and she felt pain for Zijou's knees as she listened to her pleas. "Fifth miss, please save me. I do not wish to be sold. I implore you to have mercy on me." Lu Wan tightened his jaw, looking at Ji Qingwu, who gazed back at her 5th sister. It seemed this matter was to be decided by Ji Qingwu. Zijou tugged at her skirt, as if clinging to a lifeline. Shueisha, with a string of prayer beads on her wrist, turned them thoughtfully, sighing, "It is evident that the 5th girl possesses a gentle disposition. This girl's fate rests in your hands." Listening to the pitiful cries and the matriarch's pleas, Ji Qingwu thought, "If you are pitiful, does that mean my elder sister is not?" Had this broth not coincidentally been served at lunchtime, and she had discovered it, Ji Qingwu's later years would have been fraught with torment. This heartless matriarch and her maid were hardly deserving of her sympathy. The insinuation was clear, and the astute could easily discern it. What a grievance! Ji Qingwu bent down, approaching Zijou, and asked, "I inquire of you, did the bowl of soup you delivered at noon contain wolfish medicine?" Zijou's face turned pale, and she shook her head vigorously, insisting, I do not know. I truly do not know." Ji Qingwu was unconvinced, reiterating, "Over the past 3 years, every bowl of soup you have delivered contained DU. If you are unaware, then surely the matriarch is complicit." Shueisha's long-standing schemes were suddenly laid bare by Ji Qingwu's words. The hand that clutched the prayer beads faltered, and they fell to the ground, the threads snapping, wooden beads scattering everywhere. Observing their reactions, Lu Wan felt a heaviness in his heart, his gaze deepening. "5th sister, please elaborate." Ji Qingwu articulated clearly the fundamental reason for her elder sister's years of infertility, omitting mention of the abortifacient, focusing solely on the issues within the broth. He dispatched a trusted confidant, his tone unwavering. After a brief moment, the confidant entered, holding several pouches of medicine and escorting a cook. Lu Huan, having served in the Dali Temple and possessing skilled interrogators at his disposal, looked over. "The evidence stands. Mother, do you have anything to say?" Shueisha remained silent. At this juncture, words would be futile. She understood her son's capabilities well enough to know he could extract the truth even from a corpse, and she wished to spare her subordinates further suffering. This was an acceptance of her fate. "You may leave now," Lu Wan stated calmly. Ji Qingwu quietly seated herself at the end of the row. The ensuing matters pertained to the household of the Zhongyong Ho, and, as her brother-in-law was perceptive, she deemed it inappropriate to interfere further. Ji Qingwu's emotions were tumultuous, both surprised that her husband did not show favoritism toward her mother-in-law and stood by her side, and astonished by how swiftly he had gathered evidence against Cui Shi, asserting it so forcefully that she could not rebut. Had she known it would be so straightforward, she would not have endured in silence for so long. Ji Qingwu's gaze towards Lu Wan grew more affectionate, her heart swelling with sweetness. Meanwhile, Cui Shi, humiliated in public, appeared to age before their eyes. She despondently lamented, "Zio, do you not understand my good intentions? I am your mother. How could I truly allow you to remain childless?" Cui Shi fervently declared, "The concubine I selected for you is a fallen lady from a prominent family, aside from her lineage. She is not inferior to Ji Qingwu in any aspect. If she cannot bear children, there are other women who can." Ji Qingwu frowned and pouted upon hearing this. As a married woman, Cui Shi should understand the plight of women in the inner chambers, yet she chooses to complicate matters for others. Ji Qingwu observed her mother-in-law with cold indifference. Had her plan succeeded in a few years if she remained childless? Would she not be forced to accept a concubine to bear children, subsequently becoming a pawn for Cui Shi to manipulate? She gritted her teeth. "Mother-in-law, what clever scheme you have." Cui Shi remained composed enough to converse with her son, but upon Ji Qingwu's utterance, she seemed unable to contain herself. She spat venomously. "The women of the Ji family are unworthy of bearing the legitimate heirs of the Ho family." There were two women from the Ji family present. They exchanged glances, their large eyes filled with mutual confusion. When had the Ji family ever wronged Cui Shi? Ji Qingwu discerned from the matriarch's words that the women of the Ji family were akin to the treacherous Daji. Yet, had Cui Shi opposed this marriage at the outset, she could have prevented Ji Qingwu from entering their home. With Lu Wan's status and handsome appearance, surely numerous noble daughters of Linen City would have been eager to marry him. Hearing this, Cui Shi clutched her chest, panting heavily, clearly enraged. She spat. How could she be worthy? Cui Shi's eldest sister had married into the former Yong and Ho family, yet she died early due to illness. However, Yong and Ho Zhao Shichang hastily remarried Ji Shi before his sister-in-law's body had even cooled. Now, Ji Fangmin sat upon the exalted throne of the Empress Dowager, seizing the glory that rightfully belonged to Cui Shi's family. Cui Shi's heart brimmed with resentment towards the Ji family, her eyes betraying her unmasked hatred. "Pioi, do you still remember what you once said to me?" Lu Wan's expression hardened, wishing to stop Cui Shi from continuing. Yet, the emotions Cui Shi had concealed for years erupted like a beast breaking free from its cage. 3 years ago, you returned home late, covered in snow, seeking me to announce your intention to marry the Ji family's eldest daughter. I opposed it, yet you later professed that if Ji Qingwu were to marry into another noble family, the Ji family's power would only grow, posing a threat to the imperial authority. You sought to marry her to prevent the Ji family's influence from expanding further. Cui Shi exclaimed, "It was you who said this. Your marriage to her was not for love, but for a grander scheme." Lu Wan's back stiffened, and he immediately turned to gauge Ji Qingwu's expression. Ji Qingwu felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. This revelation was far more difficult to accept than the wolfish medicine her mother-in-law had plotted against her. Moments ago, she had been deeply moved by her husband's protective actions. Yet now, with her mother-in-law's words, whom could she trust? Ji Qingwu's mind spiraled into chaos, devoid of a guiding principle, as she turned to seek her fifth sister. Lu Wan's countenance darkened as he stated, "Fifth sister, this is a matter of the Ho household. Qingwu is my wife. Lu Shitzi, this matter is not merely a household affair, but a matter of state." Ji Qingwu altered her address, no longer referring to him as brother-in-law. She asserted firmly, "Do not forget, the Ji family is also of imperial lineage. We can certainly petition His Majesty to deliberate this matter before the throne, to discern right from wrong. In the realm of imperial lineage," Qingwu proclaimed, "I am the beloved niece of the Empress Dowager." Cui Shi added, "I am the Emperor's dear concubine." Lu Wan stated, "I am the Emperor's cousin." Qingwu interjected, "I too am of royal blood, capable of compelling the Emperor to my whims." In Chapter 21, the mention of alarming the imperial court stirred Ji Qingwu, who was taken aback by her younger sister's words. Though weary in spirit, she understood that such disgraceful matters must not be brought before the Emperor, lest their families be shamed before the world. Ji Qingwu, sensing her sister's distress, shielded her with her presence and whispered reassuringly, elder sister, fear not. I shall handle this. Ji Qingwu nodded, warmth flooding her heart. Lu Wan, noticing his wife hidden behind her sister, furrowed his brows, his gaze sharpening. Ji Qingwu met Lu Wan's eyes with a boldness that belied her youth. A seasoned courtier, Lu Wan radiated an imposing aura that intimidated most, yet Ji Qingwu stood unfazed, having encountered far colder and fiercer presences. Her approach was always one of diplomacy before aggression, attempting to appear submissive first, hoping to achieve her goals with minimal conflict. She had previously thought of Zizhu as a mere servant, unworthy of her ire, but the harsh words of the Empress Dowager demanded a more assertive stance. As Ji Qingwu represented the entire Ji family, at this moment, with traces of tears still glistening in her eyes, she exuded a calmness that starkly contrasted with her earlier distress. Lu Wan was momentarily taken aback, not by her beauty, but by the commanding presence she exuded, reminiscent of the young Prince Yuanhang within the palace. Just the previous day, he had witnessed the emperor chastising the young prince, whose palm was bruised from the ruler's disciplinary measures, a sight that stirred Lu Wan's sympathy. Ji Qingwu smiled, a hint of confusion in her tone as she mused aloud. Have I acted impulsively? I believe it was the Empress Dowager who acted rashly. Were it not for her pressing me, I would not have considered alarming the imperial court. During her recent visit to the palace, she had sensed an unusual tension between the empress and the emperor, compounded by Cui Shi's insinuations regarding the Ji family's considerable influence, which bore an implicit threat to the imperial authority. Approaching the emperor directly, even with the empress's backing, would only serve to exacerbate their discord. A course of action she deemed unwise. Ji Qingwu continued, Lu Shaozi, I need not seek the emperor. All I desire is a fair resolution. Lu Wan grasped her intent and turned to Cui Shi, signaling her to listen. Upon hearing Ji Qingwu's request for the emperor's adjudication, Cui Shi realized the gravity of the situation. Despite her disdain for the Ji family, she recognized that should this matter escalate to the emperor, it would be the Marquis that would bear the disgrace, and ultimately, it would be she who would suffer. Although Cui Shi was the emperor's maternal aunt, she trembled at the thought of facing him, feeling as though he could peer into her very soul with a single glance. With her face taut and her wrinkles deepened by fury, she struggled to suppress her revulsion. Drawing a deep breath, she glared at Ji Qingwu, demanding, What do you propose to do? I have heard from my elder sister that the youngest daughter of the Empress Dowager, Lu Yun, is approaching the age of marriage. What would the noble families think if they learned of her mother's harsh treatment of her daughter-in-law, including the heinous act of drugging her? Ji Qingwu articulated, analyzing the implications of Cui Shi's actions. Lu Yun, being Lu Wan's biological sister and Cui Shi's cherished daughter, was of utmost importance. Ji Qingwu continued, It is said that when choosing a wife, one must seek virtue. Noble families would surely avoid such a tainted match. If the loyal and brave Marquis were to be associated with such scandal, it would not only bring shame, but also jeopardize the marriage prospects of the young men and women within the household. Ji Qingwu saw through Cui Shi, recognizing that this woman was incapable of empathy or understanding. For years, Cui Shi had dismissed Ji Qingwu's merits. Thus, Ji Qingwu aimed to strike at her vulnerabilities to instill genuine fear. As a mother-in-law, the Empress Dowager shows no concern for her daughter-in-law's well-being, or of her own flesh and blood. This statement struck Cui Shi like a hammer, leaving her momentarily unsteady. In a fit of anger, she pointed at Ji Qingwu, her lips trembling. You dare to threaten me? Nodding nonchalantly, Ji Qingwu replied, Indeed, Empress Dowager, I am threatening you. For your misdeeds compel me to do so. Cui Shi's rage boiled as she glared at her, helplessly seeking her son's support. Yet, Lu Wan remained fixated on the dazed Ji Qingwu, oblivious to the turmoil around him. Cui Shi glared at Ji Qingwu, demanding, What do you want? Feigning contemplation, Ji Qingwu took a moment before articulating, I require an apology from you to my elder sister, as well as a written acknowledgement of your wrongdoing. Cui Shi had anticipated an apology, but the written acknowledgement perplexed her. What form should this acknowledgement take? She inquired. With a smile, Ji Qingwu explained, Empress Dowager, this document serves as a record. It must clearly state your transgressions and outline how you intend to amend them. The length is of no concern. Feel free to elaborate. She added, and do not forget to sign your name and date it. Cui Shi had never faced such humiliation. To write would mean to submit herself to another. Yet she had no choice but to comply. Shiner, bring pen and ink to assist the Empress Dowager in writing, Ji Qingwu called out effortlessly. Cui Shi's face flushed with rage as she picked up the brush and wrote a few characters. Just then, the meddlesome Ji Wu spoke up again. Oh, Empress Dowager, do remember to dismiss the concubine Ji Qingwu and the 2 other attendants you so painstakingly selected. They must be sent away, just as you received them. Cui Shi's hand froze, ink dripping from the brush onto the paper, leaving a glaring stain. This is absolutely unacceptable, she exclaimed, realizing that if Ji Qingwu could no longer bear children, and with Lu Wan already lacking any other attendants, the Marquis would be left without heirs, jeopardizing the continuation of their lineage. She could not allow the title to fall into the hands of illegitimate offspring. Desperately, Cui Shi declared, the Marquis cannot be left without descendants. Her eagerness to embrace grandchildren only fueled Ji Qingwu's contempt for her. Calming herself, Ji Qingwu decided not to disclose that her elder sister's condition was treatable. She intended for Cui Shi to experience the consequences of her actions firsthand while simultaneously testing Lu Wan's resolve. In Chapter 22, I desire only you, and you alone. Witnessing Lu Wan's gaze fixated on his sister-in-law, Ji Qingwu inquired, Elder brother-in-law, what are your thoughts regarding your other attendants and concubines? Upon hearing her words, Lu Wan turned his attention to Ji Qingwu. Her eyes sparkled with renewed warmth, shedding the earlier aggressive demeanor, her expression softening like the serene moon in the sky. She gently addressed him as elder brother-in-law once more. A hint of resignation flickered in Lu Wan's eyes, realizing that his earlier silence had not gone unnoticed. He had learned much about his younger sister's temperament today. Without hesitation, he declared, I shall abide by what my younger sister suggests. The absence of heirs is of little concern to me, for I have Qingwu, and that suffices. His words resonated with finality. Cui Shi appeared to be on the verge of an explosion, her fingers weakly placing the pen down as she pounded her chest. Ji Qingwu, like a supervisor, would not allow her to slack off, reminding her, Tai Foreign, please write faster. The sky is nearly dark. Cui Shi's hands were now lined with blue veins, and her writing was indeed powerful, each character striking like a blade. The young master adeptly seized the moment. Noticing her expression soften, he strode over and firmly grasped her hand, leaving no room for evasion. Rong. Ji Qingwu attempted to pull away, but found his grip tightening. Lu Wan had intended to wait for Ji Qingwu to come to terms with her feelings, having already waited 3 long years. However, upon seeing the redness around her eyes, he quickly discarded his intentions. He swallowed hard and spoke in a low voice. Rong, I spoke thoughtlessly. It was all to expedite our marriage that I misled my mother, resulting in this misunderstanding. For you to bear all this, I'm truly sorry. Such a straightforward explanation and apology made Ji Qingwu, her family member, feel a sense of relief. Yet, the true feelings of the parties involved remained unclear. Ji Qingwu was unsure whether to believe him, staring blankly at his lips. Seeing her dazed expression, Lu Wan took her hand and pressed it against his chest, earnestly saying, Rong, do you remember that snowy day 3 years ago? 3 years ago, on a snowy day, Yikvingronkus pupils tremblet. That day marked the visit of Luo Qi, the second son of the Minister of Rites, to propose to her. However, fate had other plans, as heavy snow caused their carriage to break down on the way. They had planned to meet the following day when the weather cleared, and if both parties were satisfied, the engagement would be set. Yet, the man from Ji Qingwu's memories now overlapped with Lu Wan before her. Early the next morning, a younger version of the heir to the Zhongyong Hofu arrived with a matchmaker and betrothal gifts, knocking on the door of the Ji residence and startling everyone. Lu Wan held her hand. Rong, I was reckless and frightened you that time, but you still accepted because I said. He gazed at Ji Qingwu with deep emotion and reiterated, I only want you. I have eyes only for you. It was this promise that stirred Ji Qingwu's heart. Growing up pampered by her family, she now faced the challenges and grievances of being a woman in the Lu family, memories flooding her mind. They exchanged glances, and though no words were spoken, the atmosphere was thick with unexpressed emotions. Ji Qingwu wished she had petals at hand to scatter, instead smiling at Cui Shi and saying, Tai Foreign, if you haven't finished writing, let us move to the study next door. We wouldn't want to disturb them. With a huff, she tossed the written document to Ji Qingwu and rose to leave Ninghua Hall. Ji Qingwu, recalling something, called for Xiner to follow her out. Inside remained the couple. Lu Wan lowered his head, stroking her dark hair. Rong. Such a gentle sigh brought mist to Ji Qingwu's eyes. Like a child who had endured much, she threw herself into Lu Wan's embrace, tears soaking the front of his brocade robe. Between sobs, she accused, "You said you only wanted me. Yet you do not act as such. You have concubines and other women. You deceived me." This was the first time Lu Wan witnessed Ji Qingwu in such a fierce state. "Those were forced upon me by my mother," he replied innocently. "I swear, I did not lay a finger on them." His expression was darker than the bottom of a pot. The promises he made to her had been so easily shattered, which had left him feeling stifled for a long time. "Rong, what do you think I am?" Lu Wan pinched her delicate face, voicing feelings he had long buried. "I am your husband. In times of trouble, I wish for you to rely on me, to trust in me, yet you have never spoken up." Lu Wan received daily reports of the happenings in Ninghua Hall, fully aware of the difficulties Ji Qingwu faced within the household. He had even prepared responses for her challenges. Yet, she remained stubborn, never confiding in him. Gradually, Ji Qingwu began to understand why Lu Wan's moods fluctuated so unpredictably. Was it because she had not shared her troubles? Did he truly care so much about her every word and action? Her heart felt like a jar of honey had been overturned. Yet, she still feigned strength, saying, "You were angry with me for a long time the first time you lost your temper. I feared that speaking too much would upset you and affect our bond." Lu Yun and Ji Qingwu had quarreled over a hairpin. Though Lu Yun was younger, her temper was fierce, spoiled by the tie foreign. She insisted on having what she wanted. However, that hairpin was Ji Qingwu's dowry, imbued with special meaning, and she was unwilling to part with it. Lu Yun shoved her, then went to the elder matriarch to complain, twisting the truth and causing Ji Qingwu to receive a reprimand. Upon returning to Ninghua Hall, Ji Qingwu greeted him with a bright smile, and had it not been for her still swollen eyes, one would not have suspected a thing. The words of comfort Lu Wan had prepared found no opportunity to be expressed. The intimacy and distance between them reflected a relationship where neither considered the other a source of support. Thus, Lu Wan and Ji Qingwu remained locked in a stalemate, stubbornly waiting for her to concede, enduring 3 years of this awkwardness. "Rong, I regret it." Ji Qingwu asked, "Regret what? Speak clearly." Reporting to the throne. Chapter 23. Specialized Techniques for the Childbearing System. Ji Qingwu broke free from Lu Wan's embrace. Her eyes filled with tension as she fixed her gaze upon him. "What do you regret?" "Regret not telling you from start." Lu Wan leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I will support you in everything. Do not fear." His words deeply moved Ji Qingwu. Between spouses, clarifying misunderstandings only serves to deepen their intimacy and affection. As dusk settled outside, they unknowingly found themselves on the couch. It was only when Ji Qingwu bit her lip and propped herself against his waist that she realized this support had a double meaning. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwu had Xiner guide her to the study. Regarding her elder sister's health regimen, she needed to carefully draft a prescription. Sitting before a bronze-colored desk, Ji Qingwu unfurled a sheet of rice paper and instructed the maid, grinding ink, "Xiner, I prefer to be alone when drafting prescriptions. You may leave." Once she was alone in the study, Ji Qingwu set down the paper. Covering her mouth, she called, "Huachang, Huachang, Huachang." Soon, a response came. "Host, I am here." Ji Qingwu inquired, "My elder sister's constitution has been damaged by wolf and tiger medicines. Do you have a suitable prescription for rebuilding her foundation? Please hold on. I will generate a suitable prescription for Ji Qingwu's recuperation." The system for childbirth is truly of the highest caliber, capable of swiftly integrating thousands of years of case studies from its database to create a tailored recovery plan. Merely half a stick of incense later, the prescription has been generated. Please check, host. The prescription contained over 80 medicinal ingredients, and just the sight of it allowed Ji Qingwu to imagine the bitter, spicy, sour, and sweet flavors, a delightful array of complexities. Over the years, she had gained considerable insight into common infertility issues and could manage them herself. However, for her elder sister's complicated condition, it was best left to the childbirth system for a more secure approach. She meticulously reviewed the prescription from beginning to end, nodding in satisfaction. As she picked up a pen to copy the names of the medicinal ingredients, Ji Qingwu suddenly contemplated a question. "If my elder sister were to become pregnant, would I earn points?" Indeed, Ji Qingwu's condition is complex. Successfully treating her and achieving pregnancy will grant you 1,000 points. 1,000? Ordinary infertility symptoms yield only 100 points. Ji Qingwu felt a rush of joy. Was this not a windfall? However, the items available for exchange in the childbirth system did not particularly interest her, all being related to facilitating pregnancy and improving physical constitution. She had previously exchanged for techniques on changing appearances and enhancing strength. Peanuts, are you not inclined to keep pace with the times and update some exchange rewards? Upon triggering the keyword update, the system paused for a few moments as the intelligent brain searched for the new concepts mentioned by the host. Thank you for your suggestion. The system has completed its update and is now the latest version. Welcome to use it. Ji Qingwu was overjoyed and hurried to the exchange store, where she indeed discovered 5 items she had never seen before. She eagerly browsed the new products and read out the first one. Zidu Jing. She had never heard of it, but appeared to be some exceptional martial arts manual, quite intriguing. Moving on to the next. Dong Xianzi. The name seemed rather frivolous. Ji Qingwu raised her eyebrows at the subsequent entries. Rong Changjing, Xuan en Nivu Gongfa. The more she read, the quieter her voice became, tinged with a hint of indignation. You Fong Mi Ju? Upon glancing at their categorization tags, she was met with the bold inscription of Rune Techniques in vibrant pink characters, accompanied by an illustration. The illustration was in full color, vividly depicting 2 individuals entwined in an intimate embrace, with even the beads of sweat and traces of moisture rendered in exquisite detail. Ji Qingwu, feeling bashful, flushed a delicate shade of red. She grumbled, Peanuts, could you not be a bit more serious? What is all this nonsense? What purpose do these items serve? The system responded with a questioning tone. How can one conceive children without seriousness? Aren't these all knowledge that aids in procreation? Host, I am the system responsible for childbirth projects. These have been meticulously selected for your study and exploration. Please do not view this matter through a tinted lens. Study and exploration? With whom would she explore? Tinted lens? This is the very essence of color. At this moment, Ji Qingwu's ears turned crimson, akin to glistening cherries. It was not that she wished to feign innocence. Rather, her initial experience was a matter of survival, leaving no room for embarrassment. She approached this task as a mission, a duty, with unwavering determination and clarity of mind that night. However, now that Ji Qingwu faced no threats to her life, the sudden appearance of these items evoked the innate shyness of a woman. She quickly bid farewell to the system, calmed her heart, and resumed transcribing the medicinal formula. After a quarter of an hour, Ji Qingwu exited the study. Exiner, please convey to my elder sister that this formula requires the collection of morning dew for brewing, yielding a bowl's worth of medicine to be taken every night before sleep, without fail. Exiner carefully tucked away the formula and gratefully replied, 5th miss. The servant thanks you on behalf of the madam. If you weren't here today, our madam. Ji Qingwu smiled and patted her, saying, that's enough, Exiner. Take good care of you, madam. Exiner poured her a cup of tea, handed her an item, and said, madam. 5th miss finished writing the formula before leaving and left some instructions. Ji Qingrong took the lightweight paper, feeling a heaviness in her heart, and asked, when did 5th sister leave? She has been gone for about an hour, Exiner respectfully replied. Lu Wan, dressed in his night clothes, embraced her from behind and took the formula from her hand. 5th sister is indeed a remarkable person, possessing not only great courage, but also exceptional medical skills. He regarded the formula and commented, yet, her handwriting is quite unique. Lu Wan's words were already quite tactful. Ji Qingwu had never practiced calligraphy, making it impossible to compare with the noble offspring who had held a brush since childhood. Ji Qingrong swatted his hand away, her cheeks still tinged with pink, playfully scolding. I should have seen 5th sister off. It's all your fault. Lu Wan chuckled, remaining silent. Upon hearing that Ji Qingwu had left, he felt a sense of relief. The 5th daughter of the Ji family was no ordinary individual. Although Ji Qingwu had departed, her formidable reputation had already spread throughout the duke's residence. She had managed to infuriate the matriarch, Cui Shi, to the point where she had not stepped outside for half a year. But that is a tale for another time. Old Madame Li was stitching a cloth rabbit for Jiu, just a small tale away from completion, while the little girl watched eagerly. Jiu leaned closer and asked, Old Madam, are you truly the matriarch of the household? Do you have another identity? Chapter 24. Entering the study, re-entering the palace. Old Madame Li looked up in surprise, saying, Little miss, I have served the madam in the Ji residence for over 20 years. Xiaoshi also inquired, Why do you ask? Jiu appeared somewhat disappointed that she had no second identity and pouted, lamenting, "Old madam, if you went out to sell cloth dolls, you would surely earn a fortune, enough to support 10 Jios." While speaking, she gestured animatedly. The innocent words of a child could bring great joy to adults. Old Madam Li was flattered and beamed, wishing she could raise a sweet-tongued granddaughter like this. Even the usually stern Xiao Shi couldn't help but smile. The Anju courtyard had never been so lively. Is it my failing as a mother that I have not provided well for you?" A clear and melodious voice rang out. Ji Qingwu suddenly appeared behind the little girl, feigning a stern expression. Ji Qingwu sat down on a chair nearby without approaching to embrace her. The little girl smiled brightly and said, "Mother, Gio did not say you were inadequate. I meant, I wish I could be 10, so one could accompany grandmother to watch plays and drink tea, and another could follow old Madam Li to sell cloth dolls." Xiao Shi felt the wrinkles on her face ease with joy and asked while laughing, "And what about the other 8? To which the little girl replied, "The other 8 would need to eat 8 portions of osmanthus sweet lotus," she declared with a hearty appetite. Gio amused herself, giggling for a long while, then with old Madam Li's assistance, she climbed down and rushed to embrace Ji Qingwu's waist. Looking up with her little head, she sweetly added, "But what a pity Gio is but one, and can only be Mother S. Gio." Ji Qingwu lifted Gio into her embrace, and the mother and daughter played for a while before allowing old Madam Li to take her away to rest. Once the door closed, Xiao Shi looked at her expectantly and asked, "Little 5, how is Qingrong's condition?" She had long wanted to ask, but held back due to the presence of the child. Ji Qingwu gently touched her little finger and replied with a relaxed tone, "Mother, it has all been resolved. Elder sister will be fine after taking some medicine to regulate her health." She refrained from sharing the events of the afternoon with Xiao Shi, as it would only cause unnecessary worry. Furthermore, after today, she trusted that Lu Wan would protect her elder sister, if all else failed. Her elder sister still held that document, ensuring a comfortable life in the Duke's residence. Upon hearing that Qingrong's health would improve, Xiao Shi felt her anxious heart finally settle. "Little 5, I am grateful for your presence." Ji Qingwu smiled and said, "Mother, there is no need for formality between us. She is my dear sister." Xiao Shi's eyes brimmed with affection as she stroked her head. Truly, the daughter is a treasure. In fact, Xiao Shi had harbored concerns when she sent little 5 off that morning, fearing that little 5 might feel uneasy about her elder sister marrying into a noble family and living a life of luxury. After all, the circumstances of sisters born to the same mother were vastly different, one a lady of a duke's household and the other a widow. Watching her daughter, Xiao Shi sighed inwardly. Such a virtuous girl is rare in this world, and it is indeed a blessing that she was born from me. I must find her a good match. Ji Qingwu was unaware of Xiao Shi's intentions as she spoke. "Mother, I have a matter I would like your assistance with. You need not stand on ceremony with me." Xiao Shi mirrored her earlier words back to her. Ji Qingwu laughed, her face glowing softly under the light, and suggested, "Mother, I was thinking that since Gio has reached the age of enlightenment, should we not find her a tutor?" Xiao Shi intended to discuss this matter with her, and she realized they were on the same page. "Your elder brother has been contemplating this for some time. Yesterday, he spent the entire day running around to arrange for a scholar from the Hanlin Academy to serve as a reference for Gio. Ji Changlin is quite efficient in his endeavors." Ji Qingwu exclaimed in delight. "Has elder brother brought good news?" She had already investigated that the most prestigious school in Linen City was Lushan Academy, where many renowned scholars taught, and she assumed it was indeed this academy. Naturally, Xiao Shi nodded and added, "However, to pursue studies there, one must pass an entrance examination." "An entrance examination?" Ji Qingwu inquired, perplexed. "When did Lushan Academy adopt such a regulation?" "Foolish child, who said that Xiao is going to study at Lushan Academy?" With a hint of pride, Xiao Shi responded under Ji Qingwu's puzzled gaze. "Our Xiao is destined for the finest school in the world." "Where is that?" "The Shang Shufang." Indeed, it was the most prestigious institution, not only housing the largest collection of books in the court, but also situated within the imperial palace, with the enlightened teacher being the emperor's tutor. Taken aback by such an unexpected stroke of fortune, Ji Qingwu hastily asked, "Isn't the Shang Shufang exclusively for royal children? How can Xiao also attend?" Xiao Shi explained meticulously. "It used to be so, but since His Majesty ascended the throne in an effort to promote benevolent governance, The Shang Shufang has opened its doors to the children of ministers and noble families. As long as they are recommended by officials of the third rank or above, they can secure a spot for the preliminary examination. Ultimately, entry into the Shang Shufang depends on the final assessment by the Crown Prince's tutor, who will evaluate the candidate's aptitude. In other words, it's still hinged on the child's innate talent. Ji Qingwu furrowed her brows, anxiously stating, Qiu has not formally studied many books. I fear she may struggle to pass the entrance test. Her greater concern was that Qiu might face unfair treatment. She had not overlooked the ridicule and scorn directed her way in the capital over the past few days. She simply chose to disregard it. What if the examiners held biases against Qiu? Yet, Xiao Shi remained composed and serene. Ji Qingwu pondered, and her eyes brightened as she asked, Mother, may I inquire about the Crown Prince's tutor? With a smile, Xiao Shi nodded. Indeed, rest assured, if Qiu possesses the requisite talent, she will surely be selected. After a few days of recuperation at home, Ji Qingwu accompanied Qiu into the palace. The Shang Shufang was located to the left front of the Hall of Governance, where the emperor conducted state affairs. The hall faced north and consisted of 5 rooms. The young girl calmly nodded and said brightly, Mother, this is what is known as to know what one knows and to not know what one does not know. That is wisdom. In recent days, Ji Changlin had provided Qiu with intensive tutoring, and it appeared to have yielded positive results. The Hall of Governance was situated at a higher elevation. At this moment, the grand doors swung open, revealing a man seated on the imperial throne, clad not in court robes, but a dark blue patterned brocade robe. Adorned with a golden crown that bound his hair, his regal bearing commanding respect. He suddenly tossed aside the memorial in his hand with a sharp crack. Though the Wusu Emperor did not utter a word, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Li Yuzong, the Grand Steward, trembled in fear. Lowering his head further, breathing softly, anxious not to provoke the Emperor's displeasure again. In the hall, one could hear a pin drop. As the Wusu Emperor lifted his gaze, he caught sight of a figure in blue. Ji Qingwu, standing anxiously, I am so nervous. I want to relieve some of this pressure. Wusu Emperor, preparing to loosen his garments, how would you like to relieve it? Ji Qingwu, with an excited expression, how about an arm wrestling match? I am incredibly strong. Chapter 25. Can this fortune be bestowed upon others? The Wusu Emperor felt that the woman in the distance was quite distracting as she paced back and forth. Today, as she came to seek a mentor for her studies, Ji Qingwu had dressed simply, her hair styled in a casual bun with a single green jade hairpin, devoid of additional adornments. The hem of her blue silk gown swayed with her steps, resembling a soft cloud. The loose skirt accentuated her slender waist, tempting onlookers to want to bend and fold her. Li Yuzong observed the emperor's gaze linger outside the hall for quite some time, curiously following the direction of his gaze. He leaned closer and whispered, Your Majesty, this is the 5th young lady of the Ji family. She has come with her daughter to the Shang Shufang for the entrance examination. This news had actually reached the emperor's ears yesterday, and Li Yuzong reiterated it with earnestness. Afterward, with a calm demeanor, he picked up the memorial that had been tossed aside and made notes with a red brush, his handwriting both strong and elegant. Seeing the emperor's mood appear to improve somewhat, though he was unsure why, Li Yuzong carefully withdrew, only to hear the Wusu Emperor issue a cold command. He was astonished and rubbed his ears, almost thinking he had misheard, before dutifully exiting. Within the Shang Shufang, low murmurs of reading could be heard. Standing at the entrance, Ji Qingwu felt a whirlwind of emotions. She had felt relatively calm upon her departure, but as time dragged on, her mind conjured up unfavorable scenarios. Thus, when Li Yuzong appeared behind her, she was startled. Miss Ji. Ji Qingwu abruptly turned around to see Li Yuzong accompanied by young eunuchs carrying items. Mistaking that she was blocking the way, she hurriedly stepped aside. One of the young eunuchs was none other than the one who had come to their residence to deliver the decree, Xiao Dongzi, who smiled and said, I have met Miss Ji. This is my master, Li Yuzong, the Grand Steward of the Naiwafu. Eunuchs serving in the palace and near the emperor were no ordinary servants. The Grand Steward wielded the greatest power. Ji Qingwu addressed him with poise, I have met Grand Steward Li. Li Yuzong responded courteously, Miss Ji, you flatter me. Please arrange the chairs here. Li Yuzong instructed his subordinates. Ji Qingwu observed as a Zetan carved dragon cloud pattern chair was placed before her. Sensing her confusion, Li Yuzong explained directly, This is a gift from His Majesty. The emperor stated that although Miss Ji carries an ethereal grace, her pacing before the door is indeed a distraction, thus commanding that you take a seat. Was the emperor bothered by her presence? Ji Qingwu's expression shifted, caught between anger and amusement. She was perplexed. The distance from the Shangshu Fong to the Hall of Governance was at least 30 or 40 meters. The emperor's eyesight was truly remarkable. After sitting down, she dared not shift her position, maintaining a straight posture as if in a disciplinary stance. Xiao blinked her eyes and said, "Mother, the emperor is such a good person. He noticed you were tired from standing and allowed you to sit. Can this fortune be bestowed upon others?" It was an unprecedented sight for a woman to sit at the entrance of the Shangshu Fong, especially on a chair adorned with dragon cloud patterns from the Hall of Governance, though the palace attendants dared not discuss it openly. A few discreetly cast glances in her direction. Ji Qingwu felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. This was even more uncomfortable than standing. At that moment, the Wusu emperor held a memorial, the red brush poised above the paper, his brows furrowed as he cast a cold glance at Li Yuzong. The Grand Steward, known for his perceptive understanding of the emperor's intentions, was at a loss for the emperor's meaning. Li Yuzong scrutinized the Wusu emperor's expression and cautiously stated, "Your Majesty, Miss Ji has already seated herself and will no longer disturb you." From the direction of the Hall of Governance, Ji Qingwu's figure was now elegantly seated in the chair, her posture dignified and still, as if in deep meditation. The ethereal clouds no longer swayed, yet they still stirred unease. The Wusu emperor, with a hint of impatience, remarked what was said. Li Yuzong hastily replied, "Miss Ji expressed her gratitude for your Majesty's gracious gift." The Wusu emperor nodded, his brow raised, seemingly awaiting further elaboration. At this, the sweat on Li Yuzong's brow nearly soaked the fabric at the edge of his hat, and he hesitated. "Shall I inquire if Miss Ji has any other words?" After a moment, a cold voice emanated from the throne, closed the red doors. It implied a desire for the unseeing to remain unbothered. For some reason, the Wusu emperor was particularly difficult to serve today. Li Yuzong, with utmost caution, hurriedly instructed the young eunuchs to close the two grand doors, leaving only a gap for ventilation. Ji Qingwu watched in disbelief as the grand doors of the Hall of Governance closed before her. Was she truly a distraction? If possible, she would rather not have entered the palace to impede the emperor's view. Nevertheless, Ji Qingwu let out a sigh of relief, adopting a more relaxed posture. After waiting a while longer, an elderly gentleman dressed in a dark blue robe with a round collar and narrow sleeves appeared at the entrance. Recognizing his distinguished demeanor, Ji Qingwu understood that he must be the examiner for the entrance examination, the esteemed crown prince's tutor, Xiao Menghan. Xiao Menghan beheld Ji Qingwu and Jiu, along with the familiar Zeton chair. A spark of recognition flickered in his aged eyes. He recognized this chair, one that the emperor used to summon officials in the Qingjin Hall, allowing elderly and ailing officials to sit and rest. Yet why was it here? As a seasoned veteran of the court, Xiao Menghan said nothing, pretending not to notice, for this chair would not appear here without reason. Ji Qingwu hurriedly stood, paid her respects, and then stepped aside to quietly observe. The elder nodded and, looking down at the child who barely reached his knee, asked sternly, "Are you Ji Balian's granddaughter?" Without a hint of levity, he continued, "Do not concern yourself with how I know. Do you understand why you are here today?" The little girl earnestly replied, "To seek knowledge." "Since you seek knowledge, what talents do you possess?" Jiu proudly puffed out her small chest and declared, counting money. Xiao Menghan stroked his beard and said, "Very well, allow me to pose a question. If a group of people purchases an item, each contributing 8 coins, with a surplus of 3 coins, if each contributes 7 coins, falling short by 4 coins, how many people are there, and what is the price of the item?" This was a problem of profit and loss. Jiu's bright eyes darted about, her little hands counting, while her lips murmured softly. In the span of half a tea session, she exclaimed excitedly, 7 people, 53 coins. Xiao Menghan nodded approvingly, noting her quick response, a clear sign of her arithmetic aptitude. In a region afflicted by famine, the court allocates 10,000 taels of silver for disaster relief, with each gene of porridge costing 1.5 coins, sufficient for 3 mouths. How many people can be fed with this relief fund? This question was even simpler than the previous one, and Ji Qingwu silently encouraged her daughter. However, Jiu pondered for a long time, her little brows furrowed in distress. "I don't know," she replied softly. Chapter 26. The General of the North? It is the Emperor. The girl's voice was gentle. Despite the simplicity of the question, Xiao Menghan frowned. "Why do you not know?" Juzhou raised her head defiantly. "Because that silver will not all reach the common folk. Just as my mother gives me 5 coins to buy soy sauce. I know the Anne at the grain shop well. For 4 coins, I could buy a pot and save a coin for myself to buy candy." In just a few sentences, she drew a parallel to the corruption prevalent in the court. The disaster relief funds, distributed in layers, are siphoned off by various officials colluding with one another, and if half reaches the victims, it would be considered fortunate. Such insight from a mere child piqued Xiao Menghan's interest. "In your opinion, is there a solution?" Juzhou scratched her head and, leaning closer, whispered, "If my mother needs soy sauce, she should directly ask the grain shopkeeper to deliver it, and that would solve the problem." Ji Qingwu did not hear what she said, but she noticed a satisfied smile on Xiao Menghan's face. He then offered his assessment. "This child is exceptionally intelligent, with a keen perception of the world." Ji Qingwu felt a wave of relief and stepped forward to inquire, "Xiao Laodaran, has Juzhou passed the entrance examination?" Xiao Menghan's stern demeanor softened as he produced a wooden token. Smiling as he stated, "Come to the study tomorrow. Today, you may sit in and observe." Ji Qingwu gazed earnestly at the elder with graying temples and performed a deep bow. "Thank you, Xiao Laodaran." The elder's expression transformed from stern to warm as he said, "Little Wu, why not call me grandfather?" Xiao Menghan, the father of the current crown prince, had 4 sons and 1 daughter, with Xiao being the youngest. "Grandfather?" "I did not wish to appear biased," Ji Qingwu replied with an innocent smile. Xiao Menghan led Juzhou inside, and Ji Qingwu watched the small figure depart, her heart filled with mixed emotions. "Miss Ji," a voice came from behind, revealing it to be the little eunuch, Xiao Dongzi. Ji Qingwu recalled how this chair had come to be, feeling embarrassed as she expressed her thanks. "Thank you, Gong." Xiao Dongzi, having overheard the emperor's conversation with Supervisor Li at the door, cleverly remarked, "Miss Ji, if you wish to express your gratitude, it is best to do so in person to His Majesty." He advised, "You have received a bestowed seat. Everyone is watching, and now is the perfect time to thank him." As Ji Qingwu approached the doorway of the Qingjian Hall, gazing at the slightly ajar vermilion door, her legs weakened. She stood hesitantly, saying, Gong, I will come again. Perhaps I should thank His Majesty another time. I fear I might disrupt his affairs." Xiao Dongzi disagreed. "Miss Ji, you are already here. Just step inside." Ji Qingwu deliberated before taking a step back. As she contemplated escaping, the vermilion door swung open. Li Yuzong chastised in a hushed tone, "What are you making a racket about at the door? His Majesty is reviewing memorials. Be careful of your heads." Upon recognizing Ji Qingwu, he immediately fell silent. Ji Qingwu was taken aback. Had she truly said such a thing? Could I not explain myself? She felt as if a knife was at her throat, leaving no room for retreat. Lowering her head, Ji Qingwu cautiously followed Li Yuzong into the hall. Inside the Qingjian Hall, fragrant incense burned, the scent invigorating and refreshing. Ji Qingwu knelt and performed a deep bow. This humble daughter pays her respects to His Majesty. Daring not to raise her head, she remained prostrate, awaiting the call from the person seated above. When silence lingered, her neck began to ache from the prolonged position. "Rise." The voice was devoid of any tremor. Ji Qingwu stood up, having knelt for too long, and her skirt creased. She wished to smooth it down, but dared not move, her brow furrowing slightly. "Miss Ji Wu, do you harbor any discontent toward me?" The Emperor Wuzhou, perched high on his throne with 5 steps, gazed down at the woman standing in the hall. The last time he had seen her, she had been drenched and trembling, kneeling on the ground like a begonia battered by rain. Today, her figure was concealed, her attire neat, with her neck gracefully arched, and her delicate earlobes made the jade hairpin atop her head appear dull in comparison. With a wave of his hand, the emperor signaled for everyone in the hall to withdraw. Although Ji Qingwu did not look up, she caught sight of the palace maids and eunuchs bowing and retreating. Should she follow suit? Ji Qingwu hesitated, whispering, "This humble daughter takes her leave." Just as her words fell, she sensed the intensity of the gaze above her growing stronger. "I did not dismiss you. Raise your head and speak." Ji Qingwu felt sweat pooling in her palms, and she took a deep breath. Lifting her gaze, she met a pair of starry eyes, deep and unfathomable. He was just as she remembered him, the stern man she wished to avoid at all costs. Now seated as the emperor, how could he have ascended to the throne after so many years? Was it so simple to become an emperor? Ji Qingwu glanced at the sturdy dragon column nearby, contemplating whether she might collide with it to escape her predicament. The Emperor Wusuo, however, remained patient, not urging her. The young woman's face turned pale, fear evident in her eyes, her gaze brimming with unshed tears as she timidly ascended the steps, each movement trembling. Her skirt fluttering behind her. The soft azure clouds fragmented into delicate pieces. Ji Qingwu reached a meter away from the emperor, managing to stand still. The unique scent of dragon saliva, characteristic of emperors, wafted to her nose, causing her delicate nostrils to twitch uneasily. As she contemplated 100 ways to meet her end, Ji Qingwu resolved to seize this fleeting chance for survival. Just as she prepared her words of apology, intending to kneel and express her remorse, the emperor inquired, "For what do you wish to give thanks?" Chapter 27, Utterly Mistaken. You are the enlightened monarch of Zhe, Shiming Jun. The frantic expression of Ji Qingwu was reflected in the profound depths of Emperor Wusu's eyes. His typically deep voice bore an unexpected hint of gentleness. Gentleness? Placed in her position, Ji Qingwu found it utterly inconceivable. In a moment of carelessness, she had been forced into a situation, and after years of separation, encountering an enemy should naturally incite fury in anyone. Moreover, he had ascended to become a sovereign who gazed down upon the world. This must surely be an everlasting shame for him. Ji Qingwu's gaze flickered as her thoughts wandered. Memories of their first encounter flooded her mind. At that time, she held the position of a military physician and had spent over a year in the northern military camp. However, just the day before, she had discovered that she had pursued the wrong target. Who could have imagined that within a single military camp, there could be two commanding generals, one known as the Great General of Dingbei and the other as the General of Zhenbei, with names strikingly similar? All her thoughts had been devoted to General Wei Ting of Zhenbei, whom she not only meticulously cared for, but even learned equestrian skills to train his horses, all in hopes of eliciting a smile from him. Every day, she chased after Wei Ting, and the entire camp was aware of her infatuation with the general. After more than a year of interaction, Ji Qingwu had developed feelings for Wei Ting, believing it to be a fated connection that she must strive to cultivate. She planned to foster their bond first, and once mutual affection blossomed, she would proceed methodically to the next steps of family planning. Thus, despite the rumors of General Zhao's striking appearance and illustrious achievements, she steadfastly regarded Wei Ting as the finest, dismissing others entirely, until the long-absent system suddenly reappeared, urging her to complete her task promptly and informing her that her progress stood at 0. She spent a sleepless night reconciling accounts with the system, only to realize how utterly mistaken she had been. Time was of the essence. Her life was at stake. Clad in silver armor and mounted on a magnificent black steed, he galloped forward. Ji Qingwu, her voice strained, attempted to call out, only to have the iron hooves thunder past her, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped her, without offering even a glance in her direction. After several days of contemplation within the tent, Ji Qingwu finally devised a grand plan, concocting a potent medicine to circulate throughout the camp, specifically enhancing the effects for Zhao Mingyan. She recalled lifting the tent flap to confront him, only to be met by his piercing cold gaze, as if he intended to pierce her through with it. That night was indeed deep, and the air was heavy with dew. Outside, the howling cold wind contrasted sharply with the elusive warmth within the tent. Shadows intertwined inside, yet there was no trace of romance between them. Once her plans came to fruition, Ji Qingwu vanished, adhering to the notion that the most perilous places could often be the safest. She took refuge in a relay station several miles from the camp to await her delivery. This relay station was merely a lookout post with a few dilapidated military tents, where she concealed herself. At this moment, within the Qingjin Hall, Ji Qingwu met Emperor Wusu's gaze and noted the radiant brilliance and inscrutable depths within his eyes, yet devoid of any anger. Why was he silent? His calmness felt deeply unsettling. Suddenly recalling that her current appearance had been altered, restoring only 7 or 8 parts of her original visage. She had deliberately adjusted the bone structure of her chin and forehead, rendering her significantly different from before. Their interaction had lasted but a single night, and she had covered his eyes with silk. Emperor Wu Su's demeanor suggested he had yet to recognize her. After a period of self-explanation and mental reassurance, she gradually calmed her racing heart. Just as Ji Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief, she heard the emperor's deep voice inquire, if one wishes to express gratitude, how should it be done? Her lips parted, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Ji Qingwu could not discern his intentions. Her lips pressed together, their color deepening. Suddenly, Emperor Wu Su rose and approached her, his tall and imposing figure enveloping her entirely. Ji Qingwu felt as if ensnared in an impenetrable web. The scent of dragon's saliva growing increasingly intoxicating, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, every exposed inch of her skin tinged with pink. He raised an object with his right hand, tilting Ji Qingwu's chin. The sharp edges of it pressed against her skin, and she dared not turn away. Forced to tilt her head back, revealing the delicate, pale skin of her neck. Your Majesty, she realized he was scrutinizing her face. Ji Qingwu's breath quickened, her heart thundering, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Emperor Wu Su's gauze momentarily shifted. Above was the azure sky adorned with soft, fluffy clouds. Ji Qingwu, already dizzy, now struggled to breathe. Her vision darkening. A moment of instability caused her to sway, and she instinctively grasped the nearest object. The sensation beneath her fingers was that of smooth brocade, while below lay a robust and solid form, more abrasive than the paper-like object pressing against her chin. When her vision cleared, she realized she was gripping the emperor's arm. Miss Ji's gratitude has been duly noted. His gentle words reached her ears. She had not intended for such an encounter. Ji Qingwu's face burned, a shade deeper than any rouge. However, after such intimate contact, her fear of him had lessened. He lightly patted her face with the object in his hand, his gaze intense, yet his voice remained icy. This is the impeachment document concerning the Ji family. Miss Ji may wish to take a look. Ji Qingwu glanced at the folded paper held between his slender fingers and quickly shook her head. I do not wish to see it. Throughout history, an emperor's actions must remain unchallenged by others. Should it contain confidential matters, her viewing it might lead to complications. Are you truly not going to look? Emperor Wu Su had not anticipated her unwavering resolve. Ji Qingwu blinked, testing the waters. If your Majesty wishes for me to see it, I shall comply. If not, I shall refrain. Seeing her compliant demeanor, Emperor Wu Su smirked with a hint of derision. It appears the Ji family has produced a truly clever one. Yet, Ji Qingwu detected an underlying sarcasm in his tone. She could only lower her head, becoming increasingly deferential. Even the children on the streets knew that His Majesty was a rare and enlightened monarch, and she believed that he would not unjustly accuse the Ji family, nor would he spare the guilty. Her heartfelt words reflected her sincerity. The previous dynasty's extravagant constructions had led to widespread suffering, and since Emperor Wu Su took residence in Phoenix Palace, even his own palace had only undergone simple repairs. Traveling from the southern borders of Chu, she witnessed the growing prosperity as she neared Linen City, where the people lived comfortably and their livelihoods flourished over the past 3 years. Despite the facade of harmony between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, she trusted that Emperor Wu Su was not a ruler who acted solely on personal whim. As he gazed at her flowing black hair, a profound darkness clouded Emperor Wu Su's eyes. Chapter 28. The Emperor's heart is hard to gauge. Has there been a husband? After a long pause, he simply stated, You may leave. Upon hearing these 3 words, Ji Qingwu's eyes sparkled with joy. She had been granted her life. Suppressing her delight, she hunched her shoulders and bowed slightly, hastily exiting the Qingjin Hall. Unbeknownst to her, the emperor behind her had undergone a sudden change in expression upon witnessing her retreating figure, his brows knitting together, casting an icy demeanor that dispelled the earlier warmth. As Ji Qingwu stepped out of the hall, she felt as if she had been granted a second chance at life, the very air around her seemingly filled with sweetness. Outside, Li Yuzong and Xiao Dongzi greeted her with smiles as bright as flowers. Miss Ji, you are out so soon. Please take care. Recalling the near brush with death, Ji Qingwu knew she should not strike at those who smiled at her, so she gritted her teeth and replied, Thank you both very much. Just as the school day was drawing to a close, she waited in the study for a while, only to have Qiu burst through the door, cheerful and lively. Ji Qingwu quickly scooped the little one into her arms, rubbing her for a long while until her heart finally settled. Mother, you smell so nice, Qiu remarked, her keen nose sniffing at Ji Qingwu's shoulder. Perhaps the proximity in the Qingjin Hall had caused her clothes to carry the lingering fragrance of that person. It smells wonderful. I want to smell nice too. Ji Qingwu silently sighed, pondering the fact that this imperial dragon's saliva fragrance was of such high value that even her mother's life could not procure it. The tender and joyous scene of mother and daughter embracing pricked the eyes of another. The door of the Qingjin Hall remained slightly ajar. Shadows danced, yet the tall figure that usually occupied the writing desk was absent. Emperor Wusuo stood with his hands clasped behind his back by the window, gazing at the entrance of the Shangshifeng in the distance, and commanded, "Come here." A figure clad in black swiftly entered, kneeling and addressing, "Your Majesty." San Chuan. Investigate where the fifth young lady of the Ji family has resided these past years and whom she has met, Emperor Wusuo ordered, narrowing his eyes. And whether she has had a husband. Yes, this subordinate will attend to it immediately. After receiving the emperor's command, the dark guard San Chuan vanished from the hall in an instant. Despite knowing the dark guards were highly skilled, Li Yuzong felt dazzled watching the shadow disappear before him. The dark guards were the emperor's secret instruments, known for their ruthless efficiency. Now, employing them to investigate Ji Qingwu was indeed perplexing. Yet, the inquiry was strangely contradictory. If Miss Ji had no husband, how could she have a child? Why inquire about her husband rather than whether she had one? Did the emperor harbor suspicions? Li Yuzong pondered, uncertain whether Emperor Wusuo harbored fondness or disdain for this Ji family girl. Yet he was certain that she was of significant interest to him. From that moment on, Qiu began attending school daily. To minimize encounters with Emperor Wusuo, who could potentially uncover her identity, Ji Qingwu entrusted her transportation to her elder brother, Ji Chonglin, believing it would ease her burden. However, to her surprise, Xiao Shi had invited several esteemed tutors to teach her the 6 arts befitting a noble lady, including rites, music, archery, equestrian skills, calligraphy, and mathematics. The intricate rhythms and dances required early instruction. Learning them now would only yield superficial knowledge. Thus, Xiao Shi did not press her too hard, instead inviting a renowned dancer to demonstrate several times, hoping she could discern the merits of the performance. Ji Qingwu found herself rather intrigued by archery and horsemanship, having practiced in the military to pursue someone in the past, and she excelled in these areas. Her quick grasp of these subjects earned her much praise from her instructors, leading to the swift conclusion of her lessons. The Qiao family was well-versed in literature, and under Xiao Shi's diligent guidance, she learned to recognize words through understanding phonetics and the methods of character creation, even managing to comprehend a few simple ancient texts. While Qiu attended school, Ji Qingwu endured her own grim lessons at home. She lamented her plight, but Xiao Shi showed no mercy, hiring an embroiderer from the teaching bureau to instruct her in needlework. After half a month, she had lost considerable weight, her eyes appearing even more lively and spirited. She blinked her large, watery eyes and said sweetly, "Mother, I need not be so exceptional." Xiao Shi demonstrated how to make incense, her hands elegantly moving as she spoke seriously. "I understand your struggles, but in these times, noble families value this. A woman must possess both virtue and talent to secure a good marriage." "Mother, I'm not in a hurry. Look, elder brother hasn't married yet. I wish to stay by your side for a few more years." Xiao Shi hesitated, choosing not to continue that line of thought, and redirected. "Do not compare yourself to him. A woman's future must be earned through her own efforts, unlike men who naturally possess advantages, inheriting titles and fortunes with ease." Ji Qingwu fell silent. Xiao Shi was correct. In this era, a woman's aspiration often consisted of choosing a reliable husband, raising children, and if her husband and son were ambitious, achieving the status of a noble lady would suffice for a lifetime of contentment. Yet, she remained confined within the domestic sphere. "Xiao Wu, I have found someone suitable for you," Xiao Shi announced. Ji Qingwu gasped, exclaiming, "Mother, you are too hasty. It is not my eagerness, but this person is remarkably outstanding. Although his family background is not illustrious, he is a Jinsher, and according to your maternal grandfather, he is exceptionally talented, merely waiting for the palace examination. Originally, your mother sought a suitable match for another young lady and came across him, and you were the first to come to mind." Ji Qingwu was surprised to learn that Xiao Shi enjoyed playing matchmaker. Laughing, "Mother, how handsome could this person be to catch your eye at first glance?" Xiao Shi tapped her forehead gently. Just wait and see. The Qiao family's numerous guests gathered in the front hall to discuss matters. Ji Qingwu accompanied Xiao Shi, engaging in light conversation with the elderly matriarch in her courtyard. The lively old lady embraced Ji Qingwu warmly, inviting her to sit beside her. Her wrinkled face beamed with joy, for her granddaughter resembled her youth, with fair skin and sparkling eyes that could enchant a crowd with a mere blink. Unable to suppress her laughter, Ji Qingwu dared not jest. Xiao Shi, stroking her forehead, chided, "Mother, what are you saying in front of Xiao Wu?" In families with lively and carefree mothers, there often exists a mature, reserved, and caring daughter. The elderly matriarch reminisced, "In my youth, I achieved great feats. That oldly family member, now a cabinet minister, once danced for me at the West Pond." Ji Qingwu's eyes widened with curiosity. "Grandmother, is that true? Such an event would have caused a stir back then, wouldn't it?" Xiao Shi scoffed. More than a stir. It was a commotion, with crowds gathered along the banks. And even a group of guards arrived. The thought of such a scene made Ji Qingwu burst into laughter, her smile radiant. At that moment, a young servant outside the window urgently called out, "The old gentleman requests Miss Wu to come quickly." The elderly matriarch exclaimed, "Why the hurry? I haven't finished my tale yet. Miss Qiu is fighting with someone in the Shangshifang." Ji Qingwu sprang to her feet and rushed outside. "Your daughter is fighting under your very nose, and you do nothing." Emperor Wu Suo replied, "Whose daughter? When have I ever had a daughter? The one with large eyes, short arms, and a chubby face who laughs loudly. Then her mother, is she my wife?" Chapter 29. The Fight with the Grandson of the Minister Miss Wu. "The master is waiting for you in the front hall." Ji Qingwu hurriedly exited the courtyard, her shoes nearly sparking from the friction. The children permitted into the Shangshifang to study were all exceptional, their families influential. Her brow furrowed as she inquired of the nearby servant, "Do you know who Qiu is fighting with?" "It is the grandson of Minister Yin Zongrong, Yin Bing," the servant replied nervously. The news darkened Ji Qingwu's vision. The ministerial rank was second only to the chancellor, possessing the unique privilege of overseeing officials and advising the emperor. Unfortunately, she had provoked the most formidable adversary. She pressed, "How old is that child?" Ji Qingwu abruptly halted, a surge of unease flooding her heart. Qiu was battling a boy much older than herself. Surely, she would suffer greatly. Atop the Rockery's pavilion, several esteemed guests of the Qiao family engaged in poetry and chess, observing the figure darting through the corridor. A young man in a purple robe, newly welcomed into the Qiao family as a guest, curiously asked, "Li Gu, do you know who this young lady is?" The white-clad man seated at the chess table, with eyebrows like willows and a graceful demeanor, looked up, holding a white jade chess piece. The azure skirt of the girl swayed with her steps, her white sash accentuating her slender waist, creating a picturesque scene akin to an exquisite ink painting of a beauty. "Li Gu, this girl truly embodies the saying, as quick as a rabbit. You have spent more time in the Qiao residence. Do you know which lady she is, and if she is betrothed?" Observing her direction, it seemed she was headed to the front hall. Li Qingxuan dropped the chess piece in his hand and replied nonchalantly, "I have not seen her before." His opponent, Lun Yin, remarked, "I heard from the servants that today is the day the Ji family's granddaughter arrives. I believe she is the one emerging from the elderly matriarch's courtyard." The man in the purple shirt could not help but express his surprise as he asked, "Lu Xiong, is that the young lady from the Ji family who has only recently returned home?" Lun Yin scoffed dismissively. "What young lady? She is merely a widow with a child. Her deceased husband was a mere foot soldier. What does it matter if she is from the Ji family?" Li Qingxuan paid no heed to their conversation, placing his last chess piece down, raising an eyebrow. The outcome had been determined. "Alas, Qingxuan, your finishing move is rather ruthless, leaving no face at all." The two men's skills in chess were not on the same level. Today, it was Lun Yin who insisted on playing against him. Li Qingxuan rose and departed from the pavilion. Ji Qingwu arrived at the front hall. At the entrance, she noticed a considerable gathering inside, and the atmosphere was quite tense. Her gaze quickly fell upon a small figure standing in the corner. The young girl was bowing her head, her eyes fixed on the ground, her small hands neatly placed in front of her abdomen, clearly having just been reprimanded. It seemed she had not been harmed, which eased Ji Qingwu's heart somewhat. "Qiu." A delicate voice broke the silence in the hall. Everyone turned to look. Ji Qingwu stepped over the threshold, walking gracefully to the center of the room. Upon seeing her mother, Qiu pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, her pitiful appearance tugging at Ji Qingwu's heartstrings. However, with so many people present, Ji Qingwu adhered to decorum and did not immediately embrace her for comfort. Instead, she first bowed to the esteemed elder, Qiao Menghan. Grandfather. The elderly gentleman, Qiao, nodded slightly, his expression grave, and replied, "You have arrived." Beside Qiao Menghan sat another elderly man, his face even more sullen, with a goat-like beard, gaunt cheeks, and high cheekbones. Upon seeing her, he coldly remarked, "Are you the mother of this girl?" "Xiao Wu, this is Imperial Censor Yin Zongrong." "Yin Darren," Qiao Menghan introduced curtly. Ji Qingwu returned the courtesy. "I have the honor of meeting you." "Yin Darren." "I cannot accept such courtesy from a member of the Ji family." Yin Zongrong turned away, rejecting her gesture. "I should have gone directly to the Ji residence. It was Lord Xiao who persuaded me to come here, disturbing his peace." Yin Zongrong, known for his eloquence and sharp counsel, swiftly distanced the Qiao family from the matter at hand. Though his words were polite, the implication was clear. This was a matter concerning the Ji family, and Lord Xiao was not to interfere. Undeterred by the rebuke, Ji Qingwu stood tall. "Yin Darren, you awaited my arrival. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Yin Zongrong's eyes narrowed as he spoke bluntly. "There is no need to feign ignorance. Go and see what your daughter has done to my grandson, Yin Bing." Ji Qingwu, having just learned of the fight, instinctively placed her daughter in the role of the victim. To her astonishment, it turned out that Qiu had been the aggressor. Following Yin Zongrong's pointing finger, Ji Qingwu noticed the boy hidden behind a chair. Compared to Qiu, he was tall and robust, resembling a round white bun, yet his face bore bruises. A large purple mark on his forehead and scratches on his right cheek, making him look like a battered pastry. Ji Qingwu glanced between Yin Bing and Qiu, her confusion evident. She simply could not comprehend how Qiu managed to overpower him. Yin Zongrong, feeling embarrassed, remarked, "Your daughter is quite ruthless. My grandson has a good temperament and would not fight back against a girl, which is why he was bullied." He continued aggressively, "What do you intend to do about this? If I do not receive a satisfactory answer, I will file a formal complaint tomorrow." At the mention of a complaint, Ji Qingwu's calm demeanor shifted, her lips pressed tightly together, revealing a hint of panic. Yin Zongrong shook his robe and huffed, "My patience is limited. Shall we hear what the children have to say?" Ji Qingwu sighed, contemplating the situation. Yin Zongrong reiterated, "What more is there to discuss? My grandson's face is evidence enough. Lay bare before you." As Ji Qingwu approached Yin Bing, the boy clutched the armrest of the chair tightly, not daring to meet her gaze. She examined him closely. Indeed, he had a rather round face. Gently, she spoke, "Young Master Yin." Only then did Yin Bing lift his face to look at her, his lips quivering, nervously retracting his neck before lowering his head again. Chapter 30. Teaching the Emperor's Son, Parenting Failures. Ji Qingwu softly inquired, "Aside from the injury to your face, are there any other injuries?" Yin Zongrong, having heard about the fight, immediately scolded his grandson, never having asked him tenderly if he was hurt elsewhere. As Ji Qingwu lifted his trouser leg, revealing more bruises, her heart ached for him. She pressed gently, and though Yin Bing bit back a cry, the injuries were not severe. A bit of medicinal ointment for bruises would suffice, and he would heal in 4 or 5 days. Seeing her examining the wounds, Yin Zongrong grew even angrier, declaring, "A child's misbehavior is the fault of the parent. Your daughter is so fierce at such a young age. It must reflect your poor upbringing and family values." Ji Qingwu found this reasoning unacceptable. Without understanding the full context, he hastily placed blame. She turned to him. "If a child's misbehavior reflects poorly on the parent, then you should speak to her father about it." Behind the glamour lies a multitude of rumors. It is widely known that Ji Qingwu is a widow, her husband long deceased. If one were to seek her child's father, one could only venture to the underworld. You. Yin Zongrong found himself at a loss for words. Ji Qingwu ignored the elderly man and continued, "Young Master Yin, I see that aside from the scratches on your face, your other injuries appear to be bruises. Were all of these caused by Qiu?" Yin Bing stole a glance at Yin Zongrong and nodded. Ji Qingwu then turned her gaze toward the young girl. "Qiu, you tell us, did you hit him?" Qiu first nodded, then shook her head. Finally, she piped up, "Mother, he said I was a wild child without a father." "A wild child?" Ji Qingwu frowned. knowing full well that Xiao would not pick a fight without provocation. Her voice turned chilly, and instead of directing her anger at the children, she fixed her gaze on Yin Zongrong. May I ask, Yin Darren, is this what you consider proper education and virtuous family values? Yin Zongrong maintained a stern expression, responding, this was merely a trivial dispute among children. The one who struck first is the greater wrongdoer. According to your view, what should be done? Write an announcement of apology. Post it in the marketplace for 3 days, and each day at noon, read it aloud. You, as the mother, must accompany her, allowing the whole city to witness the consequences of bullying. Such words revealed Yin Zongrong's considerable bias against the Ji family. Ji Qingwu surmiset correctly. Yin Zongrong aimed to use this incident to diminish the Ji family's standing and humiliate them. Had it been another family, he would not have been so aggressive. However, publicly apologizing for 3 days was beyond Ji Qingwu's willingness. Some people grant them a little face, and they will overreach. Yin Darren, she replied coldly. If you wish for an apology, it can be arranged, but the severity of your grandson's injuries does not correspond with the nature of the apology. Should I break an arm or a leg to make my apology more sincere? Yin Bing trembled at her words, while Yin Zongrong was enraged, his beard bristling. Lord Xiao, do you hear the insolent words of your granddaughter? Ji Qingwu raised an eyebrow, interrupting, Yin Darren, be cautious with your words. As you said, we are merely borrowing this place to discuss matters. Any grievances between us have no relation to my grandfather. Lord Xiao remained silent, observing with a calm demeanor. Xiao, having never seen her mother so stern, felt the weight of shame despite her young age and whimpered, It wasn't me, mother. I didn't hit him. Ji Qingwu disregarded the expressions of those present and gently embraced her daughter. Mother believes you. Yin Zongrong shouted, If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? The young eunuch from the study who intervened saw you riding on my grandson and scratching his face. Jiao initially intended to uphold loyalty, yet she could not allow her mother to endure humiliation alongside her. Stepping forward, she declared, It was a handsome elder brother who struck him. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Jiao pointed at Yin Bing, her expression fierce as she demanded, You tell them, who pushed you down the steps? Yin Yu sure, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, pressed on, So you have an accomplice. A Bing, who is the other person? Noticing his grandson's timid demeanor, he encouraged, A Bing, do not fear the powerful. Your grandfather will stand by you. Yin Bing mumbled softly, but none could catch his words. Is it from the Yuan family? Yin Yu sure, despite his age, had keen hearing and quickly deduced the family in question. His excitement grew as he inquired, Is it the Yuan family from the south of the city? The Yuan family was related to the Ji family, as Grandma Ji and the matriarch of the Yuan family were sisters, a connection that rendered their unity even stronger. Observing Yin Bing's lowered head and his sudden silence, Yin Yusher urged him, Speak up. It was His Highness Yuan Hang. Yin Bing finally cried out, bursting into tears. The excitement on Yin Yusher's face froze momentarily as he slowly confirmed, It was Prince Yuan Hang who struck you? Yin Bing nodded through his tears. Ji Qingwu's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, her gaze flickering. It was Yuan Hang, the spirited little boy who had invaded her dreams, where she either faced execution by Wu Su Di for her identity or witnessed Yuan Hang struggling in Taipu. Furrowing her brows, she felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Jiao, believing she had caused her mother distress, hurriedly clarified, Mother, he called me a wild child without a father first. That handsome elder brother kicked him, and I just rushed over to grab him. We did nothing else. Yin Bing's injuries to his forehead and knees were a result of his fall, unrelated to their scuffle. Ji Qingwu knelt down, gently stroking Jiao's small head. Mother does not blame you. Yet, as she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, shattering upon the ground. Witnessing her silently endure tears, her frail shoulders trembling, those present felt that Yin Yusher had been excessively harsh today. After being dismissed, Yin Zongrong's pride was somewhat wounded, yet he obstinately declared, Did you not hear? She also grabbed my grandson. If his appearance is marred, it would affect his prospects in marriage. Seeing him remain obstinate, Ji Qingwu suddenly turned to him. Her eyes, though moist, bore a resolute expression as she raised her voice. Lord Yin, if you seek retribution, it must be just. The method of apology you suggested should also involve His Majesty accompanying the prince in this matter. Such trivial quarrels among children, how could they trouble the emperor? Yin Yushi felt a retreating urge, yet he stood firm against Ji Qingwu, unwilling to concede to this widow of the Ji family. The duty of a censor was to admonish the ruler. Very well, I shall not only report the Ji family tomorrow, Yin Zongrong declared defiantly. I shall also report to His Majesty about poor parenting. Ji Qingwu thought, it's over, this old man is serious. Yin Yushi proclaimed, a family must remain united. None shall be left behind. The following day, before the night fully faded, the sound of drums echoed within Phoenix Palace. The ministers entered the hall, each taking their respective positions. On the golden throne, representing supreme power, Wu Sudi donned a dark golden imperial robe embroidered with a coiling dragon, crowned with a ceremonial headdress adorned with colorful tassels, each entwined with 9 multicolored jade beads. This grand assembly exuded an air of solemnity and prestige. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. The ministers bowed in unison, their voices resonating. Once the formalities concluded, Wu Sudi raised his gaze and solemnly inquired, what is the situation regarding the floods in the southwest? Is this your solution? The Minister of River Management hesitated before responding, I will arrange for personnel to assist the victims in rebuilding their homes and restoring their livelihoods. The voice from the throne was calm, yet inscrutable. Why have the victims become homeless? The Minister of River Management bowed his head, replying, it is due to the floods. Your solution is to placate the victims, yet floods occur annually. No matter how much relief money the court allocates, what use is it? Do you truly understand the hardships of the people? Wu Sudi's tone remained steady, but to the ministers, it rang with a clarion call. The Minister of River Management quickly knelt. It is my oversight, Your Majesty. Kai's Wadong, it is not that you have overthought, but that you have thought too much. A sharp rebuke echoed. Just a moment before, the emperor had appeared genial, yet his temper flared in an instant. The hall fell into a hushed silence. With heads bowed and eyes averted, the imperial authority palpable. Wu Sudi waved his hand, gesturing to Kai, show him. Standing to the side, Chief Stewardly handed over a document. Cold sweat beaded on the Minister of River Management's forehead as he held his breath and opened the document. Upon reading its contents, it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. I am wronged, Your Majesty, he stammered. I did not collude with local officials to embezzle relief funds. My loyalty is as clear as day. Wu Sudi's lips parted, his voice icy. Luan, I am here. This case is entrusted to you. Within 3 days, I require a list of those who conspired to embezzle disaster relief funds. Luan accepted the command and stepped back, observing the weeping Minister of River Management on the ground, shaking his head. Wu Sudi, in his military campaigns, never engaged in unprepared battles. He was a patient strategist who revealed his thoughts only when he deemed it necessary. Do any of you have further matters to present? His tone returned to a casual demeanor, yet the ministers dared not provoke his ire at that moment, remaining silent. At this juncture, Censor Yin Zongrong stepped forward, his face composed as he proclaimed, Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. The ministers exchanged glances, unsure of which official this censor intended to implicate today. The first matter I report concerns the Ji family, the maternal family of the Empress. Upon hearing this, whispers spread among the crowd. Due to the distance created by the 9 tassels of the crown, the expressions of Wu Sudi were obscured from the ministers below. What do you wish to report? Wu Sudi glanced at Liu Zong, who promptly stepped forward to whisper the details of the situation. Yesterday, the emperor visited the Qinian palace for ancestral worship and was unaware of this matter. After listening, the emperor's brows furrowed tightly, his cold gaze fixed upon Yin Yushi. Ji Qingwu quickly interjected, Lord Yin, this is merely a misunderstanding and need not be raised in the morning court. That little girl is quite fierce. She dared to strike the grandson of the censor in the study room. This cannot be overlooked, officials allied with Yin Yushi chimed in. Wu Sudi's lips curled into a cold smile as he inquired, Do you know who that little girl is, and what relation she bears to me? This question held weight. The Ji family was the emperor's maternal kin, and the little girl could indeed refer to him as uncle. Yin Yushi stepped forward, asserting, I do not care who that child is. Though it was a minor issue, we must not forget past transgressions. Your Majesty must not show favoritism towards the Ji family. The downfall of the Li family in the previous dynasty was due to excessive favoritism towards the malevolent empress, which led to their ultimate ruin. Wu Sudi shifted his posture, resting his long legs on the ground and leaning back slightly, appearing more relaxed. Yet, Luan, familiar with the emperor's temperament, felt a tightening in his chest. This was a sign of impending wrath. He subtly shifted to the side, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Yin Yushur stood tall, growing increasingly agitated. Even if it is the emperor's own child, I shall still report it. My second report concerns His Highness Yuan Hang, for His Majesty's lack of proper guidance in parenting. A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the court. The crown adorned with 9 tassels atop Emperor Wasudi's head stirred slightly. Almost simultaneously, a resounding thud echoed as a piece of jade struck the ground, landing squarely at the feet of Inspector Yin. The fierce dragon-like creature, eyes wide open, seemed to glare at Yin Zongrong. Upon recognizing the jade seal, he immediately knelt, silenced by fear. You liken me to a foolish monarch while considering yourself a capable minister. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Thus, Yin Zongrong was stripped of his official title and exiled with his entire family to a desolate mountain. Lu Wan sighed, lamenting that the entire family would now be relocated to a forsaken place, and Yin Zongrong's grandson would become a wild child. Yet, the matter did not end there. Emperor Wasudi soon dealt with the Ji family and Yuan Hang. Noticing the pallor of his elder son's face, Qiao Shi stepped forward, concerned. Changlin, has His Majesty laid blame upon you? Ji Changlin sighed, revealing his swollen palm. Qiao Shi, puzzled, asked, Why were you struck on your palm? Ji Changlin grimaced as he recounted the events of the court that day. Following the punishment of Inspector Yin, the emperor proceeded to address the Ji family and the young prince. Although the instigator may be deemed base, once hands were raised, the situation transformed. Wasudi had bestowed 20 strikes, and Yuan Hang could not escape his fate. However, the strikes landed upon him, and Ji Changlin recalled the emperor's words. The Ji family's young girl is also at fault. Since she is absent, let her maternal uncle take the blame. It was as if he had been granted a favor. Yet he had no choice but to accept the punishment. Ji Changlin had never before faced such humiliation in front of the entire court. Upon hearing her elder brother's account, Ji Qingwu's eyes blazed with fury, and she smashed her teacup to the ground. That wretched emperor! He strikes my son again. Ji Qingwu exclaimed, I cannot endure this. Is this bearable? I shall seek retribution from that vile emperor tonight. Emperor Wasudi, what are you calling me? Ji Qingwu, Wolf. In chapter 32, at the palace banquet, a certain someone became jealous. Under Qiao Shi's astonished gaze, Ji Qingwu clenched her teeth and sat down. Elder brother, thank you. Ji Changlin, mistaking her intense reaction for concern for him, felt warmth in his heart. He thought to himself that this minor punishment was insignificant. He could withstand even 20 more strikes. The day after the emperor went to pay respects to his ancestors, a grand banquet would be held in the palace, inviting relatives and officials, as per tradition. Qiao Shi had mentioned it to her during the day, encouraging her to attend the banquet, where the gentleman she was to meet would accompany Qiao Laodaran as well. Ji Qingwu shook her head vigorously. However, she was genuinely worried about Yuan Hang, unable to put her mind at ease, longing to catch a glimpse of him from afar. As the time to depart for the palace drew near, Qiao Shi proposed, Little Five, you should accompany me for a while. There is no need for you to concern yourself with other matters. The banquet will be held at Jiaying Hall. Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Qingwu interjected, Mother, I will go. The banquet was to take place within the grand confines of Jiaying Hall. Ji Qingwu was adorned with an intricate array of jewels and flowers, her forehead embellished with a delicate floral ornament, clad in a precious silk gown that shimmered like moonlight on a snowy night. Qiao Shi gazed upon her creation with satisfaction, explaining, the banquet will have 3 seating arrangements. The east for the emperor and empress dowager, the north for the imperial concubines and royal relatives, and the south for officials of the 4th rank and above along with their families. Due to Ji Laotai's recent ill health, only the 1st and 2nd branches of the Ji family would be attending. Upon entering the imposing Jiaying Hall, Ji Qingwu was awestruck by the treasures that adorned the space, particularly the grand bao hanging on the wall, reputed to be the legendary Xianyuan bao. Qiao Shi led her to a long table at the south seating. At that moment, the emperor and empress dowager had yet to arrive, yet the hall was already filled with dignitaries and their families. The ladies were engaged in hushed conversations, and Ji Qingyuan was surrounded by several young ladies from noble families, casting a proud glance at Ji Qingwu. This is my 5th sister. You must have heard of her, she declared. A few ladies whispered behind Ji Qingwu, but she pretended not to hear, maintaining a calm smile as she gazed towards the entrance. After a while, Xiao Menghan entered, accompanied by a gentleman whose entrance silenced the hall. Ji Qingwu raised an eyebrow, her eyes widening slightly. She had never seen a man clad in white robes exuding such allure. While many might wear white with elegance, this man possessed a captivating charm, primarily due to his striking features and an androgynous aura. Xiao Shi, noticing her intense gaze, was not surprised by Little Five's reaction. With a beaming smile, she said, "Little Five, this is the gentleman your grandfather selected for you. Are you pleased?" Ji Qingwu looked at Xiao Shi in astonishment and asked, "Is he truly the brilliant scholar?" With both talent and striking looks, he seemed to possess everything, justifying Xiao Shi's earlier remarks about his desirability and the urgency for her to meet him. This gentleman was Li Chengxuan, hailing from Xianyang, from a scholarly family, and set to participate in the palace examination next month. Her grandfather had claimed he was exceptionally talented and would surely be selected, thus elevating his status. "Little Five, you must seize this opportunity," Xiao Shi hinted. Ji Qingwu glanced at him several times. Under normal circumstances, she would not be so bold, but in the presence of many ladies, few could resist stealing glances at him. Appreciating male beauty was not uncommon among women. Ji Qingwu smirked, and unexpectedly, their eyes met. His smile gradually widened, illuminating his face like the moonlight, and the ornament on her forehead accentuated her beauty, resembling a celestial lotus descended to the mortal realm. Li Qingxuan appeared momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Emperor Wasudi entered the hall. Ji Qingwu suddenly found herself confronted by a vivid yellow, and before she could conceal her smile, she inadvertently met the emperor's gaze. Feeling as though she had been caught in the act, her heart raced. This man was no less striking than Li Qingxuan, particularly with his eyes filled with wrath and his brows furrowed in a fierce expression, evoking a desire to lay bare her heart for him, to be at his mercy. A terrifying thought surged within Ji Qingwu, how she yearned to witness his unrestrained fury. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that he was the emperor, capable of ending her life in an instant. A fleeting moment of exhilaration could lead to her demise. Their eyes met for but an instant, and Ji Qingwu, feeling anxious, lowered her gaze. As Emperor Wasudi took his seat at the head of the eastern table, the room fell silent, with no one daring to breathe. Li Yuzong felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Earlier, the emperor had been in good spirits at the Qingjin Hall, even reviewing the guest list with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yet, upon entering Jiang Hall, his mood had soured. Seated to his right was concubine Wei, who remained quiet, merely pouring wine into the emperor's cup. The empress dowager sat to the emperor's left, sensing the oppressive atmosphere he exuded. She assumed his displeasure stemmed from the recent disputes involving the Ji family and the inspector, feeling both gratitude and surprise at the emperor's defense of the JIS. However, her impression of Ji Qingwu worsened. She deemed her a troublemaker who brought chaos to the family. Indeed, it was evident that Ji Qingyan, raised closely by her side, was far preferable. The Empress Dowager spoke, "Your Majesty has been busy with state affairs of late. I have noticed you have grown thinner. For today's banquet, perhaps we should invite talented young ladies to perform and lighten the mood." Emperor Wasudi did not object. The Empress Dowager exchanged a glance with Ji Qingyuan, who then stood up, attired in a vibrant red gown embroidered with golden begonia flowers, her presence as striking as a red peony in a garden, rivaling even the beauty of concubine Wei. "I wish to perform a dance," she announced. Ji Qingyuan had practiced the Qingping dance for over half a year, her hands gracefully wielding a feather fan, moving in harmony with the musician's melody, dancing lightly and elegantly. With Ji Qingyuan leading the way, other noble ladies soon followed, showcasing their talents, from poetry and painting to playing musical instruments. Even the favored consort Wei has taken to the stage, her delicate hand gripping the snow-white sword. As she twirls gracefully, the blade glinting like a myriad of stars in the night sky, synchronized with the rhythm of the drums. Ji Qingwu, enraptured, nods in approval, whispering, "Exceptional." It is no wonder that consort Wei is cherished by the emperor. Not only is her beauty unparalleled, but her sword dance surpasses that of her fourth elder sister by a considerable margin. Yet, amidst the performances of the ladies, the expression of Emperor Wusuo grows darker rather than easing. After much contemplation, Chief Steward Li finally discerns the issue at hand. The emperor's gaze often drifts, inadvertently alighting upon a certain position at the southern table where a spectator appears most at ease, thoroughly immersed in the performance. Ji Qingwu observes, "This waist is not supple enough, and the flute lacks sufficient breath." Emperor Wusuo retorts, "Is the waist delicate enough? Is the kiss sufficient in vigor?" Chapter 33. A humiliating scene? The emperor's support. The Empress Dowager had not anticipated that her opening would lead to an uncontrollable succession of performances, with consort Wei's beguiling sword dance overshadowing even her own niece. She declared, "Let today's performances conclude here." Li Yuzong, glancing at the emperor's countenance, understanding it to be his duty to gauge the emperor's will, smiles and suggests, "Your Majesty, you still have a niece who is yet to perform." Ji Qingwu, having sipped a cup of fruit wine and picked up a piece of lotus cake, raised it to her lips, only to hear Qiao Shi clear her throat. The eyes of the hall turned to her, and she reluctantly set the treat aside, licking her lips. The Empress Dowager, seeing her demeanor, felt vexed. Other young ladies eagerly stepped forward to showcase their talents. Yet here she was, indulging in wine and delicacies, seemingly treating the palace banquet as a mere feast. As time waned, the Prince Yong, seated among the royal relatives, frequently glanced in Ji Qingwu's direction, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Mother, let my fifth cousin take the stage as well. It won't take much time." Yi Qingyu, aware that Xiao Shi had arranged for Ji Qingwu to receive instruction in the 6 arts, initially sent someone to keep an eye on her. However, upon learning that this fifth sister was a mere novice in dance and music, she sought to find someone to elevate her own standing. Ji Qingyu smiled and added, "Your Majesty, my fifth sister has practiced diligently at home. Please grant her this opportunity." Ji Qingwu shot a sidelong glance at her fourth sister, pondering whether her performance would bring disgrace to the Ji family, while simultaneously granting Ji Qingyu a sense of pride. With both the Prince Yong and Ji Qingyu advocating for her, the Empress Dowager felt compelled to acquiesce, thinking it would also allow her to see Ji Qingwu's progress. Thus, Ji Qingwu rose and approached the front of the hall. After bowing respectfully, she fixed her gaze upon the Empress Dowager, unwavering. Her admission of not grasping the required skills instantly drew gasps from the assembly. Xiao Shi, observing Ji Qingwu's retreating figure, felt a sense of helplessness. This child was truly earnest, although the reality was as such. To publicly declare her mediocre talents in front of so many nobles was indeed disheartening. Sensing the Empress Dowager's displeasure, Ji Qingyu could not help but smile with satisfaction. Emperor Wusuo lifted his cup and took a drink, his wide sleeves concealing his expression. Yet from Li Yuzong's perspective, it was evident that the tension in the emperor's lips had finally softened into a slight curve. Prince Yong chuckled heartily. "Is my fifth cousin truly unversed in the 6 arts? It seems my cousin is at fault for exposing you to ridicule." Laughter erupted among the guests. Coincidentally, Ji Qingwu's position allowed her to see Qiao Menghan, her grandfather, frowning at her, and as her gaze shifted slightly, she caught sight of Li Chengxuan seated beside him. Unlike the rest, who regarded her with derision, he appeared to be suppressing laughter, and upon closer inspection, she noticed his expressive, enchanting eyes. In that moment, Ji Qingwu understood why figures like Wei Jian and Pan and could achieve eternal fame solely based on their looks. Beauty was indeed a weapon, capable of captivating minds regardless of gender. Her eyes seemed to possess a will of their own, easily swayed by her emotions. In the hall, Emperor Wusuo, having witnessed everything, slammed his cup down heavily. Li Yuzong, who had just relaxed, felt his heart race once more. Could Ji Qingwu's eyes not remain still? In truth, she had only glanced around a few times before averting her gaze. "I vaguely recall that Miss Ji is quite skilled in horseback riding and archery," the emperor pronounced, causing the hall to fall silent. Ji Qingwu, her neck stiff, looked up at the elevated platform, her mind buzzing with confusion. How did the emperor come to know of her prowess in these skills? When had he remembered? After returning to Linen, she had not ridden or shot arrows in front of others, having only practiced briefly at home. Yet, during her time in the military, Ji Qingwu could not afford to be cautious, maintaining a direct gaze upon the emperor. Did he already know of her true identity? Her eyes, like shimmering waters, reflected her inner turmoil. Today, adorned in luxurious Shangyun silk, she appeared even more graceful. Emperor Wusuo tightened his grip on the wine cup, lost in thought. "Fetch me the Xianyuan bao," he commanded. Consort Wei gasped in surprise, wondering what had come over the emperor today. The civil officials present may not have understood, but the military leaders were well aware that Emperor Wusuo had trained in martial arts since childhood, excelling in archery and spear dancing, having slain numerous enemy generals with the Xianyuan Bao. Consort Wei, the sister of Wei Ting, hailed from a family of military leaders. Such a weapon was even more valued by those who marched into battle than a mere wife. She had never witnessed the Xianyuan Bao in another's hands. Chapter 34. Soft? Watch what I do upon entering the Jiang Hall. Ji Qingwu had noticed the Bao, realizing it was indeed the Xianyuan Bao. It is said that when paired with the Zhun Tian arrows, its might is unparalleled. Li Yuzong had personally retrieved it, presenting it to her with both hands. Miss Ji, this is the Emperor's favored Bao, he added for clarification. The Xianyuan Bao was considerably heavier than before, and even for someone as strong as Ji Qingwu, it felt burdensome. I have heard that this Bao is quite hefty, making it difficult for most men to draw, so for a delicate girl like her, it seemed futile. If only I could merely touch this exquisite Bao, whether I could hit the target or not would be of little consequence. The murmurs of the crowd surrounded her incessantly. Yet, regardless of their skepticism, Ji Qingwu suddenly felt a surge of blood coursing through her veins, reminiscent of the fierce battles that sealed the fates of lords. Such lofty ambitions were not solely the domain of man. She harbored them too. She held her breath, focused intently, preparing to knock the arrow. With her right arm and core engaged, she effortlessly drew the Bao into a perfect crescent. The earlier ordinary Bao had concealed her considerable strength. She was no mere fragile ornament, and the eyes of the martial generals present sparkled with interest. There was potential. Emperor Wu Su, however, remained unfazed, his gaze deep and unwavering as he scrutinized the young woman's profile, as though he had witnessed this moment before. The arrow, propelled with the speed of a celestial body, raced toward the target outside the hall. Moments later, the excited cries of the palace attendants echoed from beyond the doors. Right on target. The generals within the hall erupted into applause. The atmosphere instantly transformed into one of fervor. No one could resist the allure of praise. Ji Qingwu was elated, her eyes gleaming as she turned to seek the emperor's reaction, instinctively wishing to gauge his expression. Prince Yong squinted slightly, while Li Chengxuan regarded her thoughtfully. Ji Qingwu turned around, her heart skipped a beat. The emperor had silently approached her from behind, moving with an eerie grace. His voice, deep and commanding, resonated. Draw another arrow. Ji Qingwu could only comply, reaching for another arrow. As she stepped back to steady herself, she momentarily forgot about Emperor Wu Su's presence, leaning inadvertently against him. The light fragrance of fragrant cloud silk enveloped her, and the solid form of the emperor pressed against her back, his jade belt resting against her lower back. Ji Qingwu instinctively attempted to move forward, only to be halted by his voice. Do not move. Utilize your body as an extension of your arm, and your arm as an extension of your fingers. Thus the Bao and hand become one. He was personally instructing her in archery. Did he find her previous shot bothersome? Ji Qingwu suppressed the tumult within her heart. Adjusting her posture, such an extraordinary opportunity to receive guidance was invaluable. Emperor Wu Su's gaze swept over her spine, tracing along her slender arm to her fingers gripping the Bao. Her nails were smooth and unadorned, unlike the painted nails of palace ladies, exuding a natural elegance. He spoke softly. When drawing the Bao, align your sight from the arrow shaft to the arrowhead, extending in a straight line toward the target. Ji Qingwu knocked the arrow once more, following his guidance to calibrate her aim. However, to shoot 2 consecutive arrows was beyond her current stamina, causing her right arm to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a large hand rested on her shoulder, bringing them closer together, the scent of dragon's saliva becoming more pronounced, causing her grip to weaken involuntarily. As she felt her tension dissipate, her previously rigid posture leaned closer to him. A deep, muted chuckle resonated in her ear. Why so soft? Emperor Wu Su had likely indulged in a few cups of wine. The warmth of the alcohol mingled with his low, rich voice, brushing against her eardrum. Her right ear flushed crimson in response. Ji Qingwu straightened her back defiantly, unwilling to appear weak. Yet as she stood tall, her hips instinctively tilted backward, momentarily causing the person behind her to stiffen. Gaining momentum only to falter, Ji Qingwu found herself unable to muster the strength any longer, biting her lip in frustration. The crowd awaited her next shot, and with the emperor as her instructor, failing to hit the target would undoubtedly lead to ridicule. Emperor Wu Su directly grasped her bow hand, more accurately enveloping her fingers with his. Ji Qingwu's eyes widened slightly as she felt the stark contrast in strength between them. The emperor effortlessly drew the bow further, the tension building to its maximum limit. She discreetly tilted her head back, but could only catch a glimpse of his jawline, having never witnessed his battlefield prowess and curious to see his expression while aiming. "Why are you looking at me? Focus on your aim." She turned her head, embarrassed. At such a moment, her thoughts should not have been so scattered. She steadied her mind and took a deep breath. Just as she did, their gazes crossed momentarily, and she missed the slight smirk that played on his lips. As the arrow left the bowstring, it released with a sharp twang. The bow was drawn to its fullest extent, and the arrow flew forth like a shooting star. The tension within her heart seemed to soar along with the arrow. Without waiting for the attendants to report back, Ji Qingwu already knew the outcome. The target had been pierced. They were too close now. She lowered her head and stepped forward, trying to maintain decorum. The warmth from where he had held her hand and shoulder lingered. The hall erupted with excitement, and the martial generals cheered loudly, surprised that this seemingly dull palace banquet had allowed them to witness the emperor drawing and shooting. Moreover, this young woman was indeed impressive. To receive praise from seasoned warriors was a significant accolade. Following her 2 shots, Ji Qingwu's reputation among the martial generals improved considerably. However, the expressions of Empress Dowager Ji Qingwu and concubine Wei soured markedly. Prince Yong's gaze lingered on Ji Qingwu's waist, astonished by this unexpected talent. He found her particularly captivating. In the days since he last saw her, he had acquired a new concubine, yet she paled in comparison to his 5th cousin's alluring figure. He uttered 3 simple words, "Well done." It was commendable for someone from a scholarly family to produce such an exceptional archer, a source of pride for the Qiao clan. Ji Qingwu felt a late surge of shyness and touched her ear. Qiao's gaze flitted between the emperor and her, hoping she had not misread the situation. The banquet was nearing its conclusion when young Master Yuanhang finally made his appearance. Emperor Wu Su mused, "Has there been hidden delight? When shall there be open joy?" Chapter 35. Who is worthy of the empress's position? Upon greeting his father, the young prince declared, "I have completed the assignments set by the Grand Preceptor." It turned out he had been detained for his studies, and Ji Qingwu could not take her eyes off the snow-like Yuanhang. Now that she knew he was her son, she regretted not holding him more closely that day. Yuanhang went straight to the northern table, sitting alongside Prince Yong, his small frame poised and serious, his jade-like face exuding an air of dignity. Ji Qingwu's gaze remained fixated in that direction, unmoving. Shortly after, Emperor Wu Su called out, "Yuanhang, come here." Confusion filled Yuanhang's dark eyes as he approached his father, his small legs carrying him with a heavy demeanor. Ji Qingwu continued to follow Yuanhang with her eyes, noting his reluctance mixed with a hint of fear. She recalled the incident where he had been punished with 20 slaps for a dispute with the grandson of the Inspector Yan. Even the adult Ji Changlin had felt the sting, and how could such a small child endure it? Ji Qingwu shot a reproachful glance at Emperor Wu Su, blaming him for being too harsh with their son. Unfortunately, she was caught in the act by the emperor seated high above, with a raised eyebrow and narrowed eyes. Emperor Wu Su caught her gaze, prompting her to quickly look down. Yuanhang, wise beyond his years, was taken aback by his father's words. He had never sat beside the emperor during a banquet before. He frowned, yes. Others accustomed to attending palace banquets exchanged glances in surprise. Emperor Wu Su's strictness towards his only son was well known, maintaining a father-son relationship that also adhered to the principles of ruler and subject, never showing leniency. Today, however, he seemed to have softened his stance toward the young prince. Uniquely placed an additional chair beside the emperor, creating a shared table for father and son. Their strikingly similar sharp black eyes instinctively turning toward the southern table. Ji Qingwu kept her head lowered, quietly playing the part of a modest quail. The Empress Dowager was delighted to have an opportunity to bond with the young prince. After the incident of near drowning, Yuanhang had moved from Wei Fei's Guanzhou Palace to reside alone in Yongning Palace. Yuanhang, it has been quite some time since your royal grandmother last saw you. Are you not afraid living alone in Yongning Palace? Not at all, Yuanhang replied. The Empress Dowager feigned a sigh and, changing her approach, began to reminisce. Although Wei Fei had failed in her duty to watch over him, It was fortunate that my niece possesses a brave and kind heart. Otherwise, Yuanhang would have faced dire consequences. Wei Fei, being addressed directly, put down her wine cup and smiled faintly, saying, "Your Majesty, you speak truly. I'm also immensely grateful to Miss Ji. However, this matter has already been dealt with by His Majesty. The mastermind, Luo Meiren, has been granted death, and the Luo family men have been exiled while the women have all been reduced to servitude. If you bring this up again, will it not frighten His Highness Yuanhang?" Ji Qingwu had long sensed the tension between the Empress Dowager and Wei Fei. Their verbal sparring was a common occurrence. Yet, one spoke of Yuanhang's peril, while the other mentioned death and exile, clearly indicating that neither was genuinely concerned for his safety. Ji Qingwu furrowed her brow, observing Yuanhang's indifferent demeanor as if he had long grown accustomed to it. The Empress Dowager continued, "That matter is in the past, but there is another issue. Shouldn't the Emperor's harem welcome some new faces? If I recall correctly, the last selection of maidens was 2 years ago, compared to the previous dynasty. The harem of Emperor Wu Su was hardly noteworthy. While Emperor Liang had 3,000 beauties, Wu Su's harem consisted of merely a handful. The last selection followed the ascension of the new emperor, taking into account the balance of power from the previous court, with only the daughters of meritorious officials being chosen. Yet none from the Ji family. Now that the dynasty is stable, he may select women who are favored by the emperor. The noble women in the hall sat up straighter, some even discreetly applying lip color. The emperor's expression remained indifferent, and he did not respond. The Empress Dowager rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Your Majesty, I oversee the affairs of the 6 palaces, but I am growing older, and my energy and strength are not what they once were. It is time to establish an empress." From the selection of maidens, the conversation shifted to the establishment of an empress. The emperor looked up and inquired, "Mother, who do you think is worthy of this position?" Noble women dared not aspire to the title of empress. Even a beauty like Wei Fei, with a capable brother, could not attain such a position. Ji Qingyu held her head high, exuding an extraordinary confidence akin to a victorious rooster. The most perceptive person in the hall was Ji Qingwu. She slightly shook her head. The Empress Dowager was already lost in the whirlpool of palace power. The least likely candidate for empress was undoubtedly a Ji family member. The words of the Cui family during the last gathering at the Duke of Zhongyong's residence had awakened her realization. Since the ascension of the new emperor, the Empress Dowager's maternal family, the Ji clan, had grown dominant, and with lessons from the previous dynasty, they had already aroused the emperor's suspicion. Should a Ji woman become empress, the sole prince would naturally be entrusted to her care, and with her powerful family background, should she harbor unfaithful intentions. The Empress Dowager scrutinized the emperor's expression and continued, "I believe that, besides satisfying the emperor, we should also choose a consort of noble status who can genuinely care for Yuanhang." This thought was transparent. The Empress Dowager, being of the Ji clan, and her niece Ji Qingwu, who had risked her safety to rescue the young prince, made it appear to everyone that the Ji family held the prince in great affection. However, the only unmarried young lady left from the Ji clan was Ji Qingyu. "What you say is indeed true, but it also depends on whether Yuanhang likes her." Upon hearing the emperor's concession, the Empress Dowager felt a surge of joy. She pointed to Ji Qingyu in a crimson dress seated in the southern section. "Grandson, do you find her appealing?" Ji Qingyu smiled gently at him. However, her smile seemed forced, appearing somewhat ridiculous, prompting the Empress Dowager to awkwardly close her mouth. Yet, the emperor jested, "In this hall, does my son have anyone he favors?" Yuanhang's gaze immediately fixed upon one person. Ji Qingwu dared not lift her head, focusing intently on the plate of pastries before her. Although this little one liked her, she felt touched but could not allow herself to become a target. There was someone she somewhat liked, but if she were to become his mother, Yuanhang, as if resolute, declared loudly, "I do not like her." The emperor, taken aback, asked why. Yuanhang glanced at the emperor, pursed his lips, then leaned in to whisper something in the emperor's ear. Everyone noticed the emperor's expression darken instantly. Yuanhang's little heart raced. Seeing his father angry, he felt fear but stubbornly held his ground, determined to stand by his decision. 3 days later, at the palace banquet's conclusion, Emperor Wu Su never expected to be rejected by his own son. The young child expressed that he believed the palace was not a suitable place for nurturing, concerned that she might suffer indignities if she were to marry in. Upon reflection, this indeed held some merit. The emperor maintained a stern countenance until the banquet's end. The atmosphere was rather dismal, with the Empress Dowager, Wei Fei, Ji Qingwu, and even the Emperor himself in low spirits. Yet, Ji Qingwu felt considerably lighter. Additionally, through 2 close encounters with Emperor Wu Su, her heart had settled. Whether he had recognized her identity remained uncertain. However, she pondered. There were 2 possibilities. If the Emperor had not recognized her, she would continue her charade. If he had recognized her but pretended not to, she would play along with him. As long as she remained alive, that was the best outcome. The more she thought, the happier she became. And Ji Qingwu could not help but smile. This drew a pause in the Emperor's steps. Wishing to express her gratitude for his earlier teaching of archery, she smiled at him even more brightly. Her smile was more radiant than silk brocade, her eyes shining with moisture. Those who beheld her felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and joy. Once the nobles departed, Xiao Shi took hold of Xiao Wu, and, as they exited the southern hall, they coincidentally encountered Li Chengxuan, who was leaving. "Greetings, Madam Ji, Miss Wu." Xiao Shi observed the two and felt they were well matched, nodding inwardly. Her intention had merely been for them to meet under the pretext of the palace banquet. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Shi led Ji Qingwu out of the hall. Upon reaching the palace gates, Ji Qingwu assisted Xiao Shi into the carriage. "Miss Ji, please wait a moment." A clear male voice called from behind them. "Li Gongzi?" Li Qingxuan stepped forward, standing a meter away from them. "Miss Ji, it was inconvenient to speak in the hall earlier. May I invite you to visit Han Temple together in 3 days? I have heard the views from there are quite splendid." After speaking, he smiled, as bright as sunlight reflecting off snow, and Ji Qingwu felt her surroundings brighten considerably. She was in no hurry to marry, but having resolved a significant matter that day, her mood was just right. Moreover, she had long heard of Han Temple, built atop Qinchi Mountain, known for its enchanting scenery, and she wished to admire it. However, would this be proper? Inside the carriage, Xiao Shi lifted the curtain and smiled. "Let Lanji accompany you. It would be no trouble. In a public setting, it was not inappropriate for young people to visit together, and seeing how attentively Gongzi was to Xiao Wu, Xiao Shi naturally wished to facilitate their encounter. Ji Qingwu nodded and graciously replied, "Very well. I shall see you at the foot of the mountain in 3 days." Upon hearing her agreement, Li Chengxuan smiled and said, "Until then." After returning home, Ji Qingwu removed her hairpin, feeling a twinge of soreness in her right arm. That Xianyuan Bao was truly not meant for ordinary people. She gazed into the mirror, examining her face, both familiar and strange. She had almost forgotten what her true appearance was like. Qiuqiu had grown accustomed to Ji Qingwu's occasional changes in appearance, yet the girl recognized her every time. She had once asked, "How do you recognize mother?" Qiuqiu would roll over her, sniffing vigorously, claiming it was because her mother smelled delightful, a scent not found elsewhere. Ji Qingwu held a Zeton comb, meticulously styling her long hair, which resembled dark clouds. Suddenly, Lanji knocked on the door and entered, lowering her voice, yet speaking urgently. "Fifth Miss. Someone from the Zhongyong Hofu has come to convey a message requesting your presence." "Now?" she asked in surprise. The outside was already shrouded in darkness. Could it be that something had happened to eldest sister? "Lanji, please stay at home and look after Jujiu. I will go and see." Ji Qingwu hastily pinned up her hair with a jade hairpin and rushed out. The carriage sent by the Zhongyong Hofu was waiting at the entrance. As she settled inside, a wave of anxiety washed over her. No wonder she hadn't seen anyone from the Zhongyong Hofu at the palace banquet today. It seemed eldest sister was in trouble. Upon entering Ninghua Hall, Exiner led her to the bedroom. Ji Qingrong lay on the bed, with Lu Wan holding a bowl in one hand and supporting her with the other, tenderly coaxing her to drink water. Ji Qingwu paused. Noticing that her sister's complexion was rosy, she did not appear to be in such a state of illness as to be unable to drink. "Fifth sister, you have arrived," Ji Qingrong said, dismissing Lu Wan with a wave of her hand, wishing for some privacy to converse with her younger sister. Lu Wan, with a good-natured smile, replied, "I invited fifth sister over. Let me exchange a few words with her." "Elder brother-in-law, why did you summon me at such a late hour? What has transpired?" "Fifth sister, Qingrong fainted while managing household affairs this afternoon. A doctor has been called, but his skills are mediocre and I do not trust him. I needed you to come and have a look to set my mind at ease." Lu Wan paused, inquiring so soon. Has he not taken her pulse for longer? Lu Wan sought counsel. "Might I ask the esteemed healer? The previous doctor suggested that Qingrong shows signs of pregnancy." But it is still early, and he could only return in a month to check again. Do you have any insights? Before Ji Qingwu could respond, her eyes already began to glisten. There was no doubt. It was indeed a sign of joy. Upon hearing this diagnosis, Ji Qingwu's expression froze as tears streamed down her cheeks. She grasped Ji Qingwu's hand tightly. Fifth sister, is it true? Ji Qingwu, despite the sharp pain from her sister's grip, nodded affirmatively. Eldest sister, it is true. Do you not trust me? Ji Qingwu hurriedly wiped her tears, nodding vigorously. I believe. Lu Wan's gaze flickered as he stood by the bed, embracing his wife and gently patting her back. Ji Qingwu observed the affectionate couple, reluctant to intrude, yet some medical advice needed to be conveyed directly. You may pause the previous medication. I will prescribe some nourishing herbs suitable for nurturing the fetus. Very well, I will ensure she takes her medicine on time, Lu Wan promised. Be sure to remind eldest sister to rest her mind and not to worry about household matters. She must avoid excessive joy or anger. Understood. I can ask second sister-in-law to assist. Ji Qingwu remembered an essential admonition that needed to be mentioned, biting her lip in hesitation. In her previous role as a healer, she had treated unfamiliar women and children, but when it came to this couple, expressing certain words became somewhat embarrassing. Eldest sister's constitution is weak. Please take care of her health, especially in the first 3 months, as you must refrain from intimacy. Understood, Lu Wan replied. Ji Qingwu buried her face in the quilt. As Ji Qingwu exited the Zhongyong Hofu, the night enveloped her in obscurity, making the path indistinct. In her haste, she still wore the fragrant cloud silk attire from the palace banquet, and the evening breeze sent a chill through her. She hastened into the waiting carriage at the entrance. But before she could fully settle in, she sensed something was amiss. The space inside the carriage was over twice as wide. The interior was dimly lit, with the curtains blocking any light. Ji Qingwu maintained a bent posture, straining her eyes to discern whether anyone else was present. It appeared empty. The carriage was remarkably warm, yet she felt it inappropriate to linger in someone else's carriage, so she intended to exit. Suddenly, her foot was caught by something. In the instant she lost her balance, she wondered why she had not noticed anything on the floor upon entering. However, instead of falling, she unexpectedly landed against a man's solid thigh. There was indeed someone inside. In her urgency to find a point of support to rise, her vision still obscured, she began to fumble about. She inadvertently touched something, and a low, muffled grunt resonated in the confined space. Do not touch aimlessly, the man admonished. Ji Qingwu felt a wave of embarrassment and weakly explained, I did not intend to touch. I cannot see and merely wish to stand. As her words fell, the carriage suddenly illuminated. The man produced a luminous pearl from somewhere, allowing Ji Qingwu to finally see the lavishly adorned interior, with silk and embroidery adorning the walls, and exquisite dragon and phoenix motifs on the ceiling. When she looked up, she was met with an exceptionally handsome face. Gone was the harsh demeanor of daylight. Under the glow of the luminous pearl, it appeared as smooth as jade. The tall figure leaned against the center of the carriage, quietly gazing at her. Ji Qingwu stood dumbfounded, racking her brain to comprehend how she had come to find the emperor at the carriage of the Zhongyong Hofu. The Emperor Wusu could also see her current state, her head tilted back, her rosy lips slightly parted in surprise, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, and a few wayward strands of hair falling enticingly beside her ear. Her delicate form was draped over his thigh, her breath slightly quickened. The innocence and allure she exuded stirred different thoughts within him. The Emperor Wusu swallowed hard. Still not getting up? Ji Qingwu realized her position was rather improper. She hurriedly moved her hand away, no longer daring to touch his leg, and supported herself to rise, her face flushed as she retreated to a corner of the carriage. With the warmth beneath her gone, Wusu furrowed his brows again. Perceiving his expression, Ji Qingwu assumed she had made an impertinent advance towards the emperor. Given her previous misconduct, she instinctively shrank back, pressing her back against the wall of the carriage. Eager to defend her innocence, she spoke, Your Majesty, it is all my fault for not seeing you. Otherwise, even if I had fallen, I would not have fallen onto you. The Emperor Wusu cast a cold glance her way. If it were someone else in his place, could she have boldly thrown herself into their embrace? Perhaps it was the chill of his gaze or the coolness of the wall, but Ji Qingwu shivered. Come sit over here. Ji Qingwu, shoulders hunched, cautiously moved closer to him, taking a seat to his right, with enough space for another person between them. The emperor remained silent, and she dared not speak either. The atmosphere in the carriage grew oppressive, and a faint scent wafted past Ji Qingwu's nose. She tilted her head slightly to observe the Emperor Wusu, who appeared impatient, as if trying to quell some inner turmoil. Clad in a simple dark blue brocade robe, he bore no jade ornaments at his waist, only a fragrant pouch that subtly emanated a fragrance. Noticing her gaze linger at his waist, the emperor's voice sharpened. "Close your eyes." Ji Qingwu was baffled by his command, but understood that one must obey those in authority, especially when addressing an emperor. She obediently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, betraying her unease. She heard the sound of fabric rustling and the gentle clink of teacups. After drinking a cup of cold tea, the emperor's thoughts settled, and he turned his attention to her. With her eyes closed, her beauty was less distracting. He had encountered many stunning women in his life, having grown up in a prominent family and achieved fame through martial exploits at a young age. Yet even with this beauty, it was not enough to leave him in such a state of disquiet. Understanding people's hearts was the first lesson for a ruler. Discerning the truth behind appearances could reveal the goodness or malice in one's heart. Ji Qingwu's eyes were simply exquisite, sparkling like water and captivating the heart with a mere glance, akin to a graceful water sleeve flowing effortlessly into one's soul. Emperor Wu Su held a jade cup, a sardonic curve gracing his lips. If he were unable to discern her mastery of disguise, he would have perished countless times at the hands of conspirators. Those unique eyes were unparalleled, truly one of a kind. How could he possibly not recognize them? Moreover, he had witnessed the depth of emotion within those eyes, though the object of her affection was not him. "Open your eyes," the man commanded in a deep voice. Ji Qingwu had kept her eyes closed for too long. When she opened them, her eyelids felt heavy. She blinked, her delicate lashes fluttering, her gaze flickering like a luminous pearl, more radiant than any jewel. She had just realized that she might have inadvertently brushed against the emperor, making him feel annoyed and obstructive. Such a trivial contact elicited such a disdainful response from him. Reflecting on this, her face began to flush, and when one's thoughts become chaotic, they often seek conversation to fill the silence. Breaking the stillness, she inquired, "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Emperor Wu Su retorted, "Can I not come? Under the heavens, is it not all the king's land?" Ji Qingwu dryly asked, "Your Majesty, did you happen to see the carriage from the Ho residence? I could not find it when I left, which is why I mistakenly boarded your carriage." The coachman had already been taken away by Li Yuzong for tea. The emperor replied coldly, "I did not see it." Seeing his reluctance to converse, she understood. She had intruded upon the emperor's carriage and disrupted his peace. Had she been the one resting, she too would not have desired interruption. Just as she was about to depart, the voice behind her suddenly spoke, its tone cooler than the evening breeze. "Is she truly that beautiful?" Noticing her stunned silence, her clear eyes filled with confusion as she tilted her head, gazing at him in a daze. Emperor Wu Su set down his teacup, crossed his arms, and kindly offered her a hint. From 6 rows away, one must gaze longingly. When performing, one must also turn a look. His tone was leisurely, yet his expression was chillingly severe. What was he implying? Chapter 38. To settle this marriage, Ji Qingwu mentally replayed the performance in her mind, her eyes widening in realization. If her guess was correct, it was likely about the fleeting glances she cast towards Li Chengxuan during the banquet. What was so remarkable about it? When encountering such beauty for the first time, who could resist looking? She speculated about Emperor Wu Su's thoughts, perhaps driven by the competitive spirit inherent in men, just as women often compare beauty. Thus, Ji Qingwu fairly remarked, "I did not only gaze at young Master Li, I also looked at your Majesty." Emperor Wu Su raised an eyebrow. "When did you look?" In terms of archery, she indeed held great respect for Emperor Wu Su. Yet, stating this now made her intentions seem dubious. Ji Qingwu stammered, "Well, during the archery event, I looked more often and for longer." The man, who had appeared displeased moments ago, now exhibited a softened expression, teasingly asking, "Have you had enough? Will you not look again?" "Enough, I will not look again." Ji Qingwu shook her head, noticing his handsome face darken, and quickly added, "I shall look again next time." Emperor Wu Su leaned slightly closer, reducing the distance between them. His broad, solid shoulders exuded an imposing presence, blocking much of the light. "In such a hurry to leave, do you have no questions for me?" Ji Qingwu's heart tightened. It seemed he could see through her thoughts. She indeed had a question, such as how the emperor knew she was skilled in archery, yet she dared not ask, fearing the answer might be unwelcome. Thus, she shook her head. But she heard his icy voice, "I have a question for you." Ji Qingwu's heart raced again. "You opened a medical hall in Nanshu. What did you treat?" A sudden thought struck her. Could it be that the emperor sought her to heal his hidden ailment? After all, for many years, the imperial harem had not birthed any princes or princesses. This was a dilemma. Though he was an emperor, he could not produce heirs. She had traversed time precisely to assist him in extending his lineage. This hidden ailment, however, was beyond her capacity to cure. No, it was not that she could not heal him. Rather, his heirs could only be born of her, and no other consorts would conceive. Ji Qingwu hesitated, "Your Majesty." "You." Emperor Wu Su, sensing her discomfort, stated directly, "You shall visit the Long Princess's residence and take her pulse." It turned out the emperor's late-night appearance at the Zhongyongho residence was to discuss this matter with her. The eldest sister had just been diagnosed as pregnant, and this news had already reached the emperor's ears. It seemed her medical skills had gained recognition. The emperor had specifically come for this. He clearly valued the matter concerning Princess Zhao Tianhua. Zhao Tianhua, the Long Princess, was the emperor's elder sister, who had been married to her prince consort for 6 years. Rumors suggested their relationship was harmonious, yet they had not produced any children. Ji Qingwu's doubts were dispelled, and she obediently nodded. "Very well, I shall go first thing tomorrow." 3 days hence. Ji Qingwu looked up, surprised. Why wait 3 days? He had come to wait for her so late. Was he not in a hurry? Emperor Wu Su replied coldly, "There are no reasons. I said 3 days, and it shall be 3 days." However, she had an appointment with Li Chengxuan for an outing to Hanshan Temple in 3 days. Ji Qingwu hesitated as she looked at Emperor Wu Su, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, but did not sway his decision. With a firm command, he issued her a cold dismissal. "Leave." There was no room for negotiation. She lowered her head, bowed, and quietly exited the carriage, only to see another carriage waiting at the front gate of the Ho residence. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had been seeing things. The next day, Ji Qingwu went to Anjouan, informing Xiao Shi about her impending visit to the Long Princess's residence in 3 days. However, she did not mention her encounter with the emperor, only stating it was a message passed along. "Mother, I must break my promise to young Master Li." Ji Qingwu asked, "Shall I write him a letter explaining the reason? Would that be appropriate?" Xiao Shi pondered. It is quite a coincidence that it falls on the same day, yet the matter concerning the Long Princess is of greater importance. Ji Qingwu nodded. "That seems appropriate." Upon arriving at the Qiao residence, the mother and daughter first went to visit the elder matriarch, Qiao Lao Furin. As they reached the doorway, they heard the old lady's laughter mixed with scolding from within. Then a male voice teased, "Even as an old lady now, she still possesses the charm of her youth. So many old men in Shitong are waiting to leap into the river just to earn a smile from you." Qiao Lao Furin, enraged, threw a pillow at him. Ji Qingwu and Xiao Shi entered, nearly getting hit. She deftly sidestepped and caught it just in time. "Oh, that nearly hit my heart." Qiao Lao Furin scolded the man in the deep blue robe again before beckoning. "Come here, sit beside me, Xiao Wu. This mischievous one is your uncle." Xiao Qiqi chuckled, "Sister, Qingwu's skills are quite impressive." Xiao Shi approached, "Fourth brother, why do you keep teasing mother? At her age, do not provoke her to act. If she strains her back again, it will be a great misfortune for you." Xiao Qiqi rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be reprimanded in front of his niece. Qiao Lao Furin took Ji Qingwu's hand, saying earnestly, "Though our family wealth may not compare to the noble families in the capital, a man's future depends on his own efforts. Your grandfather and uncle believe this person has great potential." The elder spoke with heartfelt sincerity, and Ji Qingwu nodded in agreement. "If you also find him agreeable, we shall settle this marriage before the palace examination." "Why are we suddenly rushing to arrange a marriage?" Ji Qingwu stammered, "This is rather too hasty." "Oh, foolish girl. Once the palace examination is over and he becomes the top scholar, many suitors will surround him, and it would be hard to ensure he remains yours. However, this matter must be grounded in mutual affection. Ji Qingwu does not wish to act hastily." "Has young Master Li been informed?" Xiao Qiqi chuckled and replied, "He has already agreed." Ji Qingwu pinched her little finger and said, "Let me meet young Master Li first." At this moment, within the Qingjian Hall, since the last investigation into Ji Qingwu, San Xuan had been ordered by Emperor Wu Su to become a hidden guard specifically watching over her. San Chuan knelt in the hall, reporting. It was a sudden decision, he said. Emperor Wu soon managed to conjure a smile, albeit one lacking warmth. Li Yuzong and San Chuan bowed their heads, tacitly thinking that someone might soon face dire consequences. Chapter 39. I will proudly marry you at the Qiao residence. Within a pavilion adorned with artificial mountains, clear waters flowed before it, and the azure stones formed a picturesque scene. The man and woman standing within the pavilion exuded a vitality and grace that no painting could capture. Li Chengxuan was still clad in white. Sunlight filtering through the bamboo leaves cast shadows of bamboo patterns upon his robe. Ji Qingwu turned sideways, gazing at him softly. Young Master Li, I owe you an apology. Upon hearing the word apology, his tone turned cold. Miss Ji, regardless of your decision, there is no need for apologies. Ji Qingwu's gaze shifted from his exquisite profile to his elegantly curved fingers resting at his side. Despite her deep concern, she feigned indifference. Clearing her throat, she continued, I just came from the old lady's place and heard that you have agreed to our engagement. Typically, when a woman discusses matters of marriage, she would exhibit a hint of shyness and coyness. Yet, Ji Qingwu posed her question so directly, her gaze boldly fixed upon Li Chengxuan's strikingly handsome face. Realizing her scrutiny, Li Chengxuan turned to face her, and they stood in opposition. The woman's complexion was fair, her expression gentle, like mist upon the water, and the fragrance she carried was carried by the gentle breeze, causing his demeanor to shift slightly. After a moment's pause, Li Chengxuan lowered his gaze and said, Miss Ji, you are correct. I have indeed consented to this marriage proposal. If you choose to reject it, there is no need for an apology. Who says I am rejecting it? She replied, puzzled. Li Chengxuan raised his eyes to her, noticing the joy radiating from her face and the sparkle in her eyes. He furrowed his brow, seeking confirmation. Then why the apology? Ji Qingwu lamented. I had promised to visit Han's Han Temple together, but I must regretfully decline due to unforeseen circumstances. Li Chengxuan seemed to exhale deeply, quickly responding, It is of no consequence. We will have another opportunity to visit Han's Han Temple in the future. Ji Qingwu understood his words to imply that their relationship held promise for the future and that they would have ample time ahead. I have one more question for you, young Master Li, but I am uncertain if it might be too forward. I have been married before and have children. You must be aware of this. Why did you agree to this engagement with me? Ji Qingwu did not belittle herself. Yet in this world, to others, she was merely a widow with a child. Her reputation tarnished. She was eager to understand Li Chengxuan's thoughts. He seemed to understand her concerns and replied directly, In Shenyang, it is common for one to remarry. It is only natural to marry someone of one's affection. I have heard that Miss Ji has opened a medical clinic in Nanshu, demonstrating resilience amidst turmoil. Such a talented and steadfast woman. A man, whose features resembled a radiant moon, bowed gracefully. Qingxuan, I have thought of you day and night. Caught off guard by his confession, Ji Qingwu smiled softly and said, There is no need to ponder so much. Seeing her gentle expression, Li Chengxuan suddenly called out, Qingwu, may I call you that? His laughter resonated in her ears, his face as pure as freshly fallen snow, with her reflection in his eyes. Old Madame Qiao wishes for us to make a decision soon. The wedding date is not urgent. Qingwu, what are your thoughts? To establish a commitment and interact with the intent of marriage, while it may lack romance, it provides a sense of security. Ji Qingwu contemplated this. Qingwu, once I pass my examinations, I will proudly bring you into the scholar's residence. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall not interfere. I can personally instruct your children, and if you desire to continue your medical practice, I will help you find the perfect shop. If you prefer to stay at home, you may manage the household affairs. How's that sound? His words painted a future so enticing, promising her the freedom to pursue her desires, unbound by domestic constraints. Ji Qingwu felt her heart stir with emotion. All right. After their conversation, Ji Qingwu turned to leave, but Li Chengxuan's gaze remained fixed on the distance, not following her retreating figure. The elevated terrain of the artificial mountain offered a view of the main hall, where numerous guests from the Qiao family flowed like fish crossing a river. Only by ascending could one see further. In the Sneering palace, she entered the hall, kneeling beside the couch, massaging the Empress Dowager's legs. Your Majesty, I nearly arrived late. Please forgive me. You are not truly late, so what offense is there? The Empress Dowager closed her eyes, inhaling the fragrant pearwood incense, and asked, Pray tell, What delayed you? I went to the imperial garden to gather fresh flower petals for you, and I happened to overhear the young eunuchs gossiping. Noticing She's mysterious demeanor, the Empress Dowager opened her eyes and commanded, "Everyone else, please withdraw." "Your Majesty," one young eunuch said, "among this year's Jean there's one who is not only exceptionally talented, but also remarkably handsome. He has already caught the attention of numerous noblewomen." The Empress Dowager responded with a nonchalant tone, still unfazed. The Empress Dowager then sat up in surprise. Even the Emperor has praised him? Emperor Wu Su rarely bestows compliments. To choose to do so in court. It seems he is but a step away from the top position, awaiting the palace examination results. Is he truly that handsome? The Empress Dowager had a daughter, Princess Qingwu, who was approaching the age for selecting a husband. For the past 2 years, she had been observing eligible young men. Truly, the perfect match had presented itself unexpectedly. She continued, "Yes, Your Majesty, I heard that the Qiao family is quite fond of him as well. Regardless of whether he is from the Qiao family, Li family, or Chui family." The Empress Dowager frowned. "None may surpass my Qingyu." The Empress Dowager closed her eyes in comfort and slowly said, "Very well." On the morning of the 3rd day, Ji Qingwu went to the residence of the Grand Princess to deliver a formal invitation. The young servant led her through the entrance and along the corridor. Suddenly, a loud roar emanated from the left, startling Ji Qingwu. Following the sound, she glimpsed a man in the neighboring courtyard, his upper body bare, muscular, clad only in black trousers, practicing martial arts beneath a tree, each punch sending leaves fluttering down. His fists were as large as sandbags, and it was no exaggeration to say that a single blow could end Ji Qingwu's life. "Miss Ji, that is the prince consort." So this formidable figure was General Wei Qi, the prince consort of Grand Princess Huachang, Wei Qi Lianping. Without regard for whether he noticed her, Ji Qingwu bowed respectfully through the fence and hurried after the servant. Chapter 40. The Absurd Actions of Emperor Wu Su Soon. They arrived at the door of Grand Princess Huachang's chamber, where the waiting maid greeted Ji Qingwu as she approached. "Miss Ji, the Grand Princess is still asleep. Please wait in the side hall." Indeed, as a Grand Princess, she could sleep as long as she pleased in her own residence, unlike Ji Qingwu, who had to rise early and now wait for the noblewoman to awaken. Seated in the side hall, Ji Qingwu observed the room's decor. A long incense table was adorned with various scented candles and incense, filling the air with delightful floral and fruity aromas. On a zeton shelf rested a copper mirror, flanked by double-sided embroidered silk, while a roux kiln vase held a pouch of crystal-carved plum blossoms. She marveled inwardly. It was a refined elegance cloaked in nobility. The maid announced, "Miss Ji, the Grand Princess has awakened and will be coming to the side hall shortly." Ji Qingwu straightened her posture, her eyes focused on the door, anticipating movement. After a brief interval of tea, 2 maidens clad in yellow palace skirts gently pushed the door open. One of them, adorned in silky moonlight fabric and draped in a feathered veil, with her hair styled in a celestial bun, gracefully entered. The second surprise for Ji Qingwu upon entering the residence of the princess was Huachang, the princess herself. She had anticipated the beauty of the princess, being a sister of the Wusudi emperor. However, she did not expect a figure as ethereal as a celestial being, a woman of extraordinary grace and cool beauty. Huachang, trailing her long skirt, settled into her rightful place, her expression slightly weary. Her gaze bore an icy sharpness as she parted her lips to inquire, "You're the 5th daughter of the Ji family?" Ji Qingwu nodded obediently. Previously, she had found the Wusudi emperor's cold eyes unsettling, but now, compared to Huachang, they seemed rather mild. "The lady has come to check on your pulse, princess." Huachang subtly tilted her head, signaling the other maidens to withdraw, leaving only one close attendant. "Was it the emperor who sent you?" Her voice flowed like a refreshing spring, cool and clear. Ji Qingwu dared not elaborate, simply replying yes. Huachang's delicate brows relaxed slightly as she extended her jade arm, where the maid brought forth a gossamer crystal fabric to drape over her wrist. The maid softly urged, "Miss Ji, please." Ji Qingwu approached, avoiding direct eye contact with the princess, and gently rested her hand atop the fabric. To her surprise, the princess's skin was warm. Despite the ethereal aura that surrounded Huachang, Ji Qingwu had assumed she would feel as cold as jade. Realizing that the princess was indeed human, Ji Qingwu could not suppress a gentle smile, her lips forming a sweet dimple reminiscent of a pear. Huachang's gaze fell upon her face. A few days prior, a relative of the emperor, Li Yuzong, had visited, mentioning that the emperor had arranged for a divine physician to check on her health. Initially, she intended to refuse, believing that whether she was pregnant or not was a matter of fate, not to be interfered with. However, Li Gonggong insisted that this woman was rather unique. The implication was clear. This was not a request for medical attention based on her desires, but rather an obligation for her to comply. This marked the first time since the Wasudi emperor ascended the throne that such an absurdity had occurred. Huachang found herself scrutinizing Ji Qingwu, curious about what could possibly warrant such a description from the Grand Director of the imperial household, who served the emperor closely. As Ji Qingwu focused intently on taking the pulse, her gaze lowered, and her lips, naturally tinted, were pleasing, though merely satisfactory. Noticing a shift in her expression, the maid inquired, "Is the princess's health in question?" Ji Qingwu hurriedly reassured, "No, the princess is in good health. Her pulse is steady, flowing smoothly, calm, and gentle." She hesitated, pursing her lips, feeling it inappropriate to discuss matters of the bedroom with someone as celestial as the princess. Her eyes shimmered, reflecting the ripples of spring water as she gazed at Huachang. This softened the heart of Huachang, who smoothed the folds of her robe and encouraged her. "You may speak freely. It is known that your highness and the prince have been married for 6 years. The issue of infertility may not solely lie with the woman. It could also pertain to the man's health." She spoke delicately, and Huachang comprehended her meaning. "Summon the prince," Huachang commanded coldly. Shortly, the prince was invited to the side chamber. "Why is the princess receiving guests in the side chamber today?" Weiqi Lianping, having just finished his training, approached in a hastily donned outer robe. Huachang shot him a sharp glance, recalling the previous night's commotion he had caused in the main hall, rendering it unsuitable for receiving guests. Seeing him approach, dripping with sweat, and intending to sit beside her, the frigid facade of Huachang shattered, and she raised her jade finger, instructing, "Sit over there." Weiqi Lianping, indifferent, took a seat at a distance, lifted a cup of exquisite snow tea, and remarked, "What kind of tea is this? The flavor is too subtle, nowhere near the Dahong Pao from my general's residence." After drinking such precious tea, he still found it necessary to belittle it, prompting Huachang to turn away, unwilling to spare even a glance at this uncouth man. Through their exchange, Ji Qingwu discerned that this couple's relationship was far from the harmonious image portrayed by outsiders. It would be more accurate to describe it as mutual disdain. Weiqi Lianping, with a hint of provocation, found the tea unsatisfactory and poured it directly into his mouth from the pot, spilling some down his chin and onto his chest. The crude manner startled even Ji Qingwu. Once quenched, Weiqi Lianping finally noticed the delicate woman before him, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, and asked, "Who are you?" He was taken aback. "The princess summoned me just to have you check my pulse." Huachang had no desire to speak further, and the maid interjected, "The princess requests Miss Ji to also check your pulse." "I'm not ill. I will not." With that, Weiqi Lianping turned to leave, striding toward the door. Huachang, in frustration, smashed a precious jade cup at his feet, halting him in his tracks. Looking at the shards at his feet, he jested, "Since the princess insists so vehemently, I suppose I shall stay a moment longer." The act of breaking the cup had effectively compelled him to remain. Witnessing this couple's interaction filled Ji Qingwu with trepidation, prompting her to step forward. "I will examine the prince's pulse. It will be over soon." The maid prepared to place the crystal fabric over his wrist. Weiqi Lianping dismissed it, scoffing, "I am not a delicate woman. I am not afraid of being touched. In fact, a direct examination yields better results." Huachang could no longer contain her ire and exclaimed, "Can you not have some shame? This girl has been sent by the emperor. While you may not mind being touched, she risks injuring her hands." Upon hearing this, Weiqi Lianping finally regarded Ji Qingwu with seriousness. Raising his thick brows, he remarked, "You are the girl who shot arrows at the palace banquet, are you not?" Ji Qingwu felt a sense of familiarity as he had indeed been seated among the military guests that day. Leaning back, Weiqi Lianping scrutinized her profile and confirmed, "Indeed, it is you, the girl the emperor held while shooting arrows." The Wasudi emperor added, "Exactly, this is how I promote myself." This crude remark transformed what was meant to be a display of talent into something far more suggestive. Ji Qingwu instantly comprehended why Huachang, such an otherworldly figure, would become exasperated under these circumstances. He smirked. You should realize what this implies. Do you understand what it means? What does it signify? The words may have been rough, but they were not devoid of truth. Huachang chose not to interrupt the soldier's remarks. Contemplating her absence from the recent banquet, where she would have witnessed the emperor embracing this girl while shooting arrows. Huachang's expression deepened. She had not anticipated that the fifth daughter of the Ji family would hold such significance. On the day of the banquet, Ji Qingwu had felt nothing amiss, but hearing the prince's words now brought a blush to her cheeks, leaving her speechless. Wei Qi Lianping continued with a hint of mischief. This means that the emperor's true affection is not for the bow. Ji Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. Huachang, surprised, wondered when this brash man had become so insightful. In the room, the voice of the rugged prince echoed again. The emperor must have found an even more cherished sword or blade. Men are always fickle. A brute indeed. Huachang, having been raised with decorum, refrained from rolling her eyes in exasperation. It made sense. Ji Qingwu's heart floated, and she instinctively accepted this explanation. She softly advised, Prince, please do not become agitated. A calm demeanor is necessary for pulse examination. How about it? Am I not robust? Ji Qingwu nodded. The prince is strong and vigorous. There are no issues. Wei Qi Lianping, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by vigor? Suddenly realizing, he turned to the delicate woman. What kind of physician are you? Ji Qingwu replied, I specialize in infertility. He stood up in a fit of rage, glaring at Huachang. Does the princess think I am incapable of fathering a child? The long Princess of Huachang replied in a calm tone. Isn't that the case? This infuriated Wei Qi Lianping, whose face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly as if he were on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, a gentle voice, like a soothing spring, broke the tension. Your Highness, both you and the princess are in good health. Only then did Wei Qi Lianping take his seat, regarding the princess across from him with disdain. Due to the emperor's high regard for Ji Qingwu, the long Princess of Huachang was relatively cooperative. She said calmly, please ask your questions. When was the last time you shared a bed? The inquiry, so difficult to articulate, made the princess furrow her brows. Ji Qingwu raised an eyebrow in surprise. The couple appeared to be at odds, yet they seemed quite intimate. She pressed further, approximately how many times a month? Just as the princess was about to respond, she was interrupted. Wei Qi Lianping, his dissatisfaction evident, pointed a thick finger. How many times? It is merely once a month. The princess was not an ordinary wife. As both spouse and subject, she had imposed numerous rules upon him. Initially, they were allowed to share a bed 4 times a month, but now it had dwindled to once, all due to Wei Qi Lianping's roughness. The princess could no longer tolerate his lack of cleanliness while lying on her exquisite and fragrant bedding. A man who could not even wash himself properly did not deserve to share her bed. Thus, apart from this singular occasion each month, they resided separately in the princess's palace and the general's residence. Ji Qingwu calculated the days and realized they had just avoided the princess's fertile period last night. She inquired, is it fixed for this day, every month? The princess nodded slightly. No wonder, this was akin to deliberate contraception, and the issue lay therein. Ji Qingwu took out paper and pen, sketching a diagram, explaining that if the princess wished to conceive soon, they must avoid the days of her fertility, as those days were optimal for conception. Wei Qi Lianping, peering from the side, crossed his arms and remarked, who cares what day it is? We should do it every day. The princess swiftly shoved the sweat towel he had carelessly discarded into his mouth. The odor was overwhelming, and he nearly retched. He reflected, albeit reluctantly, that the pure and pristine princess had every reason to disdain him. Ji Qingwu gently suggested, Princess, your Highness, adjusting the timing of your monthly encounters should suffice. Wei Qi Lianping removed the towel from his mouth and questioned, is that all it takes? Wouldn't doing it daily increase the chances? Ji Qingwu's gaze fell upon the robust arms of the prince, which were likely thicker than the princess's thighs. If they were to engage daily, there would be no possibility of conception, only the risk of the beauty's demise. She diplomatically replied, excess can be detrimental. These few days are just right. The princess sighed in relief, fearing that the brutish man might go mad. Ji Qingwu arranged the next appointment for a pulse check with the princess before departing the palace. I am not merely following the physician's advice. I will stay a few extra days to assist you. Wei Qi Lianping's eyes were fixated on the princess, who resembled a celestial maiden. The long princess coldly retorted, you need not assist. The matter of childbirth does not require your help. You are truly incapable of managing it yourself. After 6 years of marriage, she could tell from a mere shift in his gaze what impure thoughts occupied his mind. Can you not entertain other thoughts and cease pestering me? As a prince, Weiqi Lianping found it stifling enough that he could not take concubines. And now he had to exercise restraint even in matters of intimacy. He scoffed. Aren't all men preoccupied with such matters, especially those of us in military leadership? Hearing such shameless words caused the princess to twitch at her temples. You are merely using your lust as an excuse. A gentleman should conduct himself with dignity. The emperor, once a great general of the north, did not behave in such a manner. Chapter 42. On the Dragon Bed. 9 lives are insufficient, even if the princess is the emperor's sister. How can you know how he behaves in private? Weiqi Lianping was once a fierce general under Emperor Wusu. Those who were his confidants fought alongside him, sharing hardships and sleeping in the same quarters. There were no secrets among them. He insinuated, the princess may be mistaken. That individual is not someone any ordinary person can endure. Weiqi Lianping pondered and offered a crude analogy. For instance, the young lady who just came to check the pulse. Her waist is so slender it could snap with a mere grasp. If she were to ascend the dragon bed, 9 lives would not suffice. The long princess hurled a teapot in his direction, gritting her teeth. Get out of my sight. Ji Qingwu found herself face to face with the expelled prince at the door. Moments ago, her pen had rested upon the table in the hall. Unintentionally, she overheard his words, followed by the princess's furious shout, and Weiqi Lianping emerged through the door. Ji Qingwu could not evade in time. Despite his clumsiness, Weiqi Lianping sensed the awkwardness and only exacerbated it. I was merely giving an example. Besides, I was stating the truth, not exaggerating. What truth? Is it true that on the dragon bed, 9 lives are insufficient? Ji Qingwu was at a loss for how to respond, lowering her gaze in embarrassment, offering a soft hum. Do not doubt it. You will understand if you try. With that, Weiqi Lianping strode away. Ji Qingwu closed her eyes, then opened them again. Lacking the courage to re-enter and retrieve her pen, her ears flushed as she departed. At the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, members of the Ji clan, her maternal family, were all present. Ji Qingwu sat in a corner of the banquet, holding Qiuqiu, advising Qiuqiu, do not speak out of turn and eat quietly. Let us behave like little ladies. The waters of linen nourished her. In just a few months, the little girl blossomed into a charming beauty with a delicate, rosy complexion. Qiuqiu bobbed her head and sang, the ospreys call on the riverbank, graceful Qiuqiu, the gentleman seeks a mate. Graceful Qiuqiu? Ji Qingwu chuckled, playfully pinching her little belly. After a while, someone seated across the table caused a stir, prompting several hushed gasps of surprise. Who caused this commotion? Ji Qingwu looked over, her brows lifting in astonishment. It was Li Chengxuan, who had come to attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. His handsome appearance stood out even among the noble company in the palace. However, this was a small family gathering, and since Li Chengxuan had yet to take the imperial examination, he held no official position. It was puzzling to see him here. Ji Qingwu felt a wave of confusion as she exchanged glances with him across several rows, catching sight of his smiling eyes and the scrutinizing gazes of those around them. She quickly turned her head, aware that one should not be too audacious at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Qiuqiu nestled in her arms, piped up in her childish voice. Mother, that young man is so handsome. Ji Qingwu smiled. Do you like him, Qiuqiu? Yes, I want to marry that handsome young man when I grow up. Ji Qingwu patted her little head, laughing. All right, you can go ask him if he agrees later. The Wang of Yong entered with the Wang Fei. Shortly after, the long Princess of Huachang gracefully took her seat. After all, it was the Empress Dowager's birthday. Even if the princess despised large gatherings, she had to attend. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has arrived. A eunuch announced loudly, prompting everyone to rise and bow. Following the Empress Dowager was a young woman adorned with a golden crown, dressed in a pink embroidered gown adorned with butterflies, exuding both elegance and playfulness. She must be the favored Qingengzh. Mother, I wish you longevity equal to the heavens, with blessings as vast as the eastern sea. May your days shine like the sun and moon, and may you remain youthful through the seasons. The Empress Dowager chuckled, observing how you have grown day by day, nearing the age of selecting a suitor. How could I not grow old myself? Princess Qingyun clapped her hands, prompting a young eunuch to present a black lacquered incense stand adorned with golden flowers. Crafted into a shape of auspiciousness, with a base of gilded round beads, capable of housing an incense burner. Prince Yong stood up and approached for a closer look, remarking, "Such an exquisite incense stand could only be procured by the royal sister. It puts me, as her elder brother, to shame." Third brother, "What birthday gift have you prepared for mother? Quickly, let me see," he urged. The Princess of Yong stepped forward, presenting a carefully crafted item with both hands, stating calmly, "Your Highness and I have prepared a set of intricately embroidered Tibetan Buddhist scriptures for mother. As the daughter of a grand minister and renowned for her intellect, such a gift from her hands would undoubtedly be exceptional." The Empress Dowager, beaming with joy, commanded Shirshi to accept the gifts, acknowledging the filial piety of all present. Princess Qingwu gazed at the empty seat beside the Empress Dowager and inquired, "Mother, why has his royal brother not yet arrived?" "Matters of the court are numerous. He must have been momentarily detained," replied the Empress Dowager. Guests continued to present their birthday gifts in waves. Ji Qingwu gifted a string of glass incense ash beads blessed by esteemed monks, earning praise in return. Soon, it was Ji Qingwu's turn. She instructed her little sister, Jiujia, to sit properly and gracefully approach the hall. "Your Majesty, I have heard that you occasionally suffer from headaches at night. I have prepared a remedy for you," she proclaimed, offering a delicate prescription with her fair hands. While others brought gifts for admiration or play, this child presented something genuinely beneficial for alleviating ailments, softening the Empress Dowager's gaze. "Qingwu, how thoughtful of you. This headache has been a lingering ailment since the time of Qingyun's birth," the Empress Dowager expressed with warmth. Shirshi descended the steps to receive it. "Miss Ji, does this prescription imply dissatisfaction with the Empress Dowager?" She could only kneel again in response. Emperor Wusuxi strode to the front of the hall, his embroidered boots treading upon cloud patterns, passing by Ji Qingwu. As he moved, the dragon robe stirred a gust of wind, tousling a few strands of her hair. Though she did not raise her head, she sensed the emperor's displeasure. Upon taking his seat with a commanding presence, he spoke, "There are military matters in the northern borders that require my attention. Forgive my tardiness, mother." The Empress Dowager smiled, saying, "Your Majesty, your dedication to governance is a blessing for the common folk. How could I not be pleased?" Yet, his earlier words seemed to carry a hint of dissatisfaction towards Ji Qingwu. Previously at the palace banquet, the court had speculated whether the emperor harbored particular feelings for her. But today, he openly reprimanded her. "Bring forth the prescription. Let me see," he commanded. Shirshi respectfully handed it over. With the emperor's words, the Ji family felt a wave of trepidation as they stepped forward, kneeling in unison. Ji Qingwu, however, had not anticipated the underlying implications and cautiously raised her eyes to discern the emperor's expression, which was as dark as someone come to collect a debt. She bowed her head and immediately confessed her fault. Chapter 43. A Kiss for the Precious Emperor. "It is my oversight," she admitted. The Empress Dowager was perplexed by the emperor's sudden outburst. Was he perhaps seeking to chastise the Ji family? Emperor Wusuxi's gaze fell upon the elegant curve of the neck of the young woman kneeling in the hall, a beautiful silhouette, yet the mind above it was resolute. On the day they met by the carriage, he had commanded her to visit the princess's residence 3 days later, intending for her to refuse her engagement to Li Qingxuan. Yet the following day, she had eagerly gone to the Qiao family for a meeting. Observers noted the emperor's increasing severity, causing many to break into a sweat. At that moment, the kneeling members of the Ji family bowed their heads, awaiting the emperor's decree, but a small figure could no longer maintain her composure. Seeing her mother kneeling at the front, Jiujia bounded forward. Ji Qingwu caught sight of the little girl scurrying past her and, alarmed, widened her eyes, reaching out to grab Jiujia. However, the nimble child darted up several steps. Ji Qingwu, disregarding etiquette, raised her head just in time to see Jiujia rush to the emperor's throne. Yet Jiujia had her own intentions, more audacious than Ji Qingwu's. Using her small hands and feet to tug at the emperor's dragon robe, she continued to climb, but her small strength was insufficient, leaving her dangling from the emperor's leg. Her little legs swinging, Ji Qingwu felt a wave of dizziness. The chief eunuch Li Yuzong should have intercepted the child as she climbed the platform. But upon her appearance before the emperor, he noticed a flicker of surprise in the emperor's expression, which was not one of displeasure, as he slightly raised an eyebrow. Seeing the small, dirty hand that had crawled on the ground touch the emperor's robe, Li Yuzong's heart tightened, yet the fastidious emperor showed no reaction. Li Yuzong glanced up and down, pondering, and eventually unraveled the mystery. Initially, he thought the girl bore a striking resemblance to the young Prince Yuanhang, but upon reflection, who did the young prince resemble? Emperor Wu Suxi. Upon closer inspection, the child's small face, aside from her eyes, bore the same contours and chin as the emperor. Li Yuzong's eyes darted, and upon observing Ji Qingwu kneeling in the hall, he finally understood the emperor's unusual behavior of late. He bowed his head, pretending not to see. Meanwhile, Zhu clung to the emperor's leg, gazing up with her soft, round face. Her dark, sparkling eyes met his as she asked, "Are you the emperor? Why do you scold my mother?" Emperor Wu Suxi lowered his gaze, looking into her eyes, identical to those of the woman kneeling before him. "She has erred," he stated, his tone relatively calm. Unaware of her fault, Ji Qingwu felt a slight relief. However, Zhu immediately protested. Mother did nothing wrong. Her audacity in front of the emperor was remarkable. Ji Qingwu's temper flared once again. Mother said that when calling my name, it should be like a kiss. Her name means kiss. Thus she bestowed a fragrant kiss upon the emperor's left cheek. The atmosphere in the hall grew quiet. As the kiss landed, the emperor's left eyebrow arched slightly, and his gaze brightened. Zhu Jie continued. Mother also said that no one could possibly dislike Zhu Jie. Ji Qingwu's fair forehead glistened with sweat. But I did not tell you to kiss people indiscriminately. Miss Ji, a voice called, prompting Ji Qingwu to lift her head. The emperor, holding the chubby child, wore a somewhat pleased expression, murmuring, "You have indeed raised a delightful daughter." Thus, the matter was resolved through Zhuji's antics. The emperor accepted the prescription without further inquiry and, during the banquet, engaged in lively conversation and drinks with Prince Yong and other relatives. The emperor's birthday gift was indeed a grand gesture. In the presence of the illustrious Buddha of infinite life, a magnificent ink-carved Huayan heart mirror painting, along with a rare edition of the golden characters of the Infinite Life Sutra, all treasures of unparalleled value, the Empress Dowager found herself bewildered by the emperor's actions. Moments ago, she had chastised the Ji family in anger, lifting her voice in reproach, only to now present such precious gifts, leaving her uncertain of the emperor's intentions. The atmosphere was subdued at the banquet. The Princess Qingyun gazed toward a specific spot at the table, her lips curving into a shy smile. Ji Qingwu, however, found no pleasure in the feast before her. She was caught in a dilemma. If she inquired, she risked losing her head. If she remained silent, her head ached with uncertainty. As she stood to leave the hall, she noticed two figures at the entrance, a petite woman speaking with a charming smile, facing none other than Li Qingxuan. Upon closer approach, Ji Qingwu recognized the woman as Princess Qingyun. The princess, seemingly unaware of Ji Qingwu's presence, suddenly stumbled into Li Qingxuan, leaning against him with her small hand resting on his chest. As he steadied her, he gently protested, "Your Highness, this is not appropriate." Ji Qingwu silently passed by them, pretending not to see. "Cousin," the princess called after her, unable to maintain her pretense of blindness, forcing Ji Qingwu to halt. With the princess extending her courtesy, Qiao Shi patted Ji Qingwu's hand and led her child away. Ji Qingwu, despite her usual obliviousness, sensed the hostility emanating from the princess, who clearly coveted the handsome man before them. Reluctant to engage in rivalry, Ji Qingwu remained steadfast in her prior agreement with Li Qingxuan. She would not yield simply because her opponent was a princess. Standing between Ji Qingwu and Li Qingxuan, Princess Qingyun provocatively remarked, "Cousin, I have recently heard a rumor and wish to confirm it with you." The rumor, undoubtedly regarding an engagement. Before Ji Qingwu could respond, Li Qingxuan bowed and said, "If the princess and Miss Ji have matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." Ji Qingwu regarded his retreating figure with mild surprise. The once graceful man now seemed somewhat flustered. The princess, emboldened, suggested, "Cousin, with so many ears around us, let's take a stroll by the lake." This innocent walk turned ominous, as news soon spread of someone having fallen into the water. In the brightly lit Zhaoyang Hall, the emperor's daily affairs took place. Today, Emperor Wusuo was in high spirits, having indulged in a few extra cups of wine, and was now clad in a casual outfit after changing from his ceremonial robes. The bamboo green gown with its dragon-embroidered cuffs accentuated his tall and elegant stature. Inside the hall, layers of dark blue curtains separated the palace maids from the outer chamber. Perusing an ancient tome, the emperor exuded an air of nobility. Li Yuzong approached quietly, his voice low. Your Majesty, Princess Qingyu and Miss Ji have fallen into the water. The precious volume slipped from the emperor's grasp, landing carelessly on the floor. The curtains billowed as he swiftly made his way to the Zhaoyang Hall's exit. Baite Lake. This was not Ji Qingwu's first encounter with the water. A few guards who had appeared from nowhere attempted to rescue the princess, but were rebuffed by her imperious commands. Ji Qingwu, perplexed by the princess's arrogance in such a perilous situation, felt compelled to intervene. With a resigned sigh, she dove back into the water, swiftly bringing Princess Qingyu to safety. As she helped the princess onto the shore, she noticed a solitary figure standing where there had been none before. Tall and striking in a green robe, he looked down at her with a penetrating gaze. Ji Qingwu, still half submerged, trembled at the moment their eyes met. How had the emperor appeared so suddenly at the water's edge? Brother, you have come. I nearly drowned. You must take responsibility. Princess Qingyu wailed, soaked and pitiful. Yet, the emperor seemed entirely indifferent to her plight. Under the weight of his scrutinizing gaze, Ji Qingwu attempted to rise gracefully from the water, only to slip and almost fall again. In the next instant, a strong arm lifted her effortlessly, as if she were a mere bundle of cotton. Despite this, she felt the dampness of her own clothes, and the sheer strength of her rescuer was astonishing. It seemed she was airborne for a brief moment before being set down. Li Yuzong arrived breathless, having lagged behind the emperor, and handed over a robe. Your Majesty, your outer robe. As Princess Qingyu looked on with a mix of sorrow and indignation, Emperor Wusua unfurled the moon-white robe and draped it around Ji Qingwu, enveloping her completely. While she felt warmth from the heavy garment, it was snug to the point of discomfort around her neck. She hunched her shoulders, frowning, fearing that the incident involving the princess would ultimately be blamed on her. The commotion had drawn attention from Sinang Palace, and sure, she hurriedly arrived, bowing respectfully. I greet your Majesty. The Empress Dowager has learned of the princess's fall and is on her way. She sent me to ascertain the situation. It was all Ji Qingwu's fault that I fell. Princess Qingyu cried, arrest her and take her to mother for punishment. The truth of the matter was far from what the princess claimed. Ji Qingwu attempted a sardonyit smile, unsure whether to mock the princess's cunning or to reflect on her own kindness. The emperor noticed the shift in her emotions. But brother, it was Ji. The princess began, only to be silenced by a mere glance from the emperor, her protest stifled. He stood at the water's edge, observing Ji Qingwu, who had curled into herself, revealing only her small face. Speak. After the banquet concluded, the princess summoned me to the lakeside to issue a warning. The words lingered on her lips, but faced with the emperor's glowering expression, she hesitated. He stepped closer, and she feared he might toss her back into the lake. So, she spoke quickly. The princess warned me against associating with Li Gongzi, as he is her chosen consort. Ji Qingwu declared earnestly, I would never consent to such a thing. Competing openly is one matter, but coercing a rival to withdraw is not honorable. Her disdain for such tactics was clear, yet to some, it signified her steadfast feelings for Li Qingxuan. The emperor's gaze darkened, fixating on her lips, which often uttered words he found displeasing, and he inquired nonchalantly, and then she pushed me into the water, and I pulled her down with me, Ji Qingwu confessed. The emperor's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of frigid discontent. Ji Qingwu tightened her grip on the robe, sensing the change in his mood. She suddenly realized how candid she had been. After all, the princess was of royal blood, the emperor's sister, and her status was incomparable. Though the princess had pushed her into the water, it did not warrant her retaliating in kind. What the princess could do, she could not. Ji Qingwu pressed her lips together, suppressing her grievance, and meekly admitted, this subject has erred. Wherein lies the error? The emperor replied, turning his attention to the now calm waters, though a tempest brewed in his eyes. You fell into the water, yet you emerged unscathed. Ji Qingwu felt a sudden ache welling in her throat, tears threatening to spill. She stammered, indeed, I swim well. Even if pushed, I can return to shore. The emperor remained unmoved, his tone still icy. Do you not understand that the guards by the shore were prepared for you? They would not allow you to come to harm. What did he mean by prepared for her? Ji Qingwu's thoughts raced, and she was suddenly alarmed, looking up in shock. The princess had nearly drowned, yet the guards were forbidden from intervening. The woman's garments were thin, clinging to her form after she fell into the water. If a guard were to rescue her, it would be akin to skin against skin, and if seen by others, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, forcing her to marry the guard. The guard had been prepared for her. Should this scheme succeed, she and Li Qingxuan would inevitably part ways. Emperor Wu Su stared at the woman with clear eyes, shocked and pale, her rosy lips slightly parted, her grip tightening on her pale blue outer robe. The moonlight was pristine in the sky, while shadows lurked everywhere on the ground. He had long known that she did not belong in the palace, easily susceptible to other schemes. At the birthday banquet, she would even hand over her weaknesses to others. Chapter 45. The Iron-Blooded Emperor, yet a dashing young man. The prescription for pain relief, though well-intentioned, bore immense risk. If the Empress Dowager were to fall ill, whether genuinely or feigned, it could easily be blamed on this prescription. Moreover, those with ulterior motives could provide her with food that counteracted the medicine, leading to her illness and consequently sowing seeds of doubt in her mind. Fortunately, he arrived in time. His apparent reprimand was, in truth, an act of protection. The birthday banquet was currently as such. Otherwise, her pure-hearted nature would surely lead to her being devoured by others. Some clandestine matters, if not explicitly pointed out, she would never conceive, forcing her to endure tears and grievances alone. Yet, it was precisely because of her nature that she possessed such clear and bright eyes. Emperor Wu Su remained silent, his expression stern as he observed her. Ji Qingwu understood the emperor's disappointed gaze. Feeling guilty, she averted her eyes. He gripped her chin, insistently turning her to face him. Ji Qingwu was compelled to meet his gaze, her eyes shimmering with confusion and evident grievance. She wondered how she had grown to such an age. As they spoke, the robe surrounding her had unknowingly loosened, revealing her wet front, her graceful curves laid bare. Unconsciously, gazes gravitated toward her form. What was initially a helpless remark from Emperor Wu Su took on a teasing tone as he unexpectedly beheld the scene before him. Ji Qingwu noticed the man had lost his usual cold demeanor, his features now imbued with a charming and alluring air, clad in a green robe that accentuated his elegance. No longer did he resemble an iron-blooded emperor, but rather a refined young gentleman, the dream of countless maidens. The emperor's eyes sparkled brighter than the stars in the night sky, filled with an indistinct light that Ji Qingwu could not quite discern. Overwhelmed by that hidden brilliance, she lowered her gaze and, parting her lips, confessed her folly. Emperor Wu Su's fingers, which held her chin, moved upward, pressing against her delicate lips during her pause. In that moment, Ji Qingwu could utter not a single word, the warmth of his fingers rendering her speechless. If she was indeed foolish, then she ought to refrain from speaking. As he spoke, Emperor Wu Su's fingers playfully caressed her lips. If she could not articulate the words he wished to hear, then silence was preferable. His long fingers, calloused from martial training, pressed against her petal-soft lips, causing both discomfort and a tingling sensation. She yearned to bite him, but such an act would not only be improper, but also excessively intimate. She grasped his outstretched arm with both hands, attempting to push him away. Yet his hold was as unyielding as iron, her fingers aching without effect. Emperor Wu Su narrowed his eyes, observing her pale fingertips pushing against him with determination. Disobedient, he murmured, a statement that felt both like a gentle reprimand and a dangerous whisper. Subsequently, he exerted pressure on her chin, forcing her head back higher, until their breaths mingled. The scent of dragon's saliva wafted near her nose, enveloping her delicate face. Ji Qingwu widened her watery eyes, witnessing the handsome visage before her magnified to the point where she could see herself reflected in his gaze. With disheveled hair and a form pressed against him, she appeared vulnerable, embodying a softness that seemed to invite affection. How could she possibly present herself in such a manner? Trapped and unable to move, Ji Qingwu surrendered and closed her eyes. However, even with her eyes shut, she sensed his gaze traversing her face, her lips trembling slightly. Am I truly that fearsome? Ji Qingwu remained silent, not daring to open her eyes. If she could, she would wish to block her ears as well. Indeed, he was fearsome. The moment she made contact with him, a deep-seated fear arose within her, accompanied by an inexplicable fluttering in her heart. Emperor Wu Su spoke in a deep voice. If you evade, there shall be punishment. Ji Qingwu pondered in confusion. What punishment? Is my head to be relocated? His hand finally withdrew from her lips, but encircled her slender waist. Ji Qingwu abruptly opened her eyes, her body tense, noting how her back stiffened like a drawn bow. His hand gently patted her, offering comfort, akin to how she often consoled Zhu Jiao. However, the posture was markedly different. Emperor Wu Su's hands enveloped her waist, then caressed her back. Ji Qingwu, wishing to escape his touch, had to push her chest forward, giving the appearance of willingly leaning into the emperor. With nowhere left to retreat, she found herself ensnared between his powerful embrace and the warmth of his chest. A smirk played upon Emperor Wu Su's lips as he softly coaxed, "Be obedient, do not move." Who was truly the one moving? The flesh surrounding her spine was resilient yet pliable, gradually yielding to his gentle ministrations. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Qingwu relaxed, her body softening under his warm and powerful hands that kneaded her with a comforting force. Seeing her lower her guard, her body pliable like a cloud, obediently yielding to his whims, the emperor's hands drifted to her delicate shoulder blades. His palms lingered there longer than elsewhere, as though he cherished this spot most. His touch growing ever gentler, reminiscent of soothing caresses after a fall into water. Though his hands were on her back, they soothed the turmoil within her heart. As she felt the warmth of his touch, Ji Qingwu's grievances dissipated. What she perceived as a tender gesture appeared to others as something far more intimate. With a wealth of theoretical knowledge, yet little practical experience, her only encounters had been forceful, and she had never even kissed anyone, leaving her unversed in matters of the heart. What she thought was merely a massage soon became overwhelming. After a prolonged caress, she found herself melting into a puddle, unable to stand firm. Weakly, she let her head rest upon his broad, sturdy shoulder, her lips slightly parted like a fish out of water, gasping for breath. Her complexion flushed. She could not comprehend why her reaction was so intense. Emperor Wu Su, observing everything, regarded her with eyes as deep as an abyss. Teasingly, he remarked, "My intention was to punish, yet it has inadvertently transformed into a reward. To be personally attended to by His Majesty was a privilege bestowed upon no one but her alone." Li Yuzong, who had been waiting nearby, had retreated to a distance of 10 meters, yet he could still see their silhouettes. When had the cold and unyielding emperor ever exhibited such tender attentiveness? As if he wished to meld the one in his embrace into his very being? Ji Qingwu's ears had long turned crimson, yet upon hearing the words of punishment turned to reward, a new blush ignited, her earlobes glowing like red jade. With a slight frown, she gazed at him, her eyes glistening with emotion and reproach. "I did not invite your majesty. You insisted on this." The woman nestled against him was soft, her voice sweet, her gaze brimming with spring-like warmth. Such a response was deeply endearing. No longer did Emperor Wu Su exhibit his usual icy demeanor. Instead, he chuckled softly, "So it seems. I am merely indulging myself." Chapter 46. Staying in the palace tonight, his low voice enveloped her, and Ji Qingwu felt herself growing warm, almost to the point of delirium. She wondered if she was imagining things, as it seemed the emperor was flirting with her. Before she could process her thoughts, she heard his slightly hoarse voice declare, "Stay in the palace tonight." This statement jolted Ji Qingwu, leaving her momentarily dazed. She quickly lifted her gaze from his embrace and retorted, "That is not permissible. My family awaits me at home." A blush of indignation could not be contained on her face. What did the emperor take her for? A mere plaything to be easily trifled with. JQNGW's eyes, once clouded with mist, now sparkled with clarity as she declared loudly, "Moreover, I am already betrothed." Upon hearing the word betrothal, WSD released her, allowing her to distance herself, and the previous intimacy dissipated entirely. JQNGW adjusted her outer robe and took a few steps back. "What are you contemplating?" WSD inquired in a deep voice. "Tomorrow morning, the Empress Dowager will certainly summon you to the palace again." Indeed, the Empress Dowager would come to question her, perhaps seeking to impose punishment for the incident of her precious princess falling into the water. Although she belonged to the same J clan as the Empress Dowager, the act of causing Princess Huachang to fall into the water was far more reprehensible. "I initially intended well. Tomorrow morning, someone from the palace will come to your residence to take you away, and your family will undoubtedly be disturbed." So, this was the true purpose of keeping her in the palace, rather than what she had imagined. If Chi Osh were to see her being escorted away by the eunuchs, she might very well be frightened into illness. JQNGW forced a smile, her lips curling awkwardly as she said, "Your Majesty is wise." He pondered for a moment before adding with a hint of disdain, at worst, you will receive a few lashes, enduring some physical pain. However, a severe beating could indeed be fatal. She had once witnessed soldiers capturing fugitives, pressing them to the ground and striking them with slender bamboo rods until their skin was torn and flesh laid bare. Ji Qingwu could not bear the thought of her own backside suffering such a fate. It would be better to swiftly end it all, closing her eyes and passing away in an instant. She even began to feel a dull ache in her rear. Just as Ji Qingwu opened her mouth to speak, the emperor turned and departed. Lying had been waiting at a distance. Upon seeing the emperor leave with a cold expression, he hastily followed. WSD walked steadily, quickly covering a significant distance. Ji Qingwu remained rooted in place, watching his tall figure, straight as a pine tree, as he gradually faded into the distance. Had it not been for this encounter, she would have already faced punishment in Ning Palace, her backside perhaps in tatters. Ji Qingwu recalled Chi Osh's earlier words. Everyone in the palace harbors their own thoughts, but only the emperor's intentions are of utmost importance. If the empress dowager sought to punish her, who could prevent it? Only the emperor could. She quickened her pace to catch up, hearing the hurried footsteps behind her. WSD raised an eyebrow, while Lying wisely stepped back a few paces. Ji Qingwu, following behind him, breathed heavily and said, Your Majesty, it was my improper thoughts earlier. Please do not hold it against me. Hearing her echo his previous words, Ji Qingwu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Miss J is unfamiliar with the palace paths. Lying, do escort her, WSD kindly instructed. Ing approached Ji Qingwu and gestured. Yes, please follow. She circled around and boldly stood before the emperor, declaring, I shall not leave tonight. I beseech your majesty to take me in. Take you in? WSD paused, casually remarking, Do you know who may enter my Oying palace? Ji Qingwu shook her head. Oying palace is his majesty's sleeping quarters. Those who enter are the ladies of the harem, Lying explained. Ji Qingwu bit her lip and proposed, I need not enter. I shall simply wait at the palace gate. Lying exclaimed, Miss Ji, that simply cannot be. You are the daughter of a court official and the niece of the Empress Dowager. How can it be fitting for you to act as a night watchmaid? Mentioning the Empress Dowager only strengthened Ji Qingwu's resolve. Was it not simply a matter of being a night watchmaid? WSD gazed at her, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Do you know what a night watchmaid does? Ji Qingwu shook her head in ignorance. Lying stepped forward to explain, lowering his voice. The night watchmaids are divided into upper and lower shifts. They must wait outside the sleeping quarters, ever vigilant for sounds from within. Ji Qingwu nodded, realizing this was similar to the duties of a servant in a common household. She had not anticipated that being a night watchmaid entailed so many rules. But that is not all. Lying continued. If a lady comes to attend to the emperor at night, the maid must pay special attention when water is called for. The stove must be watched to ensure it does not extinguish. While chaos ensues within, the night watchmaid must listen attentively outside, and once the proceedings conclude, she must promptly fetch warm water for the emperor and the lady to bathe. The thought of eavesdropping on WSD's private moments stirred a tumult of emotions within Ji Qingwu. Fidgeting with her fingers, she cast a furtive glance at WSD beside her. Surely he would not be summoning a certain lady tonight? Yet he might also choose to spend the night alone. Ji Qingwu decided to take a gamble. She nodded at Lying, indicating her acceptance of the arrangement. Lying discreetly observed the emperor's expression, letting out a soft click of his tongue. I almost forgot to mention another point. If His Majesty takes interest, a night watchmaid may also enter the palace to serve. However, this was a folly committed by the previous Liang emperor, and WSD had never done such a thing. Even if Ji Qingwu were to remain optimistic, she could not help but feel disheartened. The role of a night watchmaid was far from enviable, and she abandoned the notion. Lowering her head, she gazed at the golden belt around the azure dragon-patterned robe beneath her feet, noticing that he still stood before her, showing no inclination to depart. When conversing with someone wielding power and harboring deep thoughts, the best approach is to present one's true feelings. No lies, no excuses, just the expression of genuine intentions. JQNGW ceased to beat around the bush with WSD and directly asked, "Your Majesty, do you have a way to save me?" WSD regarded her hairline and inquired, "Did you not consider a countermeasure when you pulled QNG in into the water, acting impulsively and causing chaos? Only to think of seeking me now?" His tone was inscrutable. "I ultimately did rescue the princess from the water, though I committed a grave error. I also achieved a minor merit." JQNGW raised her head, tilting her delicate chin as she scrutinized the emperor's expression. In a soft and tender voice, she said, "Your Majesty, do you not agree?" Chapter 47. To see one is to wish to marry one. This delicate demeanor, if overly exaggerated, becomes contrived, yet if lacking, it falls short of charm. The essence of hardened steel transforms into a gentle caress. WSD slightly inclined his head. JQNGW's eyes instantly sparkled, and in a soft voice, she said, "Your Majesty has already stated that I am dull-witted. I certainly cannot match Your Majesty's unparalleled talent, wisdom, and martial prowess. So I beseech you to enlighten me. The ability to flatter without inciting disdain is a true skill." JQNGW possessed a natural talent in this regard. Her glossy, dark eyes gazed intently, filled with trust and reliance, making it difficult for the one being observed to betray her affection. WSD fixed his gaze upon her and slowly replied, "There is a way, but it depends on your courage." JQNGW, unwilling to face the punishment of being beaten tomorrow, urgently asked, "What is the method?" "Come here." "Where to?" The emperor did not clarify, realizing her previous misunderstanding. She dared not entertain any other thoughts and promptly agreed, following closely behind him. Upon reaching the door of the Oying Palace, the night had deepened. The great hall was brightly lit, with two palace attendants standing beside the red door. Remembering LGNGG's mention of night watch maids, JQNGW scrutinized them more closely. She soon discovered that those who served the emperor were all strikingly beautiful, and in comparison to the young ladies of noble families, they were not inferior, thus reinforcing her belief in LGNGG's words. Once inside the palace, the vast chamber was left with only JQNGW. Even LYZing had withdrawn. The western hall was draped with layers of gauzy curtains, faintly revealing a dragon bed piled with brocade blankets. She quickly averted her gaze, her ears growing warm as she focused on the polished stones of the floor. A wide writing desk made of white sandalwood and purple rosewood stood before her, its surface as smooth as a mirror. The emperor's fingers gently tapped upon it. JQNGW immediately understood, stepping forward, lowering her head to softly inquire, "Your Majesty, what must I do to earn the Empress Dowager's forgiveness?" Yet, WSD first posed a question of another nature. "When did you become engaged?" "I have not heard of the Ji family holding any formal inquiries regarding marriage." This was something she had hastily mentioned by Tay Lake. Ji Qingwu replied, "As of now, is merely a verbal agreement." Emperor Wu Su raised an eyebrow, questioning whether a mere verbal commitment could hold any weight. He had never heard of a lady's engagement being established solely through spoken words without a written contract. Initially, she and Li Qingxuan had merely exchanged feelings, planning to prepare for the necessary items for the marriage proposal in the coming days. However, to her surprise, Princess Qingyun had taken a liking to young Master Li and had learned of their situation, the source of the information being unknown. After the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, she had made such a grand effort to snatch him away. Noticing her distraction, Emperor Wu Su coldly stated, "I am asking you a question." Ji Qingwu nodded earnestly. "A verbal agreement does hold value. I believe in him, though it may not be as binding as Your Majesty's words." Her declaration of faith tightened the emperor's jaw. Yet Ji Qingwu remained oblivious. She possessed no grand ambitions or fervent pursuits, but she had always held steadfast to her promises. After a moment, Emperor Wu Su remarked indifferently, "Only sincerity can break the world's deceit. Only truth can dispel the world's falsehood. Miss Ji's reverence for her commitments is indeed fortunate for that person." Under the palace lights, her face appeared even more radiant. The emperor's gaze drifted away, the darkness in his eyes gradually fading, returning to the cold and regal demeanor of an emperor. The hall fell silent for an extended period, long enough for Ji Qingwu to feel a strain in her neck, only to hear the weighty voice inquire, "So, you wish to marry him?" You would risk a conflict with Princess Qingwu over a mere verbal agreement and jeopardize your relationship with the Empress Dowager? The cost is considerable. Emperor Wu Su mocked. Under heaven, there are many fine gentlemen. Do you intend to marry the first one you encounter? If she pondered this remark deeply, Ji Qingwu might have sensed something amiss, but just then, the sound of drums echoed from outside, intensifying her anxiety. Furrowing her delicate brow, she urged, Your Majesty, what exactly is the solution you propose? The emperor remained silent, his expression growing colder once more. Normally, Ji Qingwu would have bowed her head under the weight of his icy gaze. However, time was of the essence, and gathering her courage, she inched closer, cautiously reaching out to grasp the sleeve of his robe. The hand resting upon the azure garment was as warm and white as jade, radiating a brilliance unmatched by fine silk. The smooth and soft fabric slipped from Ji Qingwu's grasp, the gentle pressure barely registering. Yet she felt an intense heat in her hand, as if even his clothing resisted her touch. Outside the hall, Li Yuzong entered, holding a tray stacked with garments, followed by 2 palace attendants. Emperor Wu Su commanded, Come in. Upon entering, Li Yuzong said, Miss Ji, these are some change of clothes prepared in advance for you. The skirts inside were still damp and would indeed be uncomfortable to wear. Ji Qingwu gratefully responded, Thank you, Li Gongga. She then turned to glance at the emperor, awaiting his permission to proceed. Emperor Wu Su picked up an ancient book from the table, flipping to an earlier page, his brow furrowing as he showed no desire to engage with her further. You may go, Li Yuzong whispered. This was arranged by His Majesty, so must be permitted. Ji Qingwu nodded, and the 2 attendants guided her to the hot spring in the west side hall. After their figures vanished, Emperor Wu Su stared at the ancient text, his brow knitting in irritation. She had approached him, uninvited, all for the sake of an engagement with another man. The powerful strokes of the characters before him became increasingly detestable, inciting a desire to cast this hard-won artifact into the flickering candlelight. Both the east and west side halls contained bathing pools, with the eastern hall housing a grander imperial spring reserved for the emperor and empress, inaccessible to others. The entire pool in the west side hall was paved with translucent white stone, with steps made of the same material on each side. The bottom of the pool was adorned with carvings of fish, dragons, flowers, and birds, with the exception of phoenixes. As the water rippled, the dragon-patterned shadows danced gracefully, creating a unique charm. This hot spring was exquisitely crafted. One could only imagine how splendid the imperial spring must be. The palace attendants approached to assist her in removing her outer robe. Ji Qingwu recoiled slightly, saying, No need, I can manage on my own. It was not shyness that made her hesitant, but rather an aversion to being touched by others. The moon-white outer robe, emerald silk ribbons, and translucent long skirt, layer upon layer, fell beside the bathing pool. With long legs and a slender waist, she moved gracefully, her back more radiant than jade. Chapter 48. I'm also deeply pained. The palace attendants averted their eyes, adhering to decorum. Ji Qingwu descended the steps into the pool, the water at the perfect temperature and delightfully smooth. The attendants scattered flower petals across the surface. One attendant, holding a white silk cloth, stepped forward to assist her in washing, but Ji Qingwu quickly interjected, Let me do it. After all, this was the palace, not her private bathing area. She had no mind to indulge herself. After a brief soak, she took the clean long cloth to dry herself and changed into the fresh garments. The sky blue skirt, delicate as spring threads, paired with the xiangfei-colored underskirt, flowed gracefully as she moved, almost as if it could bloom like flowers. Holding a plain handkerchief, she dried her hair until it was half dry. Since she had to go outside, she loosely tied her hair up with a jade hairpin. When Ji Qingwu emerged, she discovered someone had entered the hall, kneeling before the main hall. The individual, upon seeing her exit from the west side hall, with half-dry hair and no makeup, her complexion flushed, was visibly taken aback. Emperor Wu Su's voice was deep and commanding. I've already stated that this matter will be discussed tomorrow. The chief palace attendant, Shi, knelt respectfully on the ground. Upon learning that Princess Qingyu had been pushed into the water by Ji Qingwu, the Empress Dowager was furious. When she realized Ji Qingwu was still in the palace, she dispatched Shi to bring her to Sinang Palace for punishment. Emperor Wu Suinkoyev. What has become of Qingyan? This was essentially a family matter of the Empress Dowager, and she had thought her task would be simple, only to find the emperor's demeanor unyielding. She could only appeal to his emotions. Emperor Wu Su beckoned Ji Qingwu, who promptly stepped forward. It was suddenly yanked back by another, falling into a warm yet firm embrace. Leaning against his arm, her heart raced as she stared at the emperor's jawline. Emperor Wu Su, with his other hand, gently caressed her hair, his tone remarkably tender, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Still shaken from her fright, Ji Qingwu was indeed startled by the man before her. Waves of emotions surged within her, her eyes wide with shock, yet she was not entirely awake. Emperor Wu Su lowered his gaze, murmuring, "I am also deeply pained." Each word struck her heart. Mimicking her, Emperor Wu Su returned the sentiment. Despite the affectionate tone, Ji Qingwu could not perceive any warmth in his eyes, only sharp, prickling discomfort. Witnessing this scene, sure she dared not linger, immediately bowing her head to the cold ground, her heart trembling. In a flurry, she retreated from the hall, nearly colliding with a nearby pillar, saved only by Li Yuzong's timely intervention. Ji Qingwu stood there dazed, watching his retreating figure. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. The emperor's actions were evidently in her favor, as sure she had come on the Empress Dowager's orders. Even the emperor could not directly obstruct the Empress Dowager from managing matters within the harem. Although his actions were somewhat excessive, they were remarkably effective. The effectiveness lay in the fact that the Empress Dowager had long desired to place a Ji woman in the emperor's bed, yet had never succeeded. Now, she finally had someone the emperor was interested in, only for it to be Ji Qingwu, the one who had pushed Princess Qingyun into Tay Pool. Ji Qingwu contemplated these thoughts. This merely alleviated a momentary predicament. She could not linger in Zhaoyang Palace indefinitely. Li Yuzong entered with a procession of palace attendants to serve the emperor as he retired for the night. Ji Qingwu stood before the table, unable to leave, yet unable to remain for long. As the commotion within subsided, Li Yuzong bowed and exited, approaching her with a hushed tone. "Miss Ji, you previously mentioned your willingness to temporarily take on the role of night attendant, but given the chilling night air, it would be unwise for you to stand outside." He gestured toward the soft couch in a nearby alcove. "You may rest there. Should His Majesty require water or anything else during the night, you can assist him." With that, noticing her frown as if to protest, he hastily departed, leaving her bewildered. Ji Qingwu wished to inquire if there were any warm bedding available for her. The light in the sleeping chamber had dimmed. Ji Qingwu gently lifted the sheer curtains and approached the soft couch. The couch, crafted from aged redwood and adorned with cloudstone, featured a finely carved dragon motif in the center, with soft cushions and a side bolster. She reclined against it, her gaze falling upon the dragon bed, separated from her by a veil. The occupant had changed into a thin nightgown, seemingly fast asleep, lying motionless. His robust frame, broad shoulders, bore resemblance to a jade tree rather than the typical stoutness of a martial general. Realizing that the night attendant must be ready to serve, her gaze drifted to his waist, where the nightgown hung loosely, and she could not resist glancing lower, noting the powerful, elongated thighs that were undeniably masculine. The scent of longan incense was deep and rich. Ji Qingwu had expected to toss and turn through the night. Yet once she laid down on the couch and gazed at him, she soon succumbed to a deep, peaceful slumber. The sound of his gentle breathing, mingled with the occasional waft of a sweet, floral fragrance, lulled her further into sleep. Suddenly, the man on the dragon bed opened his eyes, troubled in spirit. When Ji Qingwu awoke, she found herself still on the couch. Though it was only spacious enough for one, and she risked falling off with a mere turn, she felt no fatigue. Rather, she had slept soundly. She did not hear the emperor cough during the night, nor did she realize he had called for water. Enveloped in her deep slumber, as she turned her gaze towards the dragon bed, she noted its occupant was no longer there. The dawn light was just beginning to break, indicating he had gone to attend court. She reflected on the burdens of the emperor, who must rise before dawn and toil endlessly for the sake of the state. The palace attendants entered to tidy the bedding, discovering the lingering scent of sweetness upon the dragon bed. They exchanged glances, surprised to find the woman had spent the night on the soft couch. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Ji Qingwu's profile, illuminating her crystalline eyes, a sight of unparalleled purity within the palace. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow in realization. Dawn had arrived, and her impending reprimand was near. With the emperor absent, she found herself in a precarious position. One attendant softly remarked, "Miss Ji," before departing for court. His Majesty left a note for you at the writing desk. Her eyes brightened, and she hurried to the desk, retrieving the paper that lay beneath the inkstone. However, before she could read it, a sharp voice rang out from outside the door. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Emperor Wu Su, complaining she cannot sleep properly. Her eyes seemed to undress me. Author, so you undressed her? Emperor Wu Su, pondering, is that permissible? Had I known such boundaries existed, I would have stripped her bare. Author, what exactly transpired, and why did you call for water? Emperor Wu Su, coldly, that is a personal matter. You have overstepped. Chapter 49. A rage for a beloved. Ji Qingwu tucked the note into her sleeve and knelt alongside the palace attendants. The Empress Dowager's decree cannot move you, so I have come in person. The Empress Dowager entered Jiayang Palace with a stoic expression, flanked by Shi Shi and Feng Hua. Ji Qingwu lowered her head, daring not to respond, kneeling obediently to the side. Li Yuzong had accompanied Emperor Wu Su to court, leaving behind only a few attendants responsible for the affairs of the sleeping quarters. The Empress Dowager lifted her gaze to scrutinize Ji Qingwu, whose hair appeared slightly disheveled, as if she had only recently awakened, further fueling her displeasure. At this hour, the Emperor's morning court had already commenced for some time. While the Empress Dowager had spent the previous night comforting the frightened Princess Qingyun, resulting in her own sleeplessness. Yet Ji Qingwu, the source of this trouble, slept soundly. Seated in a chair, the Empress Dowager's face was a mask of fury. I had initially planned to afford you more care, considering your years of hardship and your dependent child. Yet, you dare to push my own daughter into the lake, nearly leading to Princess Qingyun's drowning. Your audacity is quite remarkable. Ji Qingwu, still contemplating the note's contents, which bore little more than 2 characters, appeared lost in thought. The Empress Dowager's anger intensified as she noticed Ji Qingwu's distraction. Though you are my niece, you cannot disregard the law or act in defiance of authority. Today, you shall be punished. Do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Acknowledging her fault would not prevent the punishment. Ji Qingwu tightened her small finger, recognizing that the root of this incident lay with one individual. If she were to heed Emperor Wu Su's note, the Empress Dowager might show leniency. Yet she was reluctant to do so. If Li Chengxuan were to treat her like an object, yielding her to someone of power, she would feel disheartened. Their bond was not particularly deep. However, with so many obstacles suddenly emerging, Ji Qingwu felt a resolute desire to protect the fragile seedling of their affection. She resolved firmly, lifting her gaze to meet the Empress Dowager's eyes, her voice imbued with determination. May I inquire, Your Majesty, if the princess has mentioned why she pushed me into the water? The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Sure, she, startled, since that the 5th Miss Ji seemed somewhat transformed. Previously, she had appeared delicate and meek, but now, in the face of the Empress Dowager's wrath, she did not cower and instead argued her case. Ji Qingwu articulated clearly, after the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, the princess summoned me to the lakeside, openly expressing her desire for Li Chengxuan as her consort and demanding I step aside. When I refused, she pushed me into the lake. It was the princess who initiated the confrontation. With each word, the Empress Dowager's furrowed brow deepened. Ji Qingwu continued, feeling increasingly composed. Moreover, the princess had already instructed her guards to await my fall into the water. This was a premeditated act. Why were those responsible not instructed to ensure my safety? Your Majesty, surely you can discern the underlying motives. The Empress Dowager understood the implications of her words. Pointing at Ji Qingwu with a hand clad in long protective armor, she declared, Your words imply that Princess Qingyun is willful and intent on disrupting your relationship with Li Chengxuan. Sure, she quickly leaned in, whispering urgently to the Empress Dowager, urging her to temper her anger. The surrounding attendants were there to serve the emperor, not to be present in Xianing Palace. If gossip detrimental to the princess's reputation were to spread, the Empress Dowager, already incensed, managed to rein in her fury. Sure, she swiftly summoned Li Chengxuan to the palace. Do not disclose the reason. Simply instruct him to come directly to Xianing Palace. She had approached the matter with trepidation, yet upon witnessing the Empress Dowager's wrath, she felt a strange calmness. She had erred, but she had not instigated the conflict. The Empress Dowager, long accustomed to wielding power, was the support of the Ji family. Yet, she was not merely of the Ji clan. Her blood bore the lineage of the Qiao family, which held considerable influence at court, and matters within the inner palace could impact the wider realm. Ji Qingwu did not believe the Empress Dowager would act without consideration. In Xianing Palace's main hall, silence reigned. The Empress Dowager closed her eyes to rest, while Ji Qingwu stood quietly in a corner. It was not long before Princess Qingyun entered, her face pale and supported by her maidservants. She weakly called out, "Mother." The Empress Dowager opened her eyes and rose to greet her, taking her hand with genuine concern as she said, "Qingyun, why are you not resting properly? The imperial physician said you have caught a chill and advised you to recuperate." Ji Qingwu felt perplexed. Last night, when the princess was fished out of the lake, she spoke with a voice as powerful as thunder, full of vitality. Now, after just one night, she appeared so frail. Her eyes were clear, not resembling someone afflicted by a sinister wind. Noticing someone observing her, Princess Qingyun turned her head and saw Ji Qingwu, her face immediately reflecting panic and fear. The princess sobbed softly, "Mother, it was my first meeting with my cousin Wu Biao. I intended to exchange a few words with her, but I unknowingly offended her, and she pushed me into the lake." The Empress Dowager wiped her tears with a handkerchief, offering a round of comfort, while Ji Qingwu endured several disdainful glances. Sure, she moved briskly and entered the hall to report. The Empress Dowager instructed Princess Qingyun to sit at her side, saying, "Let him in." Princess Qingyun ceased her crying and gazed towards the entrance of the hall. Ji Qingwu also lifted her eyes. A man clad in white with dark hair, his features painted like a masterpiece, possessed a purity akin to the moon in the sky. After Li Chengxuan paid his respects, he was granted a seat, receiving treatment far superior to Ji Qingwu, who stood awkwardly in the corner. She mused with a wry smile that she was indeed a woman driven to fury for the sake of her beloved. The Empress Dowager, seated upon her throne, maintained her usual demeanor and spoke with great authority. "Li Chengxuan, I have summoned you to inquire about a matter." He responded with utmost respect, "Your Majesty, please ask." The Empress Dowager continued, "I have recently heard a rumor and wish to confirm its authenticity. Is it true that you are betrothed to my niece, Ji Qingwu?" Upon this inquiry, Li Chengxuan's gaze met Ji Qingwu's, and he was the first to avert his eyes. Princess Qingyun chimed in, "Mother, Li Gongzi is merely a guest from the Qiao family. How could you ask such a thing? This rumor must be unfounded." The Empress Dowager replied, "Oh, Qingwu, please explain to me why the princess had a dispute with you last night." Ji Qingwu stepped forward into the hall and bowed. She stated plainly, "I do not agree." Li Shangshun Stefanat. Ji Qingwu declared, "He is my beloved, and I shall protect him." Chapter 50. This is a mistake that I shall not acknowledge. Princess Qingyun immediately turned her gaze to the man in the hall. Li Chengxuan's eyes remained fixated on the slender, yet upright figure of the woman before him. The Empress Dowager scoffed. "Just now, Li Chengxuan claimed that you have no engagement. Why then must his marriage be contingent upon your consent?" Ji Qingwu's voice rang out with a calm resonance that accompanied the cold demeanor of the man. "I and Li Gongzi have no entanglements, nor any personal feelings." After speaking, he lowered his gaze, unwilling to witness the profound disappointment and shock reflected in her bright eyes. Ji Qingwu was momentarily bewildered, her ears ringing with a sudden deafness. The Empress Dowager's lips moved, but she could not discern what was said. It seemed she was to be punished. An inexplicable emotion surged within her. The note left by Emperor Wisuxi simply stated, "Cut ties." To sever ties and draw clear boundaries. How utterly ridiculous. She, the one facing punishment, had not acted in such a manner. It was Li Chengxuan who decisively did so first. Suddenly, two palace maids approached to seize her. They grasped her arms, attempting to drag her away. Ji Qingwu surveyed the crowd in the hall. The Empress Dowager twirled the beads in her hand, waving her sleeve, signaling for them to hasten her departure, while Princess Qingyun looked on with a smug expression. Li Chengxuan's eyes seemed to flicker with a moment of pain, yet he remained seated firmly in the hall. Ji Qingwu exerted her strength and unexpectedly pushed both palace maids to the ground. "This is a mistake that I shall not acknowledge. This punishment I shall not accept." Upon witnessing her defiance, the Empress Dowager rose, her voice laced with fury. "Do you take this place for what it is, daring to act so recklessly?" Ji Qingwu's lips curved into a slight smile. It was the princess who had wronged her first, and the Empress Dowager was clearly aware of the princess's feigned illness to elicit her maternal sympathy. Did she not have a mother or family to care for her? Hearing her mention of family, the Empress Dowager's heart sank. If she punished her, the Ji family would bear no grievances, but it would be difficult with Ji Qingwu's maternal family. Xiao Menghan, was the crown prince's tutor, and his 4 sons served in the court, representing a lineage of integrity and honor. If they were to retaliate in court for this matter, even the Empress Dowager might struggle to suppress them. Ji Qingwu held her head high, her expression resolute as she stated, "If you wish to punish me, then do so, but I shall not accept this punishment." She turned her gaze towards the elegant figure seated calmly in his chair. "Since Li Gongzi claims to have no ties with me, I suggest we invite my maternal grandfather and uncle to inquire whether this is indeed the case." Li Chengxuan's brow twitched slightly. The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment before speaking. "Qingwu, I do not wish to punish you, but your behavior is utterly unrestrained. To speak so boldly, do you not recall that a woman should be gentle and virtuous?" After weighing her options, the Empress Dowager sighed. "The punishment of the rod is hereby waived. You shall kneel at the door instead." As the palace maids approached once more to seize her, Ji Qingwu declared, "No need. I have legs and can walk." "What punishment of kneeling?" An ethereal voice echoed from the entrance. All eyes in the hall turned. The Princess of Huachang, holding a delicate fan adorned with white magnolias, entered, flanked by 2 maidservants. She gracefully waved her fan, clad in an elegant light blue palace dress, with silver peonies embroidered on the sleeves and a hem depicting a blue ocean reflecting clouds. The Princess of Huachang greeted Mother. The Empress Dowager, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Huachang, you have arrived." Princess Qingyun rose, lowering her head in respect, "Elder sister." The Princess of Huachang glanced at Li Chengxuan, saying, "Gentlemen, please step aside. I have matters to discuss with the Empress Dowager." Princess Qingyun reluctantly watched the figure of the man exit the hall. Upon seeing the ethereal princess, Ji Qingwu felt her anger dissipate, and she no longer noticed when Li Chengxuan had left. Indeed, gazing upon beauty could ease one's spirit. She inquired, "I heard a great commotion from outside the hall. Who was the Empress Dowager arguing with?" "You are speaking to the Empress Dowager. What gives you the right to interject?" The Princess of Huachang spoke curtly to the head palace maid beside the Empress Dowager. Sure, she quickly knelt, saying, "This servant spoke out of turn. I am at fault. Those who err must be punished." The Princess of Huachang stated coldly, "Go kneel at the door." Sure, she offered no defense, and the Empress Dowager did not intervene, resulting in her being sent out to kneel. What was the difference from slapping the Empress Dowager's face? Had the princess not appeared, it would have been Ji Qingwu kneeling. Her eyes brightened as if she had discovered something monumental. From the moment the Princess of Huachang entered, the Empress Dowager appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, lacking her usual aura and authority. Noticing Ji Qingwu's gaze, the Princess of Huachang's unwavering eyes held a hint of amusement. "I have heard that Miss Ji stayed at Zhaoyang Palace last night." The princess, residing outside the palace, seemed remarkably well informed, even aware of her stay in the emperor's chambers. She had lost the fierce demeanor she had displayed earlier and now stood obediently to the side. "I came to find you, Miss Ji. A few days ago, when you visited the princess's residence, we agreed on a follow-up appointment. I waited for you this morning for quite some time." Ji Qingwu raised her brows, meeting the princess's cold gaze, and slowly confirmed, "Is it today? Miss Ji, you're still quite young, yet have such a poor memory. You ought to pay attention to matters regarding your health," the Princess of Huachang replied. Ji Qingwu obediently acquiesced. "Mother, I shall take her with me." The Empress Dowager watched as the 2 figures, one in blue and one in green, departed, pushing her teacup to the floor in frustration. Having been caught once, must she remain under constraint for a lifetime? This simply would not do. As they exited Sneering Palace, Ji Qingwu quietly followed behind the Princess of Huachang. "As I gaze at her long skirt spreading out like layers of peonies blooming in the azure waters of the lake, I wondered if she had any questions for me." The esteemed Princess Huachang, no longer referring to herself as this humble palace, asked languidly, "For instance, why have I come? Why do I intervene on your behalf?" Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered. A certain individual, reluctant to reveal their name, remarked, "You arrive a tad late. It should have been earlier." To which the Duke replied, "Who understands? My fragrant bride was summoned away early in the morning, leaving me alone in the empty bed." Chapter 51. The Fertility Pill. A swift hit. Ji Qingwu was well aware that the date they had agreed upon for the follow-up examination had not yet arrived. This was merely an excuse to assist her. The incident of Princess Qingyun falling into the water last night was unknown to Li Chengxuan, indicating that the news had been suppressed and had not yet reached the outside world. If someone outside the palace wished to learn of her stay in the Zhaoyang Hall, they must have had an insider within the palace. However, to pry into the emperor's movements is a grave offense. Who would dare to undertake such a risk? The answer was evident. Ji Qingwu blinked, choosing not to reveal her understanding, and smiled. This humble girl is rather dim-witted. Princess Huachang's cool gaze fell upon her face, which, though not of stunning beauty, had eyes akin to luminous pearls, radiating elegance. It was no wonder the emperor repeatedly broke the rules. When had a daughter of an external minister ever lodged in the Zhaoyang Hall? If the old stalwarts of the censorate were to learn of this, Emperor Wasuxi would undoubtedly be subjected to their righteous indignation for days. Princess Huachang's gaze lingered on Ji Qingwu's delicate neck, seemingly searching for some mark, before sliding down to her slender waist, easily grasped by a hand. As they walked, there was no evidence of any impropriety in her demeanor. This shouldn't be the case. Ji Qingwu noticed the princess's brows gradually knitting together and asked, "Is there something wrong with your health?" To her surprise, Princess Huachang reciprocated with the same question. "Are you unwell?" Ji Qingwu, bewildered, shook her head. "No, you arrived just in time. I have not yet faced punishment." The flicker of peculiarity in the princess's eyes quickly dissipated. Although the follow-up examination was a charade, Ji Qingwu followed Princess Huachang to the princess's residence nonetheless. This time, Ji Qingwu was fortunate enough to enter the main chamber, encountering no sign of Wei Qi Lianping along the way. The room was adorned with white brocade embellished with gold flowers. The curtains, embroidered with a banquet scene of peonies in gold and silver threads, enclosed a meticulously carved jade-inlaid bed, draped in exquisite brocade. Yet, incongruous with the room's decor was a striped, colorful animal skin laid across the long bench, providing a striking visual contrast. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Duke, yet the princess allowed it to remain in her chamber. "Please take a seat." Princess Huachang reclined leisurely upon the beautiful couch, feeling somewhat drowsy from rising early. "I called you here for another matter." Ji Qingwu looked on in mild surprise, awaiting her elaboration. The other maids in the room had withdrawn, leaving only the previous personal attendant. In a tone reminiscent of inquiring about the weather, Princess Huachang coolly stated, "I wish to ask if there is a method to conceive swiftly." Ji Qingwu was taken aback. The last time she met the princess, she seemed indifferent to matters of offspring, remaining open to fate. How could her attitude have changed so significantly in just a few days? "The Duke will depart for the northern military in more than half a month," Princess Huachang remarked softly. "Wei Qi Lianping has been busy training troops on the outskirts of the city, burdened with military affairs, and has no time to disturb me. I do not know when he will return." Ji Qingwu nodded in understanding. "There are indeed methods. In a few days, it will be your highness's fertile period. With both you and the Duke in good health, cohabiting during this time should lead to successful conception." She cautioned, however, "It is common for women in the populace to experience infertility due to excessive stress. Both physical well-being and a relaxed state of mind are essential." Princess Huachang gently shook her head. "Aside from this, is there a more reliable method? A guaranteed success?" Ji Qingwu lowered her lashes in contemplation. There were indeed options. Previously, a wealthy merchant's eldest son, gravely ill and nearing death, sought her out to procure a fertility pill to ensure his lineage. However, this pill carried side effects, causing the body of the dying to deteriorate rapidly. Ji Qingwu candidly stated, "Your Highness, there is certainly a method. We could use the fertility pill, but it may harm the Duke's health. However, considering Wei Qi Lianping's robust physique, he should recover after a few days of rest." Yet, Princess Huachang responded without hesitation. "The fertility pill is out of the question. On the battlefield, blades are indiscriminate. A moment's deviation can cost a life. Such a potent pill carries numerous hidden dangers." She shifted her gaze. "I have heard that your late husband also served in the military. How was your daughter conceived?" Ji Qingwu hurriedly clarified to prove her innocence. "I did not use the fertility pill. I truly did not. It was simply a natural conception," as she fidgeted, touching her ear and grasping her neck. Princess Huachang discerned her deception, but chose not to expose it. Her intent was to encourage Ji Qingwu to be forthcoming, not to imply she had resorted to the fertility pill with her deceased husband. Princess Huachang let out a soft sigh. Is it truly so shallow, our marital connection? Her brows knitted slightly, and her gentle lament resembled the soft autumn breeze, laden with resignation and sorrow. Ji Qingwu could not bear to see the ethereal princess appear somewhat melancholic. She pondered for a moment and said, "I have another method," but hesitated to articulate it. Before she could speak, Ji Qingwu's face flushed crimson, and she timidly leaned toward Princess Huachang's ear. After a moment, the princess's expression remained unchanged. Eventually, she said, "Understood. You may leave now." Once Ji Qingwu departed, she grasped the silk coverlet on the couch tightly, her hand curling with force. As Ji Qingwu exited the princess's residence, she patted her chest, hoping that the method would prove effective. On her way back to the Ji residence, the streets were bustling with people, and an array of delicacies tempted her senses. Passing a small stall, she noticed clean ceramic bowls arranged neatly, wafting enticing aromas from a stove. Ji Qingwu inhaled deeply, catching the scents of wheat, ghee, pepper, and fermented black beans. Layers of marinated meat were wrapped within dough, kneaded into flatbreads. With a touch of chili and fermented black beans nestled in between, all greased and roasted to perfection. Having been busy all morning, her stomach was empty. This particular stall had many customers, and she shared a table with a young couple, ordering the stall's signature flatbread accompanied by a bowl of soup. After consuming half a bowl, warmth enveloped her abdomen. Lifting her gaze, she observed the young couple across from her, playfully urging one another to take bites of the same flatbread, their affection evident. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu found a flatbread in her mouth lost its flavor. Today, thanks to Princess Huachang's timely arrival, she had avoided punishment, yet her heart felt heavier than if she had faced a penalty. She held no aspirations to climb the social ladder. Alas, others were willing to bow and scrape for power. Ji Qingwu, holding her bowl, felt melancholic. The stall owner, a charming woman, approached her with a small dish. "Miss, do try this." The dish contained purple-red strips of an unknown substance, prompting the young couple to protest. "Yuliang, why didn't you bring some for us?" The couple were regulars, and Yuliang shot them a glance, saying, "You two are already sweet on each other. You don't need this side dish." "Madam, please clear the table." 5 or 6 male patrons entered. Yuliang, pulling a cloth from her apron, called out, "Coming right up." Ji Qingwu picked up a piece, taking a small bite. The sweet and sour flavor of plum brightened her palate, the texture reminiscent of winter melon. The group of men seated not far from her began to converse, their laughter causing Ji Qingwu to pause her chopsticks. Chapter 52. The Emperor Bestows Marriage. "What great favor and grace," one of the burly men with a dark complexion chided. "Lu San, do you think the proprietress can be commanded by a small soldier like you? If the general hears of this, be careful not to find yourself running laps around the camp." Lu San fixed his gaze and declared, "I am here to support Yunyang's business, as per the general's wishes. How could the general possibly hold it against me?" Ji Qingwu scrutinized the group before him. They were clad in military attire, donning black cross-collared robes, fitted trousers, and wrapped legs, their feet encased in knee-high boots. Though devoid of leather armor, their robust physiques unmistakably signaled their identities as soldiers. Whose general were they speaking of? It appeared this general shared a deep connection with the proprietress. Yunyang, unperturbed by their teasing, smiled and replied, "It has been quite some time since I last saw you gentlemen. Your patronage is greatly appreciated." Lu San, with a playful smirk, remarked, "General Yu Qi has been preoccupied with military affairs lately, diligently training the troops. We seized the opportunity to visit." Yuki, the only general with that surname in the military, caused Ji Qingwu to raise an eyebrow. She observed Yunyang closely. Her beauty was striking, skin delicate, and her smile enchanting, making her quite the favorite among men. After tossing a handful of coins onto the table, Ji Qingwu rose to leave. Upon returning home, after much contemplation, she decided to pen a letter to the Grand Princess, urging her to remain vigilant. After all, the Grand Princess had inquired about ways to conceive quickly, and should she learn of any troubling matters only after becoming pregnant, it would surely break her heart. As she stepped inside, she found Grand Princess Huachang seated at her vanity, with brows like emerald feathers and skin as white as snow, still exuding an ethereal aura. Instantly, her fatigue dissipated. However, Grand Princess Huachang was clutching a piece of letter paper, her demeanor frozen as if time had stopped. Ji Qingwu approached, yet she did not lift her head, let alone glance in his direction. Lost in her thoughts, she appeared deeply serious. Yuqi Lianping reached out to lift her chin, only to be met with a swift and forceful slap that sent his hand flying away. Grand Princess Huachang shot him a disdainful look. one that left Yuqi Lianping momentarily stunned. It had been ages since she had worn such a contemptuous expression, so long that he had almost forgotten the undeniable truth that Zhao Tianhua, born of noble lineage, would never regard a rough-hewn man like him with favor. Her voice was frosty as she declared, "Do not touch me with your filthy hands." Yuqi Lianping scoffed, retorting, "Which part of you have I not touched before? Is it too late to complain about filth now? Keep your distance from me," she replied, taking a composed breath, unwilling to engage him further. Instinctively, he grabbed the front of his military uniform and lowered his head to sniff. Having spent days in the company of rugged soldiers, he had not noticed any odor, but upon entering the fragrant palace, he became aware of a hint of sweat. "Ah yes, the princess values cleanliness. I shall remedy this immediately." Yuqi Lianping assumed her discontent stemmed from his lack of hygiene and began to remove his deep crimson outer robe to head to the bathing quarters. Grand Princess Huachang's voice cut through the air once more, cold and firm. "You are not permitted to go." "Then I shall not wash," he replied defiantly. She lifted her gaze, fixing him with a steady stare. "From now on, you're not to enter my chambers." Yuqi Lianping's brows furrowed in disbelief. "Why can't I enter my wife's room?" Grand Princess Huachang crumpled the letter paper in her hand and stated resolutely, "Because I do not wish to, nor do I desire to share space with you." Fists clenched tightly, Yuqi Lianping felt the sting of her words. What husband could endure such treatment from his wife? Their marriage had been born of necessity. She had once been the legitimate daughter of the Yong and Marquis, while he had merely been a cavalry lieutenant, a match he had aspired to. But now, with his military achievements, did he not deserve her regard? Even an ice block, after 6 years, should have thawed. His chest heaved with rage, his face paling as if on the brink of eruption. Observing his expression, Grand Princess Huachang felt a twinge of regret for having dismissed her maidservants. Perhaps she should have kept a few for support. Yet, how could delicate women hope to restrain an enraged general? With a delicate hand, Grand Princess Huachang picked up a golden hairpin from the vanity. Yuqi Lianping, lost in thought, gradually calmed. "Forget it," he finally said. "I shall wash in the outer bathing quarters." With that, he lifted the curtain and exited. As his tall figure vanished, Grand Princess Huachang's grip relaxed, her letter paper damp with perspiration. She neatly folded the paper and placed it back in her jewelry box. In the adjacent bathing quarters, Yuqi Lianping scrubbed his body with unrestrained vigor. He possessed the admirable trait of being able to self-soothe. Now a first-rank general, while the princess held the same rank, he still found himself a tier below her. It was entirely justifiable for her to regard him with disdain. He thought to himself that when he became a superior general, he would surely restore the balance in their marriage. Moreover, the glimmering ice block nestled within his heart had endured for so many years. He could afford to keep it a little longer. He was warm-blooded and unbothered by the chill. Let thaw in time. A few days later, at the Ji residence in Wutong Courtyard, Xiao Shi had summoned various herbal plants, some of which had grown quickly and were now bearing seeds. Lan Ji was accompanying Ji Qingwu in drying the herbs at home. Chunhua entered the courtyard with light steps and announced, "Fifth miss, the madam requests your presence in the front courtyard." Ji Qingwu set down her basket, and as Lan Ji brought a basin of clean water, she asked while washing her hands, "Does mother know I'm drying herbs, or is there something urgent?" What news from the court could possibly concern her? Perplexed, Ji Qingwu dried her hands and proceeded to Unju Courtyard, where Ji Chonglin sat conversing with Xiao Shi. "Elder brother," she greeted. Ji Chonglin tossed an object toward her, which she quickly caught. It felt heavy in her hands. Xiao Shi inquired, "What is this?" Ji Chonglin smirked. "A fresh trinket for my little sister to amuse her." Even away from home, he had learned of Li Changshuan's affairs and had previously reproached their grandmother and Xiao Shi for their poor judgment. Xiao Shi remarked, "You went to Nanchu for state affairs, yet still found time to gather little trinkets for fifth sister." Ji Qingwu opened a floral cloth bag to reveal an array of colorful glass balls, their translucent hues radiant and captivating under the light. "Thank you, elder brother," she said, her delight evident as she held them tightly. Seeing her enamored expression, Ji Chonglin's smile broadened. Xiao Shi continued, "Chonglin, you should share the court's news with fifth sister." Ji Chonglin's smile faded as he spoke gravely. "Today, the morning court convened for the palace examination, and Li Changshuan has been named the top scholar." Ji Qingwu was not surprised. Both her maternal grandfather and younger uncle had attested to Li Changshuan's vast knowledge and potential for greatness. affirming their foresight. Noting the change in Ji Qingwu's demeanor, Ji Qingwu furrowed his brow and added, "The emperor has also issued a decree to marry Princess Qingyu to the newly appointed top scholar. Such an honor indeed. A commoner marrying a princess elevates him to the status of the royal family." The glass ball slipped from Ji Qingwu's grasp, rolling across the floor until it reached the doorway. Ji Qingwu continued, "Tomorrow, after the three scholars express their gratitude to the emperor, they will parade through the streets, followed by a grand feast in the palace to celebrate with the officials and their families." Xiao Shi, anxious, urged Little Fi, "Perhaps you should feign illness and not attend." Ji Qingwu propped her chin on her hand, pondering, "Should I go or not?" Seated majestically upon the throne, the esteemed Wasudi proclaimed, "The champion of the realm must stand tall, embodying the essence of the nation, capable of bearing the weight of countless autumns. Do you comprehend the expectations I have for you?" Li Chengshuan bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Your Majesty, I assure you, I shall not disappoint." After expressing his thanks for the imperial favor, the newly appointed champion commenced a grand procession on horseback through the streets. Adorned in a golden crown and a black gauze hat, draped in a vibrant red robe, he rode a magnificent steed, accompanied by a parade of banners and musicians, creating a scene of splendor. The populace gathered in throngs, eager to witness the grace of a new champion. "What a handsome young man!" exclaimed one. "I have never seen such a striking figure." "Oh, do not covet him too much. This champion is soon to become the consort of the Princess Qingyu. It is evident that the emperor dotes on the princess, having chosen such a splendid suitor for her." The champion's striking appearance ignited boldness in many young women who dared to toss fruits in his honor, despite knowing he was to wed the princess. As the procession moved forward, the streets became congested with onlookers. Two carriages had to pull aside to allow the crowd to pass. It was the carriage of the Ji family. The matriarch, along with her two daughters-in-law, occupied the larger carriage, while the younger maidens filled the smaller one behind. Ji Qingyu lifted the curtain of the carriage window, casting several glances at the young man amidst the crowd. She then turned her gaze to her brother Ji Qingwu, who sat across from her, resting with his eyes closed. There is no secret that does not eventually surface. She had heard the rumors about her younger sister and this champion, a paragon of talent, now claimed by Princess Qingyu. She could not bear the thought of her younger sister outshining her, and upon hearing of her abandonment, she felt a sense of superiority mingled with a twinge of sympathy. Today's grand banquet was a splendid occasion, the Lu Ming banquet, where they would undoubtedly encounter one another. Xiao Shi was diligently preparing Ji Qingwu, ensuring her appearance was impeccable. At this moment, Ji Qingwu wore a light aquamarine wide-sleeve garment, complemented by a flowing skirt adorned with phoenix flowers. Her hair was styled in a double-looped bun, embellished with a three-pronged hairpin and a lotus flower ornament on her forehead. The neckline of her robe was wide, revealing skin more lustrous than the pearls above. Yet, despite her exquisite appearance, she pondered who would be there to appreciate it. Ji Qingyu pointed outside, remarking, "This new champion is indeed handsome. Do you not agree, fifth sister?" Ji Qingwu, feigning indifference, felt a wave of irritation wash over her. She recalled how he once vowed to marry her upon achieving his title. Now he rode high on his steed, adorned with a scarlet silk flower, basking in glory. Yet the bride he sought was not her. Noticing Ji Qingwu's disinterest in conversing, Ji Qingyu lowered the curtain. She continued, "In my opinion, no matter how handsome this champion may be, he cannot compare to that man." Rare was the woman who was not entranced by Li Chengshuan's visage. Ji Qingwu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Could there be someone even more handsome? A hint of shyness crept onto her face. Ji Qingwu ceased her pretense of sleep. Intrigued by Ji Qingyu's half-stopped sentence, she opened her eyes and inquired curiously, "Fourth sister, what else did you toss?" Ji Qingyu, covering her mouth, whispered, "A belly band." Ji Qingwu's mind conjured an image of a valiant general astride his warhorse, clad in cold, glimmering silver armor, yet adorned with a vibrant belly band meant for a lady. The thought elicited a suppressed chuckle as she envisioned the contrast with the current cold-faced monarch. The heaviness in her heart dissipated considerably. What should have been a journey of half an hour stretched on for an hour, due to the stops and starts. The banquet, grand in scale, was set in the southern corner of the imperial garden. The musicians had been prepared, and, as the guests arrived, the air filled with the sounds of flutes and strings. The Ji family, being related to the Empress Dowager, occupied the foremost seats, with men and women seated separately, separated by a wide aisle. This area was near the lotus pond, where the fragrant scent of flowers wafted through the breeze. As Ji Qingwu approached, she gazed at the blossoming lotus flowers that adorned the pond, their beauty captivating. Those cultivated within the palace were particularly exquisite, their blossoms larger than those outside. Suddenly, she craved the taste of fragrant lotus seeds. Lost in thought, she remained unaware of the Empress Dowager and Princess Qingyun taking their seats. When the surrounding crowd began to stir with whispers, she looked up to see Li Qingxuan, clad in red robes and a jade belt, entering through the doorway. His face radiating with triumph that he could not conceal. Through the throngs around him, he spotted the woman seated at the far right in the front row. Ji Qingwu held his gaze, momentarily lost in thought, remembering Ji Qingyuan's earlier comment. She lowered her head, lifting a delicate hand to conceal her smile. The phoenix flower skirt accentuated her delicate beauty, but it was her bashful demeanor that struck a chord. Li Qingxuan was momentarily entranced. Once everyone was seated, Wasudi finally arrived at the banquet. On this occasion, to honor his guests, Wasudi wore a simple black gauze hat adorned with gold threads instead of his usual crown, paired with a black robe with wide sleeves and a narrow red sash that held a jade pendant, enhancing his noble and handsome bearing. The centerpiece of the looming banquet was the meticulously prepared deer meat, symbolizing the emperor's vast benevolence and his regard for talent. Ji Qingwu's spirits were neutral. However, her appetite was quite the opposite. It was only fitting that the deer meat be accompanied by wine. The meat was tender and juicy, and she savored it in small bites, unknowingly finishing a small cup of wine as well. In contrast, Ji Qingyuan hardly touched her food or drink. Ji Qingwu leaned towards her, eyeing the untouched wine and meat, softly calling, "Fourth sister." Seeing her sister's gaze fixed longingly, Ji Qingyuan assumed she was grappling with unexpressed sorrow and needed wine to dull her pain, so she pushed her plate and cup forward. Ji Qingwu poured herself a glass of clear, fragrant wine. Just as she was about to drink, several figures suddenly appeared before her. Chapter 54. Where did he touch you? Li Yuzong, close to the emperor, wore a broad smile and advised, "Miss Ji, do not indulge in too much wine. It is not good for your health." Before she could respond, the cups of wine were deftly collected by a young eunuch behind Li. Soon after, a beautifully adorned copper pot was presented. Li Yuzong remarked, "His Majesty has instructed you to drink this. Why is even her drinking being monitored?" Ji Qingwu turned her gaze towards Wasudi on a high platform, who was receiving toast from his ministers, his attention elsewhere. The copper pot was exquisitely crafted, suggesting it contained something special. She skeptically poured a cup. After tasting a sip, she nearly spat it out. The bitter taste on her tongue indicated this was a concoction of kudzu flower, lotus seed, and dried ginger, intended to counteract intoxication. Noticing her grimace, Li Yuzong beamed with delight. His Majesty said, "This is limitless. Drink as much as you wish. I shall remain at your side, ready to refill your cup." Thus, Li stood behind her, ensuring Ji Qingwu could not indulge in any more wine. Her mouth tasted bitter, and her heart felt heavy. Xiaoshi was engaged in conversation with familiar noblewomen, while Ji Qingrong sought companionship with her friends. Feeling bored, Ji Qingwu poked the boiled broad beans on her plate with a bamboo skewer, prodding one after another. After a while, the warmth from the wine surged within her. Using the pretext of needing to relieve herself, Ji Qingwu departed from the banquet. She walked to the edge of the lotus pond. At this moment, the petals had closed, but a breeze fluttered her layered skirts, deepening their colors from pale pink to rich crimson. The lush lotus leaves served as her backdrop. The evening breeze was refreshing, yet it also made her head spin. Uncertain what kind of wine she had consumed, she felt increasingly dizzy with each gust. Rubbing her forehead, she murmured, "Qingwu." JQNGW remained still, slightly tilting her head to look at the newcomer adorned in a resplendent crimson robe. Furrowing her brow, she turned to leave. "QNGW. Please don't go. I shall remain here," merely standing. Elsich NGXN, who had followed her out unbeknownst to her, stood behind a willow tree by the pond, gazing at her for quite some time. Master L. JQNGW responded, turning her back to him to avoid any implications. "No. You are about to become LFM. We have nothing to discuss." LCHNGXN, having consumed a fair amount of wine, bore a faint blush on his face. He spoke softly. "QNGW, I too have my own grievances and helplessness." JQNGW looked at the rippling surface of the pond, frowning as she remarked, "Helplessness? In life, there are three major delights: the moment one attains the highest honors, the wedding night, and encountering an old friend in a foreign land. The top scholar is on the verge of experiencing two of these delights. What else could there be to be dissatisfied with? To marry the princess is not my wish, the young man's voice fell low. Ji Qingwu turned to face him, her gaze fixed upon his excessively handsome visage. Regardless of your desires, they are of no concern to me. The celebrated scholar, his eyes reflecting a yearning, pleaded, Qingwu, would you wait for me, please? His gaze flickered as he added, 3 years. If you can wait for me, I promise. What do you take me for? Her eyes sparkled with intensity as she shook her head. LCHNGXN, you must understand, you are marrying a princess. Even if you ascend to great heights in 3 years, do you truly believe you can divorce her? A princess is sovereign, and being AFM is not so easily achieved, let alone divorce. Even taking a concubine is fraught with difficulty. Ji Qingwu raised her voice. You know you cannot. So what do you mean? Her anger flared as she demanded. Do you wish for me to be your concubine, or your mistress? LCHNGXN, he called her name in a soft, hesitant tone. Having consumed wine, Ji Qingwu could no longer suppress her emotions and felt compelled to express her thoughts. After all, there would be no future encounters. It would be better to speak candidly at this moment. I was aware from the start that our agreement is entangled with too many exchanges of interest. You accepted the marriage proposal before even meeting me. How could you truly desire me? What you covet is the power of the G, O, and J families. Yet, I thought that being bound by interests might create a more stable foundation for us as a respectful couple, which wouldn't be so bad. At the mention of couple, LCHNGXN's brow twitched. The gentle, unassuming woman, who had never bowed her head before the Empress Dowager, found herself in such a predicament. How could she not feel regret? It was not regret for him, but for the misplaced affections. In the next moment, hurried footsteps echoed. Her eyes widened as LCHNGXN embraced her from behind, his crimson robe sleeves encircling her waist. Ji Qingwu felt his heavy breathing near her ear, mingling with the strong scent of alcohol on his body. She struggled violently, gritting her teeth. LCHNGXN, are you trying to court death? Do not drag me into this. This is the palace. If anyone sees us, it will lead to disaster. LCHNGXN, now a granted FM, would not be easily forgiven by Princess Qingwu or the Empress Dowager. As fate would have it, a figure clad in black, resembling a guard, appeared without warning. Master L, Princess Qingwu has been searching for you and is approaching the pond. Upon hearing this, LCHNGXN's intoxication dissipated instantly. Sensing his unease, Ji Qingwu pushed him, causing him to stumble. It would be disastrous if Princess Qingwu caught sight of them. He cast her a deep look, adjusted his robe, and left the lotus pond. As Ji Qingwu took a moment to breathe, the black-clad guard vanished. She had just been startled into a cold sweat. Where did this guard come from? Whose man was he? What if this matter were to leak? Her mind was a chaotic whirl. As the moon ascended above the willow treetops, a chilling low voice resonated behind Ji Qingwu. Without needing to look, she knew who it was. When had he appeared by the lotus pond? And when had he approached her from behind? Do not move, the man cautioned in a hushed tone. Ji Qingwu dared not stir. Even her breathing became subdued. A large hand supported her lower back, slowly moving to the front, his finger curling around the delicate cyan silk belt at her waist, pulling it taut. Ji Qingwu found herself pressed against him. The solid warmth of the man's chest felt through the thin fabric of her garment, exuded heat. The mingled scents of dragon saliva and alcohol intensified the chilling fragrance surrounding them. From the tension in the atmosphere to their intimate proximity, Ji Qingwu sensed danger. Where did he touch you? It was not a question, but a slow assertion. Beneath the calm facade lay turbulent currents. Ji Qingwu trembled in fear. That scene, had he seen it? How much had he heard? Yet, no amount of explanation would suffice. She pleaded softly, her voice quivering, Your Majesty. However, it did not evoke the slightest sympathy from WSD. With a slight force, he yanked the cyan belt from her waist. Ji Qingwu stared in shock as the belt was tossed into the pond, half submerged in water, half resting on the lotus leaves. Chapter 55. 3 words. Cold and yet scorching, Ji Qingwu wore a wide-sleeved, split-style garment, the hem tucked in her skirt. Without the belt, the garment no longer clung to her form. WSD, with an impassive expression, inquired, "Did he touch you here?" As soon as the words left his lips, Ji Qingwu's abdomen tightened sharply. For WSD's hand had slipped beneath the hem of her garment, directly reaching her waist. His rough fingertips grazed the most sensitive area of her waist. The palm against her delicate skin felt smoother than jade, and WSD's hand traveled upward along her slender waist. Did he touch here as well? Seeing her lips slightly parted, struck dumb with surprise, his hand glided further upward. WSD asked in a deep voice. Ji Qingwu hurriedly shook her head in denial. No, he didn't. Nothing happened? WSD asked nonchalantly, yet his gaze was dark and intense. Didn't he touch here? Unfortunately, even as she spoke, the man had no intention of letting her go. Was this garment chosen specifically to meet me? The neckline is so low. Indeed, yet you insist on placing blame upon me. Ji Qingwu, on the verge of tears, replied, no. This garment is simply styled this way. It is the current fashion in LNN. The front was still buttoned. WSD's gaze fell upon her neckline. Upon entering, he had noticed her attire, a loose, low-cut garment exposing a striking expanse of white, her delicate collarbone, an alluring silhouette. Countless eyes had been fixated upon her. Yet she remained oblivious, pouring herself drink after drink until her pale complexion turned a soft pink. Unaware of the thoughts of the man behind her, Ji Qingwu lowered her head, spotting the outline of a large hand beneath her garment, showing signs of movement. She grasped his hand through the fabric, anxiously pointing out, "There are buttons, Your Majesty, see, there are buttons. It is not an open front style." Her words barely left her lips when WSD's other hand rose, resting upon the first red agate button. "Release it, or shall I unbutton it myself?" How could he speak such a frivolous thing so matter-of-factly? It seemed she had been given a choice, yet the outcome was hardly different regardless of which she chose. Regret washed over her among the many garments. She had chosen this low-cut, buttoned, wide-sleeved robe. Through the thin fabric, she held onto his hand, biting her lip in silence. "Did you see the note I left for you?" She obediently nodded. "I did." He spoke sternly. "Since you have seen it, how did you proceed? Speak louder." The emperor had provided her with a clear path to sever ties, yet she had chosen to confront the Empress Dowager head-on. She softly replied, "I did not hear." WSD's frustration gnawed at him. He felt both affection and resentment for her temperament. Though seemingly meek, when pushed into a corner, she could be exceedingly stubborn. It was not in vain that he had summoned the eldest princess before attending the morning court, ensuring she had an escape route prepared. She truly did not disappoint him. Emperor Wasuti remarked coolly, "To defy the will of the sovereign, what punishment should one receive?" Ji Qingwu flinched slightly. She had not considered this aspect. The emperor's words were indeed authoritative, and the note he left was worth its weight in gold. Suddenly, it escalated into a grave offense of deceiving the monarch, bringing her closer to the prospect of losing her head. Could a severe crime be mitigated to a minor penalty? Ji Qingwu weighed her options between releasing her grip and unfastening her clothing, ultimately finding herself more fearful of appearing disheveled. Hesitantly, she let go and asked, "Is there to be a punishment?" This was an indication for him to continue. Emperor Wasuti raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by her response. Ji Qingwu sensed his displeasure and quickly clarified, "It was not I who summoned him here." When Emperor Wasuti appeared, his first words were about the moon rising above the willow treetops. She had not arranged to meet Li Qingxuan at dusk. The memory of having once assured the emperor of her sincerity regarding verbal agreements, believing in the foolishness of Li Qingxuan, filled her with regret. If the emperor thought she was still pining for past affections and sought to disrupt the marriage bestowed by Princess Qingyun, what could she do? Listening to her explanation, Emperor Wasuti merely replied coldly, leaving her uncertain whether he believed her. Ji Qingwu did not know which of her words he had truly heard, so she exerted herself further to explain. "What I said is true. I merely felt a bit dizzy and came out for some fresh air." His fingers, poised as though wielding a sword, danced along the soft edges. Emperor Wasuti seemed to find amusement in her demeanor, poking at her and speaking casually, seemingly unconcerned. This sensation made Ji Qingwu's scalp prickle. She was almost ready to swear an oath on the spot, urgently stating, "Your Majesty, itruli arbo no imprupe intentions tuart Li Shangshun." As she uttered another man's name, Emperor Wasuti's grip on her waist tightened. The soft fabric of her attire brushed against her fair skin. She heard a low, rumbling inquiry. "Are you afraid I might take my anger out on him?" Ji Qingwu realized she had misstepped. That was not her intention at all, and she vigorously shook her head. She would not mention it again. Yet, when she fell silent, Emperor Wasudi resumed his questioning. Before the banquet commenced, why were you smiling at him so alluringly? Smiling? Had she smiled? Ji Qingwu pondered for a moment and recalled perhaps offering a brief smile. But how had he known this before even taking a seat? Had he grown eyes in the back of his head? To be honest, she admitted, I heard people recounting tales of your past. Continue, he prompted. Today, the top scholar paraded through the streets, creating quite a stir, and many young ladies tossed fruits at him. Before she could finish, she felt Emperor Wasudi suddenly pinch her. It was not painful, but it startled her. Ji Qingwu discreetly turned to gauge his expression, and indeed, he looked as frosty and imposing as ever, his deep gaze gleaming with cold light. Had she said anything inappropriate? After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Wasudi grasped the crux of her statement and inquired, "Which one did you throw?" It was that one. Such intimate matters were typically a source of embarrassment for women to discuss, let alone in the presence of Emperor Wasudi. Ji Qingwu found it difficult to articulate, attempting to gloss over it. It's nothing significant. Observing her shy reaction, Emperor Wasudi raised an eyebrow, as if he had deduced the truth. When he returned triumphantly from battle, there had been rituals to precede him, and those items would have never reached him. Intercepted by the guards ahead. Is this what you refer to? His 3 words were chilling, yet burning with intensity. For that large hand no longer lingered at the edges, but had completely enveloped her. Ji Qingwu's ears flushed instantly. Is it the one I encountered? Oh. Chapter 56. What she pulled was not just a belt suddenly. Ji Qingwu felt a warm, swelling sensation in her left chest. Unsure whether it was due to the heat radiating from his palm, or the casual yet affectionate mention of "oh." Flushed all over, her face soft and bashful. She blinked without breaking eye contact. She remained silent, and Emperor Wasudi was not angered. A smile danced in his eyes. I shall grant you another opportunity. Ji Qingwu's voice softened to a whisper, her mind sluggishly asking, what opportunity? Tonight, Emperor Wasudi finally revealed a smile, his lips curving in a carefree manner. Oh, could take a cue from this. Take a cue from what? Earlier, he had mentioned the fruit throwing, referring to the young ladies tossing their pouches at him. She closed her eyes and opened them again. She could not imitate such behavior. Ji Qingwu turned her body, crossing her arms protectively, and declared proudly, if I were present, I certainly would not behave in such a manner, nor would I throw those items. The warmth of his palm slipped away, but the sensation lingered. Emperor Wasudi teased her, asking, then what would I do? Oh. Again, the name stirred her heart with unease. Ji Qingwu glanced up at Emperor Wasudi and saw his lips curling in a playful smile, his gaze intense. When she felt her shyness reach its peak, she gathered her courage and declared, since it is a matter of expressing admiration, I would not strip myself. I would simply remove your trousers instead. The unexpected response elicited a low chuckle from deep within Emperor Wasudi. It certainly seemed like something she might do. Ji Qingwu's heart raced faster. Then, she pulled his belt. As she gazed at him, her vision began to blur, his handsome face melding with the memory of that night in the military tent. What she pulled was not merely a belt. Ji Qingwu blinked slowly, the effects of the wine beginning to take hold. Emperor Wasudi embraced her soft form, sharing a knowing smile. The wine was no ordinary brew, infused with deer blood. Not to mention a single cup, even a mere sip would have a profound effect. Had he not intervened to stop her from drinking further, she might have been bleeding from the nose by now. Ji Qingwu felt a rush of warmth, yearning for a place to lean against, preferably close to him. There was a ready opportunity. Like a small animal, she nuzzled against his chest. What are you doing? Emperor Wasudi observed her flushed cheeks and teased. Is a lecher pursuing to undress someone? His words were clearly playful. Ji Qingwu lowered her head against his firm chest, and in her peripheral vision, she noted her pale green ribbon still drifting alone in the pool. She wished to snatch his and throw it into the water. Fueled by the courage bestowed by wine, Ji Qingwu reached out and grasped his scarlet sash. Emperor Wasudi furrowed his brow, looking down at her actions from a lofty position. The crimson sash appeared enchanting in her delicate hands. She tugged, but it did not budge. How could his be tied so securely while hers was so easily removed? The reasoning of a drunken person temporarily eludes them. Ji Qingwu lifted her chin and commandingly instructed, "Your Majesty, you should undo it yourself." Emperor Wasudi could hardly contain his amusement, gently supporting the back of her head. The atmosphere was just right. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." A faint voice called from a distance. The voice repeated several times, sounding quite urgent. Emperor Wasudi's brows furrowed slightly, his expression revealing annoyance at the interruption as he glanced over. Ji Qingwu, roused by the voice, suddenly realized what she had done. She took a step back, using his tall figure as a shield, and quickly turned her back to tidy the hem of her garment. Li Yuzong had not intended to disturb the emperor at this moment, but an urgent matter demanded his attention. He lowered his head and approached swiftly, bowing as he came closer. "Speak, what is the matter?" As Ji Qingwu adjusted her attire, she was taken aback by the sudden interruption. Peeking from behind the emperor, she asked, "Lord Ji, Master Li, are you referring to my elder brother?" Li Yuzong glanced at the emperor's expression before nodding. Ji Qingwu recalled Veifilianabinkus formidable physique. He could easily handle a fight or even take on 10 on the battlefield. However, her elder brother is a civil minister, and in their scuffle, Ji Chonglin was nearly beaten to the brink of death. Emperor Wu Su stood by, motionless and silent. Ji Qingwu, anxious to check on her brother's condition, almost spun in place, grabbing his wrist and suggesting, "Your Majesty, shall we go see?" The emperor glanced at her hand, seemingly troubled by some fault, and shook her hand away. Near Lianhua Pond stand a pavilion named Handan Pavilion. It was here that Ji Chonglin and Wei Qi Lianping engaged in a fierce brawl. When Emperor Wu Su and his entourage arrived, the two were still entangled in combat, resembling wild beasts breaking free from their cages. Ji Qingwu felt her heart race as she covered her mouth. Ji Chonglin narrowly avoided a punch from the prince consort, sporting bruises on his face, but he was quicker, swiftly raising his foot to graze Wei Qi Lianping's groin. Neither party yielded. To Ji Qingwu's astonishment, her elder brother was holding his ground against Wei Qi Lianping in their altercation. Ji Chonglin, sharp-eyed, spotted the emperor standing aside while dodging Wei Qi Lianping's punches, prompting him to withdraw. Wei Qi Lianping's fist struck solidly against his ribs, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Ji Chonglin was no match for him in strength, but he was cunning, and Wei Qi Lianping had never endured such a humiliating fight. His fury unabated, he ready to deliver another blow. Suddenly, a grip seized Wei Qi Lianping's right arm, forcefully halting him. The previously furious man knelt, bowing respectfully. "This humble soldier pays his respects to your Majesty." Emperor Wu Su cast a glance at the two fighters, his tone devoid of emotion. One is a second-grade official in the central court, and the other is a general stationed at the front. "You two are quite something." Ji Chonglin, still gasping from the previous blow, implored, "This official is at fault. Please, your Majesty, quell your anger." "It is I who should ask you both to temper your wrath," replied the emperor, his expression calm, yet chillingly intimidating. No one dared to respond, their heads bowed in submission. Ji Qingwu regarded Emperor Wu Su, recognizing him as a natural-born sovereign, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger. She realized that he had become quite amiable in her presence. Yet, she pondered why her elder brother would engage in a brawl with General Wei Qi Ji Chonglin, typically gentle and affable. Would have seemed implausible as a fighter had she not witnessed it herself. Chapter 57. Caught in a secret meeting, harsh punishment or leniency. General Wei Qi. Emperor Wu Su coldly inquired, "How should we address such brawling in the army?" The disciplinary actions of the court were insignificant compared to the military's punishment. Each strike of the military baton was more severe, with injuries ranging from severe bruising to fatal outcomes for those of weaker constitution. Princess Huachang stood pale beside them, seemingly startled. Upon hearing the term military baton, she regained her composure and stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, is it not too harsh to enforce military law? Lord Ji is not a soldier. He may not withstand the punishment." When she spoke, Wei Qi Lianping assumed she was advocating for him. However, upon her concluding words, he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring fiercely at Ji Chonglin. "I can endure this. Please, your Majesty, punish me." Princess Huachang shot him a disapproving glance. What business did this brash man have interjecting? If Ji Chonglin were to receive a lighter punishment, would he not also benefit? After all, Ji Chonglin was battered and bruised, clutching his ribs and gasping for breath. How could she plead for Wei Qi Lianping? Emperor Wu Su cast a glance at the still disgruntled Wei Qi Lianping and spoke flatly. Endure? Then let us strike until you can no longer endure. His tone was even, but his gaze was chilling. Ji Qingwu merely stood by, feeling a sense of suffocation. Even though General Wei Qi was a trusted aide of the emperor in pacifying the realm, he would not be spared should he err. Just moments ago, Wei Qi Lianping had acted out of pride, but now, under the emperor's icy gaze, he regained his composure, aware that the unyielding Wu Su was not jesting. Bowing deeply, Wei Qi Lianping sincerely declared, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I ask for your majesty's mercy. Princess Huachang, familiar with the emperor's demeanor, noticed the subtle signs of his impending wrath and knelt between the two men, pleading, I implore your majesty to show leniency toward my clumsy husband. Upon hearing this, Wei Qi Lianping felt a sense of relief. However, noticing that Princess Huachang knelt closer to Ji Qingwu, his brows furrowed in irritation. What was she doing? Kneeling so near as if he were already dead. Yet, before Emperor Wu Su, Wei Qi Lianping dared not act foolishly. Ji Qingwu, do you have anything to say? The moment the topic shifted to his imminent departure for the northern frontier, Wei Qi Lianping felt a surge of resentment, but he swallowed it down. The others had already knelt, leaving only Ji Qingwu standing. Feeling out of place, she quietly moved beside her elder brother and knelt slowly. She believed herself unnoticed. But as her knees met the ground, a sharp voice rang out, Why are you kneeling? Caught off guard by the sudden address, Ji Qingwu looked up to meet the emperor's frigid gaze and, feeling a twinge of anxiety, replied, I ask for your majesty's mercy. She had not pleaded for anyone, only requested him to calm his anger. Surprisingly, her words seemed to resonate. Emperor Wu Su nodded slightly, his gaze softening as he regarded her flickering eyes. Wishing not to frighten her further, addressing Wei Qi Lianping, he declared, In light of your years of service and numerous accomplishments, your punishment shall be a 6-month salary reduction and a demotion of 1 rank. The deducted salary will be given to Ji Qingwu as compensation for his medical expenses. Wei Qi Lianping frowned deeply, acknowledging that Ji Qingwu had indeed suffered from his blow. Reluctantly, he pressed his palms to the ground, saying, This humble soldier obeys. The avoidance of the military baton brought a sigh of relief from Princess Huachang. Thankfully, Ji Qingwu's sister was present, which had softened Emperor Wu Su's demeanor. A demotion and salary reduction was already a form of mercy, as he had not truly delivered a beating. The emperor continued, Ji Qingwu shall be promoted to the position of Grand Scholar, and upon recovery, he shall be dispatched to the southern Shu as an envoy, residing in the foreign residence. Princess Huachang turned to glance at the man kneeling to her right, noting the embroidered edges of his robe. In her memory, he had always been a gentleman as gentle as the breeze through bamboo. Ji Qingwu bitterly expressed, This humble minister thanks your majesty for your great kindness. The apparent elevation and demotion in official rank seemed to favor Ji Qingwu, yet it indicated that his assignment to the southern Shu foreign residence implied a permanent relocation. Princess Huachang turned her gaze toward the departing figure of Emperor Wu Su. His thoughts were profound. He surely understood the underlying reasons for the dispute and thus did not inquire about the cause of their quarrel, preserving her dignity in front of the court. By transferring Ji Qingwu away from Linen City, he had also alleviated Wei Qi Lianping's concerns. Seated gracefully on the splendid brocade cushion, Princess Huachang maintained her typical aloof demeanor. Wei Qi Lianping crossed his arms, wearing a stern expression. After waiting a considerable time without her explanation, he finally blurted out, Are you very distressed, princess? What is it you wish to say? Unable to hide his thoughts, Wei Qi Lianping scoffed, Are you so eager, princess? Today is a palace banquet, yet you sought to meet your old flame in secret. Why not wait until I have departed for the northern frontier before you meet? Why the need for such furtiveness? Their fierce altercation stemmed from Wei Qi Lianping interrupting the clandestine meeting between Princess Huachang and Ji Qingwu at Handan Pavilion. We merely encountered one another by chance, she retorted. He pressed on aggressively, with doors and windows tightly shut. A lone man and woman in a room. What else could that be but a secret meeting? Princess Huachang rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. She had been guided to Handan Pavilion, having heard that the emperor was seeking several authentic pieces by Master Yin, now displayed in the pavilion. Bored at the banquet, she wished to admire Master Yin's literary brilliance. To her surprise, Ji Qingwu was there, taking a respite to avoid the festivities. Before they could exchange more than a few words, Wei Qi Lianping burst in, kicking the door open and launching himself at Ji Qingwu. As Wei Qi Lianping observed her silence, he presumed her acquiescence. With a darkened countenance, he declared, "Regardless of your past affections, now that you are wed to me, you are solely mine. Should I discover any further entanglements, I shall ensure that Ji Qingwu suffers the consequence of broken limbs." Despite his fierce words, he harbored no intention of harming her. The Princess of Huachang found it incomprehensible that he would so readily brand her with the stigma of infidelity, as if she and Ji Qingwu were mere illicit lovers. Not wishing to engage in a dispute, she responded with a clear conscience, "Think as you will." Wei Qi Lianping was provoked by her nonchalance. He seized her arm and roughly pulled her close. She protested, "What are you doing? Let go of me." He gazed down at her ethereal visage. "I will not release you. I know you were unwilling to marry me, a victim of the Empress Dowager's machinations, forced apart from Ji Qingwu." As he spoke in pain, his grip tightened. "Yet now, you increasingly disregard me. Have I been too indulgent towards the princess, leading you to believe you can trample me underfoot? What are the consequences of provoking the prince consort's wrath? It is merely an expression of anger." In Chapter 58, did the emperor recognize her? The Princess of Huachang felt pain from his grip, her heart twisting in anguish. Anger flickered in her usually cold eyes. The carriage veered towards Nanshui Street. Upon hearing their destination, Wei Qi Lianping appeared astonished. Noting his reaction, the princess felt a surge of coldness within. He furrowed his brows and questioned, "We are in the midst of an argument. What purpose does visiting that pastry stall serve? Are you so weary from our quarrel that you wish to replenish your strength before continuing?" The princess, realizing he feigned ignorance, sought to evade his touch but found it futile against his strong grasp. Wei Qi Lianping held her arm firmly, scoffing, "No matter how much you eat, you cannot surpass my strength. Abandon such thoughts." With anger igniting within her, she shot him a steely glare. "What? Are you so enraged that you wish to strike me?" Wei Qi Lianping provocatively extended his other arm towards her, taunting, "Since there are no weapons at hand, why not simply bite me?" The princess glared at his outstretched hand, her chest heaving with indignation, tempted to take a bite. "Are you not concerned about chipping a tooth?" he added smugly. The Princess of Huachang turned her head in disgust. After the emperor's departure, Ji Qingwu crouched down to assess her brother's injuries. Ji Qingwu gently pushed her hand away, murmuring, "Am fine, fifth sister." She had long recognized Ji Qingwu's exceptional intellect and his ability to handle matters adeptly. Otherwise, he would not have become an envoy for Bei Li. Yet his recent confrontation with Wei Qi Lianping at the imperial banquet seemed out of character for him. Too many unanswered questions remained. Only love could elucidate them. Feeling a chill at her lower back, she paused and said, "Elder brother, you go ahead. I will join you shortly." She then hurried to the lotus pond, seeking her missing waistband. Oddly, it was nowhere to be found. After circling the pond several times without success, Ji Qingwu furrowed her brows, wondering if the current had swept it away. Upon returning to Wutong Courtyard, Lan Ji exclaimed, "Miss, where has the waistband of your dress gone?" The attentive maid noticed the absence. Ji Qingwu evasively replied, "During the banquet, I lost my grip on something and accidentally soiled it, so I removed it." Lan Ji was left speechless. What could possibly stain a waistband? Just as she was about to inquire further, Ji Qingwu hastily added, "I wish to bathe now. Please excuse me." The maid went to fetch bathing supplies and scented ointment. "No need. I shall manage myself," Ji Qingwu insisted. Once Lan Ji departed, Ji Qingwu entered the cleansing chamber, unfastening her garment. Upon lowering her gaze, she gasped at the vivid red imprints on her waist, glaringly apparent. She raised the garment to shield her face, unwilling to confront the mark left by Wu Su Di. Initially, she had not recalled the moment when Li Chengsun had embraced her. Instead, her mind was flooded with memories of Wu Su Di holding her tightly, his palm repeatedly caressing her. Feeling suffocated, her face flushed, she angrily tossed the garment aside, only to retrieve it moments later and hide it deep within the cabinet, vowing never to encounter it again. Immersed in the warmth of the bath, Ji Qingwu gazed at the rippling water surface. The day's events had transpired too swiftly. Li Chengsun had pursued her, and upon learning that Princess Qingyun was to arrive, he had fled. However, Princess Qingyun never appeared. Instead, the emperor had shown up. The sudden appearance of the black-clad guards, who vanished as quickly as they came, was likely orchestrated by Wu Su Di. Was he guarding against her meeting with Li Chengsun for the sake of Princess Qingyun? These encounters with Wu Su Di left her both fearful and astonished. Each time he threatened punishment, he never truly followed through. Rather, his temperament oscillated, making it difficult for her to gauge his intentions. As the warm water enveloped her, Ji Qingwu's eyelids grew heavy. What had been in that wine? An inexplicable heat coursed through her body. She suddenly had a terrifying thought. Peanut, are you there? Respected host, I am here. Is there something you require of me? Please check if I've been afflicted by yin-yang harmonization powder. Please hold on. I will conduct a full body scan. Ji Qingwu felt her body's reaction akin to that of an aphrodisiac. Had the emperor recognized her? Was this a form of retaliation, a dose of medicine administered to her? The more she contemplated, the more dubious the emperor's actions seemed. He was deliberately igniting her desires, perhaps wishing for her to experience that uncontrollable sensation. Upon examination, your health is satisfactory, with no traces of medication. Please rest assured, yin-yang harmonization powder is an exclusive formulation of this system and will not be leaked. However, at that moment, her body was aflame, her heart racing, blood surging throughout her being. Ji Qingwu furrowed her brows, articulating her sensations. The warmth in her lower abdomen was overwhelming, her legs weak and unsteady, yearning for something cool to hold on to. Dear host, could it be that you are experiencing a normal physiological reaction? Ji Qingwu splashed the water with her hand, sending droplets flying, declaring resolutely, that is absolutely impossible. Naive host, why is it impossible? It is human nature to seek pleasure. Do you know who the man across from me is? He is the general of Ding Bei, Wu Su Di. If I react to him, am I out of my mind or are you? Wise host, your reasoning is sound. Upon further testing, it has been discovered that you consumed wine containing natural aphrodisiac substances. No wonder, the wine was the cause. It couldn't possibly be your fault. Ji Qingwu inquired, I still feel heated. Is there a way to calm myself? Warning, this system is designed for procreation. Suppressing desires is against system regulations. She gritted her teeth, leave, just go. Ji Qingwu felt weary, yet mentally alert. Her mind racing through 1,000 sheep. The night deepened, and the sleepless multiplied. A carriage halted across from the pastry stall. The Princess of Huachang lifted the curtain, gazing intently for a long while. Wei Qi Lian Ping remarked, Did you not say you wish to eat pastries? Xiao Chun, go purchase some. The Princess of Huachang immediately spotted the proprietress laughing and chatting with several patrons. She raised her finger, akin to a spring shoot, and pointed. Look for yourself. Do you recognize her? Following her gesture, Wei Qi Lian Ping glanced over, exclaiming, Isn't that Yin-yang? How did you know she was selling pastries here? He had not visited in a long time and had forgotten her stall was located there. What poor memory you have, General. Does not everyone under your command know that this young lady is someone you particularly care for? Upon seeing the princess's frosty visage, Wei Qi Lian Ping scratched his head and awkwardly remarked, Someone has entrusted me with her care. Someone? This individual must be himself, he mused. Princess Huachang cast him a sidelong glance. Are you still pretending to be oblivious? Is this not the cherished darling of your heart? Chapter 59. The heart is cold. Yet this place is warm upon hearing this. Wei Qi Lian Ping grasped that something was amiss. His eyes sparkled, and a smile graced his lips as he replied. Our princess seems to be devoid of perspiration, yet there is a hint of sourness lingering in the air. His gaze shifted to the outside of the carriage, where the vendor Yin-yang was bustling about, surrounded by customers. He squinted and remarked, The princess lacks a clear understanding of herself. Princess Huachang pursed her lips, her eyes drifting outside. The vendor Yin-yang's every smile was enchanting, exuding warmth and charm, adept at winning the affection of men, especially the rugged warriors accustomed to the battlefield, who were drawn to such gentle and delicate maidens. She was naturally different from them. Wei Qi Lian Ping gazed deeply at her and stated outright, I am not blind. With a celestial beauty like the princess before me, how can anyone else catch my eye? Whether true or false, the corners of Princess Huachang's mouth relaxed slightly. At that time, he was merely a junior officer overseeing the city's defenses, and upon seeing her parading in a floral crown with a veil that was suddenly lifted by the wind, he thought to himself that even the moon goddess Chang'e could not compare. He smiled, a look of delight dancing on his features as he inquired, Does the princess not wish to know what dream I had? Princess Huachang felt certain that his words would yield no good tidings. So she covered her ears and shifted to the other side. As she moved to the opposite end of the carriage, creating a clear boundary akin to the Chuhan contention, She was evidently uninterested in his conversation and too weary to engage with him. However, she could not ignore him for long. He swiftly grasped her waist and pulled her onto his lap. Princess Huachang struggled in vain. He was as immovable as a solid wall. This man had just engaged in a scuffle within the palace, yet he seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Wei Qi restrained his force, merely holding her close, and whispered softly in her ear, "Will the princess become jealous for my sake?" His tone was earnest, yet tinged with caution. Cradling a beauty who would feel jealous for him filled him with a sense of triumph. My heart holds no one, only a cold moon that stirs my restless thoughts. The icy facade of Princess Huachang had only begun to crack when the audacious prince consort, with brute force, intruded uninvited. Her myriad thoughts were still tangled. Yet, this boisterous man had a knack for shattering the atmosphere that was ripe with emotion. Wei Qi was already smitten, his hands wandering unceremoniously. "Remove your hands," Princess Huachang exclaimed in frustration. The more she resisted, the more determined he became, his grip tightening. The curtain of the carriage swayed as her delicate fingers grasped at the air, yet she heard him chuckle. "Why pull at it? Let Yin see clearly who the darling of my heart truly is." Such lewd remarks filled his speech. Princess Huachang felt the urge to retaliate against Wei Qi intentions. However, after so many years of marriage, he had long since understood her sensitive spots. Now, if hand and knife, she would be unable to lift it, were it not for the method that Ji Qingwu had mentioned. Suggesting a change of venue for their encounters, she would never permit such impropriety within the carriage. She bit her lip, suppressing any sound. Not daring to make large movements for fear of disheveling her hair, she worried that upon disembarking, she would be seen by others. This allowed Wei Qi to act with greater ease. Why is the princess so obedient today? He wondered aloud. The princess's heart is cold, yet here is warm, he chuckled. "Tell me, princess, am I not good?" He exerted sudden force. Princess Huachang felt as though she would tear the brocade cushion beneath her, and after a deep breath, she retorted furiously, "Silence." A mere kiss, and he expected her to comply. After that day, Ji Qingwu became a frequent visitor at the princess's residence. Initially, Wei Qi was not fond of her, as she was the sister of Ji Qingwu. But later, he began to notice something unusual. One day, Ji Qingwu came again to take the pulse, and Princess Huachang dismissed all the maids, leaving just the two of them in the room. They spoke with the seriousness of scholars discussing ancient texts. A flicker of surprise danced in Princess Huachang's eyes as she asked, "On the rockery in the small garden?" Ji Qingwu nodded earnestly. "It can also be atop the horses." Princess Huachang pondered, "Are there any more discreet locations?" To express her gratitude for the princess's rescue in Ning Palace, Ji Qingwu had been restraining her shyness, thoroughly studying the updated techniques from the system. Her theoretical knowledge had now become astonishingly abundant. Ji Qingwu thought for a moment and added, "It can also be in the hot springs." The medical texts say that performing actions in stimulating locations can increase the chances of conception. She then retrieved a pale green pill from her bag. "This is a tonic to regulate the body. Although His Highness is healthy, he still requires some nourishing supplements." Princess Huachang gazed at the paper package on the table, nodding thoughtfully. "I understand." Wei Qi had not intended to eavesdrop, but as he approached the door, he overheard them discussing the garden and horses. Confused and curious, he lingered longer than he should have. When Ji Qingwu opened the door and stepped out, she collided with him, and they exchanged wide-eyed stares. This scene felt oddly familiar. Unlike the last time, this time it was she who stepped out while he stood at the threshold. Ji Qingwu was the first to react, performing a polite bow. "Greetings." General Wei Qi contemplated the reasons behind Princess Huachang's recent transformation. Though she still displayed her usual shyness and irritability, she was remarkably cooperative with his bold antics. He had thought that his deep affections had moved the heavens, bestowing upon him a sweet rain to alleviate his years of suffering with but a single encounter each month. It turned out to be due to the fifth daughter of the Ji family. Wei Qi stroked his chin and began you. The thought that their earlier conversation had been overheard left Ji Qingwu feeling embarrassed, wishing for a hole to hide in. "I shall take my leave." He raised an eyebrow. "Wait, you are quite impressive. I misjudged you last time." Ji Qingwu was bewildered by his words. He generously shared his latest conjecture. Once on the dragon bed, the victor remains unknown. Prince Consort, the dragon bed championship begins now. I'm betting on your victory. Let everyone join in. Ji Qingwu mused. This could be considered a form of praise, right? Chapter 60. 5 color threads entwine your heart after tying the knot. Xiao Shi remarked. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Bring this to ward off evil and protect against the 5 poisons. Qiu waved her chubby little hand, delighted, and sweetly said, Thank you, dear grandmother. Xiao Shi embraced her and instructed, Wear it well, and quickly follow Mama to the school. Ji Qingwu smiled. Shall I come and pick you up after school? Qiu. The little girl pondered. The end of the school day was the happiest moment, especially with the prospect of seeing her mother, which brought her immense joy. Once the child and Mama had vanished from sight, Ji Qingwu extended her wrist. Pouting in displeasure, Mother, what about mine? At your age, still acting like a child, Xiao Shi gently tapped her fingers, smiling affectionately. My dear, I would never forget yours. She then produced a box from behind her, containing several prepared 5-color threads and a few bundles of colorful silk. Ji Qingwu selected one, examining it closely, and asked, Mother, please teach me how to weave this. The 5-color thread, also known as the longevity thread, was something she wished to craft herself to adorn the little one in the palace, ensuring his safety and well-being. The entire afternoon was spent in Xiao Shi's room, learning the art of weaving the 5-color thread. The art of braiding offers a multitude of intricate designs, with the simplest being the twisted rope, which can also be adorned with golden embellishments or fashioned into the shapes of human figures, celestial bodies, and various creatures. She selected threads in the hues of azure, yellow, white, crimson, and black, unraveling and rebraiding them several times before finally completing a single piece, nearly missing the time to fetch Gigi. At the entrance of the study, several children emerged, laughing and chatting, yet there was no sign of the little girl, who would typically be the first to rush out. Ji Qingwu approached them and inquired, to which they cheerfully responded that Gigi had been drawing numerous little ducks on a page during calligraphy class, and upon being discovered by the teacher, she was held back for punishment. This left her feeling both amused and exasperated. Ji Qingwu then inquired about the whereabouts of Prince Yuanqing. Upon hearing this, she turned to see the delicate little figure, who had grown taller since their last encounter, his youthful visage now bearing a closer resemblance to that of his father. He was indeed maturing well. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and remarked, Gigi is studying in the study. I've heard that the little prince often assists her with her studies, and I wish to express my gratitude. Yuanqing raised his chin, a proud expression on his face, yet nonchalantly replied, It is but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Ji Qingwu knelt down, retrieving a small item from her azure pouch embroidered with pink lotuses, cradling it in her palm as she presented it to him. How about this as a token of thanks? Yuanqing gazed at her hand, which held a simple yet striking 5-colored thread. Unlike the luxurious gold threads often favored in the palace, adorned with jewels, this piece was distinct, resembling a delicate cluster of triangular rice dumplings. A young eunuch attending to Yuanqing stepped forward and remarked, Miss Ji, the little prince does not favor such ornaments. The imperial household has sent an entire set today, yet the little prince did not even glance at them. Although she had poured considerable effort into crafting this item, she could not impose her preferences upon child. Ji Qingwu realized, if he does not appreciate them, then I shall remain silent. Yuanqing, with a stern expression, sharply admonished her. Ji Qingwu swallowed her retort. The little prince was quite fierce, clearly inheriting his father's demeanor, hinting at the authority he would command in the future. Yuanqing promptly took the 5-colored thread from her palm, his dark eyes gleaming. I wasn't referring to you. It's just that little Shunzi lacks understanding. He then turned his gaze to the empty space beside him. Ji Qingwu's eyes brightened as she softly said, Shall I put it on you, Your Highness? She knelt down, taking a small hand and adjusting the thread to the appropriate length. Yuanqing watched her face intently, his gaze unwavering, and the corners of his mouth began to curve upward, only to be swiftly suppressed. After several attempts, the corners of his mouth seemed to possess a will of their own, rising evermore. Inside, an uncontrollable joy brewed. Once she secured the thread, she lifted her head to meet his gaze, prompting Yuanqing to quickly press his lips together in a straight line. After all, he was still a child, and his emotional concealment was not yet profound. She could not resist the urge to poke his cheek. Feeling the poke, Yuanqing widened his eyes and protested. You're being unruly again. Not only did she poke his cheek, but she also playfully scratched his chin, saying, If the little prince is joyful, then he should smile. Why suppress it? Yuanh's little mouth was filled with wisdom. My father has said that those who rule must heed the heavens. For the way of heaven is merciless. One must not display obvious favoritism or aversion. Ji Qingwu nodded in understanding. If the emperor's preferences were discerned, it would not only lead to flattery, but could also result in schemes of malice from those with ulterior motives. A perilous situation indeed. In the Qinzheng hall, Lu Wan stood inside, cupping his hands as he addressed, Your Majesty, the investigation into the disaster relief corruption has led to the demotion of 26 officials. Shall we continue to probe further? He recalled the list of names uncovered during the recent investigations. After a moment's hesitation, he added, The prominent families in Linen City are also implicated. Holding a confidential report, Emperor W.S.'s expression remained indifferent as he remarked, The roots of those families have long since rotted. This case shall be closed. Lu Wan lowered his head, aware that the emperor would not easily let these individuals escape, as he believed in uprooting the source of the problem. Yet the timing of the reckoning remained uncertain. Emperor W.S. casually tossed the memorial onto the table. Provide seats and serve tea. Li Weizong entered with several palace attendants to attend to him, the grand doors wide open. After sipping a cup of tea, Lu Wan noticed the emperor's gaze lingering on his cuffs. Beyond their roles as sovereign and subject, they were also cousins, and Lu Wan had maintained a close relationship with the emperor since childhood. In this moment, with no political matters at hand, he felt less constrained. Lu Wan glanced at the emperor and cheerfully said, Your Majesty, this 5-colored thread was crafted by my wife. She claims it represents auspiciousness from the 5 directions and can ensure my safety. The memory of Ji Qingwu's gentle demeanor while weaving the threads made him smile even more broadly. With a hint of pride, he asked, Did Your Majesty not receive one? Li Weizong, standing nearby, joined in with a smile. The heir and his wife truly share a loving bond. This morning, the consorts and young ladies from the harem sent over a dozen 5-colored threads, and the one from Consort Wei was even adorned with a golden dragon pendant. I could hardly take my eyes off it. Lu Wan surveyed the emperor's attire and wrists, but he did not see a 5-colored thread. However, Emperor W.S.'s gaze turned toward the distance. Sumon Iunya Noze. Upon seeing a large and small figure approaching, Li Weizong thought to himself, Oh dear, and promptly took his leave. Chapter 61. The imperial edict engraved in the heart, not to be transgressed. The head of the imperial household soon appeared before Ji Qingwu, delivering the emperor's decree. Yet, she could not comprehend why the emperor had summoned Yuanhing, and why she had to accompany him. She was merely a passerby. Ji Qingwu gazed at the distant, intricately carved halls, feeling conflicted. Li Gonggong, I still need to wait for Ji to finish school. Li Weizong waved his whisk, instructing a nearby young eunuch to step forward. Miss Ji, allow Shout Dongzi to wait here for you. He will come to inform you when there is news. The emperor is awaiting your presence, and should you keep him waiting too long, it may displease him. Yuanhing puffed out his small chest, declaring bravely, Come with me. I will protect you. Ji Qingwu sighed, realizing there was no escaping this, and followed him into the Qinzheng hall, where they both bowed and greeted the emperor. Rise. The voice from the throne was characteristically cold. As she stood in the center of the hall, she noticed Lu Wan seated to her right and offered him a respectful nod. Greetings to Lord Lu. Lu Wan smiled warmly at her, having not seen his 5th sister for some time, and was pleasantly surprised to encounter her in the palace today, observing the harmonious relationship between her and the young prince. He felt somewhat astonished, as Prince Yuanhing resembled the emperor in temperament, being averse to interactions with outsiders. What surprised him further was the emperor's cold voice. Zyu, did you not have matters at home? When the emperor mentioned home affairs, it implied genuine urgency. Lu Wan promptly understood, rising and making his way outside. As he walked, he stated, My wife is currently with child and requires my presence to care for her. I shall take my leave. Ji Qingwu's gaze followed Lu Wan closely, eager to inquire about her elder sister's health and whether her morning sickness was severe. However, her brother-in-law moved swiftly, leaving her no opportunity to speak, nor did he spare her a glance. Emperor W.S.'s voice was calm as he called, Yuanhing, come here. The little fellow stepped forward, and Emperor W.S. scrutinized his wrist, his brow furrowing slightly, as Yuanhing pulled up his sleeve to discreetly conceal the 5-colored thread. The emperor inquired sternly, Have you completed the assignments given to you by the grand tutor? Having just left the study, there was hardly any time to attend to his studies. I have yet to finish them. The emperor's stern countenance prompted him to dismiss Ing, stating, "You must aspire to establish a heart for the world and a destiny for the people. Do not indulge in play. Now hurry along." I shall obey. The exchange between father and son elicited a sigh from Ji Qingwu. She pondered the hardships her son had endured over the years, summoned at will, dismissed without warmth, and never receiving a kind expression. Ji Qingwu gently shook her head, signaling that she bore no resentment. She understood, for she too struggled to withstand Emperor W's cold gaze. The interaction between the two individuals did not escape the attention of the person seated above. When had she ever displayed such a reluctant and vibrant demeanor towards him? The expression of the Wu Su emperor grew somewhat colder. As Lu Wan and the young prince were successively dismissed, before the emperor could speak, Li Yuzong, with remarkable perceptiveness, swiftly retreated, even closing the vermilion gate behind him. After a brief moment, only she and the emperor remained in the Qingzheng Hall. Previously, with a larger assembly, there was little awareness of any discomfort. However, in their solitude, Ji Qingwu's heart began to flutter anxiously, as if a small mallet were incessantly tapping away within her, creating an unsettling clamor. Nevertheless, through their previous encounters, she sensed that the head resting upon her shoulder was secure, devoid of any threat to her life. Yet, the deep-seated fear within her was not so easily dispelled. Observing her darting eyes and fluttering eyelashes, the Wu Su emperor noted her evident fluster, though it was no longer the quaking terror he had witnessed before. This shift was a promising sign. Upon her last visit to the Qingzheng Hall, she had appeared like a startled bird. Previously, in the side hall of the Ci Ning Palace, he recalled her drenched attire and the tremor of her slender waist. Descending from his elevated platform, the Wu Su emperor approached her with deliberate steps. Ji Qingwu continued to lower her head, unable to meet his gaze, struggling to remain steadfast as she allowed his scrutiny to envelop her. A soft sigh escaped his lips. "Are you truly so afraid of me? Speak of your reasons for fearing me." Ji Qingwu's gaze wandered, refusing to settle upon his face, instead drifting downward to the bright yellow, gold-embellished plum blossom belt that cinched her slender waist. The celestial mandate and imperial authority loomed large, while the common folk trembled. Who could encounter the emperor without revealing their trepidation? Very well, Ji Qingwu applauded herself inwardly. Noticing a flicker of self-satisfaction in her demeanor, the emperor lowered his eyes, a hint of danger flashing within. "Why do I sense that your demeanor reflects not reverence, but something else?" He paused, lifting a hand to gently tilt her chin. Ji Qingwu met his icy gaze, immediately feeling a wave of guilt and retreating her eyes. The Wu Su emperor remarked casually, "You have committed a guilty act." Instantly recalling her own misdeeds, Ji Qingwu felt her legs weaken, her clear eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. The emperor then pinched her cheek with 2 fingers. Leaning closer, his eyes darkening slightly, "You become soft at the mere mention of it, ready to weep before me." Ji Qingwu wished fervently not to appear so helpless. Yet her physiological response was uncontrollable. He scrutinized her face, missing not a single flicker of emotion, concluding that her guilt was genuine, seeking to elicit his compassion. The Wu Su emperor's words held an ambiguous weight. "Are you afraid? Does Miss Ji possess anything she dares not do? Though timid, you seem drawn to audacious actions." Ji Qingwu's pupils contracted. Were his words laden with meaning or mere banter? Maintaining a respectful distance, her breathing steadied. Once her emotions calmed, the Wu Su emperor inquired, "Let us discuss other matters. The 5-colored thread on Yuan Hang's wrist, did you provide it?" Surprised that such trivialities had caught the emperor's attention, Ji Qingwu nodded. "It was woven by this humble servant, intended to bless the young prince with safety and prosperity." The Wu Su emperor raised his jade cup. "By what right do you undertake such a task? When has a prince required the care of a minister's daughter?" He then pressed further. "You have gone to great lengths to approach the prince. What is your intent?" Ji Qingwu's knee quivered, nearly prompting her to kneel again. In a hushed tone, she explained, "This humble servant harbors no ulterior motives, merely a shared affinity with the young prince." Hesitantly, she ascended the steps, nearing his side. "Do you understand how your actions are perceived by others?" Ji Qingwu pondered deeply. With only one prince in the palace, previously nurtured within the Wei Fei's quarters, Wei Li Ru had gained significant influence. Approaching the prince would lead outsiders to suspect that the Ji family aimed to elevate her to the status of consort, thereby fostering the prince's growth for her own ascent. Recognizing the impulsiveness of her actions, Ji Qingwu quickly shook her head. I absolutely do not harbor such intentions. Your Majesty's previous directive has remained etched in my heart. I dare not entertain any thoughts beyond my station. The emperor's expression darkened, his fingers tightening around the jade cup. That directive, you shall lift the stone only to crush your own foot. In the 62nd chapter, the fiery red lotus, did your Majesty witness this? She had first entered the palace to save the drowning Yuan Hang, and in reward, he bestowed upon her a set of walnut screens, accompanied by a secret edict. The Wusu emperor hesitated, recalling the content of that edict, and a slight grimace crossed his lips. Have you disclosed this to anyone else? Your Majesty specified that this edict was for my ears alone. I have told no one. The emperor nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. As he casually remarked, forget it. Forget it? Such an important decree can be so easily dismissed? Ji Qingwu blinked her watery eyes, perplexed. I still remember. While the edict held little merit for the Ji family, for her, it was a monumental grace. The emperor raised an eyebrow, mocking. You forget the things you ought to remember, yet retain the things you should forget. Your Majesty's words, I cannot afford to forget. As she uttered these particularly obedient words, the Wusu emperor seized her arm, drawing it before his gaze, the colorful thread accentuating her pale wrist. Ji Qingwu followed his gaze to her own wrist. What is there to admire? The emperor held her arm firmly, contemplating, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. I must pay homage to the gods and ancestors, and I lack a token for blessings. Within the emperor's gaze, this token could hardly be her arm, as she suspected it was indeed the five-colored thread. Shall I summon Li Gonggong to prepare it? She ventured, attempting to tug her wrist away, only to find it gripped tighter. The Wusu emperor looked at her, insisting, you shall prepare it. For the emperor's ancestral rites, all ceremonial adornments were customarily crafted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It should not fall upon her to prepare. Ji Qingwu protested, Your Majesty, this is not in accordance with protocol. The Wusu emperor's fingers caressed the delicate skin of her wrist, his eyes narrowing. Is it acceptable to give it to Yuan Hang, but not to me? Is this double standard not too blatant? Who knows if you might simply present some ready-made trinket to appease me? You shall weave it here, in the Qingzheng Hall, and only when I am satisfied with your creation may you leave. Ji Qingwu, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. She indeed harbored such intentions. Wondering if the emperor had seen through her thoughts, the Wusu emperor summoned Li Yuzong into the hall. Moments later, a selection of colorful threads was prepared. Holding the threads in her hands, Ji Qingwu contemplated settling on a chair below, only to be suddenly embraced from behind and pressed against the gilded dragon throne. The Wusu emperor coolly instructed, we shall weave it right here. The throne's back featured 4 cylindrical supports adorned with radiant golden dragons, causing Ji Qingwu to feel dizzy. The seat was spacious enough for one to lie down comfortably, with ample room for 2. Beneath the throne, the hem of Ji Qingwu's emerald smoke gauze skirt brushed against the emperor's yellow satin robe embroidered with golden dragons, their patterns intertwining in a splendid display. Witnessing the scene, Li Yuzong hurriedly retreated from the hall, feeling as though his life hung in the balance, gasping for breath. To share a throne with the emperor was an honor unmatched within the Phoenix Palace. Inside the hall, the Wusu emperor sat before her, unperturbed as he took up a brush to review documents. Ji Qingwu discreetly turned her head to observe his composed profile, defined and profound. The tautness at the corners of his lips exuded an air of aristocracy and aloofness. His long fingers grasped the brush, skillfully crafting characters upon the paper. In moments of contemplation, the formidable aura softened, though a lingering chill remained, deterring excessive familiarity. She had never dared to scrutinize him so closely. Indeed, a man's visage can possess a robust and vigorous charm, sharp yet elegant, capable of embracing vast oceans and filling the winds of myriad valleys. Do not be idle. The Emperor Wu Su raised his eyebrows slightly, clearly not looking at her, yet he was aware that she had drifted away in thought. Ji Qingwu hurriedly lowered her head, swallowed hard, and continued with her tasks. The fragrance of dragon's saliva in the hall brought her a sense of tranquility for the first time, dispelling her timidity and fear. Delicate strands intertwined, wrapping around her nimble fingertips. After a few deft movements, she successfully tied a series of knots, but as a novice. She accidentally made a mistake. After examining it for a while, she pouted in annoyance and unraveled it. The Emperor Wu Su caught sight of her puffy, fair cheeks, which appeared even more lustrous than the porcelain tribute of the Jingde era. He had personally tested the texture. Ji Qingwu was engrossed in her work, completely unaware that the man beside her had already ceased his writing, fixated on her. Once she completed the last knot, she tilted her stiff and aching neck. This was a silent request for the 5 colored threads. Ji Qingwu, not daring to keep the emperor waiting, promptly offered the freshly tied strands, placing them in his palm. Almost simultaneously, that long, clean hand grasped hers. The 5 colored threads nestled between their palms. The warmth of their hands touching sent a dry, comforting heat coursing through her. Ji Qingwu's eyelashes trembled, and her breath became shallow. Despite having engaged in more intimate acts before, none had ever felt quite like this. The calloused hand brushed against her fingertips with an almost imperceptible caress, sending a delightful shiver straight to her heart. Her heartbeat quickened, no longer a frantic drum, but a gentle acceleration, akin to a sparrow awakening from the depths of winter, stepping into the warmth of spring and beginning to chirp incessantly. Your Majesty, the 5 colored threads are ready. If you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Yet her hand was once again grasped, this time enveloping her entire hand within his palm. The Emperor Wu Su, with an expression of calmness, remarked, "But I have yet to thank Miss Ji." Ji Qingwu replied in a languid manner, "You are too kind." He smiled softly, his voice deep and melodious. "You accepted my gratitude so readily without knowing how I intend to express it? It is only proper to convey my thanks." Unbeknownst to her, a red bracelet had appeared in his hand. With a slight exertion of his arm, Ji Qingwu found herself tumbling into his embrace. As he locked her waist with one hand, rendering her immobile, with the other, he slipped the bracelet onto her unadorned wrist, leaning against his warm chest. She gazed at the beads cascading down to her wrist, a hint of color flashing in her eyes. The vivid red jade was carved into the shape of a lotus, reminiscent of fiery red lotuses. The Yupu Lei Bian states that jade comes in 5 colors, with white, yellow, and blue being precious, while red jade is the most valuable and rare in the world. This gift was indeed excessively extravagant. Captivated by the allure of the red jade, Ji Qingwu temporarily forgot the intimacy of their current position. The central and largest red lotus suddenly shimmered. "Your Majesty, did you see that?" Ji Qingwu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The Emperor Wu Su did not look at her hand, his gaze dark and heavy upon her face. In a hushed voice, he replied, "I saw." Chapter 63. A Wu. "Do you like it?" Ji Qingwu curiously touched it, and the red lotus became even more translucent. From silence to vivacity, it grew increasingly fiery and brilliant. She marveled at the transformation. In her watery gaze reflected the hue of the red jade, and she beamed. "Your Majesty, look quickly." The Emperor Wu Su was unfazed. His long arm tightened around her, as if holding a treasure regained. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he murmured, "A Wu, I see." That gaze sent a chill down her spine. Instinctively, she pushed against his arm, wanting to distance herself, but trapped in his broad and sturdy embrace. Where could she escape? His hand slowly traveled from her waist to her neck. The Emperor Wu Su gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his touch tenderly grazing her sensitive ear. Ji Qingwu's ears flushed as she said, "Your Majesty's gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Yet, whether she could accept it was not hers to decide. Hearing her reluctance, the Emperor Wu Su lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting a shadow. He simply asked, "A Wu, do you like it?" Ji Qingwu felt an overwhelming sense that if she were to say she did not like it, her fragile neck would be snapped. This bracelet was not only a rare gem, but also seemed to resonate perfectly with her essence. She nodded slightly. However, this answer clearly did not satisfy the emperor. He fixated on her lips, his tone firm. "Say you like it." Ji Qingwu found the words, "I like it," burning on her tongue, impossible to utter. Suddenly, the emperor lifted her, placing her atop the expansive writing desk before him, allowing her to meet his gaze levelly. He lowered his voice, "Why are you silent?" Ji Qingwu's heart trembled. Just as she was about to speak, a gasp escaped her lips. In a whirlwind of motion, she found herself pinned beneath the emperor, atop a pile of official documents, several of which had fallen to the ground. Ji Qingwu clung tightly to his arm, flustered. "I like it, I do." He scrutinized her from above, his voice grave. You speak hesitantly. I sense your heart is not sincere. She had spoken, yet he was not satisfied. What more did he want? Ji Qingwu understood that the emperor would not easily change his demeanor. His previous warmth and humility were mere facades, and she had unwittingly fallen into his trap with his kind gift. As his handsome face drew nearer, Ji Qingwu pushed against his firm chest. Then, must I say it multiple times? Hard work can compensate for lack of skill. It was too late. In an instant, Ji Qingwu felt as if she were frozen in place, unable to move or even blink. The man's breath brushed against her delicate neck, accompanied by an uncomfortably intimate sound. She felt a sting and tingling sensation as he playfully bit her ear. The earlobe, as white as jade, instantly flushed a vibrant red, akin to the red jade on her wrist. Her ear, neck, and half of her face burned with a prickling heat. More terrifying was the fact that she could hear his low, raspy breaths, each one resonating in her ears. Ji Qingwu stared blankly at the ceiling of the hall. The wooden beams were intricately carved with a fierce dragon, its mouth holding a pearl. Before her loomed another dragon, nibbling her earlobe. In the solemn and imposing Zhengzheng Hall, amidst the piles of official documents, their postures were shockingly unrestrained. This closeness allowed them to fully sense each other's physical changes. Ji Qingwu's gaze flickered as she finally acknowledged a truth. Even a cold-hearted emperor is still a normal man with desires and emotions. But does a physical response equate to love? No, it is desire. The content of his imperial decree permitted her to marry whomever she wished outside the palace, allowing her to request a marriage at any time. The emphasis on outside the palace served as a warning to her not to entertain foolish thoughts of entering the palace as a consort. Yet, did the emperor mean to say that she should forget this and no longer desire to marry freely, or had he changed his mind about wanting her in the palace? Wusu's change of heart was a mystery to her. However, she was certain that if she did not push him away now, she would truly be trapped within the palace. Ji Qingwu began to struggle, pushing against him with all her might. He finally lifted his head, but instead of releasing her, he firmly grasped both of her wrists, raising them above her head, pinning her against the side of the desk. If you move again, I cannot promise. Promise what? She thought, for he had already intended to retract his decree. Ji Qingwu felt a surge of urgency. Disregarding whether he was the emperor or the Jade Emperor, she kicked out. She heard a muffled grunt, though she possessed considerable strength. Matching the emperor in a test of strength was akin to a mayfly shaking a tree. The emperor easily restrained her legs with his knee. With her hands and feet under his control, Ji Qingwu still had her voice, and she indignantly retorted, "Does your majesty enjoy making things difficult for others so much?" She was unwilling to be forced. The realization of this cognition gradually dulled the emotions in Wu Su-Di's eyes until the flames were entirely extinguished. The corners of his sharp gaze slightly lifted, imbued with an indescribable nuance. It is a formidable challenge. Miss Ji is even more adept at it. Ji Qingwu bit her lip, yet she found herself unable to retort. She turned her head, her cheek pressed against the icy cold desk, furrowing her brow and closing her eyes. However, Wu Su-Di silently withdrew, his entire body tense as he exited the grand hall. It was only upon encountering the little girl that his mind regained tranquility. The young girl pouted and said, "Mother, you have broken your promise. You did not come to fetch me, rendering our pledge invalid." Ji Qingwu felt a sense of grievance as she pouted as well. "By heaven's conscience, I did come. I was merely delayed by a matter along the way." Qiuqiu remained unconvinced, her lips protruding as if to hang an oil bottle, and inquired, "Who could possibly be more important than your dearest treasure?" Ji Qingwu retorted with indignation, "That person is not important at all. They cannot compare to my treasure, who is often bullied at the slightest opportunity. Then mother should keep her distance from him." Ji Qingwu nodded in deep agreement. "All right." Then she recollected something, "By the way, I heard today that you were punished by the teacher to copy texts. Who said that?" "I merely love studying and stayed a bit longer to do my homework." The little girl climbed onto the bed and ran to the innermost part. Ji Qingwu tilted her head and said with a smile, "My Qiuqiu is so diligent. How impressive. How many ducks did you draw in total?" 35, she replied. "I could have drawn 5 more, but it was all because the little girl covered her mouth, her eyes like black grapes rolling about." Ji Qingwu pondered and said, "If Qiuqiu enjoys painting, then go take painting classes. If you do not like calligraphy, then let be." The little girl joyfully asked, really? Indeed, if Qiu does not mind being ridiculed for having ugly handwriting in the future, then of course. The little girl had already developed a sense of beauty and could not tolerate ugly characters. Even if the writing was unsightly, it was unacceptable. Qiu fidgeted with her fingers, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Mother, I will attend calligraphy classes diligently. I also want to learn painting." Children succumbed to sleepiness swiftly. One moment they were speaking, and the next they were deep in slumber. Ji Qingwu tucked the thin blanket around her and lay down beside her. She winced slightly. Her back ached. It was of little consequence, entirely incomparable to the gentle disintegration of another. Chapter 64. Did it break? Becoming truly barren. Ji Qingwu inhaled sharply and turned to lie on her side. Even with a change in posture, there were red imprints on her wrist for being pinched, and her left ear still felt a burning sensation. She opened her eyes to gaze at the bed curtains outside. Recalling her actions today, she feared she had thoroughly angered Wu Sudi. In a moment of desperation, she had even kicked him. Would she have caused any harm? Would she become truly barren in the future? She rubbed her forehead in frustration. Li Yuzong was drenched in sweat as he observed the emperor practicing swordplay at the Hongshang pavilion late at night. The long sword unsheathed, like a dragon's roar. The heavy sword gleamed with a cold light, and the sword's aura surged like a raging tide, instilling fear. Typically at this hour, Wu Sudi would be in the Qingjin Hall attending to state affairs. Who could have anticipated that Miss Ji would drive the emperor from the hall? However, even if His Majesty were furious, no punitive edict was issued. Instead, he had come alone to the pavilion to vent his frustrations. Li Yuzong understood that the emperor would only take up the Qishao sword when in a bad mood. He was unaware of what had transpired in the hall. Just a moment ago, the two had sat together on the dragon throne, their demeanor intimate. Yet, it was not long before he witnessed Wu Sudi's expression grow as cold as a deep pool, as he pushed open the vermilion doors and strode out of the Qingjin Hall. Having just gained favor, he had managed to provoke the emperor's wrath. This Miss Ji truly possessed the knack for placing her life at risk. The violent sword energy surged with the force of thunder, and the sword post trembled violently before shattering into a myriad of fragments. After executing this sword move, Wu Sudi felt much lighter, the frown on his brow unfurling. He casually tossed the precious Qishao sword behind him. Li Yuzong hurriedly caught it and quickly followed the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, Master Liao from Hanzhan Temple is here to seek an audience and has been waiting for some time." Upon hearing this, Wu Sudi paused momentarily, raising his long brows. When he was still the general of the Northern Defense, he had a close friendship with Master Liao. However, this master had been wandering for years without showing his face, and the two had not met for quite some time. Wu Sudi, however, declined this rare opportunity for a reunion. Just as he exited the Hongshang pavilion, he encountered Wei Fei, clad in a dark-colored brocade dress. Li Yuzong quickly lowered his head and stepped aside. Wei Fei was stunningly beautiful, and her brother Wei Ting held significant military achievements, making her a formidable presence in the harem. Yet, in recent days, the emperor had intentionally distanced himself from her. Wei Liru's smile bore a hint of joy as she raised her delicate brows, her voice melodious like the song of a warbler. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Wu Sudi halted. "What brings you here?" According to the emperor's usual habits, he would still be in the Qingjin Hall at this hour, and her presence here did not seem intentional. Wei Liru's infatuated gaze lingered on Wu Sudi's face. She softly said, "Your Majesty has not visited my palace for many days. Would you like to come and sit for a while tonight?" It had not merely been days. Since the day Yuan Hang fell into the water, Wu Sudi had not returned. Throughout the palace, it was said that she, the favored concubine, had lost her influence. Only Wei Liru knew that it was not the case. The protocols of Guanju Palace had not diminished, and the items sent by the Imperial Household Department were all meticulously prepared. She still held her title as a concubine, and the emperor had not blamed her. She had not lost her standing. What she had lost was the emperor's trust. Wu Sudi's gaze was as cold as water. No need. With that, he turned to leave. "Your Majesty," Wei Fei called out from behind, her bright eyes brimming with grievance. "I am at fault. The little prince's fall into the water was due to my negligence. However, Yuan Hang is unharmed. Are you being too harsh with me?" Wei Liru's fingers tightened around her handkerchief. She understood that the role she played in this incident was already clear to the emperor. I had intended to grant you the authority to assist with the 6 palaces during the Empress Dowager's birthday, but you have disappointed me." The words disappointed stung Wei Liru far more than losing the easily attainable authority to assist with the 6 palaces. I merely wanted to teach that arrogant beauty a lesson. I did not wish to nearly harm the little prince. I recognize my mistake. Would your majesty grant me another chance? Wu Sudi remained silent, raising his foot to leave when Wei Liru lunged forward, attempting to embrace his waist. Just as she touched his side, he seized her wrist and flung her against the cold palace wall. Wu Sudi lowered his gaze to scrutinize her, his tone devoid of fluctuation. "My beloved, would you also like to experience the Yetting?" Yetting was a place for imprisoning errant concubines and palace maids. Tears welled in Wei Liru's eyes as she lamented. "I have erred but once. Cannot your majesty forgive me?" With that, he left without mercy, ignoring her cries behind him. His heart was as hard as iron, without room for negotiation. The maid Bitao helped Wei Fei up, whispering, "Your Highness, do not cry. Keep your voice down. If others from different palaces see, it will surely lead to disdain for our Guanji palace." Wei Liru wiped her tears with her handkerchief, gazing at the corner of the street where the emperor's figure had long since vanished. Reluctantly, she murmured, "The emperor's heart is so ruthless toward me. It cannot be solely because of this matter." She speculated, "Has that one from Anhua Palace made an appearance?" Bitao shook her head, "Not at all." Wei Liru insisted, "Go investigate who has been around the emperor lately." Bitao, a maid she had brought from home, was meticulous in her actions and cautioned, "Your Highness, probing into the emperor's whereabouts at this time will only serve to further provoke his anger." Wei Liru nodded in a daze. Though Wei Ting remained in the northern army, he would surely find a way. The next day, as the drum and music sounded, the ritual for the heavens unfolded with great complexity. The Taichung Temple had prepared cool cakes, wine from the Guanglu Temple, jujube cakes, horn millet, and golden peaches among other offerings. After the completion of the 9 grand ceremonies of worship, the emperor bestowed offerings such as Liang Gao and Jiao Shu on his ministers. The family that received more represented greater favor from the sovereign. Curiously, the Ji family received nothing this time. Old Madame Ji waited at home all day without receiving any rewards. When Xiao Shi arrived at Shouantang, she found the old lady wearing a worried expression and called out, "Mother." Xiao Shi nodded. The Qiao family had received Liang Gao, Jiao Shu, and fragrant sachets, just like in previous years, with the emperor's favor unchanged. Old Madame Ji's face was tightly furrowed, her lips drooping, pondering the reason behind it. Recently, the Ji family must have done something to anger the emperor. Otherwise, he would not disregard the Empress Dowager's reputation and act in such a manner. "I heard that Qingwu entered the palace yesterday. What transpired?" Ji Qingwu replied, "Grandmother, do you truly wish to know?" I presented the emperor with. Old Madame Ji's vision darkened, and her legs trembled. Chapter 65. The concubine will offer herself. Xiao Shi understood her mother-in-law's intent and responded, "Mother, Xiao will merely went to pick up Jiao from school. She is sensible and will not disturb the emperor." The old lady still harbored doubts and wished to inquire directly. "Call her over." Xiao was indeed not in the residence. Half an hour earlier, Ji Qingwu donned a cobalt blue robe, adopting a masculine appearance, her long hair tied up high, revealing a smooth forehead and slender neck. Adorned with a blue jade hairpin, her features shone like the bright moon. Being tall, this masculine attire suited her well, lending her a youthful elegance. Beside her, Jiao was dressed like a charming little sprite in a short skirt with a treasure pattern, and as the night grew cool, she added a light-colored jacket. Lan Ji wore a casual long skirt, but at Ji Qingwu's request, she styled her hair into a woman's bun. The three of them together resembled a youthful family of 3. Ji Qingwu cleared her throat and lowered her voice, saying, "Madame Ji, come along with me." The appearance of the 5th young lady in such attire truly evoked the image of a dashing young gentleman, causing Lan Ji to blush. Ji Qingwu smiled and shook her head. "Not at all, Madame Ji, you must call me Xianggong." A naturally attractive person became even more handsome in this guise, teasing Lan Ji, who turned a deep shade of red. Ji Qingwu, not wishing to embarrass her, suggested, "Let us just call me 5th Gongzi." They reached the street, where the night market was bustling with visitors, the vibrant lights painting a picturesque scene. Linen City truly lived up to its reputation as a place of opulent carriages and splendid lights, a city that never slept. Ji Qingwu indulged in the street food from one end to the other. At Lan Ji's insistence, She emerged holding fragrant grilled meat and dripping crystal fish. Jiu clutched a sugar-coated hawthorn and cloud cake, with a large windmill spinning in the breeze hanging from her neck. The two were beaming with satisfaction as they held hands, laden with their treasures. After much effort to maneuver through the crowd, they paused in a nearby open space. Ji exclaimed, "Fifth Gongzi, you should keep an eye on the child." You were standing right in front of the fruit wine stall, unable to move. Ji Qingwu touched her neck, sheepishly saying, "Ji, do not be angry. I will not wander again." The proprietor of the fruit wine stall was quite the salesman, and unable to resist his enthusiastic calls, she had sampled a small cup. Ji led Jiu away towards the riverside for a stroll to ease their appetites. The scenery before them cast aside the noise of the night market. The water shimmered under the lights, and suddenly, ripples spread across the surface. Ji Qingwu's gaze sharpened as she focused on the center of the water, where she indeed saw a frail figure moving toward the middle of the lake. She handed her belongings to Ji and cupped her hands to call out, "Hey, that young lady." The woman seemed to hear the call, her steps faltering as she paused in the water. With her head bowed, she trembled, covering her face and weeping sorrowfully, her cries heart-wrenching to listeners. She had not deeply wished for death tonight. It was merely a moment of despair, having sent a message to meet someone by the lake. That person had been heartless and disregarded her. Tragically, she was already with child. In fact, she regretted stepping into the lake at the moment she did, unable to part with the baby within her. Upon hearing someone call her, she realized how desperately she wished to live. Seeing her resolve wavering, Ji Qingwu earnestly persuaded, "Young lady, come over. No matter how good your body is, it cannot be treated so recklessly. Come back to shore." In the hazy night, the woman began to follow the voice, slowly moving toward the shore. Ji Qingwu reached out a hand to guide her, and once she was stable, she released her grip. The woman noticed that the person before her did not take advantage of her vulnerability, unlike the hypocritical men she usually encountered in Liangxiangge. Honest and kind-hearted, he was indeed a good person. Despite her icy palms, her heart warmed, and her gaze toward Ji Qingwu softened. Using the light from the shore, she scrutinized Ji Qingwu a few times, finding him exceptionally handsome, his features as clear as the lake and mountains. However, his voice lacked the deep timbre typical of men, sounding somewhat effeminate. He appeared slightly frail, lacking the robustness one might expect. The young girl, having eaten her fill, was now drowsy, looking as if she might faint at any moment. The woman observed the adorable child in Ji Qingwu's arms. Noting his skilled manner of holding the baby, realizing he must be a good husband capable of caring for children, she pondered that she needed to find a good father for her unborn child. After a moment of contemplation, her expression gradually firmed. "In gratitude for your life-saving kindness, I have no way to repay you, young sir, but if you do not mind my humble appearance, I am willing to offer myself in return." As she spoke, she leaned closer. Ji Qingwu quickly stepped back, swiftly tossing Jiu to Ji. Then, she fled with great speed, making her escape. The woman stomped her foot and chased after her, determined not to miss such an admirable young man. Upon hearing the woman affectionately call her young sir, Ji Qingwu felt a sense of urgency. Running was indeed the best course of action. It was not until she had turned 2 or 3 corners and could no longer run that she finally slowed down. However, at a corner, she collided with another person rushing towards her. She sidestepped but could not avoid the impact, her right shoulder colliding harshly with this individual. A haughty voice rang out, "Are you blind? Why don't you watch where you're going?" The girl, adorned with jewels and finery, swayed lightly, the sound of her accessories clinking together. Upon closer inspection, Ji Qingwu's mouth twitched. It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. It was none other than Princess Qingyun. Observing her expression, it seemed she had yet to recognize Ji Qingwu, prompting Ji Qingwu to decide to employ the same trick once more and escape. Every morsel of food she had enjoyed tonight had not been in vain. Princess Qingyun scolded from behind, "Why are you running?" Though her garments were soft and smooth, her body felt as solid as a wall of iron, leaving Ji Qingwu's head slightly throbbing from the collision. Ji Qingwu looked up, feeling dizzy as she gazed at the figure before her, and was instantly overwhelmed by a deeper sense of vertigo. Ji Qingwu thought to herself, "Why is it that no matter where I run, I am always pursued and cornered?" Chapter 66. A chance encounter at the corner. Who is the young sir's wife? With just a glance, it was as if in the pitch-black night, she beheld the resplendent dawn breaking. His gaze was brighter than all the surrounding lights, to the point of being blinding. What she did not realize was that this brilliance had only appeared upon seeing her. Princess Qingwu, irate, declared, "Your Highness, this scoundrel bumped into me and attempted to flee without an apology. Fortunately, you stopped him." As Ji Qingwu pressed her forehead, she thought, one ought to consult the almanac before venturing out. She had encountered the emperor, who had come incognito to the lantern market. Yesterday, she had angered him in the Qinzhongdian, and she could only hope that, like Princess Qingwu, he had not recognized her. Emperor Wu Su donned a stone-blue robe adorned with cloud patterns and wore a subtle jade crown that did not draw attention. Yet the elegance and imposing demeanor displayed in every subtle movement, along with an air of haughty confidence that could conquer mountains and rivers, could not be concealed even by coarse garments. This evening, Li Yuzong did not accompany the Wu Su Di. Instead, a stranger exuding a somber aura lingered behind him. Ji Qingwu and the princess collided, and although both bore some responsibility, their numbers were overwhelming, and the wise refrained from small losses. She suppressed a cough and offered an apology. "I apologize for my abruptness." After taking a few steps back and leaning against the wall, she hoped that these individuals would leave so she could depart. Noticing that they showed no intention of leaving, Ji Qingwu remarked, "Miss, please proceed." Princess Qingyu scoffed, about to retort when she noticed an individual approaching from a distance, holding a colorful lantern. She stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Chengshu and Gij, while you were away for a moment, a lecherous man bumped into me. Who knows if he intended to take advantage of me?" Having unwittingly become the object of such advances, Ji Qingwu felt an inappropriate urge to laugh. The princess not only harbored a victim mentality, but also exhibited a degree of narcissism. After soothing her for a moment, Li Qingshuan turned his gaze towards the individual mentioned by the princess. He frowned slightly, for although the figure was dressed as a man, the slender neck lacked an Adam's apple, and the skin was smooth and delicate. Upon further inspection, his gaze froze. "It's her." In a gentle voice, he said, "Princess, did you not wish to see the lanterns? I came from Shijia, where many beautiful lanterns await." Princess Qingyu looked at Wu Su Di with anticipation. The emperor nodded. "Go ahead, but do not stray too far." From the moment Li Qingshuan appeared until he and the princess vanished from sight, Ji Qingwu did not cast a single glance in his direction, successfully treating him as a stranger. However, such overt avoidance raised concerns in the eyes of another. Leaning against the drab wall, Ji Qingwu's azure robe stood out vividly. Though the length was appropriate, her tall and slender figure made it appear oversized, billowing in the wind. Her skin was alabaster, and her gaze, clear and bright, radiated the brilliance of the moon, resembling a handsome young lord. As Wu Su Di took a step closer, a lively call echoed from a distance. "Lang Jun." Ji Qingwu turned her head to see the woman who had nearly drowned earlier hastening towards her, holding up her skirts. "Lang Jun, why did you leave me behind?" Ji Qingwu, aware of her inability to evade the situation, responded with a hint of resignation. "Miss, are we so familiar? We are but fleeting acquaintances." The woman wiped the corners of her eyes, devoid of tears, and, fearing he might flee again, declared, "You are so heartless, Lang Jun. I carry your child." Ji Qingwu was taken aback. She raised her brows. While she could treat infertility, she had certainly not engaged in such actions. This woman was audacious to claim such a thing, seemingly unafraid of tarnishing her reputation. As onlookers began to gather, someone remarked, "Isn't that Mo Lingling from Liangxiang Pavilion? Were these Liangxiang and Sanxiang pavilions? They are merely brothels. You country bumpkin, the courtesans of Liangxiang Pavilion are not just any common prostitutes. To meet her, it requires more than just silver. One needs her approval to enter." It seemed this woman was indeed a renowned figure in Linen City, and the conversation around her grew fervent, encircling her with attention. Ji Qingwu addressed Mo Lingling. "Let us find a quiet place to speak." This woman had arrived at an opportune moment. As long as Wu Su Di and the others remained, she could leave with Mo Lingling. Grasping Mo Lingling's hand, she attempted to lead her away. Not so fast. A sinister command came from a man beside the emperor. Ji Qingwu felt the woman's hand turn icy, indicating a prior acquaintance. She instinctively touched the other's wrist, pressing for a few seconds, her brows lifting in surprise. Indeed, the woman was pregnant, and her claim was not a lie. Mo Lingling appeared frightened and stepped back behind Ji Qingwu. The man's expression grew even more menacing. There is an elegant room available in this tea house. Ji Qingwu met his gaze, positioning Mo Lingling behind her, and firmly declined. No. A refined setting does not suit a rough person like me. We shall simply. Are you trying to escape after colliding with my little sister? Upon realizing the source of the words, she turned her head to meet Wu Sudi's eyes, who wore a smirk that was almost a smile. Ji Qingwu immediately lowered her gaze, pressing her lips together to suppress her words, and awkwardly touched her ear. In the tea house's private room, a round wooden table awaited. Wu Sudi seated himself first, positioning himself directly across from the entrance, while Mo Lingling clung to Ji Qingwu, finding comfort in her presence. Please, everyone take a seat. Standing while speaking can lead to back pain. Ji Qingwu urged those nearby to sit down. Wu Sudi cast a sidelong glance at the man behind him. Mingfeng, the attendant, swiftly brought tea and the establishment's signature pastries. He intended to offer a few words of introduction, but noticed the increasingly somber expressions of the guests. Enjoy your meal, he said hastily before retreating. Ji Qingwu cleared her throat and lowered her voice, stating, I encountered this young lady by the riverside. It was merely a chance meeting. However, Mo Lingling presented a different narrative. I fell in love with Lang Jun at first sight, and Lang Jun saved my life. Do you find me unworthy because I hail from a brothel? I can redeem myself from Liangshan Pavilion and devote myself to being a good wife, preparing meals for you. Ji Qingwu repeatedly waved her hands. My lady, it was merely a spontaneous act. Furthermore, I am already wed and cannot impose upon you. Is it that woman clad in yellow? She does not seem to match Lang Jun. This was likely referring to Lanji, who indeed could not compare to Mo Lingling's beauty. Realizing how difficult this woman was to dissuade, Ji Qingwu improvised. The one you saw is merely a concubine in my household. To be frank, I also have a legitimate wife. Is your legitimate wife comparable to me? Mo Lingling inquired, her brow furrowing. Having enjoyed the adoration of many while at Liangshan Pavilion, she was unaccustomed to being repeatedly rejected. Today, she awaited someone who never arrived, leaving her feeling both heartbroken and frustrated. Ji Qingwu imagined what his legitimate wife might look like. Upon hearing her description, Wu Sudi raised an eyebrow and sipped his tea. If Li Gonggong were present. Oh dear, your majesty, do you not usually avoid drinking tea from outside? Upon noticing who sat across from him, all inconsistencies suddenly made sense. Drink it. It tastes as sweet as honey. Mo Lingling questioned, Lang Jun, are you deceiving me? Is there truly such a good person in this world? Ji Qingwu immediately offered a compelling example. Indeed, there are such individuals like the gentleman before you. If such a man exists, how could such a woman not? Mo Lingling gazed intently at Wu Sudi. His strikingly handsome appearance was undeniable, and wherever he went, he became the center of attention. Even when he attempted to conceal his aura, it exuded an undeniable pressure that was hard to ignore. Having seen many imposing court officials at Liangshan Pavilion, none could compare to the subtle authority emanating from this nobleman. Disappointed, Mo Lingling lowered her gaze. Indeed, such individuals did exist. Ji Qingwu nodded. There are always greater talents beyond our own. Do not feel inferior. The emotions of the deputy historian of the royal city seemed a bit excessive, contrary to his usual demeanor, and Wu Sudi regarded him calmly. An old acquaintance? Duan Mingfeng, taken aback, nodded and replied, Yes, my subordinate still needs to guard. No matter, Wu Sudi interjected. Duan Mingfeng accepted the command and strode over, seizing Mo Lingling's arm as if to drag her away for punishment. Ji Qingwu stood as well, looking towards Wu Sudi and softly pleaded, Please, help her. How shall I assist? Shall I take her as my own? Wu Sudi pulled Ji Qingwu close, inspecting the pristine collar of her garment, and asked, Does your legitimate wife consent? Why do you not inquire of her, but instead come to me? The first wife, Ji Qingwu, found herself at a loss for words. Her response to Mo Lingling was merely a means of evasion. After all, she had no true claim to being a first wife, and her inquiry stemmed solely from his considerable power. The Emperor Wu Su approached her slowly, his gait deliberate, his gaze imbued with an air of curiosity. Instinctively, she took a step back, a flicker of panic rising within her, for in their private interactions, she often felt utterly defeated. At that very moment, she was momentarily stunned, ceasing to struggle, and as a result, stumbled and fell to the ground. Before her stood a striking young man clad in a cerulean robe, retreating in a flustered manner, while her master advanced with unrestrained boldness. It was not long before the slender neck of the young man was seized, his frail frame pinned against the wall of the elegant chamber, unable to move. The scene was one that sent heat to the cheeks and quickened the heartbeat. Mo Lingling winced from the pain in her knee, yet her spirits lifted, and she mumbled, "So he is due in 11. It is natural for him not to fancy me." The atmosphere between the two on the upper floor was far from the enchanting spectacle perceived by outsiders. Wusu Emperor suppressed the emotions in his eyes and asked in a tone devoid of warmth, "What does the courtesan call you?" Ji Qingwu, feeling the grip on her neck, was overwhelmed by a sense of vulnerability. Composed, she replied, "My lord." Those two words carried no excessive sentiment, yet they resonated with a peculiar comfort in the ears of the man. Wusu Emperor's gaze traveled down her neckline, intrigued, as he inquired, "Which household do you belong to? State your name, that I may see if I recognize you." Ji Qingwu could no longer fabricate a lie, lest she entwine herself in a web of deceit. She could not continue feigning ignorance, and with a nervous chuckle, she remarked, "Your Majesty, your eyesight is remarkable. You have seen through my guise." Wusu Emperor's gaze lingered on her face, filled with profound meaning as he declared, "What I perceive extends beyond mere appearances." Ji Qingwu's heart raced. She understood that she ought to seize the moment to inquire further, to discern what the emperor had uncovered, as he beckoned her to seek the answers. Yet, could she bear the consequences of such inquiries? She was aware that this day would inevitably arrive, yet fear gripped her. Ji Qingwu clenched and unclenched her fists, her face contorted in distress. With a mixture of anxiety and seriousness, she posed, "I wish to ask your Majesty a question. Can you promise not to be angered?" "That depends on the nature of your question," Wusu Emperor replied, his hand gently caressing her face, his tone unusually tender. "However, since it is you all who speaks, I shall exercise patience." His gaze burned with intensity, causing Ji Qingwu to lower her eyes. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of something that made her heart race. A jade pendant hung from his robe, depicting a vividly lifelike little koi. Her eyes brimmed with heat. This was the very pendant she had placed in the quilt for Yuan Hang, identical to the one given to her by the Qiao family as a pair. Ji Qingwu's lips trembled uncontrollably. This pendant, which she had entrusted to Yuan Hang, was now in his possession. Her gaze shifted slightly upward, recognizing that the cord from which the pendant hung was woven from the multicolored threads she had crafted by hand just the day before in the QNZH while being pressed against the dragon throne. He chose to suspend it in such a manner rather than wearing it on his wrist. The 5 colored threads and the koi pendant were both hers. Ji Qingwu's eyelashes quivered, and the blood within her surged with fervor. In truth, Wusu Emperor had long since discerned her true identity. It had always been her self-deception. He awaited her to reveal the truth willingly. Yet, why did he not respond with the fury she had anticipated? Was he biding his time to punish her once she ensnared herself? Or did he harbor a different kind of leniency towards the woman with whom he shared a fleeting night of passion? That imperial edict had clearly conveyed his disinterest in allowing a daughter of the Ji family to enter the palace as a consort. But now, he regretted that decision. He desired her. What was it about her that incited such longing within him? In the QNZH she had witnessed the raw, unmasked desire reflected in his eyes. Though Wusu Emperor had reigned for years, he had only sired a single prince, and despite Wei Fei's considerable favor, no children had emerged. This realization tightened her heart, causing her nails to dig into her flesh, drawing forth crimson lines. He must have discovered that only she could bear him heirs. What he sought was merely her body. Wusu Emperor gently rubbed her delicate chin, urging her, "Why not ask a question?" Ji Qingwu inhaled deeply, her gaze flickering incessantly. Chapter 68. Marriage at Will. Wrath ignited, she refused to become a puppet controlled by the childbirth system. That night in the military tent was a humiliation for him, but it was also a torment for her, for she had awakened in terror on countless nights. The tasks imposed by the childbirth system, no matter how glorified, could not erase the fact that she was merely a tool, one without choices. Yet, she was a living, breathing person with emotions. Initially, Ji Qingwu had envisioned cultivating her feelings slowly with her target, allowing everything to unfold naturally when the time was right. She wished to minimize the utilitarian aspects of this task, not wanting it to devolve into a mere transaction. However, the mission had gone awry. She had mistaken the person. To survive, she had cast aside propriety, abandoning Wei Ting and her infant son, for no one yearned for a vibrant, liberated life more than she did. This was the greatest dream of her previous life, spent languishing in a sickbed. The childbirth task had been completed, she whispered to herself, and now she lived for herself. Ji Qingwu's eyes were dry. Unlike previous occasions, tears did not well up. Instead, they burned red, as if she were on the brink of weeping blood. The man before her granted her ample time to contemplate, and at last, she spoke. Her voice was hoarse, yet every word was articulated with clarity. I wish to inquire whether that decree can be upheld. If the decree were indeed valid, it would grant her the freedom to marry as she pleased outside the palace. Wusu Emperor's expression turned icy. Is that all you wish to convey? Even without looking at him, Ji Qingwu felt a bone-chilling coldness envelop her, rendering her body rigid as if encased in ice. The overwhelming pressure nearly caused her knees to buckle, forcing her to brace herself against the wall to avoid collapsing. The wait for judgment was excruciating. Ji Qingwu was terrified yet resolute, unwilling to bow her head and submit. His eyes darkened with increasing ire, transforming into a brooding storm. As if about to unleash a tempest, Ji Qingwu had made her stance clear. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not remain by his side. Wusu Emperor raised his hand, firmly gripping her chin and compelling her to look up until her vision was wholly consumed by his taut visage. Her heart raced violently, a cacophony in her ears, her breath shallow and rapid. Her consciousness began to blur. All she could perceive was darkness, obscuring the man before her. He seemed to whisper something in her ear before abruptly tearing the jade pendant from her waist. The pendant struck her, sliding down to the floor with a clear clink. Time passed without her awareness. When Ji Qingwu regained her clarity, she crouched down, clutching her knees, gasping for air. The room was empty. She had no knowledge of when Wusu Emperor had left. The severed connection was not merely this thread. Ji Qingwu carefully tucked the pendant away, hiding it close to her heart. A gentle evening breeze wafted through the attic window. It was not cold, yet it made her shiver. Turning her head, she beheld the bright moon hanging high, nearing the midnight hour. She was in trouble. Ji Qingwu hurriedly dashed out of the tea house. The young attendant downstairs, upon seeing her, exclaimed, "Young master." The gentleman from just now tossed a silver ingot at her and then fled like the wind. The attendant, holding the silver, stared blankly as the azure silhouette vanished swiftly into the night. Yet he had not finished his words. Lanji and Jiujiu were still by the riverbank. When Ji Qingwu arrived at the spot where they had earlier parted ways, there was no trace of them. Inquiring with passers-by, she learned that no one had seen a woman in yellow holding child. Anxiously, Ji Qingwu followed the river's edge, having walked nearly half a circle. Her legs weary and aching. Having covered at least 10 miles today, yet still without a trace of them, she leaned against a willow tree, bending over to catch her breath, planning to rest for a moment. In the shadows by the bank stood a low-key yet luxurious carriage. A man rested with his eyes closed, his demeanor cold. Duan Mingfeng, having observed the intimate interaction between the emperor and her in the tea house, soon realized that the fair-faced youth was, in fact, a woman. Someone approached and blocked her path. The figure before her was clad in a dark black robe and golden embroidered boots. Ji Qingwu looked up, astonished. "Prince Yong," he smiled, "Cousin Wu." Prince Yong scrutinized her attire, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. "I had seen you wandering the lantern market at Yutsue Tower earlier, but did not dare to recognize you. It truly is you." He had also been nearby. Ji Qingwu hastily inquired, "Prince Yong, have you seen my daughter?" Her eyes reddened, appearing pitiful, clad in a man's robe, exuding both gentleness and strength, an indescribable charm that instantly stirred Prince Yong's imagination. "I have not seen her," he replied, leaning closer with a smile. "Cousin Wu, have you lost her? Do not worry. I shall send someone to assist in your search." "Thank you, Your Highness." Ji Qingwu took an uncomfortable step back, creating distance between them. "Why not accompany me to Yutsue Tower while we wait? They will bring news when it arrives." Seeing the flirtatious glimmer in his eyes, Ji Qingwu understood that Prince Yong harbored intentions towards her. Yet, she found herself in need of his assistance. Noticing her hesitation, he reached out an arm, attempting to draw her close. "It is chilly at night. Let's go upstairs together." Suddenly, a jarring male voice interrupted. Your servant pays respects to the prince. Prince Yong, displeased at the interruption, turned to look. The royal city guard seldom interacted with Prince Yong, yet here one approached to speak. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's your business?" His words were ambiguous, suggesting that anyone with a keen mind should withdraw quickly to avoid incurring Prince Yong's displeasure. Yet, Duan Mingfeng stood there like a stubborn post, refusing to leave. I have a matter. This scenery is quite lovely, and I wish to admire the flowers and trees here. If anyone else had said that, Ji Qingwu might have believed it. However, with Duan Mingfeng's world-weary expression, she found it utterly unconvincing. He knew the whereabouts of Jiao and Lan Ji. She was searching by the river, and he appeared just in time. Whose intentions was Duan Mingfeng serving? Ji Qingwu felt the koi pendant hidden in her chest begin to warm. Clearing her throat, a little quarrel can stir emotions, but a great uproar can lead to significant turmoil. Chapter 69. A night visit to the boudoir, the emperor appears. Duan Mingfeng crossed his arms. A soft sword coiled at his waist, retreating to a distance of 10 feet. With such a skilled individual present, Ji Qingwu felt somewhat reassured. She had already prepared herself. As he reached out, she swiftly darted from under his arm, more agile than a rabbit. By the time the conversation concluded, she was already 3 paces away. On her way home, Ji Qingwu couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from the shadows. Perhaps it was her anxiety playing tricks on her. The guards at her residence informed her, "Miss Wu, the first madam is still waiting for you." Ji Qingwu first went to the Qiao residence to report her safety. The lights in Anjuan were still on. Qiao was awake, waiting for her. Ji Qingwu feared she would receive a scolding for returning home so late. Upon seeing her enter, Qiao sighed. "Little Wu, how can you, as a mother, still be so playful? The river lanterns are beautiful, but they cannot be admired past midnight." She questioned, "Admiring river lanterns?" Ji Qingwu nodded. Duan Mingfeng is indeed a rare young talent in linen, having become a deputy envoy at such a young age, albeit with a rather gloomy disposition. Following the incident with Li Chengtuan, Qiao was particularly cautious regarding little Wu's marriage prospects. Ji Qingwu took the empty bowl, helplessly explaining, "It is truly not what you think, mother. I will explain in detail tomorrow morning. Please rest for now." Returning to Wudong courtyard, Jiao was already sound asleep in bed. She gently patted Lan Ji, urging her to go rest. Sitting on a round stool, she gazed at the sleeping face of a young girl. Previously preoccupied with her own troubles, she had not noticed her fatigue, but now she felt utterly drained. Her legs especially sore. Ji Qingwu went to the washing room for a bath, but upon returning, a headache began to creep in. She lay down on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Feeling restless, she could not help but throw on a garment and walk to the bed in the adjoining room. Lighting a dim candle, she took out the koi jade pendant, examining it closely under the candlelight. It is said that jade nurtures the person, but in truth, people also nurture jade. This piece was evidently well cared for, devoid of any scratches, and its luster surpassed that of the one Jiao wore. What was particularly striking was the broken 5-colored thread tied to it. Ji Qingwu, entranced, impulsively retrieved the leftover 5-colored silk thread from the drawer. Bending her neck, she delicately twisted the thread around her fingertips, and in no time, the thread was reattached, albeit knotted at the break, unable to return to its original state. Furrowing her brow, Ji Qingwu pondered for a moment. Then her fingers deftly resumed their movements. The candle crackled softly, the flame flickering. Ji Qingwu rubbed her neck, sore from prolonged bending, admiring her handiwork with a satisfied smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a new shadow. It was the tall figure of a man. Ji Qingwu's heart raced. She looked up. Their eyes met, his gaze filled with indifferent, ghostly light. "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" His voice was cold and thin. She stared in disbelief at the man, leaning against the doorway of her room, having intruded into her chamber and questioning her for not sleeping so late. Ji Qingwu carefully examined his expression, quickly stowing the jade pendant beneath her, blinking rapidly. "Your Majesty, you are also still awake." Emperor Wu Su scoffed coldly. "Can I sleep?" Her stubborn little mouth could provoke even the dead to rise from their graves. Ji Qingwu felt a wave of anxiety. Was the emperor so agitated that he could not sleep, pursuing her in the middle of the night to seek her life? Her neck cooled, and she nervously gazed at him as he approached. Emperor Wu Su smoothed the creases of his robe, asking in an emotionless tone, "What were you doing just now?" He stood directly before her, blocking much of the candlelight, casting his shadow across her face. He reached toward her waist, and Ji Qingwu hurriedly pressed his hand down. Your Majesty, to intrude upon a lady's boudoir at night and act in such a manner is rather inappropriate. Is it not? Emperor Wusu looked down at her smooth face, unperturbed, replying, Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. May I not visit a subject's home? His words were delivered with such nonchalance. Ji Qingwu pursed her lips, pushing against him with more force, but her meager strength was no match for him. Emperor Wusu's hand continued downward, sliding from her slender waist to her behind, then reaching beneath the cushion she was pressing down upon. Ji Qingwu shifted slightly, attempting to fully conceal the pendant, not wishing for him to discover her secret regarding the five-colored thread. Emperor Wusu's brow twitched. His hands filled with softness as she remained seated so firmly. Ji Qingwu, feeling guilty, pulled on his arm, tried to persuade him gently, Your Majesty, please sit. I shall fetch you some tea, water. Her lips trembled, rendering her words hesitant. A sparkle ignited in her eyes, infused with a blend of embarrassment and indignation. He groped her posterior. Ji Qingwu was utterly astounded as his hand wandered, venturing perilously close to her inner thigh. Gritting her teeth, she inquired, Your Majesty, are you certain that there is something here that you desire? Indeed, he replied. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Emperor Wusu drew forth the jade pendant. I have found it. His long fingers grasped the multicolored thread, the koi pendant swaying tantalizingly before Ji Qingwu's gaze. She hastily protested, This is clearly. Emperor Wusu fixed his gaze upon her luminous eyes. Clearly what? Whose is it? Upon being posed a query related to this matter, Ji Qingwu's eyes visibly reddened. Emperor Wusu sighed inwardly, lamenting his own predicament. A gentle reminder. This protagonist may inadvertently turn against himself. Chapter 70. Speak softly, the child is still asleep. A man's heart, once hardened, remains steadfast. Yet, the hearts of men are not alike. He reflected on the various beautiful women he had encountered, their tear-streaked faces exhibiting sorrowful despair, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Not long ago, the stunning Wei Fei had wept inconsolably before the Hongshang pavilion, causing him nothing but annoyance. Only this pure little green lotus could gradually seep her tears into his heart. However, upon witnessing the redness in her eyes and the tremor of her shoulders, he found himself unable to act with cruelty. Emperor Wusu cradled the jade pendant in his palm, examining it closely under the flickering light. With a smirk, he mused, Have I lost my memory? Wasn't this multicolored thread severed? How has it strangely restored itself? Ji Qingwu's fingers twisted together, the tips flushed from her excessive effort while weaving. Emperor Wusu raised an eyebrow, casually continuing, Not only has it been restored, but it has also gained a delicate little lotus flower. At the point of the thread's fracture, a finely crafted multicolored lotus flower was embedded, its petals intricately layered and edged with golden thread, clearly a labor of love. Emperor Wusu recalled her petite figure in a powder blue nightgown as she had sat demurely under the lamp, her profile serene and gentle, alleviating his troubled thoughts. When he finally discerned what she was earnestly engaged in, all his anger dissipated. He lingered by the door, observing her for as long as she had been weaving. Emperor Wusu's gaze darkened. You stayed awake late into the night solely to mend this? Ji Qingwu's face flushed with embarrassment as she sought to escape. She was unsure why, but the severed multicolored thread haunted her thoughts, compelling her to toil through the night, only to be caught by the uninvited emperor. She could not fathom her own peculiar behavior. Perhaps it was simply unbearable to witness her creation being mistreated. Noticing her head bowed to her chest, Emperor Wusu's gaze glinted with mischief as he commanded, Put it on for me. Ji Qingwu lifted her head, innocently questioning, Did your Majesty not wish to discard it? What did I ever say that? He had never uttered such words, yet his actions spoke volumes. Seeing her lost in thought again, Emperor Wusu looked down at her face. Taking without permission is akin to theft. Theft? This jade pendant is mine. Emperor Wusu made her acutely aware of the bitterness of unvoiced grievances. He did not hold it against her. Instead, he spoke with piercing clarity. Since you have stolen my jade, there must be reciprocity. Ji Qingwu, entangled in his words, asked, What kind of reciprocity? What could she possibly possess that would catch the emperor's eye? He spoke in a detached tone, uttering words of romance. naturally stealing jade and fragrance. Ji Qingwu's face flushed crimson. Emperor Wu Su's eyes sparkled with amusement as he remarked, "Your blushing visage is far more pleasing than that of tear-stained eyes." Realization dawned upon Ji Qingwu regarding his insinuation. She thought to herself, the emperor's cold demeanor is unsettling, yet his smile is even more disconcerting. His mere presence is detrimental to her fragile heart. The warm candlelight illuminated Emperor Wu Su's handsome features, softening his icy expressions to a jade-like warmth. Her heart raced, and she hurriedly sought to change the subject. "Your Majesty, did you not wish to wear the jade pendant?" The pendant was gently placed upon her lap as he drew closer. He must have lingered at the door for quite some time, for he bore no trace of the outside chill. Even the fragrance of his robe had mingled with the incense in her chamber. Ji Qingwu knelt at the edge of the bed, picking up the jade pendant, leaning slightly forward. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Emperor Wu Su's waist. The sensation far from the softness typical of a woman, instead exuding strength. Ji Qingwu endeavored to avoid contact with his body, her entire being taut with tension. Emperor Wu Su's gaze was inscrutable. From this angle, clad in loose nightwear, her head bowed, the neckline loose, his attention was inevitably drawn to the radiant expanse of her skin. Oblivious, she trembled slightly as she secured the pendant, sensing the weight of his gaze on her. Noticing the change in her breathing above, Ji Qingwu hastened her movements. Beads of sweat formed at the tip of her nose as she softly declared, "Your Majesty." The pendant is fastened. Sitting upright, she attempted to retreat. He bent down, pressing a hand against her back, his palm gliding down her waist. Ji Qingwu, clad only in her nightgown, felt the warmth of his palm and instinctively recoiled. His hand continued its descent, squeezing her rear, prompting a soft gasp to escape Ji Qingwu's lips. She promptly received a gentle reminder from the emperor. "Speak softly, the child is still asleep." Alarmed, Ji Qingwu glanced toward the bed curtains, where the little one slept soundly, showing no signs of waking. Embarrassed and irritated, she playfully struck his shoulder. He was well aware that the girl was asleep, yet he unabashedly touched her. However, after reacting, she immediately regretted it. Who would dare strike the emperor? Such an act could be deemed treasonous. She quickly turned her head, cautiously gauging his expression for any signs of anger. Emperor Wu Su chuckled softly, his laughter rich and enticing. She resembled a small beast, cornered and wide-eyed, attempting to display fierceness while inadvertently scratching the most sensitive part of his heart. Emperor Wu Su's resolve softened, but his hands remained unyielding. He seized the opportunity to squeeze her a few more times, savoring the indulgence, before contentedly remarking, "Am I too accommodating? You dare to bully me." Clearly, it was Ji Qingwu who had been woefully bullied, yet she could only endure it with a guilty conscience. Biting her lip to suppress her voice, he sighed, "Why does this feel so tender like springy tofu?" She looked up, confusion clouding her eyes, only to hear his low, sultry murmur, "Hold on tight." Hold on to what? What does hold on tight mean? Ji Qingwu would soon find out as her eyes widened in shock, inhaling sharply. Emperor Wu Su effortlessly hoisted her into his arms, as if she were weightless, lifting her directly from the bed. Ji Qingwu felt dizzy, instinctively grasping his broad shoulders for balance. Her breath was soft, her hair brushing against his neck. The scent of her post-bath freshness intensified. Emperor Wu Su's arm muscles tensed as he suddenly jostled her, akin to comforting a child. Fearing she might fall, Ji Qingwu wrapped her arms around his neck. Her upper body pressed tightly against his firm chest, rendered entirely dependent on him. Emperor Wu Su felt as though he were cradling a delicate, fluffy cloud, tightening his embrace. In this position, Ji Qingwu found herself able to gaze down at him. Surely no one had ever seen the emperor from such an angle, allowing her to capture every nuance of his expression. His gaze lingered upon her neck, intricately tracing the outline of her collarbone, descending to the opening of her nightgown. Emperor Wu Su's expression darkened. He raised his head, his throat bobbing as he hoarsely declared, "Oh, my patience for you exceeds my expectations." Chapter 71. The Green Jade Ring. Illuminating the emperor's heart. Upon hearing his words, Ji Qingwu's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling erratically. Her nightgown brushed against his nose. Their gazes met, and she was the first to look away, lowering her eyelashes with an almost imperceptible tremor. The aggressive look in his eyes was not much better than stripping her of her garments. The Emperor Wu Su directly carried her into the inner chamber. With a gentle motion, he pulled aside the thin bed curtains and laid her down on the bed. Ji Qingwu reclined, her hair cascading across the bedding, her skin luminous and her eyes shimmering softly. Just as she thought he might take action, the Emperor Wu Su's gaze shifted to the side of the bed. Ji Qingwu turned her head to follow, unable to suppress a smile as the little girl's chubby arms and legs peeked out, while a water-red scarf covered her belly. Her small face bore a hint of a sweet smile, lost in a beautiful dream. The atmosphere softened instantly. The Emperor's eyes fell upon the pillow beside the little girl, and his brows raised slightly. The child had a bedtime ritual, needing to touch the jade pendant she had worn since childhood, sometimes even turning her little bottom to whisper sweet nothings to her koi pendant. The evidence lay starkly before the Emperor's eyes, revealing Ji Qingwu's secrets inadvertently. He cast a meaningful glance at her before playing with the colorful threads of his waist, the jade pendant identical to the child's, swaying in front of her. Ji Qingwu grasped the satin quilt beside her, pulling it over her head, desperately wishing to avoid the embarrassing scene. The Emperor waved his hand, tossing the quilt aside. He traced her face with his fingertip and softly said, "Do you think hiding away makes it as if nothing has occurred?" Ji Qingwu resolved not to engage in eye contact with him, covering her face with her hands. He seized her hand, enveloping her delicate fingers in his palm. She squeezed her eyes shut again. The Emperor found her closed-eyed defiance amusing, her bashful demeanor charming. At that moment, the sound of roosters crowing suddenly echoed from outside. Ji Qingwu felt a pang of confusion. Neither the Wutong Yuan nor the Ji residents kept chickens, so how could there be such a sound? The noise caused the Emperor to furrow his brow. "Remember, you still owe me an answer. Patience has its limits." She pondered the source of the strange noise. He gently toyed with her lips, reminding her, "Did you hear that?" Once Ji Qingwu nodded obediently, he straightened up, standing at the edge of the bed, gazing at her for a moment before retrieving a jade ring from his sleeve and placing it beside her pillow. His voice seemed to soften significantly, and his words quickened. "I bought this on the road last night. It seems of decent quality, so I present it to you." The Emperor Wu Su turned and strode away. Once his tall, imposing figure vanished, Ji Qingwu sat up, clutching the silk quilt, and reached for the jade ring beside her pillow. Her heart raced. The ring was crafted from jade, devoid of any carvings or patterns, yet its luster revealed its considerable value, far from a mere trinket from a roadside stall. The jade ring, the jade remains. The Emperor's late-night visit was not to punish her or to tease her. His purpose was to seek reconciliation. His sincere intent was conveyed through the jade. The previous evening at the tea house, his furious demeanor had frightened her, and this jade ring was a silent apology. Ji Qingwu clasped the jade tightly, still warm from the Emperor's grasp. Outside, the sky had shifted from pitch black to a hazy gray. Duan Mingfeng had been waiting at the Ji residence's entrance for quite some time. After the Emperor departed, he drove the carriage swiftly to the Phoenix Palace. The Emperor changed into his ceremonial robes and attended the morning court. Although he had not slept all night, his spirit was remarkably good, his expression relaxed, and the ministers followed suit in their ease. After listening to a few reports from the officials as per custom, he asked in a deep voice, "What further matters do you have, gentlemen?" The assembly fell silent, heads bowed. Li Yuzong raised his whisk and declared, "If there are matters to discuss, speak up. If not, you may leave." Suddenly, an official burst forth, with several others attempting to restrain him. However, he ran swiftly and urgently, collapsing onto the stones of the Golden Lawn Hall, shouting, "I am willing to die to offer my counsel." For an official to embrace such a desperate stance indicated a significant issue, causing an uproar among the court. The Emperor Wu Su remained unfazed and replied, "Speak." Wang Mindan knelt and sorrowfully stated, "Former Grand Historian Yin Zongrong was brutally murdered a few days ago, yet no one dares to take on this case. I implore your majesty to uncover the culprit behind this heinous act." Yin Zongrong had recently been exiled to a desolate mountain. As a condemned man, it was inappropriate to mention him at the morning court. But Wang Mindan could not bear to see his former colleague unjustly perish. The Emperor Wu Su remained silent. The court had already divided into two factions, one supporting a thorough investigation, largely the reformists from the Duke Yuan and Dali Si, while the other, led by Yong Wang, vehemently opposed it. They argued that Yin Zongrong was a guilty man and this case was less significant than a typical murder, suggesting that the local magistracy should handle it. Not involving the three departments. The Emperor Wu Su adjusted his robe sleeves, leisurely observing the debate among them. Just as the atmosphere heated up, he interjected, "What say you, Liaking?" The ministers fell silent. Li Chengxuan, now assigned to the Duke of Yuan, stepped forward in his bright red official attire. After bowing, he stated, "I believe the death of Yin Zongrong is a minor issue, yet we cannot allow this matter to bring shame to the court. Rumors have already begun to circulate among the people." "What rumors?" Li Chengxuan hesitated, replying, "Rumors are mere fabrications without factual basis. I fear to sully your majesty's ears." A sharp glance flickered in the emperor's eyes. "It is said that I ordered his assassination." Upon hearing the emperor's accurate guess, Li Chengxuan knelt, pleading for the emperor's forgiveness, stating that it was all unfounded gossip. Seated high upon the dragon throne, the Emperor Wu Su observed the expressions of his ministers. In a solemn tone, he asked, "Are you willing to take on this case?" Li Chengxuan felt a jolt. Having just arrived at the Duke of Yuan, he was in need of a significant case to establish his reputation. He resolutely replied, "I will not disgrace my mission." After the court session, the Grand Steward Li Yuzong hurriedly summoned Lu Wan and Wei Qi Lianping to the Qingzheng Hall. The two stood within, exchanging glances. Wei Qi Lianping remarked, "Though Yin Zongrong was a stubborn old fool, he was also a rare, honest official. After being exiled for a short time, he was murdered. Who would dare to do such a thing?" Lu Wan gazed at the coiling dragon pillar, speculating there must be something amiss behind this case. "The emperor likely summoned us for this very reason." After waiting a moment, the Emperor Wu Su entered the grand hall. He had specially donned a moon-white robe adorned with dragon cloud patterns, perfectly matching the jade ornament hanging at his waist. Chapter 72. Kneeling before her? A major incident approaches. "We pay our respects to your majesty." The subordinate pays his respects to your majesty. The Emperor Wu Su strode in with a light step, directly stating, "There is no need for formalities. Please be seated." Typically, discussions of state affairs required standing in the hall, but upon entering, the emperor granted them seats, suggesting that this was not a conversation regarding the case of Grand Historian Yin. What could this private matter be? The palace attendants bowed their heads, entering with tea. The emperor settled behind the writing desk and first inquired, "How is your family?" Lu Wan, slightly surprised, respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern, your majesty. All is well at home, and my mother is in good health." The Empress Dowager, being the emperor's aunt, was specifically mentioned. Wei Qi Lianping simply replied, "The eldest princess is well, as she was his only family member." The emperor sipped his tea, remaining silent for a while, and the two dared not speak. However, the emperor's demeanor appeared calm, showing no signs of anger, leaving them uncertain of his intentions. The hall fell into silence. Finally, the emperor spoke again. "What is your relationship with your wives?" Without hesitation, Lu Wan answered, "We share mutual respect and affection." However, wondering why the emperor would inquire about such matters, he pondered whether he might be reassigned. Ji Qingwu was pregnant. Should he be dispatched now? The three in the hall had disparate thoughts. Emperor Wu Su asked again, "What if she resists your advances?" Such a question. Can even an emperor experience such vexations? It suffices not to be externally appointed. Lu Wan is determined to serve as an astute advisor to the emperor. He presumed that the individual the emperor referred to was Wei Fei, as rumors had circulated within the palace regarding her disputes with the emperor, prompting several noble families to covertly contemplate sending candidates to the inner palace for favor. Thus, the crux of the matter lay here. After pondering for a moment, Lu Wan replied, "Your Majesty, women are like water. They must be coaxed." He cast a sidelong glance at the emperor, utterly disbelieving of his nonsensical words. If the prince consort dared to utter such a statement before Princess Huachang, Lu would regard him as a man of great stature. Wei Qi Lianping took another sip of tea, disregarding Lu Wan's attempt to expose his flaws. When a man is away from home, honor must be self-bestowed. He addressed the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, if any lady in the palace were to be in a temper with you, simply bestow her rewards. A little money and power, how simple it is." Lu Wan immediately shook his head, stating, "If rewards are given in the midst of a tantrum, one cannot fathom what will become of her in the future. It will only lead to unrest in the inner palace, which in turn affects the outer court." Wei Qi Lianping found Lu Wan to be excessively stingy. With his convoluted reasoning, the woman he admired should simply be indulged. Lu Wan considered the prince consort's thoughts to be crude, and the two began to debate back and forth in the Qingjing Hall, causing Emperor Wu Su's head to throb. He coldly commanded leave. In the Ji family residence, Shou and Tang, old matriarch Ji, clad in a plain robe adorned with auspicious patterns, had just awakened from her afternoon nap. The younger generation, seated below, were there to pay their respects. The elderly lady lifted her drooping eyelids and spoke curtly. Qingwu, I heard from the guards that you returned home at the hour of the rat last night. Which family's young lady is as wild as you? Ji Qingwu replied. Grandmother wished to see you, yet could not find you. Yesterday, the whole family accompanied you for lunch. In the evening, you grew anxious waiting for the palace's rewards and declined to dine with the younger ones. It was then that Ji Qingwu felt the urge to go for a stroll. However, it is always prudent to first admit one's faults. One cannot be too assertive with elders. Ji Qingwu gently responded, Grandmother, it is my fault. I have few memories from childhood and have never seen such a bustling lantern market in linen. I was momentarily mesmerized, causing me to linger outside longer than intended. I apologize for causing you worry. Qiao Shi sighed. Mother, poor little Wu has suffered greatly since she was lost in her youth and has not encountered many things. Ji Qingwu, grandmother inquired, have you seen the emperor in recent days? Ji Qingwu shot her a reproachful glance. Clearly, the matriarch was aware of something. Ji Qingwu, maintaining her composure, shook her head. No, I have not seen him. The old matriarch continued. Have you behaved in any manner that might have caught the emperor's displeasure? Unbeknownst to you? Ji Qingwu continued to deny. No, I have not. Hearing her resolute response, the matriarch furrowed her brow, uncertain when the emperor's favor had been lost. She needed to visit Ci Ning Palace to consult the Empress Dowager soon. A moment later, the old matriarch inquired, where has Zhang Yin gone? I have not seen him for several days. Wu Shi from the second branch replied, Mother, Zhang Yin mentioned a few days ago that Prince Yong assigned him a public duty regarding water conservancy, so he is likely occupied with that. Ji Qingyu scoffed. Third brother better be busy with proper matters. What good schemes can he concoct with Prince Yong? Ji Qingwu typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of the second branch, quietly sitting aside, smiling, and peeling lychees as they conversed. As afternoon approached, Ji Qingwu was in the courtyard preparing the herbal powder for her sachet. Suddenly, she heard a call from the courtyard entrance, fifth younger sister. Ji Qingwu looked up to see Ji Zhangyin, who had been absent for several days. He had never visited her courtyard. Despite her lukewarm impression of her wayward brother, familial affection compelled her to set aside her tasks. She greeted him in a measured tone. Third brother, why do you stand outside? Come in and speak. Ji Zhangyin appeared troubled, his gaze scanning her surroundings, landing on Lan Ji and the little maid sweeping the courtyard. He spoke, Fifth sister, I have a private matter to discuss with you. May we move to the pavilion in the garden? Why would he wish to discuss private matters with her? Yet, being at home, it mattered little where they spoke. Ji Qingwu wiped her hands with a cloth and followed him to the pavilion. Ji Zhangyin turned, looking at her with urgency and imploring tones. Fifth sister, you must save me. His expression mirrored that of an ant on a hot pan, as if he were about to kneel before her at any moment. This unexpected display startled Ji Qingwu. She quickly inquired, Third brother, what has happened? Fifth sister, dear sister, I have made a mistake and offended His Highness Prince Yong. I wish to ask you to intercede for me. Will you go? Ji Qingwu found Ji Zhangyan's words absurd. She replied, You have always been on good terms with Prince Yong. I am not well acquainted with him. If you cannot resolve this matter, what use would I be? Ji Zhangyan insisted, As long as you go, it will surely help. If she went, it would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Furthermore, their friendship did not warrant such a risk. Ji Qingwu contemplated briefly and suggested, Why not tell grandmother and let the family collectively devise a solution? That won't do. If grandmother finds out, she will surely scold me. The situation was undoubtedly more severe than Ji Zhangyan described. It was far graver than a mere mistake. Ji Qingwu calmly clarified, Third brother, I will not seek an audience with Prince Yong on your behalf. I am aware of my own worth. If you feel the situation is dire, go tell grandmother or seek out my mother at Undergarden. Our families are connected. The Qiao family can assist. That cannot be said. It cannot be divulged to outsiders. I promised His Highness Prince Yong. Fifth sister, please help your third brother. Ji Zhangyin refused to disclose the nature of his offense. Ji Qingwu, losing her patience with his persistence, turned to leave. At that moment, his demeanor shifted to one of frenzy. A sharp pain struck her neck as a damp cloth was pressed against her mouth from behind. Unbeknownst to her, the cloth had been smeared with some substance, and her strength waned as she struggled, soon losing consciousness. When she awoke once more, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Her senses overwhelmed by a cloying sweetness. A throbbing headache rendered her weak, and she felt as though her very essence was being shaken loose. Her eyelids felt heavy and unyielding. Despite her efforts, she could not open them, although her mind was quite alert. She sensed voices at the door, a buzzing that she could not decipher. Ji Qingwu instinctively called out to the system. Not far away, on a painted boat by the water, two figures stood at the entrance of the front cabin. In recent days, Ji Yin had continuously sought an audience with Prince Yong, only to be rebuffed. He had come to this place to wait, and indeed, his target had appeared. After today, South Morning Court, Prince Yong, having been unable to prevent the investigation into the circumstances of Yin Zong's death, was in a foul mood and had consumed considerable wine. Upon seeing Ji Yin, his irritation only grew, and he gestured for his guards to remove him. For guards approached to restrain Ji Yin, who quickly exclaimed, "Your Highness, I have brought fifth younger sister. She is waiting for you on the neighboring dragon boat." Familiar with each other's thoughts, Ji Yin, in desperation, had resorted to this plan. This fifth sister was not an innocent young lady, but a widow who had borne children. Spending a night with the prince would entail no loss, and should she enter the prince's residence as a concubine, she might even owe him gratitude. Upon hearing this, Prince Yong halted, twisting the ring on his finger, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he inquired, "What does this mean? I have not expressed any desire to meet fifth cousin." Ji Yin broke free from the guards and stepped forward, kneeling before him. "I beseech the prince for salvation. I acted rashly due to your displeasure towards Wang Yi, and thus I hastily retracted my words. It was out of momentary anger that I committed such a grave error. You have never coerced me. It was entirely my choice." Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, pondering why Ji Qingwu had previously avoided him, yet now seemed willing. Although he was known for his charm, he had never resorted to forcing a woman. He inquired, "You are willing, but what of your fifth cousin?" Ji Yin quickly nodded. "Of course, my fifth sister is eager. She awaits you over there." Wang Yi chocolate softly. The Ji family's current influence was largely due to the Empress Dowager and to him, the prince. "Very well, I understand." With urgency in his heart, Wang Yi prepared to leave, but Ji Yin grasped his boot, seeking a definitive answer. "Your Highness, you must save me, or I shall truly find myself at a dead end. This matter is already known to me." Observing Ji Yin prostrate at his feet, Wang Yi helped him up. He hinted, "I can assist you in this matter, but out of respect for the Ji family, should you dare utter any more inappropriate words, that respect will vanish entirely." A weight lifted from Ji Yin's heart as he asked, "What must I do?" "Your Highness, command me. Go to Yutsue Lu and find Wang Zhonggue. He will arrange a place for you to hide until the storm passes." Ji Yin placed all his hopes on Wang Yi, and upon receiving his words of assurance, he hurriedly fled. As Wang Yi emerged from the painted boat and boarded the dragon boat, he pushed open the door to the second-floor loft and was enveloped by an eerie fragrance. Approaching the bed, he lifted the delicate gauze curtain to find a woman drenched in fragrant sweat, her face flushed. The exquisite and alluring form stirred even the seasoned Wang Yi's heart. Yet, it was evident she had been drugged. Clapping his hands, he summoned the physician accompanying the boat and instructed, "Please bring the doctor here." What constitutes a lifetime of joy? Wang Yi was taken aback. Is it that severe? Ji Yin, heartless as he was, feared Wang Yi would refuse and thus administered a potent drug to his own sister. The old physician continued, "From my examination, this young lady has ingested a lethal dose. If not neutralized within 2 hours, her life will be in jeopardy. Her pupils are dilated, rendering her unable to see, and she likely cannot hear either. In a short while, she will lose her sense of smell, her ability to move, and her power of speech." With a complicated expression, Wang Yi inquired, "What is the antidote?" "Only the union of yin and yang can resolve this. Moreover, there is a unique characteristic of this drug. Once neutralized, due to the loss of her 5 senses, she will not remember who she has united with." As anticipated by Wang Yi, the woman on the bed had her hair soaked with sweat, clinging to her fair forehead, her crimson lips issuing rapid, desperate breaths. Revealing her suffering, Wang Yi's gaze turned fervent, and he gestured, "Take the physician away, reward him, and let this matter be buried deep in silence. The old physician spoke true. Ji Qingwu could no longer see or control her body's reactions, yet she could still hear their conversation. Ji Changyan was indeed despicable. As she closed her eyes, she felt a hand brush against her face. She wished to evade it, but her body lay limp, waves of heat coursing through her. Her breaths becoming feverish. The fifth cousin, with her delicate and helpless demeanor, evoked pity. Wang Yi sat by her side, admiring her enchanting visage, reminiscent of a lotus weeping with dew, caressing her face with his thumb. The physician had stated that the antidote required consummation. Thus, Wang Yi resolved to be the remedy. Saving her once. Chapter 74. The loss of the five senses and exhaustion. Ji Qingwu mustered all her strength to turn her head away. In Wang Yi's eyes, it was merely the death throes of prey. He chuckled wickedly, deciding it would not be too late to begin once she had completely lost her senses. Wang Yi summoned several beautiful maidens to attend him and retreated to the adjacent purification chamber. Once the room fell silent, Ji Qingwu struggled to open her eyes, finding only darkness, as if shrouded in a thick, shadowy fog. As the old physician had noted, her sight was lost, but her constitution was somewhat stronger than that of ordinary women, allowing the poison to spread more slowly, leaving her hearing intact. She breathed softly. "Huachang, are you well?" She had immediately requested the system to scan her condition, but this childbirth system was adept at concocting poisons and woefully inexperienced at developing antidotes. "Host, please remain calm. The progress of the antidote is at 3. Calm? She was burning with impatience. Ji Qingwu could not help but curse. "Remain calm, you say? If you do not produce the antidote soon, I will drag you down to the river with me. Let us perish together." Would the host like to activate the acceleration channel? Why was this not mentioned earlier? A glimmer of hope surged within Ji Qingwu as she exclaimed, "Yes. Accelerate to the maximum. This acceleration channel incurs a fee. Shall I deduct points for purchase?" Ji Qingwu felt as though she was on fire, her entire being ablaze. With a faint voice, she replied, "How many points?" "Just deduct them." Deducting 10,000 points. The acceleration has been activated. Ding! The antidote progress is complete. That wretched system. She had to work tirelessly for a mere 100 points, yet 10,000 could be deducted without hesitation. Ji Qingwu was not only overheated, but also increasingly irate. The system's capabilities were undeniable. A shower of golden light enveloped her, and the effects of the drug began to wane, a refreshing coolness seeping into her body. Instantly, the heat receded. Ji Qingwu's eyelids felt less heavy. She opened her eyes and waved her hand before her face, only able to discern a vague outline. Why was everything still so hazy? Furrowing her brow, Ji Qingwu contemplated lodging a complaint with the system. The door creaked open, revealing an intruder who grasped her alabaster wrist with a firm hand. Despite her visual impairment, her other senses had returned to normal. Yet, the voice that spoke was akin to that of a playful cub, evoking amusement rather than fear. Wang Yi, clad only in undergarments and still damp, expressed surprise. "Cousin, you still possess the strength to speak?" He gazed down at her hand, slender and exquisitely formed, and with a devilish grin, he remarked, "Good, save your strength for later." Several maidens lingered in the room, casting envious glances at the woman on the bed. Wang Yi, a notorious libertine, had never been devoted to a single woman. Even the illustrious Wang Fei could not rein him in. Every woman he had taken as his own had been granted a title, and currently, there were over 20 concubines in the Wang residence. They were unaware of her true identity, assuming she was merely a courtesan presented to the prince by an official, envious of her good fortune, for after this night, she would step into the grandeur of the Wang household. Wang Yi took Ji Qingwu's hand, entranced, bringing it to his lips. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed from the door. Ji Qingwu's knees trembled as they fell back down. The morsel poised at his lips had yet to be tasted when Wang Yi irritably snapped. "Did I not say that no one is to disturb us? Begone." The knockers paused momentarily, then timidly replied, "Your Highness, urgent news. Lordly has surrounded Yutsue Lu with many men." Something had transpired at Yutsue Lu. He could discern between fleeting pleasure and enduring happiness. Wang Ye's body stiffened. He sprang from the bed, forcefully kicking open the door and seizing the messenger by the collar. In a menacing voice, he demanded, "Which lord do you speak of?" Li Chengshuan, Lord Li. Wang Ye's expression darkened as he hastily donned his garments and departed. Ji Qingwu exhaled in relief. The timing of this news was fortuitous. Lord Li's unintended intervention had afforded her some much-needed time to recover. In the cabin of the dragon boat, the sound of waves crashing mingled with the cries of a man. The old physician who had just examined Ji Qingwu was now pressed to the ground, his face contorted in despair as he pleaded for mercy. "Please, my lord, spare my life. I swear I have committed no corrupt deeds." The hostility in Duan Mingfeng's gaze was palpable, still pretending to be ignorant. "Where did you just go, and whom did you meet?" The old physician's beard trembled as he could only speak the truth. "I met Wang Yi, who commanded me to diagnose a young lady who had been drugged." Duan Mingfeng stood at one side, sternly demanding to know what poison had been administered and how to counteract it. The old physician reiterated his diagnosis verbatim. Duan Mingfeng bowed his head and whispered respectfully to the person beside him. "Sir, I have already informed Lord Li, and, at this moment, Wang Yi is heading to Yutsue building." The man's silhouette exuded an imposing presence. When he turned around, although there was no overt anger on his face, his expression was still chilling. The old physician cast a glance, trembling in fear, almost collapsing onto the ground. "You take care of it." Even though he was a close minister to the emperor, he too was often intimidated by this aura of authority. In the afternoon, news arrived from the northern frontier, prompting discussions in the Qingjin Hall that lasted over 2 hours. Upon learning that the fifth daughter of the Ji family was in trouble, the emperor's countenance turned icy as he summoned him, issuing directives. The first was to leak clues of the case to Lord Li, the censor, while diverting Wang Yi away and secretly surrounding the dragon boat with troops. From the circumstances, it was apparent the emperor had long known who the puppet master was. The strategist behind this intricate game was none other than the inscrutable emperor himself. In the second-floor loft of the dragon boat, after Wang Yi departed, the maids entered in succession to tidy up, unwilling to pay any heed to Ji Qingwu. She propped herself up on the edge of the bed, her body still weak, and groped her way to the window. Pushing it open, the sound of rushing water surged into her ears, explaining why she had fell adrift. She was indeed on a boat. However, despite her good swimming skills, her current physical state and impaired vision left her with no means of escape. Just then, footsteps approached the door, heading straight for her room. Ji Qingwu's heart raced, leaving her no time for contemplation. She had to make a choice immediately. Chapter 75, Unmasked? Emotions unraveled. When Wu Sudi entered, the room was already devoid of any presence. The cool night breeze flowed through the open window, causing the oiled paper to rustle. He turned his gaze, approaching the window to look down. A peach-colored bedsheet had been twisted into a rope-like form, dangling from the window frame, swaying with the wind. Below the large boat, the river churned with turbulent waves, sweeping up silt and posing a great danger. He stared for a long time, then tapped the window frame with his long fingers, crafted from lightweight wood for aesthetic purposes. Wu Sudi turned around, pacing the room. Despite the open window, the air was still thick with garish scents as he moved to the innermost side of the bed. There, he found a tangled mess of blankets, and a porcelain pillow had slipped to the foot of the bed. A glint appeared in his eyes as he sat by the bed, pressing his hand against his lips, letting out a slight cough. The peach-colored blanket quivered softly in response. Moments prior, in a flash of instinct, Ji Qingwu had decided to fabricate the illusion that she had jumped into the river. The most perilous places often provide the safest havens. The newcomer, with steady footsteps, approached the window, and, as she anticipated, the twisted bedsheet misled him. But before long, he moved to the bedside. The mattress sank slightly as he sat just inches away from her. Ji Qingwu held her breath, anxious and desperate. Why wouldn't he leave? What was so appealing about sitting on the bed? Did he not have a home of his own? Suddenly, she froze. She had been unmasked. A large hand, unbeknownst to her, slipped beneath the blanket, grasping her foot. Instantly, every hair on Ji Qingwu's body stood on end. Completely covered by the blanket, her breathing became labored, stifled by the surprise of someone touching her toes. The hand gently caressed her soul. Ji Qingwu, sensitive to tickling, could no longer maintain her ruse. She kicked out her foot, throwing off the blanket. According to her plan, she first draped the blanket over the intruder's head, then thrust the hairpin she held in her right hand into his neck. 2 moves would be sufficient to subdue her opponent. However, by coincidence, the intruder shared her intent and moved simultaneously. As she lifted the blanket, he pulled her foot, dragging her towards him. Ji Qingwu adjusted her grip just in time. The blanket successfully covered his head, but also enveloped them both. Light seeped through the gaps of the peach-colored blanket. Ji Qingwu widened her eyes, trying to discern the intruder's identity, but the shadows still obscured her vision. Yet, she could sense his approximate position. She tightened her grip on the hairpin, summoning the last remnants of her strength to stab at his chest. Seeing no reaction from him, his hand continued to hold her delicate foot, leisurely stroking it. But the jade hairpin she clutched fell from her grasp, and her grip weakened. A deep, resonant laughter echoed through the air. Ji Qingwu suddenly recognized the familiar sound, momentarily stunned. How could it be him? Was it truly him? The overwhelming fragrance of cosmetics in the room masked his scent. To confirm her suspicion, Ji Qingwu lifted her head, her sharp nose close to his neck, and detected a momentary tension in his body. The unique, rich aroma calmed her stiffened back. It was you, truly you. In previous encounters with Wu Su Di, she had always felt fear or trepidation. Never had she felt such a sense of security. Thankfully, it was him. The feeling of surviving a calamity was overwhelmingly stirring. Ji Qingwu gasped for air, grateful that she was on the bed, for otherwise, she would have surely collapsed. The blanket was pulled away. The light brightened somewhat, yet everything remained hazy. The figure before her, broad-shouldered and robust, with a firm silhouette, could only be His Majesty the Emperor. Previously, under the blanket, she had felt a sense of safety in being enveloped. Now, exposed to the light, she recalled her circumstances and the events of the day. A wave of indescribable fear surged within Ji Qingwu, prompting her to shift and curl into the corner of the bed. Wu Su Di, observing her state, deepened his gaze and inquired, "What is wrong with your eyes?" Her eyes, more brilliant than the night stars, now appeared vacant and unfocused. Ji Qingwu hugged her knees, bowing her head to bury her face between her legs, attempting to quell the overwhelming tide of sorrow within her. She resembled a wounded rabbit, wishing only to hide and lick her wounds alone. In the next instant, Ji Qingwu felt herself being lifted by her knees and back, brought into a warm and solid embrace. She leaned into his arms as he pressed her head against his chest, smoothing her disheveled hair and gently kneading her delicate back. It resembled the manner of comforting a child. Listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat, all her tangled emotions were overshadowed by a feeling of grievance. Her eyes brimmed with tears, silently flowing down her cheeks, glistening with each drop. Yet who could have anticipated that trouble would arise even at home? Ji Changyan came to Wutong Garden to find her. Regardless of her consent, he had long resolved to offer her to Wang Yi. He had procured such potent drugs, disregarding her life or death, showing no regard for their familial bond. That lecherous Wang Yi, touching her face and fondling her hands. If something were to happen tonight, she would have no tomorrow, nor the freedom she yearned for. A hand reached up, gently wiping away her tears. Treated with such tenderness, Ji Qingwu's tear-filled eyes shimmered as she softly wept. Her cries quiet yet poignant. Wu Su Di closed his eyes. He understood the difficulties she faced today. In such an urgent situation, she managed to remain calm, perplexing her enemies while safeguarding herself. Her voice, hoarse, whispered, "You did well." The tears of Emperor Wu Su fell like pearls, uncontrollable and numerous, signaling an increasing sense of foreboding. The warmth of his tears felt like a candle flame, searing his heart. Embracing her trembling shoulders, he softly inquired, "Is there anywhere else besides your eyes that is uncomfortable?" The more he comforted her, the more fervently her emotions surged, tears streaming down her cheeks like morning dew. Noticing her reluctance to speak, he gently and steadily caressed her back, allowing her to release her feelings. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Ji Qingwu realized that at some point, her hands had encircled his lean waist. Her delicate face was pressed intimately against his chest, her tears soaking the front of his dark blue embroidered robe, a conspicuous dampness against the rich fabric. Wait, the color of the robe, dark blue with golden embroidery. Chapter 76, waiting for this moment. Long anticipated, Ji Qingwu gazed up at him, his jawline sharp and striking. A change swept over her expression as she discovered that after her bout of weeping, her vision had cleared. The Emperor's gaze drifted to the tea table not far away, a storm brewing in his eyes, lost in thought. Ji Qingwu felt that her appearance tonight was exceedingly disheveled, and she wished to avoid facing him in such a state. Thus, she pretended her sight had not yet returned, fumbling to withdraw from his embrace. Emperor Wu Su's voice turned cold and firm. "Do not move. Allow me to hold you a little longer." He needed to embrace her a bit more to quell the tumultuous urge for violence surging within him. After Ji Qingwu had vented her feelings in his arms, her mood improved, and she was belatedly engulfed by a sense of shame for her childish display, for being a grown person who wept and dampened his robe. Glancing at her disheveled appearance, she noted her clothes were in disarray and her hair tousled. "Your Majesty." Her voice was muffled with a thick nasal tone. The man responded with a soft hum. Ji Qingwu gently struggled, prompting him to lower his gaze to her. The anger in his expression had faded, resembling a calm sea after a storm, tranquil yet profound, concealing the potential for greater upheaval. The corners of her eyes and the tip of her nose were flushed, her lashes dampened, and her eyes still glimmered with mist, her delicate features marked with clear tear streaks. After the petals had been washed by her tears, her beauty radiated a gentle tenderness. Emperor Wu Su's gaze darkened slightly as he inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Ignoring her slight struggles, he tightened his embrace and continued, "Do you know what kind of poison you have been afflicted with?" Ji Qingwu nodded. "The doctor summoned by Wang Yong informed me." "Your vision is obscured?" Ji Qingwu quickly lowered her head, rubbed her eyes, and mumbled, "Ah, yes, I cannot see very clearly." The emperor stroked the back of her head and said solemnly, "You need to detoxify soon." "Detoxify?" The mere thought of the method to detoxify flushed Ji Qingwu's cheeks, and she hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I am not feeling that unwell. Perhaps I will be fine after a while. This poison is potent. Do you know how to detoxify it?" Her delicate face, already tender, turned even more crimson after crying, and upon hearing his question, she became flustered. Ji Qingwu stressed, "Your Majesty, I truly feel better. I can still speak, hear, and move. I will be completely fine in a bit. This poison can impair the 5 senses, but you still feel everything else as usual?" Her tone was resolute, as usual. Emperor Wu Su studied her for a moment, suspecting she might be putting on a brave face for the sake of pride. "I must examine you personally." He understood her capabilities, yet the potency of the poison posed a deadly risk, and he could not afford to take that chance. Ji Qingwu was perplexed. Even the elderly doctor had not mentioned the loss of her 5 senses, so how would he inspect her? Emperor Wu Su took her hand and placed it on his waist, where a silver incense pouch adorned with dragon and phoenix designs hung. "Let us first test your sense of smell." Ji Qingwu's soft palm rested against the firm texture of his body. He instructed softly, "Smell this and tell me what it is." Realizing this was a test she could accept, Ji Qingwu leaned forward to his waist, her nostrils flaring slightly as she inhaled. Soon, she lifted her head confidently and declared, "The primary scent is dragon saliva incense, but it has a subtle, gentle aroma, refreshing and elegant, accompanied by hints of seaweed, wood, and moss." A fiery warmth ignited in Emperor Wu Su's eyes, and he chuckled lightly. "Correct. You guessed accurately. Your sense of smell is intact. How about your sense of touch?" His hand caressed her radiant face, his fingertips trailing to the side of her neck, lingering at her collarbone, eliciting a shiver from her. He asked, "Do you feel anything here?" Ji Qingwu eagerly nodded. "Yes, I can feel it." Then, with a hint of shyness, she added, "Is the examination complete?" "Oh, you must elaborate on what exactly you feel. Otherwise, I cannot ascertain whether you are merely pretending to be fine." This sensation was not easy for Ji Qingwu to describe. She stammered, It feels a bit itchy and tingly." Noticing the ripples in her eyes, Emperor Wu Su raised an eyebrow. "Is there nothing particularly special about the sensation?" "Such a description is rather ordinary." Ji Qingwu struggled to find the right words to satisfy him. His deep gaze settled on her rising chest. Her clothing had loosened during their earlier struggle, and his hand slid down her collarbone. The warm touch against her skin sent her heart racing, and Ji Qingwu stifled a soft whimper, her brows immediately tinged with bashfulness. It seemed there was indeed sensation here. His persistent touch continued to knead her skin without leaving a gap. Ji Qingwu rushed to grasp his fingers, but she could not stop his assertive dissent. He continued to question, his voice deep and resonant like the sound of an ancient zither. "What about this area?" Emperor Wu Su's arm tensed, muscles taut beneath the skin. The warmth of his touch rivaled the smoothness of jade. Words failed her, and Ji Qingwu bit her lip, trying to suppress her reactions, but a soft sound escaped her. The familiar heat surged back, leading her to question whether the poison had truly been neutralized, as it felt more unbearable than before. She even considered holding his hand back to prevent him from continuing. "There remains one sense. Remember what it is?" Emperor Wu Su asked, his eyes darkening. Ji Qingwu's delicate lips pursed slightly. Her intuition told her this was not a proper test, so she quickly suggested, "How about we taste some tea? I could discern the flavor." Her gaze swept across the room and brightened upon spotting a set of white tea utensils on the table. "I will go brew the tea," she said cheerfully, attempting to rise and leave his side. Just as she stood, before her feet could touch the ground, Ji Qingwu was swiftly pulled into his embrace and then pressed down onto the soft bedding. The gentle fabric beneath her back was comforting, yet the position felt overwhelmingly constrictive. With no escape and no means of resistance, Ji Qingwu attempted to turn her head away, but he was prepared, his large hand cradling her face, his fingertips teasing her earlobe. His once stormy gaze was now clear and serene, devoid of any lingering shadows. Emperor Wu Su grasped her wrist, giving it a gentle squeeze, a smile dancing in his eyes. Little deceiver. His eyes, shimmering like moonlight, held a tenderness that enveloped her. Aware of her misstep, she knew she should not have deceived him in this matter, and she began, "I did not intend to mislead your majesty. I want to hear from your lips, not an apology." Emperor Wu Su's gaze remained fixed upon her face, beneath her thin garment. Her skin glowed with a porcelain-like radiance. The panic had faded from his eyes, replaced by a hint of shyness. He had awaited this moment for far too long. The words that remained unspoken were drowned out, his presence enveloping her entirely, leaving her nowhere to hide. Initially, his approach was gentle, with evident restraint and reverence. The kiss soon transformed into a fervent bite, becoming increasingly savage. Her heart raced, and her long lashes trembled incessantly. In Chapter 77, on the brink of drowning, 2 imperial edicts arrived. Ji Qingwu felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away. She drowsily contemplated that although she had not chosen to leap into the river, the outcome was no different. The sensation of being kissed breathlessly, teetering on the edge of suffocation, was something she had come to fully experience. Her tongue felt numb. Not only was she unable to discern any flavors, even a bitter melon would have gone unnoticed. The person with her was the exact opposite. His breaths grew deep and low, his handsome face pressed against her neck, brushing against her earlobe ever so slightly. He radiated heat. His body temperature, even more intense than hers had been during their previous passionate encounters. While she could surmise the cause, she had never truly felt it. Ji Qingwu cautiously reached out, her hand brushing against his forehead, relieved to find it cool, dismissing the nearly impossible notion of fever. Noticing her movement, Emperor Wu Su's gaze darkened with an undercurrent of emotion. His supporting arm relaxed, and he fully pressed his body against hers. Ji Qingwu immediately stilled. Her hands ceased to move, and her eyes remained fixed on the bed curtains. It was heavy, it was hot. She tightened her abdomen, striving to minimize contact with him. The woman beneath him was resplendent, akin to a rose languishing amidst the dawn branches. What could possibly cause such a transformation in his physique? Emperor Wu Su's inner fire blazed, but this was not the appropriate setting for such fervor. Should this continue, Ji Qingwu was uncertain whether she would succumb to embarrassment or be crushed first. She pushed against him with both palms, and he, unperturbed, rolled aside, granting her space. There was a matter that had long piqued Ji Qingwu's curiosity, and this moment seemed fitting for a serious conversation to temper the excessively heated atmosphere. "Your Majesty, what brings you here? What do you think?" Ji Qingwu recalled the words of the servant who had knocked on the door and inquired, "Is something dire afoot? I heard that there was an incident at the Yuchui Tower involving the Yongwang." The name Li Chengxuan rested on her lips, but she cleverly swallowed it down. Recalling the lesson from her previous encounter, Emperor Wu Su picked up the fallen hairpin, playing with it in his palm. He asked when I arrived, "Did you intend to engage in a deadly struggle?" The thought of a serious incident caused his expression to turn cold once again. Ji Qingwu innocently replied, "I did not know it was your Majesty. Otherwise, I would not have acted this way." Emperor Wu Su lifted his eyelids to glance at her and asked, "If you had known it was I, would you have surrendered without resistance, allowing me to do as I pleased?" "Well, that would not be the case." As their conversation unfolded, The atmosphere between them grew tense once more. Ji Qingwu averted her gaze, maintaining clarity of thought as she pressed. Your Majesty has yet to explain why you are here. What exactly happened at the Yu Chui Tower? It must be something significant to have summoned the lustful Yong Wang away. Is Ji Changyan's mistake connected to this matter? Her desire to understand the underlying reasons was palpable. Emperor Wu Su tilted her chin to face him, stating, if Ah Wu is so eager to know, information must be exchanged for something of equal value. Ji Qingwu glanced at the object in his hand and suggested, if your Majesty likes this hairpin, may I propose a trade? Emperor Wu Su shook his head, not sufficient. I shall provide more next time, if that is agreeable. He remained non-committal. Perhaps it was the warmth in his gaze that stirred Ji Qingwu's heart, prompting her to grasp his sleeve. A hint of apprehension lingered within her, for she had been rebuffed on 2 prior occasions, each time seeking his assistance on matters concerning other men. Ji Qingwu attentively observed his expression, noting the tension in his jaw, and prepared herself for another rejection. When his soft lips brushed against her fingertips, an unparalleled sensation of being cherished washed over her. Ji Qingwu felt her heart skip a beat, as if her heartbeat synchronized with the delicate rhythm of his kisses. Emperor Wu Su discarded the hairpin, evidently having found a more suitable plaything, as he intertwined her fingers within his grasp, squeezing and kneading them gently. Unable to restrain herself, Ji Qingwu playfully scratched his palm. He took one last kiss before explaining. Former Minister Yin Zong was assassinated. This case is of great magnitude, entangled with far-reaching implications. I have entrusted Li Chengxuan with the investigation, and, as he encounters difficulties, I just so happen to possess leads which I have shared with him. I have come to oversee the handling of this case. Ji Qingwu's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. It seemed that the emperor had fortuitously conveyed the news to him, fortuitously overseeing the case on the dragon boat, and fortuitously entering the room commonly occupied by the Yongwang. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she remarked, Your Majesty's series of fortunate coincidences indicates that my luck is indeed splendid. I shall visit Hanshan Temple to offer thanks tomorrow. Upon hearing her playful quip, Emperor Wu Su's lips also curled upward as he pressed her hand against his chest. At that moment, Ji Qingwu did not fully comprehend the significance of his gesture. The following day, as dawn broke, 2 imperial edicts arrived at the Ji residence. The first stated that Ji Changyan of the second branch of the Ji family was detained in the imperial prison due to his involvement in the assassination of the former minister. The second decree declared that Ji Qingwu, having offended the emperor, was placed under house arrest, forbidden to leave the estate without a summons, and barred from receiving visitors. The matriarch of the Ji family was too preoccupied to attend to the second decree. Upon hearing of Ji Changyan's imprisonment, she nearly staggered, supported by a nearby maid to avoid collapsing. It turned out that the emperor had withheld rewards from the Ji family recently due to Ji Changyan's grave misdeeds. The matriarch quickly composed herself and instructed the maid, Go deliver a message to the Empress Dowager. I must enter the palace. When the edicts were delivered, Ji Qingwu remained in a deep slumber, unaware of the 2 additional visitors at her door. The guards of Sanchuan had transitioned from covert surveillance to overt protection, and Emperor Wu Su had even dispatched an additional guard, positioning 2 sentinels like imposing gate deities at the entrance of Wutong Garden. Any passing birds were met with fierce glares, prompting them to flee in a flurry of wings. Sihai nudged his companion. Chuan, how is your injury? Sanchuan shot him a sideways glance, weakly replying, I'm still alive. Yesterday, due to the incident involving the 5th miss of the Ji family, Sanchuan had faced punishment while delivering news, a consequence unique to the Dark Guard division. Though it did not damage the skin, the underlying muscles and fascia were torn, resulting in pain that would linger for at least a month before healing. Sihai observed Sanchuan's pale lips and quietly asked, What is the background of the person inside? What background? She is the emperor's heart. In Chapter 78, the wise and sagacious emperor, bewitched like King Zhou. Sanchuan did not respond. Emperor Wu Su was currently addressing military reports from the northern frontier, a matter of the utmost priority. Sanchuan whispered, You must not speak of this again. Simply remember that the matter concerning the 5th miss of the Ji family is of monumental importance, capable of overriding any principle. This declaration sent a chill down Sihai's spine. In the military, Emperor Wu Su enforced strict discipline. Even the slightest infraction could lead to severe punishment. Those who dared to provoke were swiftly dealt with, and those who resisted had long since perished. The current emperor was a man of cold disposition, yet it was this very coldness that enabled him to ascend to the throne. See, I had yet to meet Ji Qingwu, based on Sanchuan's descriptions. She seemed akin to a beguiling vixen capable of ensnaring the hearts of men. He mused about the sorcery she must possess to enchant the illustrious and formidable emperor, akin to the downfall of King Zhou, and resolved to seek an opportunity to observe her closely. Ji Qingwu did not awaken until the afternoon. Lan Ji had been anxiously waiting by her bedside since early morning. Upon noticing movement in the green bed curtains, a delicate white arm stretched out, indicating a desire to awaken. Lan Ji promptly called her name softly. Fifth Mississippi. Ji Qingwu, becoming aware, felt her body still sluggish, her eyelids remaining shut as she murmured sleepily, "What is it?" Lan Ji has moved past her earlier urgency and can now recount the morning events that left the entire household in terror with a sense of calm. Just as dawn broke, an imperial decree arrived, announcing that the third young master had encountered trouble and was imprisoned in the dungeons. Wutong Yuan is now under strict guard, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Ji Qingwu opened her eyes, her eyelids swollen from the tears shed the previous night, and she squinted uncomfortably. In a daze, she inquired, "Will there be breakfast? I am quite hungry." Lan Ji's expression mirrored her confusion, faced with such shocking news. Her mistress was only concerned about breakfast. One would think she would at least care about the situation in Wutong Yuan. Ji Qingwu's lips were parched, and she hoarsely stated, "I wish to have some water." Lan Ji hurriedly poured a glass of water from the table and presented the Qingxi cup before her. The refreshing drink was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, and as Ji Qingwu drank, a flush spread across her cheeks, moistening her dry lips. She felt a slight swell, and with each swallow, a sharp pain shot through her tongue, causing vivid memories to resurface uncontrollably in her mind. She switched to sipping delicately. Having eaten nothing the previous night and already missing breakfast, her stomach was now in turmoil, and after drinking the water, she felt even hungrier. At this moment, nothing was more pressing than the need to fill her stomach. Lan Ji drew back the bed curtains and anxiously remarked, "What time is it? And you're still thinking about food?" Ji Qingwu lifted the quilt and sat up calmly, stating, "Whatever the imperial decree specifies, we shall comply." Later, seemingly doubting her resolve, she suggested that he would find a way. Unbeknownst to her, that way was to seal off Wutong Yuan. Upon learning about Ji Chongyan's arrest, Ji Qingwu understood why the emperor had ordered her to avoid all contact with others. Ji Lao Fu Ren and Wu Shi would surely come to inquire about her. Ji Qingwu placed the Qingxi cup on the bedside table, her demeanor serene and tranquil. Observing her mistress's composure, Lan Ji felt reassured and less anxious. She remarked, "It is rather peculiar. Our courtyard is not lacking in provisions, and we can still receive meals as usual. However, the food boxes must be inspected by the two burly guards at the entrance. As long as there are no issues with the food," Ji Qingwu promptly rose and headed to the washing area, asking, "What is there for breakfast?" By now, it was nearly noon, and the breakfast was still warming on the stove in the small kitchen. "If you wish to eat, I can bring you some porridge. You can have a bite while the lunch is being prepared." Ji Qingwu nodded. Even plain congee would suffice for her, and she could easily consume 2 bowls. Once she had washed up and changed into a light blue floral skirt, Lan Ji pulled back the window curtains to reveal a bright and sunny day, with the sun perched high in the sky. From the couch in the inner room, Ji Qingwu could see the 2 imposing figures standing straight at the entrance. Their silhouettes exuded the air of skilled martial artists, bringing her a sense of reassurance. With a satisfying meal of bamboo shoot and 3 delicacies congee accompanied by crystal shrimp dumplings, she felt her hunger abate. Outside Wutong Yuan, the atmosphere remained silent throughout the day. Upon learning of Ji Chongyan's capture, Ji Lao Fu Run hastily took her 2 daughters-in-law to the palace to seek an audience with the Empress Dowager. Inside Xianing Palace, the atmosphere was tense. The 2 matrons, Shi and Feng Hua, had been dismissed from the hall and waited outside. The Empress Dowager wore a ghastly expression, staring at the black velvet carpet embroidered with longevity motifs, rendered speechless. Wu Shi lamented, "Your Majesty, Chongyan is your nephew. You must think of a way to assist him." The Empress Dowager's brows knitted tightly, her frustration evident. "I am aware, but he has committed a grave error. The censors can scrutinize the officials. Though Yin Zong has been demoted, his status remains unique. To assault a censor is to defy the law and provoke the ire of those elder officials of the censorate. Ji Lao Fu Run cautiously spoke up. The chief examiner for this case is Lord Li, who is the husband of Princess Qingwu. He should lend a hand to the Ji family. The Royal City Division? Wu Shi's body went limp, nearly causing her to slide off the Zeton chair. The Royal City Division is directly governed by the Emperor, and its personnel are all elite guards. Wu Shi's face turned pale with terror as she exclaimed, "Interrogation by the Royal City Division will leave him either dead or crippled. Our Chang, Yin has always lived in comfort. How can he endure it?" She knelt in the hall, pleading, "Your Majesty, please save Chang Yin. He is like a son to you." Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Ji Lao Fu Run took a deep breath and expressed her growing suspicions. "Your Majesty, last night, Chang Yin was taken from Yuchui Lu. Does His Highness Yong Wang know the details of this matter?" The old lady understood her grandson's reckless nature. While Ji Chang Yin was impulsive, he did not possess the audacity to murder a censor. Perhaps he was entangled with Yong Wang. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. To plead for leniency and drag Yong Wang into this? Ji Lao Fu Rin's words had already crossed the line. The Empress Dowager had anticipated this. However, Yong Wang was her own son. She knew precisely whom to protect. She lightly tapped her fingers against the armrests of the Phoenix throne, her gaze growing increasingly indifferent as it pierced through the beaded curtains. "Your words are misguided. What does this matter have to do with my son?" Hearing her shift in address, the old lady's countenance fell. In a somber tone, she declared, "Su Wen passed away early, leaving behind only these 2 children and a widow. I will do everything in my power to protect Chang Yan's life. If you wish to sever ties, I shall no longer trouble you, Your Majesty." Xiao Shi, sitting quietly nearby, subtly shook her head. "Mother, this is not the time for rash words. Implicating Yong Wang is unwise. Regardless of whether Ji Chang Yin acted under Yong Wang's orders, the evidence against him is irrefutable." Ji Lao Fu Rin slowly rose, unable to conceal her disappointment. Her grandson's life hung by a thread, and yet this aunt was so cold-hearted. Trembling, she performed a deep bow before the Empress Dowager. Under normal circumstances, the Empress Dowager would have rushed over to assist the old lady. However, this time, her heart remained resolute. She understood that her younger brother, Ji Su-won, had passed away due to illness early on, and thus the family had provided considerable care to the second branch. Ji Lao Fu Run had indulged Ji Chang Yin, allowing him to develop this reckless nature. Regardless of the truth, the Ji family must endure this ordeal alongside Yong Wang. No sooner had she spoken than Miao Guangkai, the head eunuch of Ci Ning Palace, burst into the hall, visibly anxious and speaking in a hurried tone. "Your Majesty, grave news." Sure, she quickly interjected, "Miao Gong, you must maintain decorum before the Empress Dowager." Miao Guangkai fell to his knees, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, the Emperor issued a decree 15 minutes ago. Yong Wang has been summoned to the Royal City Division's dungeon." The Buddha beads in the Empress Dowager's hand fell to the ground, her voluminous maroon robe trembling uncontrollably. "I must go to the dungeon." The head palace maid, Sure Shi, calmly advised, "Your Majesty, this is against the law. The inner palace must not interfere in state affairs. If you go to the dungeon, the Emperor and the entire court will hear of it, and you will undoubtedly face censure. Please reconsider, Your Majesty." In times of distress, even the Empress Dowager, despite her high status, nearly lost her composure regarding Yong Wang. The Empress Dowager hurriedly descended the steps, grasping Ji Lao Fu Ren's hand, her earlier indifference replaced by anxiety. "Mother, has Ming Hong been taken to the dungeon? Will he face punishment?" Ji Lao Fu Ren was equally taken aback. Yong Wang was a prince. There had never been a precedent for a prince being taken to the dungeon. They were typically detained in the Ministry of Justice's prison first, requiring a trial by the 3 divisions before sentencing. The Emperor's actions had thrown everyone into disarray. Quietly observing from aside, Xiao Shi furrowed her brow and inquired, Gong, was there any mention of the reason for Yong Wang's summons?" Miao Guangkai replied, "The decree did not specify the reason, only stating that the prince was to be summoned." Xiao Shi sighed in relief. Since it is a summons and not an arrest, the situation cannot be too severe. "Your Majesty, the Ji family must remain united. We should devise a countermeasure together." Wu Shi rose from the ground and quickly said, "Yesterday, Zhang Yin left with Qingwu. so she must know what transpired. Your Majesty, please summon her for inquiry. Old Madame Ji concurred. Indeed, the second daughter-in-law speaks wisely. We must first ascertain what occurred last night to determine our next course of action. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu was to be summoned, Xiao Shi's expression shifted. The previous day, Ji Zhongyin mentioned that Xiao Wu wished to visit Yuchui Lu, an establishment under the ownership of Wang Yong that specialized in women's garments and jewelry. At the time, Xiao Shi felt no alarm. However, the two imperial edicts received that morning hinted that last night's events were far from simple. Xiao Shi had long harbored suspicions, and it would be best to keep Xiao Wu uninvolved at this moment. She feigned a sigh. Xiao Wu has been confined for offending the emperor and cannot go out. The guards are stationed at the courtyard entrance. The Empress Dowager, in a state of despair, remarked, "The emperor has sealed the news so effectively. He is determined to make things difficult for the Ji family." The few individuals in Ci Ning Palace had yet to devise a strategy, and only a short while later, a young eunuch in blue appeared at the door. Sure, she recognized him as Hu Gizi, a trusted attendant of Wang Yong, and quickly admitted him. The group anxiously awaited the eunuch's message. Hu Gizi, breathless and pale, addressed the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, it concerns Wang Yong." The Empress Dowager urged him impatiently. "Speak quickly, do not hesitate. What happened to Ming Hong?" Hu Gizi, with tears in his eyes, replied, "Wang Yong fainted in the imperial prison." The gravity of the situation left the Empress Dowager stunned, collapsing back onto her throne. Old Madame Ji inquired, "Was Wang Yong tortured? Who would dare to do such a thing? Tortured?" The Empress Dowager exhaled a sigh of relief, pointing her lacquered finger at the young eunuch. Who was the victim? It was the third son of the Ji family. Wu Shi, with red-rimmed eyes, gasped it was Zhang Yin. The scene of the punishment was brutally savage. Wang Yong could not withstand it and fainted. Hu explained. In mere sentences, the horror of the punishment sent shockwaves through Wu Shi and old Madame Ji. What kind of terrifying torture could cause even the onlooking Wang Yong to lose consciousness? Old Madame Ji pressed for details. What kind of torture was it? It was the golden liquid punishment. Those present had never heard of such a form of punishment. Wu Shi, panicked, asked, "What is the golden liquid punishment?" The eunuch had only just entered the lower levels of the imperial prison and had caught a glimpse of the horrifying scene inside. The tortured man was unrecognizable, his finery stained and covered in filth, and the anguished screams echoed throughout the prison. When he dragged Wang Yong out, the horrific cries continued, evidently filled with unending agony. He inhaled deeply. It is a mixture of urine and feces with scalding hot oil poured over the body. Urine, feces, hot oil, each one unbearable to an average person, let alone a young master accustomed to luxury. Wu Shi could not bear to listen and emitted sharp cries. Sure, she stepped forward to cover her mouth, frowning. "Second madam, I apologize, but loud noises are not permitted within the palace." The Empress Dowager's desire to visit the imperial prison to see Wang Yong dissipated. She did not wish to witness such a cruel and filthy scene. Old Madame Ji, envisioning her grandson in such a state, was overwhelmed with nausea. The high temperature of the hot oil would burn the skin, melting the fine garments onto the body, making them impossible to remove. The filthy golden liquid would only accelerate the decay of the wounds, leaving no hope for recovery. Xiao Shi felt a surge of panic, never expecting Ji Zhongyin to suffer such a severe punishment. A gentleman may be killed, but must not be humiliated. Xiao Shi sighed to herself. What to be salvaged now? Having endured such torture, though still alive, he was no different from the dead, merely waiting in agony for death to come. Allowing Wang Yong to oversee the punishment was a warning to others, an act of retribution. The Empress Dowager weakly waved her sleeve, signaling everyone to withdraw. Xiao Shi deliberately suppressed her expression of sorrow. As long as her children were safe, she could not concern herself with the fates of others. Ji Qingwu had gained some weight recently, her face appearing fuller. She anxiously asked, "Mother, please tell me what happened that Zhang Yin dared to harm the imperial censor. This unworthy one will only bring trouble to our family. It would be one thing if he were detained, but now even fifth sister is under house arrest. The Wutong courtyard is guarded, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. I do not know how Xiao Wu is faring. Mother, let's go and take a look," just to glimpse her from the door. In truth, Ji Qingwu had wanted to see fifth sister the moment she entered the Ji residence. But she was stopped by Chun Xing, who reminded her that the young master had repeatedly instructed her to ensure the safety of the madam. After much persuasion, they decided to wait until the eldest madam returned from the palace. In Wutong courtyard, Ji Qingwu finished her meal and rested for a while. The sun was setting, casting a myriad of colors across the sky. Let's go for a walk, she suggested. Lan Ji hesitated. Fifth miss, is that appropriate? The emperor has decreed house arrest, prohibiting us from going out. Just a stroll in the courtyard should be fine, Ji Qingwu replied. She pushed open the door, and the shadows of two figures were elongated by the setting sun at the entrance. Lan Ji, feeling anxious, shrank back behind her. The tall, slender figure to the right seemed familiar to Ji Qingwu, and she walked straight towards the entrance. As Lan Ji looked up, she realized that Ji Qingwu had already walked far ahead and hurriedly called out, "Fifth miss, do not go any further. The guards at the door are fierce." Just as Ji Qingwu reached the gate, two sharp swords swiftly unsheathed and were crossed in front of her chest. She did not wish to go out. She merely wanted to see the guards' faces. Ji Qingwu's cool gaze fell first on the face of the young man on the right. "Are you the one who appeared by the lotus pond last time?" Her voice was smooth and melodious. This guard was indeed one of the emperor's men, now assigned to her side. However, his complexion seemed strange. Ji Qingwu observed his pale lips and stiff back. Noticing a scrutinizing gaze upon her, she turned to the left. The two bore a striking resemblance, likely brothers, yet their demeanor was entirely different. One was composed from experience, while the other still carried youthful exuberance. Sihai, upon seeing her face, felt a sense of disappointment. His long anticipation had led to this. The beauty of this woman paled in comparison to the imperial consorts, akin to the difference between plain broth and a grand feast. Before she could ask, he proudly raised his head and introduced himself. "Sihai. San Chuan, Sihai." Ji Qingwu suddenly smiled, her eyes curving enchantingly. There wouldn't be anyone named Wu Hu, would there? This smile was indescribably charming and lively. Sihai was momentarily stunned, as if a refreshing breeze had brushed against his heart, instantly soothing his restless emotions. San Chuan respectfully explained in a low voice, "This is the name bestowed by His Majesty." Ji Qingwu had merely been jesting, but she mused, "San Chuan, the northern tribes are in chaos, and Sihai is fleeing to the south like Yongjia. His Majesty must hold high hopes for you both." The two were taken aback, exchanging glances. Her words echoed precisely what the emperor had said when bestowing their names. "Fifth sister," came a distant call. Ji Qingwu looked up to see Qiao Shi and Ji Qingwu approaching. The expressions of the two guards immediately shifted to one of vigilance. Ji Qingwu proposed, "The decree only forbids us from entering and exiting. It does not prohibit us from speaking through the fence. I will stand in the courtyard, and I will not step outside. They will not enter." As Ji Qingwu drew closer, she overheard Ji Qingwu bargaining with the two stern-looking guards. Realizing that her sister was in good spirits, she chimed in, "Yes, yes, indeed. Gentlemen, we will remain outside and not take a single step further." Ji Qingwu had not seen her elder sister for some time and noticed her rosy complexion, her gaze falling upon her abdomen. Two individuals stood a distance of 10 feet apart, and Ji Qingwu found it impossible to grasp her hand. "Do not worry, fifth sister. I am perfectly well. It is rather a trial for you to be confined in the courtyard," she inquired with a hint of deeper meaning. "Did you sleep well last night at the Yuchuelu?" At the Yuchuelu? She thought to herself. She had actually spent the night on a dragon boat. Ji Qingwu immediately understood that Ji Changyin must have concocted some tale to placate the family. The two guards, both of whom served the Wusu emperor, were not privy to any secrets. Ji Qingwu replied candidly, "Third brother drugged me to offer me to the Yongwan." Ji Qingwu could hardly believe her ears. "Third brother drugged you?" Last night, her brows furrowed, and she could not help but step closer, only to be coldly halted by the guards. Ji Qingwu hastily reassured her, "Elder sister, do not be alarmed. I stand before you now, unharmed." There was no need to elaborate on the complications she had faced. Ji Qingwu, having entangled herself with Qiao Shi during their journey, had already learned of Ji Changyin's punishment. Initially, she found the sentence excessively cruel, but now she felt it was a merciful reprieve. Qiao Shi frowned, her heart echoing similar sentiments, loathing the offspring of the second branch for their wolfish hearts. The punishment of boiling oil should have been replaced with molten iron. Yet, how had the nobleman been offended? Ji Qingwu pointed to the heavens. Ji Qingwu grasped the implication behind her question, tilted her head, and replied, "What a coincidence. I happened to encounter the emperor, who was overseeing the assassination case regarding the supervisory official. Upon hearing her words, San Chuan and Si Hai lowered their heads. It was unfortunate. All of it was orchestrated by human hands. These loyal guards were aware that the case was meant to be prolonged. The fish had not yet fully taken the bait, and the net was not yet ready to be drawn. Last night not only disrupted the Wusu Emperor's plans, but also incited his wrath. All due to the troubles surrounding the fifth miss of the Ji family. The three women understood that it was not an opportune moment for conversation. Seeing that the fifth miss was safe, they felt relieved. Ji Qingwu did not linger by the door. Once she departed, Si Hai stared silently at the parasol tree before him. After a short while, the door of the room opened, and someone approached the courtyard gate. Si Hai turned to look and discovered it was Lan Ji, the young maidservant by Ji Qingwu's side, who trembled as she handed over a light yellow porcelain box. The young lady said this ointment works wonders for treating flesh wounds. Please be sure to use it. San Chuan intended to refuse, but Si Hai took it into his palm. Once the maid hastily retreated, he tucked the porcelain box into San Chuan's clothing, stating, "This is precisely what she ought to do." His body bore the marks of the whip, all because of her. San Chuan warned sternly, "How many times must I tell you? If you continue like this, the whip will soon find its way to you." Si Hai turned away in indignation, resuming his gaze upon the parasol tree. The evening meal at Wu Tong Yuan was also served within the house. Lan Ji mentioned, these were personally delivered by Sister Chunhua, the eldest lady's confidant. She said she prepared your favorite, crispy pig ears with jade silk, wild chicken with pickled cabbage, and milk-skin pancakes. Ji Qingwu opened the food box, and a tempting aroma wafted forth. But beneath it all, there were no milk-skin pancakes, only a few round, steamed buns. Raising an eyebrow, she broke open a bun, and indeed there was filling inside. Wrapped in oil-proof paper was a note penned in delicate plum blossom script, detailing her observations at Xi'ai Ning Palace that day. After reading it, Ji Qingwu burned the note, watching as it turned to ash in the fire. She realized with a chilling clarity how devoid of compassion she had become. She felt no pity for Ji Changyan. He deserved his fate. To kill a supervisory official was a grave sin, one that implicated the entire family. Moreover, he had wronged her first, administering that lewd drug, which could have led to her demise. No life should be so easily disregarded. The manner of Ji Changyan's death was justly deserved. Ji Qingwu gazed into the flames for a while, her vision filled with orange-red hues. The fire seemed to burn within her heart as well. She felt it was still insufficient. As long as the Yong Wang harbored ambitions, endless troubles would continue to arise. The tree yearns for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. However, the Yong Wang was a son of the Empress Dowager, the Emperor's brother. Yet what of it? She must sever the roots of this tree. The case regarding the assassination of the former supervisory official, Yin Zong, was resolved within 3 days. The assailants were Ji Changyan and 5 subordinates. All 6 confessed. Ji Changyan remained imprisoned in the Zhao prison, reportedly sustained by potent tonics. Those unaware of the circumstances assumed the emperor was showing leniency due to his ties to the Empress Dowager's maternal clan. However, this incident did not implicate the rest of the Ji family. Only Ji Changyan was held accountable, leading to considerable dissatisfaction among the officials of the supervisory tribunal towards both the Ji family and the Empress Dowager. The Yong Wang feigned illness for several days, claiming he needed to recuperate at the Wang residence. His marriage to Princess Qingyun was now in motion, with the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Bureau of Rights collaborating on the grand wedding arrangements. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwu was also released from her confinement. That afternoon, she rushed to the Duke of Zhongyong's residence. "Elder sister, I have come to check your pulse." Ji Qingwu's lively voice echoed as she entered the Ninghua Hall. Leaning against the couch, Ji Qingrong hurriedly nudged Lu Wan and busied herself with her attire and hair. Chunxing did not mention that the elder brother-in-law was home, and after Ji Qingwu entered, the two had already separated, leaving no room for suspicion. However, possibly due to her own experiences related to intimate encounters, upon seeing her elder sister's flushed complexion and moist, slightly swollen lips, she realized what they had been up to. In the room, 3 individuals shared a moment of awkwardness. Ji Qingwu found herself at a loss, neither advancing nor retreating, pursing her lips and avoiding their gaze. The door was wide open, and it was still broad daylight. Yet she had not anticipated this situation. In a corner unseen by the 5th sister, Ji Qingrong discreetly pinched Lu Wan. He merely raised an eyebrow, appearing relaxed. With a hint of satisfaction, he spoke, "5th sister has arrived. You sisters can converse while I attend to some matters in the study. With the elder brother-in-law's departure, Ji Qingwu felt much more at ease, moving forward to sit on the red lacquered wooden stool. She inquired, Elder sister, how has your health been these days? Have you experienced any discomfort? Ji Qingwu smiled. You have just been released from confinement, and you are the first to visit me. How could I possibly have any complaints? Ji Qingwu leaned in, first checking her pulse, then meticulously adjusting the prescription according to her condition and physique. Seemingly casually, she remarked, Elder sister, I recall you mentioned previously that a friend of yours was also having difficulty with childbirth and wished for me to take a look. Ik vingronkis gaze faltered. This was a remark she had made when she first became pregnant, and she had not expected fifth sister to remember it. However, given the absurdity of Ji Changyan sending her to the Yong Wang's bed, it was best not to bring up the matter. That friend of hers, Ji Qingwu's eyes sparkled, asking, Elder sister, not long ago I was feeling quite suffocated, and now that I am free, I find joy in using my medical skills to resolve problems for those in need. She continued, my close friend, whom you also met at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Ji Qingwu scrutinized her expression and replied, You mean the Yong Wang's wife, Tao Wanin. Tao Wanin was the legitimate daughter of a high-ranking official, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, her talents and grace unmatched among the women of Linen. However, after marrying the Yong Wang, she became like a caged bird. Her remarkable poetry no longer heard. The Yong Wang spent his days reveling in excess, and with over 20 concubines in the residence. Ji Qingwu could only imagine the life Tao Wanin endured. No woman would relish sharing her bedmate with others. Furthermore, despite her esteemed position as a Wang Fei, Tao Wanin had yet to bear a legitimate heir, which had displeased the Empress Dowager long ago, allowing a secondary consort to give birth to a child before her. The Yong Wang's residence had already welcomed a legitimate son, and the status of the concubine who bore a son was not inferior to that of the Wang Fei, without children. Ji Qingwu sighed, Fifth sister, while I feel regret for Wanin, you are my own sister. It would be best if you do not visit the Yong Wang's residence anymore. Elder sister, could we perhaps invite the Yong Wang's wife to meet outside? That should not be a problem. Ji Qingwu pondered for a moment, recognizing it as a reasonable compromise, and agreed. She promptly dispatched a maid to deliver an invitation to the Yong Wang Fu, inviting Tao Wanin to offer incense and pray at Hanzhan Temple the following day. The Yong Wang Fei, Ji Qingwu, had a lucrative discussion to engage in with her. In Chapter 82, A Night's Intrusion into the Boudoir, Ji Qingwu intended to share dinner with Ji Qingwu, but the latter declined. The mere thought of dining with this affectionate couple, intruding upon their intimate world, filled her with an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. After leaving the Zhongyong home mansion, Ji Qingwu found herself deep in thought about the events of the next day while seated in the carriage. Upon returning to Wudong Garden, she changed into a light aquamarine gown with flowing sleeves and sat by the window, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she failed to notice another presence in the room. The woman's expression was solemn, under the dim light. She appeared less ethereal and more like a soldier preparing for battle. What could she be pondering so intently? Suddenly, Ji Qingwu felt someone gently touch her face, causing her to instinctively shrink back towards the window. When she gazed into the inky depths of Emperor Wu Su's eyes, she blinked in disbelief, realizing that he had not vanished. He was indeed there, not a figment of her imagination. The emperor had quietly entered Wudong Garden, and the guards of the Ji residence seemed utterly ineffectual. Realizing the proximity was insufficiently secure, Ji Qingwu took a step back and inquired, Your Majesty, when did you arrive? The act of intruding upon her chamber was becoming increasingly familiar. Just as you shed this sheer garment, the emperor remarked, playfully lifting the silver-red shawl of the gown she had just changed out of. He wore a moonlight-hued silk robe adorned with a red dragon, complemented by a crown of purple gold, and as he lowered his gaze upon her, it felt as though he towered above her in a lofty realm. Yet, his demeanor was flippant and casual, causing Ji Qingwu's ears to flush with warmth. She hastily snatched the gown and tossed it to the furthest corner of the couch. The emperor, however, remained silent, merely observing her as she disrobed. This realization sparked a flicker of annoyance within Ji Qingwu. She shifted to the inner side of the soft couch, avoiding eye contact with the emperor, her gaze fixated on the brocade box filled with fruit on the table. The emperor seated himself across from her at the low table, poured himself a cup of tea from a celadon teapot painted with lotus leaves, and leisurely scraped the floating tea leaves with the lid before offering it to her with a pleasant demeanor. I present this tea as a gesture of apology. Ji Qingwu glanced at the teacup before turning away. After the events of the previous night, it seemed as though something had transformed within her. She had wept unrestrainedly in front of him. Their bodies had been intimately close, and she had endured his ardent, searing kisses. Ji Qingwu was uncertain of her current feelings, yet she had no desire to engage with him. The reason for her reluctance stemmed from his uninvited intrusion into her room and his unabashed gaze as she changed her attire. Had she perused enough romantic literature, she would recognize this as a sign of a woman's infatuation, a desire to appear modest and dignified before her beloved. The emperor, however, seemed oblivious to her defiance. Raising his teacup to sip before placing it down, stating seriously, "I did not expect you to begin loosening your belt upon entering. By the time I realized, you were already left with only your undergarments, making it inappropriate for me to call out to you now." Ji Qingwu found it hard to believe his words. The gown she wore today was made of stiff yet exquisite fabric, beautiful indeed, but it constrained her too tightly. Hence, her first action upon entering was to remove her clothing, and distracted by her thoughts, she had undressed more swiftly than usual. Fortunately, she had opted for a light long dress instead of directly changing in her nightgown. Yet, there remained an opportunity to interrupt her. It was evidently intentional. Observing her sulking countenance, the emperor's amusement deepened, and he teased softly, "If an apology will not suffice, perhaps I could also undress for you?" What was he suggesting? And who would want to see that? Ji Qingwu finally met his gaze, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Yet, her words seemed to betray her own will. As she retorted defiantly, "Your Majesty's proposal is indeed commendable." The emperor's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. He took her hand and placed it upon his embroidered belt. Chuckling, "Ah Wu, why not take the initiative?" Having not seen him for 3 days, the sudden contact sent warmth flooding to her face. The emperor, with casual elegance, remarked, "Why not undress? Did you not previously claim you would remove my trousers? Here is your chance." Ji Qingwu felt utterly mortified, the drunken ramblings of her earlier statements now resurfacing. As she blushed fiercely, the emperor ceased his teasing, effortlessly pulling her onto his lap and embracing her. He inquired leisurely, "What have you been doing at home these past few days? Did he not send guards specifically to watch over her?" His fingers brushed through her long hair as he spoke gently, "But I wish to hear it from you. Are you lamenting that I did not come to see you sooner?" Ji Qingwu was taken aback, realizing that her words had been interpreted in such a manner. She replied, "This humble subject is grateful for your Majesty's visit. How could I dare to complain? Then do enlighten me. What do you wish to thank me for?" The emperor pressed further. She lowered her gaze, murmuring softly, "There is much to thank your Majesty for." Ji Qingwu suddenly recognized that the emperor had inadvertently assisted her in numerous matters, teaching her to draw a bow during the palace banquet, helping her evade blame after Princess Qingyun's accident, and rescuing her from peril on the dragon boat. She turned to face him earnestly, stating, "Your Majesty, for whatever you desire gratitude, I shall fulfill if it is within my power." The room was brightly lit, yet his gaze was profoundly somber. He spoke quietly, "I'm not one to demand repayment for favors." Subsequently, the emperor tightened his embrace, as if to secure her within his arms forever. His chest radiated warmth, enveloping her heart. Ji Qingwu remained still, nestled against him. After a moment, he chuckled softly, "However, if Ah Wu wishes to repay me with your body, I would not be opposed." She lifted her head, her eyes widening in surprise, and clarified, "This humble subject does not offer herself in exchange for favors." The warmth of her breath brushed against his chin and neck. The emperor gazed at her intently for a long moment before suddenly lifting her face. Ji Qingwu was aware of what was about to transpire, yet her body moved of its own accord, yielding to her innermost desires. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her soft form against his warm embrace. The emperor shivered slightly, leaning in to seek her lips. However, Ji Qingwu turned her head, resting her chin against his neck and drawing close to his ear. In Chapter 83, A Whiff of Danger, discussing the past, Ji Qingwu spoke in a gentle, soft tone. "However, if it is your Majesty's request, I might make an exception." Echoing his earlier words, the emperor turned his head to gaze at her earlobe, his eyes deep and serious as he inquired, how would Ah Wu make an exception? She smiled, her lips near his ear, and replied, with no means to repay, I can only embrace you. With that, she tightened her hold around his neck, pressing her supple waist against his solid chest. The lightweight, aquamarine garment she wore felt cool against the heat of the summer night, and her proximity was as soothing as embracing a piece of jade soaked in spring water. Yet, the emperor could only savor this moment for an instant. Ji Qingwu's notion of repayment was merely a fleeting embrace before she shyly withdrew. Such an innocent enticement followed by a hasty retreat was indeed a perilous act. Seizing the moment of his surprise, Ji Qingwu believed she had moved swiftly, retreating to the window to gauge his reaction. The emperor smiled silently, appearing particularly warm. However, Ji Qingwu sensed an impending danger. With remarkable speed and strength, he pressed her back against the window frame, and as she extended her arms to fend him off, he effortlessly subdued her with one arm. She could only watch as he leaned in closer. The imposing figure of Wasudi bore down increasingly upon Ji Qingwu, whose slender frame bent like a delicate flower beneath his weight. Pressed against the window's frame, she felt a twinge of pain and pushed against him with futile determination, only to have her hand grasped firmly in his. His voice resonated deeper than the night outside, yet his eyes sparkled brighter than the moon on the horizon. What are you running from? Have you not yet recognized your predicament? Ji Qingwu's cheek was pinched by his fingers as she hurriedly articulated her acknowledgement. I see it clearly. But words are of no use at this moment. As her last vestiges of awareness began to fade, she pondered how one could wield words with such martial prowess. On the battlefield, Wasudi exhibited unparalleled wisdom and might, his strategies infallible. In the realm of verbal duels, he was equally formidable, achieving victory with relentless precision. Ji Qingwu, however, was merely a superficial combatant, utterly defenseless against his advances, yielding to him with feeble attempts to solicit a swift cessation of hostilities. The pale pink of her cheeks deepened to crimson, and only then did Wasudi relent. Ji Qingwu nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, gasping for breath. Wasudi's arm tightened around her waist, his gaze sweeping over her features with a dark intensity. With a sigh, he inquired, when will you reveal your true self to me? His brow furrowed slightly as he covered her eyes with his hand, his tone impatient. Do not look at me like that. His palm obscured much of her face. Leaving Ji Qingwu bewildered, she blinked uncomfortably, her lashes brushing against his hand. Pouting in mild discontent, she felt the tension in the air as Wasudi's breath caught, and he lowered himself upon her once more. Ji Qingwu's vulnerable back collided painfully against the window frame, causing her to shudder. Realizing her discomfort, Wasudi paused, lifting her and carrying her to the spacious bed within. His gaze swept over the pale blue canopy, noting the absence of the maid and her personal belongings. Jiujiu is residing in Anjouan, Ji Qingwu explained. According to Qiao, once Jiujiu reaches a certain age, she should live independently, as is customary in noble families. However, fearing that Jiujiu might not adjust well to life in linen, I chose to keep her close. Wasudi nodded, his voice flat. It should have been this way from the beginning. He continued to manipulate Ji Qingwu's position, flipping her over, her face pressed into the soft pillow as she attempted to rise. But he held her down, saying, stay still, I need to check for injuries. The water blue gown was removed, revealing the pristine white undergarment adorned with intricate lotus embroidery at the collar, which shimmered faintly against her skin. As he lifted her garment, exposing her back and the enticing curve of her waist, Ji Qingwu felt a loss of security in her state of undress. The smoothness of her back bore 2 deep red marks between her shoulder blades, striking against her alabaster skin. Although not as severe as it appeared, her delicate skin easily bore the marks of any pressure, yet they faded swiftly. Grasping her undergarment, she reassured him, it's nothing. It will fade by tomorrow. Wasudi furrowed his brow, querying, do you have any ointment for the pain? Ji Qingwu lifted her head slightly from the pillow, replying, it only hurts if touched. There is no need for ointment. I've endured worse injuries from falling off a horse. Her words trailed off as Wasudi's demeanor darkened, his voice cold as he asked, what happened when you fell from the horse? That incident occurred among the northern troops while she sought a rare plant to cheer up Wei Ting. Hidden beneath the surface of the sand, she fell, feeling as if her back might break from the agony. The cook who tended to her later remarked on the gruesome sight of her bruised back. Compared to her current predicament, the marks from the window frame seemed trivial. However, it was not the moment to recount such tales, and Ji Qingwu awkwardly rubbed her neck, burying her face into the pillow. Silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, Ji Qingwu dared to glance up, only to find the tall figure had vanished without a word, leaving her to ponder the inscrutable nature of the emperor's heart. She shifted her position, feeling a faint ache in her back, but compared to the pain from her fall, it was negligible. Gazing at the blue canopy, she contemplated the plans for the following day before succumbing to slumber. The next day, a carriage from the Zhongyong Marquis' residence arrived at the entrance of the Ji family. As Ji Qingwu prepared to depart, she faced a dilemma. A clingy little attachment had formed around her leg. Jiu, having not spent time with her mother, pouted in discontent, adamantly refusing to let her go. Why was her mother leaving so early? Was there a child outside more adorable, obedient, and intelligent than her? With small hands covering her eyes, the little girl sobbed, peeking through her fingers to gauge her mother's expression. Ji Qingwu recognized that Jiu was feigning tears, yet her heart softened at the sight. Realizing time was of the essence, she sighed and lifted the little girl. You can come along, but you must not cry or run about, understood? The little girl immediately ceased her act, cupping Ji Qingwu's face and cheerfully declaring, Jiu will be good and stick close to mother. The incense at Hanzhan Temple was traditionally abundant, but recently, the number of visitors had swelled. Carriages of noble ladies and young misses congested the temple entrance, creating a blockade, while worshippers flocked to offer prayers and light oil lamps. The carriage from the Zhongyong Marquis' residence could only halt more than half a mile away from the temple. Ji Qingwu had never witnessed such fervor at a temple before. Curiously, she asked, elder sister, why has Hanzhan Temple attracted so many visitors? Established by the esteemed monk Han Shanzi over a millennium ago, the temple had withstood the test of time, flourishing through numerous dynasties, housing treasured Buddhist relics such as the dragon scriptures and Vajra pestle. Ji Qingwu gracefully descended from the carriage with Chuanqing's support, continuing. Those who frequent the temple typically seek blessings for their family's prosperity. Recently, the influx of worshippers has surged due to Master Liaoran's return from his pilgrimage. Ji Qingwu, one arm cradling Jiu, nimbly jumped from the carriage, leaving Chuanqing momentarily stunned. Ji Qingwu chuckled. I recall that fifth sister is not born under the sign of the monkey. Ji Qingwu pointed at the little girl in her arms, smiling. Jiu is. She then asked, is Master Liaoran a remarkably powerful monk? The name resonated with an air of purity and benevolence. Ji Qingwu nodded. Master Liaoran possesses profound meditation skills and is renowned for his accurate fortune-telling. Many come to him for personal readings. Observing the sea of people before them, Ji Qingwu exclaimed, but with so many waiting, how can Master Liaoran possibly attend to them, all from dawn till dusk? The monk only prophesies for those with fate, each year. No more than 3 are granted a reading. Only 3 a year? Ji Qingwu struggled to comprehend why so many would wait for what seemed a nearly impossible chance. Ji Qingwu, covering her lips with her hand, leaned in closer to whisper. When the current emperor was still the heir of Yong and Marquis, Master Liaoran had already predicted his destiny, foreseeing that he would ascend to the throne. Such mystique left Ji Qingwu skeptical yet intrigued. Ji Qingwu had arranged to meet the Princess of Yong at the Frost Bell Pavilion in the southeast corner of Hanzhan Temple. As the appointed time approached, they awaited the princess's arrival, who seemed delayed, likely hindered by the heavy traffic. Having arrived, it is customary to offer incense and express one's heartfelt intentions. Ji Qingwu followed Ji Qingwu into the Xiong Bao Dian to kneel in reverence. Before the multitude of deities, Ji Qingwu pressed her palms together, silently reciting, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed deities. It is said that one does not enter the 3 treasures hall without cause. I hope for a smooth journey and the fulfillment of my wishes. Jiu imitated their gestures, eyes closed, her small hands moving in prayer, unaware of the wish she had made. Yet she too bowed sincerely. As Ji Qingwu rose slowly, holding the little girl's hand, a young monk in a gray, knee-length robe appeared before them. Benefactor, the master requests your presence. The patrons of the Xiong Bao Dian turned to observe, their expressions a mix of astonishment, envy, and jealousy. Ji Qingwu surmised the identity of the master the young monk referred to. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, she felt compelled to accept. Regardless of the accuracy of fortune-telling, she would only heed the pleasant predictions. Ji Qingwu inquired, may I bring my daughter along? The young monk bowed, slightly of course. Please follow me. The Zen room of Master Liao Ran was nestled among towering Bodhi trees, revealing only the apricot yellow beams and a weathered temple bell at the entrance. Upon entering, Ji Qingwu observed a man seated on a mat in the center, clad in a beige silk robe, his demeanor grave and composed. However, she was puzzled as to why he was not bald. Master Liao Ran, with his back to her, spoke, "Benefactor, please take a seat." Ji Qingwu, guiding Xiuqiu to sit opposite him on the mat, was further astonished upon seeing the Master's face, which did not resemble the kind old man she had envisioned. Master Liao Ran opened his eyes, his voice resonant as a bell. "I have sensed a kindred spirit in you, wishing to discern your fortune." The venerable monk appeared to be in his 30s. Ji Qingwu respectfully replied, "Thank you, Master." However, Master Liao Ran continued, "Both of you are fated to receive a reading, but only one may be foretold." Without hesitation, Ji Qingwu pointed to the little girl beside her. "Then please read the fortune of this young benefactor." She was well aware of her own fate and deemed it unnecessary to delve into it further. Master Liao Ran, seeing her decisiveness, intoned Ba and instructed, "Please have the young benefactor place her palms upward on her knees." Ji Qingwu softly urged, "Qiuqiu, do as the master says." The little girl obediently complied. Master Liao Ran closed his eyes, his eyelids fluttering as if the orbs beneath were in constant motion. After the burning of half a stick of incense, Master Liao Ran reopened his eyes, revealing veins of crimson within them, and proclaimed, "The official star shines brightly, blessed with fortune and prosperity, a strong financial star." His words resonated with auspiciousness, and Ji Qingwu nodded in satisfaction, stroking Xiuqiu's head, recognizing her as a child of great fortune. The Master's predictions were indeed accurate. Yet, Master Liao Ran continued, his eyes alight with intensity. "The Emperor Star guards you, auspicious stars encircle you, gazing upon the purple pole, aspiring towards the mystical abyss." Ji Qingwu, though not well-versed in classical literature, sensed an unsettling implication. The Emperor Star and purple pole traditionally signified a royal destiny. She gazed in profound astonishment. "Master, might you reconsider the calculations?" The young monk beside her interjected, "Benefactor, the master requires tranquility for contemplation. Kindly step outside." Ji Qingwu, cradling the little girl, exited the Zen room, her heart filled with curiosity regarding the Master's predictions. How accurate could they truly be? As she made her way towards the Shuangzhong Pavilion in the southeast, she encountered Chuanxing, who had come in search of her. "Fifth Miss, the Princess Consort of Yong has arrived." Ji Qingwu quickened her pace. The accuracy of the reading could be debated, but one must take control of their own destiny. Within the Shuangzhong Pavilion, two figures were seated upon mats. One was Ji Qingwu, and the other, adorned in a scarlet satin gown with intricate floral patterns, was the Princess Consort of Yong. Ji Qingwu approached, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the Princess Consort." Tao Wanin lifted her gaze and replied, "Qingwu, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Sit and converse." Ji Qingwu settled beside her elder sister, exchanging a glance with the Princess Consort, only to furrow her brow. Chapter 85. News of joy from the Wangfu. Peculiar illness. The Princess Consort of Yong appeared fatigued. Her complexion paled despite the thick makeup that failed to conceal her pallor. Ji Qingwu recalled that during the last banquet for the Empress Dowager, the Princess Consort had not looked so unwell. What could have transpired in such a short time? Could it be that Yong had fallen ill, causing his wife to worry excessively? Ji Qingwu subtly clenched her fingers. The success of her plans hinged on the couple's estrangement. Tao Wanin observed her, speaking gently. "It has been a while since I last saw you, Qingwu. You have grown even more enchanting." This was no mere flattery. Among the three, her vitality was the most vibrant. Although Ji Qingwu had been confined to the courtyard recently, she had eaten well and rested soundly, her complexion blooming with health. Tao Wanin gazed enviously at the innocent little girl. Qingwu's daughter is utterly charming. Even the emperor took a liking to her during the palace gathering. At the Empress Dowager's banquet, Ji Qingwu had stayed home to rest, and she smiled while asking, "The emperor has met Xiuqiu?" Tao Wanin covered her mouth with a handkerchief, laughing softly. "Not only has he met her, but he also held her. The child is quite bold and even kissed the emperor." Ji Qingwu looked at Ji Qingwu in amazement. Is that true? Her impression of the emperor, though dignified and remarkable, was that he was not one to engage closely with others. The emperor's stern demeanor had frightened many children of officials, yet Xiuqiu showed no fear. Could it be a matter of destiny? Uncertain how to explain, Ji Qingwu simply smiled and nodded. Xiuqiu, with her delicate beauty, would surely endear herself to anyone. It was reasonable to assume the emperor wished for abundant progeny. Ji Qingwu tenderly caressed the little girl's cheek. The little one seemed restless, as if there were invisible pins beneath her, fidgeting rather than sitting still. Ji Qingwu understood that she longed to play outside, but today she had promised to behave and stay close. Xiuqiu, why not play with Sister Chunqing at the door? The little girl scampered off joyfully, dashing out like a gust of wind, while Chunqing curtsied and hurried after her. With the door of the pavilion closed and no children present, the three women could converse openly. Ji Qingwu had not seen Tao Wanyin for half a month, and, noticing her poor complexion, expressed concern. Wanyin, what is troubling you? You appear unwell. Tao Wanyin replied calmly, It is nothing. I simply have not slept well these past few nights. Xiang, the maidservant attending the princess consort, stomped her foot in frustration. Princess consort, you are too kind-hearted. If it weren't for concubine Du causing trouble, you wouldn't have been delayed for so long. Tao Wanyin shot her a disapproving glance. Xiang, mind your manners. Turning back to Ji Qingwu, she continued, Ronger, it seems your pregnancy is becoming evident. I noticed from afar that your waist has thickened. Ji Qingwu touched her belly and replied, I have been able to eat quite a bit lately. Perhaps it is merely weight gain. In truth, Tao Wanyin had married a year before Ji Qingwu and was aware that her counterpart had longed for a child. She did not wish to bring up sensitive topics. The princess consort gazed longingly at Ji Qingwu's abdomen, unable to divert her gaze, and said with difficulty, The Wangfu will soon have joyous news. Ji Qingwu, observing the weariness in her expression and recalling Xiang's earlier remarks, quickly asked, Is concubine Du expecting again? The princess consort nodded. Once, many had envied Tao Wanyin for marrying Yong Wang. Now, just as many were covertly criticizing her. The only illegitimate son of the Wangfu was born to concubine Du, and with a child now, she could sit at the same level as the princess consort. In this latest instance of pregnancy, she had been clamoring for several days to eat blood swallow, yet the storeroom held only white swallow. Blood swallow was a tribute, reserved for favored concubines within the palace. Previously, all the blood swallow had been bestowed upon her by the Empress Dowager, who, seeing the difficulties of her first pregnancy, had generously gifted it all to her. The early morning commotion unsettled the Wang residence. Should she bear a son, it would indeed overshadow her position as the primary wife. The Wangfei lowered her head and lifted a cup of clear tea to her lips without drinking, merely to conceal the tears shimmering in her eyes. Noticing her dejected expression, Ji Qingwu understood her distress and promptly changed the subject. Wanyin, as I mentioned before, my fifth sister possesses exceptional medical skills concerning women's pregnancies and childbirth. My successful conception is largely thanks to her. She grasped Tao Wanyin's hand and continued, Shall we have Qingwu examine you? The Wangfei had come specifically for this purpose, and she nodded, Please trouble Qingwu. Xiang fetched a soft cushion and placed it on the low table, after which Ji Qingwu washed her hands and began to check her pulse. The pulse was slow and intermittent, indicating a deficiency of spirit and emotional blockage, mirroring the Wangfei's own state. Tao Wanyin inquired, Is it due to my poor constitution that I have not conceived? The Wangfei's constitution was originally conducive to childbearing, but illness had hindered her. Ji Qingwu shook her head and explained, It is not a matter of poor constitution, but rather of cold, damp obstruction. This condition can vary in severity. Tao Wanyin, puzzled, asked, Qingwu, could you elaborate? Ji Qingwu hesitated. Wangfei, there are certain matters concerning women that I would prefer to discuss privately with you. Ji Qingwu, the elder sister, immediately understood, smiling, I too have grown weary. I shall accompany Xiang outside to see what Jiujiu is playing with. Once the two exited and closed the door, Tao Wanyin's gaze shifted to the woman before her. Qingwu, now that it is just the two of us, please speak candidly. I can bear it. Is my condition truly serious? Seeing the Wangfei's one appearance, Ji Qingwu knew she had been troubled by this ailment for a long time. She spoke softly, Wangfei, please rest assured, it is not a grave illness. It can be treated, but the cause of this ailment is not suitable for third parties to overhear. Tao Wanyin felt perplexed. The Wong residents had monthly visits from physicians for health checks. What kind of ailment required such discretion? Ji Qingwu asked, Wang Fei, do you often experience lower abdominal pain? With irregular occurrences, painful at times, accompanied by weakness in the waist and knees? The Wang Fei nodded, her expression earnest. Yes, I thought it was due to excessive coolness. Even avoiding cold foods, it fluctuates between good and bad. When I consulted a doctor, they merely said it was due to my excessive worries. This doctor, whether they could only discern superficial symptoms or intentionally concealed the truth from the Wang Fei, was unclear. Ji Qingwu pondered the pulse she had felt earlier, her brow slightly furrowing as she continued. Wang Fei, have you previously experienced any unusual bleeding? For her reaction, Ji Qingwu was not surprised. She assured with bright eyes, Wang Fei, you need not worry. I am a healer, and all of this is for your ailment. Please, you must be honest with me. Our conversation today will remain confidential. Tao Wanin's voice was barely a whisper. There's been bleeding perhaps more than half a year ago, but that was the only instance. What ailment do I have? Ji Qingwu revealed her diagnosis. It is a condition known as leukorrhea. Leukorrhea? Tao Wanin had heard of it. It was not considered a proper illness, but rather one that befell unclean women. Her face paled further as she asked, is this the kind of filthy disease associated with courtesans? Ji Qingwu immediately shook her head and clarified, this condition is not akin to venereal diseases. It is also common among married women. But what? Tao Wanin pressed anxiously. If she truly had contracted a filthy disease, she might as well drown herself. As the daughter of a high official, she had always been well-educated and adhered strictly to propriety, never having engaged in any indiscretions, maintaining a life of self-restraint and clarity. Why had such a shameful ailment befallen her? Ji Qingwu looked into her eyes and slowly stated, it is more likely not your fault. Women often contract this condition due to unclean relations, and it is highly probable that Tao Wanin's posture slumped as the weight of the implication crashed down on her. The mere suggestion did not need to be completed. Tao Wanin understood. She had been virtuous and adhered to decorum, so the issue must lie with the wayward Prince Yong. The concubines brought into the residence, she had thought, were a great humiliation to her as the primary wife. Yet the true humiliation paled in comparison to the realization of this ailment. To bear a disease contracted from some unknown woman, inflicting pain upon her body, leading her to believe her own health was fragile. The prince had remarked on her narrow-mindedness, that her inability to tolerate others was the reason for her constant ill health, causing her much distress. Noticing the Wang Fei clutching her heart and gasping in despair, Ji Qingwu felt reluctant, but knew she had to clarify. Wang Fei, this ailment is likely due to your partner. Furthermore, your inability to conceive since marriage is also a consequence of this condition. The maternal body has been compromised, affecting fetal development. The Wang Fei's previous abnormal bleeding was not merely a matter of an unclean menstrual cycle, but rather, Tao Wanin's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling. Ji Qingwu calmly uttered the words, miscarriage. Tao Wanin lowered her head, and soon, a tear fell in her teacup, creating ripples. When she looked up again, her eyes were red, devoid of tears. She grasped Ji Qingwu's sleeve in a desperate plea, like a drowning person clutching a piece of driftwood. Qingwu, you just said this condition can be cured. How can it be treated? Please help me. Ji Qingwu met her gaze and softly replied, Wang Fei, I will assist you. I came here to offer my help. She held the hand that clutched her sleeve, sharing warmth. Not only your ailment, but your situation in the Wang residence, and the Prince Yong's shortcomings towards you. Feeling the Wang Fei's hand gradually warm, Ji Qingwu's eyes shone with resolve. I will help you with all of this. The Wang Fei's condition was typically challenging for most doctors, prone to recurrence, but for Ji Qingwu, it was not a difficult task. Within the Shuangzhong pavilion, Ji Qingwu quickly wrote out a prescription and handed it to Tao Wanin. Setting down her brush, she cautioned, this prescription is tailored to the Wang Fei's constitution, but please take care to prepare the ingredients precisely as indicated. Even the slightest variation could greatly diminish its efficacy. At that moment, Tao Wanin regarded Ji Qingwu as a divine savior sent to rescue her. She eagerly nodded, Qingwu, I will personally go to King Chuntang to oversee the doctor in preparing the medicine. Ji Qingwu continued, if administered correctly, you will see improvement in 7 days. Joy sparkled in Tao Wanin's eyes, her gratitude evident. However, Ji Qingwu's expression appeared somewhat hesitant. With newfound hope, Tao, Wanning earnestly asked. Speak freely. I shall cooperate. Ji Qingwu looked at her and inquired, Wang Fei, have you considered divorcing Prince Yong? The notion of divorce had never crossed Tao Wanning's mind. She bitterly replied, in marrying into the royal family, there is no talk of divorce, only the finality of death. Given her father's stern character, he would only encourage her to endure. And furthermore, the Tao family had already tied their fortunes to Prince Yong. Even in her demise, the family would swiftly replace her, filling her position anew. Ji Qingwu understood she would not divorce, but it was merely a test. She spoke with bright, spirited eyes. If that is the case, Wang Fei, to establish your position in the Wang residence, you must hasten to bear a legitimate heir. Tao Wanning's gaze flickered. Her feelings towards Prince Yong were now complex. She was taught the principles of womanhood from a young age, and Prince Yong was her husband, deserving of her respect and love, a duty she adhered to diligently. Yet now, she pondered what merit he held that warranted such devotion. Alas, a consort without offspring would inevitably face increasing hardships in the days to come. Perhaps it was wise to seek a form of support for her later years. Ji Qingwu discarded the cooled tea, reaching for the kettle atop the hot stove, and spoke composedly, what I desire is for the princess to bear the sole legitimate heir of the royal household. Only? Tao Wanning exclaimed in astonishment. Ji Qingwu fixed her gaze upon her, her bright eyes momentarily cold. Should Prince Yong lose his ability to procreate henceforth, the child you bear will undoubtedly be the only legitimate heir of the Yong prince's estate. Tao Wanning's expression froze. If Prince Yong were to become incapable of siring children, he would no longer indulge in fleeting pleasures, thereby alleviating her resentment. More importantly, her position within the palace would remain unassailable, and she would have the upper hand over any barren concubines, preventing the emergence of more due concubines. It seemed an entirely beneficial strategy for her. Yet the execution appeared utterly fantastical. Tao Wanning sighed and said mournfully, it is easy to speak of, but how can one accomplish it? Ji Qingwu raised an eyebrow and produced a carefully prepared item from her sleeve. Your Highness, I happen to possess an intriguing prescription that can enhance a man's virility. During a woman's fertile period, it is sure to yield offspring. However, once this remedy is used, he shall no longer exhibit such vigor. Her fair fingers pinched a thin sheet of paper. In a week, once the princess's ailment improves, this prescription can be employed. After a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, Tao Wanning's resolve solidified as she grasped the prescription tightly in her hand. Qingwu eagerly awaits the good news from the princess, wishing for your early announcement of joy. Rising, Tao Wanning's elegant demeanor underwent a tangible transformation as she looked down at her. Today, I only take one prescription from Miss Ji. Ji Qingwu promptly knelt on the mat, bowing her head with a faint smile. I bid farewell to the princess. Chapter 87. The widow who destroys her husband. Unable to marry again, the young princess departed first, and Ji Qingwu and her companions wandered around the bell tower of the temple. Upon exiting, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of people at the main gate. They squeezed through the layers of the crowd to escape. Ji Qingwu, in her delicate condition, grew weary easily, and Ji Qingwu was not one to relish the commotion. They made their way toward the direction of the carriage. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu heard a familiar voice. I carry the flesh and blood of my lord within me. How can you abandon me? The tone was plaintive and sorrowful, reminiscent of something she had encountered before. Ji Qingwu's thoughts shifted, even without seeing the woman's face. She knew who it was. Someone angrily shouted, this little harlot, how dare you invade a place of Buddha's purity? If you don't leave, I shall report you and have you imprisoned. A woman around 40 years old expressed her disdain. Is she out of her mind? She randomly clings to handsome men encountered on the road, calling them my lord and refusing to leave. An elderly woman nearby bellowed louder. Today, she has latched onto the young master of the left capital inspector. Truly shameless. Bah! A lowly wench from the brothel. The woman had aroused the wrath of the crowd, who began to hurl offerings of fruits at her. Yet, she stood silently in the midst of it all, head bowed, neither dodging nor avoiding the torrent of anger. Should I have Chuanqing accompany you? Ye Qingronk inquired. The woman, clad in a gauzy garment resembling willow branches, was none other than Mo Lingling, the maid from the too fragrant pavilion who had entangled herself with Ji Qingwu by the river during the Duanwu festival. At that moment, the man she had been pursuing had long since departed, leaving her to endure the tumult of public outrage alone. Someone deliberately threw a large pear towards her belly. But Ji Qingwu, quick of reflex, reached out to catch it. She turned her head, raising an eyebrow. Just as well. I was thirsty and wanted a pear. Thank you. Hearing such a refreshing tone, rather than insults, Mo Lingling lifted her gaze, her expression bewildered. Ji Qingwu tilted her head and waved her hand. Why are you just standing there? Come here. And who are you to meddle? Are you also a prostitute from the Too Fragrant Pavilion? Ji Qingwu remained where she was, listening with a smile to their discussions about her. It's her, no wonder, like attracts like the Ji family isn't a prominent household. How could they associate with a brothel girl? Just a widow who destroys her husband and cannot marry again. Although they spoke in hushed tones, Ji Qingwu still caught several key phrases. Mo Lingling had heard rumors about this Miss Ji, and was surprised that the delicate girl before her was indeed the one. Ji Qingwu noticed her hesitation to approach, a stark contrast to her actions that night, which struck her as odd. Ignoring the gossiping women, she directly seized Mo Lingling's wrist. If you linger here, you'll find yourself setting up a stall for selling fruits and pastries. Mo Lingling struggled a few times, but Ji Qingwu's grip was firm. Her strength was more than adequate to subdue an ordinary woman. She assertively pulled her from the crowd until they reached a secluded pond behind Hanshan Temple. Releasing her hold, Ji Qingwu noticed the redness around Mo Lingling's wrist and apologized. In my haste, I didn't control my strength. Are you all right? Mo Lingling rubbed her wrist cautiously, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Why do you want to help me? In recent days, the men she had pursued numbered close to 80. Yet she was reluctant to grow too close to any woman, acutely aware of her status, knowing she would only face scorn from the noble ladies. The Ji family belonged to the maternal clan of the Empress. Regardless of how many times Miss Ji had been wed, she could never compare to Mo Lingling. Seeing her expression of despondency, Ji Qingwu stated directly, on the 5th day of the 5th month, by the Riverside Lantern Market, you were rescued by me. Yet now you are so cold towards me? Mo Lingling was taken aback, her large eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Ji Qingwu's features in astonishment. It truly is you. Are you a broken sleeve, or do you have a penchant for cross-dressing? Broken sleeve? Where does that come from? Ji Qingwu raised her hands in a gesture of innocence. Neither. Like you, I am simply a woman. Mo Lingling suddenly stepped closer, reaching for her chest. Ji Qingwu, startled by the gesture, instinctively retreated, crossing her arms. Mo Lingling gazed at her hands, soft and feminine, confirming that she was indeed a genuine woman. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but twitch her lips. I do not share that inclination. Mo Lingling huffed, a proud expression on her face as she spoke self-deprecatingly. Why did you pull me over? Others would rather stay 8 feet away from me, fearing that breathing the same air as a brothel dweller would tarnish their reputations. Ji Qingwu raised an eyebrow. I was merely curious. Curious about what? Mo Lingling retorted. As they say, I am a maid from the Too Fragrant Pavilion. Women avoid me like the plague. Yet you are willing to associate with me. That makes me even more curious. Ji Qingwu observed the curves beneath her gauzy garment, her words layered with meaning. If you truly seek a father for the child within you, your beauty should make it an easy task. To be a maid at the Too Fragrant Pavilion, one must possess both stunning beauty and the ability to navigate the intricacies of powerful men. She was no fool. Moreover, she was not a greedy person. Last time, Mo Lingling had mentioned she could redeem herself from the Too Fragrant Pavilion, clearly without the intention of relying on a powerful benefactor. What exactly are you trying to say? Mo Lingling's expression revealed traces of impatience. Ji Qingwu calmly analyzed. The men you pursue are all upright and courteous scholars, such as the 5th young master of the Left Capital Inspector, who is famously strict about propriety in linen. He would never meet your gaze in the street. You must have known he would reject you. Ji Qingwu's piercing gaze fixed upon her. Mo Lingling's eyes began to dart about, realizing she had been seen through. Chapter 88. The Red Lotus shines brightly. Yin and Yang unite. Behind Ji Qingwu stood a towering willow tree. The willow branches drooped by the pond's edge, swayed by the wind behind the young woman. Dressed in a cerulean gown, Ji Qingwu resembled a slender tree, her eyes and brows resembling the hazy grace of willows. Yet her stature stood tall and resolute. Observing Mo Lingling's evident anxiety, Ji Qingwu continued. Your grand display suggests that you wish for the entire city to know of your pregnancy, as you seek a father for the child within you. What purpose does this serve? Caught off guard by the accuracy of Ji Qingwu's insight, Mo Lingling's face flushed with indignation. It is for no reason. You think too much. With that, she spun on her heel, eager to depart. Ji Qingwu refrained from stopping her, but softly remarked, "You are compelling the true father of your unborn child to appear, are you not? Having grasped your wrist earlier, I discreetly checked your pulse. Yet if you continue down this path, the fetus may not survive long enough for him to arrive." A tremor coursed through Mo Lingling's shoulders, and she halted. Ji Qingwu's mention of the child stirred a crack in her heart. In such close proximity, Ji Qingwu had already sensed the scent of mugwort emanating from Mo Lingling, indicating that she was aware of the instability of her pregnancy and had resorted to the traditional method of moxibustion for preservation. "I have no better alternatives. This is all I can do," Mo Lingling admitted wearily. Ji Qingwu inquired, "But is the child's father unwilling to take responsibility? You have made your condition public. Even a blind and mute man ought to have heard about it." "I believe he is simply too busy," Mo Lingling replied softly. Ji Qingwu gazed up at the cerulean sky, pondering in silence for a long moment, feeling at a loss for words. She realized she should not pry and ought to respect the paths of individual destinies. Shaking her head, she turned to leave. Ji Qingwu slowed her pace and asked, "Is it official business? Is he a court official?" "I did not say that." Mo Lingling covered her mouth, fearful of revealing too much. Ji Qingwu decisively stated, "Then do not speak." She continued walking, but after a few dozen steps, she stopped before a fork in the path, uncertain of which route to take. In her haste to pull Mo Lingling along, she had not taken note of the way. Eventually, they wandered into a secluded path, devoid of human presence, save for the chorus of birds and frogs. After a prolonged silence, Mo Lingling could no longer contain herself. "Ji Fifth Miss," she called. The narrow path, flanked by weeds over a meter high, forced Ji Qingwu to gather her skirts as she walked. Biting her lip, Mo Lingling felt a kinship with Ji Qingwu and decided to voice the thoughts that had been troubling her. If the one you admire is a person of high repute, and you are acutely aware that your backgrounds and statuses are mismatched, making a union fraught with difficulty, would you still strive for it? It seemed her disparity with the child's father was vast. He must be a high-ranking official. Ji Qingwu pushed aside the wayward blades of grass, perplexed by Mo Lingling's inquiry. Why must one be worthy of such a union? Mo Lingling fell silent, softly replying, "Marriage is not a matter of matching social standings. Would you be willing to marry a courtesan?" Ji Qingwu asked. "Of course not," Mo Lingling exclaimed. Ji Qingwu chuckled lightly. "You are discerning in your culinary choices, seeking exquisite garments and jewelry. Why then, in the matter of selecting a husband, would you not seek the finest?" Mo Lingling stared blankly for a long while before lamenting. "I am like a cloud compared to mud. No matter how confident I am, I feel incapable of holding my head high before him. You belittle yourself, and naturally, others will not regard you highly. Did you not find him appealing due to his renown and status?" Ji Qingwu questioned. "Xiangyang is a prosperous land, and you need not sit for examinations as men do. What have you traversed mountains and waters for?" In response to her probing, Mo Lingling rolled up her sleeve, revealing a large scar. Ji Qingwu instinctively took a step back, her eyes widening in alarm. "I mean you no harm. Just look for yourself," Mo Lingling insisted, revealing the mark on her right arm. "I am the daughter of a fallen minister. My father was once the county magistrate of Xiangyang, but he was falsely accused of corruption and perished in prison due to treachery." Mo Lingling recounted with the calmness of recounting another's tale. "As a result, I became a courtesan." Ji Qingwu's understanding deepened. She recognized the innocent spark that occasionally flickered within Mo Lingling. "He has promised to help me clear my father's name, and I have been waiting for him," Mo Lingling added, her gaze lowered. "Your matters are not for me to comment upon," Ji Qingwu said as she gently lowered Mo Lingling's rolled sleeve, cautioning, "Take care of your health. Do not catch a chill." Having not received genuine concern in a long while, Mo Lingling's eyes grew misty. She blinked hard, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. Seeking to change the subject, she asked, "Ji Fifth Miss, you seem remarkably astute regarding matters of the heart. What sort of man was your husband?" "The one who has passed," Ji Qingwu replied succinctly, turning on her heel and resuming her silence. At Han Han Temple, in Master Liao Ran's meditation chamber, a distinguished guest arrived shortly after Ji Qingwu's departure. A delicate and elegant set of porcelain teaware was presented before him. Master Liao Ran poured tea for this esteemed visitor, The fragrance of the tea mingling with the warmth of the charcoal fire. The jade cup filled with a verdant brew. Emperor Wu Su lifted the tea bowl, savoring its aroma before taking a sip. Acceptable, he remarked. Master Liao Ran nodded in satisfaction. Receiving such praise was a rare achievement, given that previous teas had earned less favorable reviews. Seated across from each other at a meticulously carved chessboard, an unsolved game lay before them. The last time I sought an audience with Your Majesty, I was unable to meet you. Today, however, Your Majesty seems inclined to grace my humble abode. Master Liao Ran noted. I understand your purpose, Emperor Wu Su replied, adopting a more familiar tone. Master Liao Ran sat in stillness, stating, the red lotus glimmers. I have sensed this, and came to remind Your Majesty to sever ties promptly, lest you become ensnared. The red jade radiates brilliance, and two conditions must be met. First, to find the woman who aligns with the heavenly path. Second, the emperor must feel the stirrings of his heart. Master Liao Ran's previous audience had been a counsel of warning. Emperor Wu Su picked up a white piece, pinching it between his fingers, responding nonchalantly. One must not be swayed by material circumstances to influence them. I must immerse myself in the game to command realms. The finality of his words coincided with the sound of the piece falling into place. Master Liao Ran sighed deeply, placing a black piece on the board. I hope Your Majesty will reconsider. An emperor must align himself with the heavenly way and cultivate the path of detachment. The black and white pieces on the chessboard represented a balance of power. Emperor Wu Su raised his hand, power surging through him as he placed his piece decisively. It was she who lifted his tent flap. It was she who reappeared in Linen City. Emperor Wu Su's gaze hardened as he declared, the path of detachment? The unity of yin and yang is also the heavenly way. Ji Qingwu walked in silence until she found herself in an impasse. Before them stood a small door of yellow sandalwood, roughly 6 feet high. We did not enter through here, Mo Lingling said, scratching her head, oblivious to the route. I truly do not know. I followed you. They had initially entered Hanzhan Temple through a spacious gate suitable for carriages, not through this narrow door meant for one. By chance, they had discovered a back route to Hanzhan Temple. Mo Lingling looked at Ji Qingwu, placing a hand on her abdomen. I feel a bit of pain. Ji Qingwu grasped her wrist, checking her pulse for a moment. It was erratic, confirming Mo Lingling's words. Let us rest here for a while. Nearby the yellow sandalwood door were a few clean stones, and they settled down. Give me your arm, Ji Qingwu instructed. Mo Lingling, confused but compliant, extended her arm. Ji Qingwu's fingers pressed on several acupoints that stabilized the fetus, applying firm pressure. Mo Lingling gazed at Ji Qingwu's delicate neck and dark, tousled hair, feeling a complex mix of emotions as she relished the care she was receiving. Ji Qingwu's voice was as soft as a feather brushing against her heart. Do you feel a bit better? Mo Lingling nodded vigorously. I am much better now. She gazed at her profile and continued, Miss Ji Wushi, I have a question for you. Ji Qingwu assumed it pertained to the child she carried and replied, ask away. Having spent considerable time in Liangxiang Pavilion, Mo Lingling had encountered numerous women of various temperaments, but none resembled Ji Qingwu, who appeared soft and delicate yet possessed a carefree and unrestrained spirit. Mo Lingling was intrigued by what such a woman would look like when entangled in matters of the heart. Your previous husband, you must have chosen him after much deliberation. You must have loved him dearly, correct? Were you not heartbroken upon his passing? You have raised the child alone to this age. If he were aware from the netherworld, he would surely be grateful to you. Ji Qingwu raised her eyes to meet hers, her gaze flickering. Noticing her silence, Mo Lingling's curiosity piqued. But one must always look forward. The man we encountered last time at the tea house, is he your new paramour? You need not feel embarrassed. I saw it all. His gaze towards you is far from innocent. Trust my judgment regarding men. He must have feelings for you. Ji Qingwu regarded her with a semblance of smile. You judge men? She pressed down with a deft touch. A sharp cry pierced the serene mountain air, startling several resting birds into flight. Mo Lingling's assessment of men was not something Ji Qingwu could agree with. The memory of that night, when Mo Lingling had seen her, left her feeling perturbed, and the smile that had lingered at the corners of her mouth faded, her eyes turning piercing. Tears welled in Mo Lingling's eyes. You though likened to the cruel and ruthless officials of the imperial court, Ji Qingwu did not become enraged. Instead, she seized upon the essence of her words. When Mo Lingling remained silent, Ji Qingwu pressed down again, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her, causing her to gasp and admit, "We are fellow townsfolk." In that instant, Ji Qingwu made a conjecture and, taken aback, released her grip. She recalled that a certain esteemed gentleman, now in power, also hailed from Shenyang. Mo Lingling rubbed her acupoint, muttering, "You seem gentle and easy to talk to, but you are certainly not weak when it comes to striking back." Yet after Ji Qingwu's firm pressure on her acupoint, not only did her stomach pain subside, but she felt her energy revitalized. Mo Lingling, having forgotten her previous discomfort, sought to wield her words as a defense against Ji Qingwu. "Your former husband may have provoked your ire, leading to his demise at your hands." At these words, a broad smile spread across Ji Qingwu's face, sweet and bright. "Indeed, you have guessed correctly. Those who irk me must face my wrath." Mo Lingling's eyes widened in surprise, now rendered speechless, her entire arm suddenly losing feeling. Within the small door moments prior, two individuals were about to exit when they heard a woman's piercing scream. Duan Mingfeng unsheathed his flexible sword, immediately positioning himself defensively before Emperor Wu Su, warily gazing towards the door. Then they heard the woman mention his name, and his expression changed, evidently recognizing it was Mo Lingling. Inside, they were all skilled martial artists, capable of hearing the exchange between the two women with clarity. Mo Lingling, still defiant, chirped, "Your prior husband must have been a henpecked coward, incapable of grand endeavors, which has molded you into this smiling, yet cunningly obstinate character." A sweet voice chimed in, nonchalantly stating, "The father of your child is a complete coward. How could he possibly compare to my man?" Duan Mingfeng nodded slightly, fully agreeing with the first part of her statement, while Emperor Wu Su also gave a subtle nod, approving of the latter. In terms of strength and rhetoric, Mo Lingling found herself thoroughly suppressed, reduced to glaring at her with resentment. He is not a coward. He simply has his reasons. Observing Mo Lingling's indignation, Ji Qingwu continued, "It is not that he lacks the time to see you. Rather, he chooses not to." Seeing Mo Lingling still glaring at her, Ji Qingwu shattered the dream she had woven for herself. Li Qingshuan was soon to marry Princess Qingyun, and the preparations for the grand wedding ceremony were underway. Chapter 90. Seeking Divine Intervention? Better to seek me. Ji Qingwu had just stabilized her pregnancy and cleared the obstructed meridians, unafraid of provoking her. She said, when Li Fuma parades through the streets to collect his bride, "You may observe for yourself." Mo Lingling stood up in terror, trembling as she retreated, as if she had heard something utterly absurd. Just a door away, Duan Mingfeng was left speechless in shock. This Miss Ji was remarkably astute, deducing from mere words the identity of the child Mo Lingling carried. The three of them were not only fellow townsfolk from Shenyang, but had known each other since childhood. Duan Mingfeng, unable to ponder further, quickly turned to gauge Emperor Wu Su's expression. If the emperor learned of the Fuma's entanglement with a woman from Liangshan Pavilion, especially having secretly sown the seeds of a child before marriage, he would likely take action to eliminate the threat to Princess Qingyun. Mo Lingling's life could very well be at stake. Emperor Wu Su's demeanor remained impassive, neither shocked nor angry. Duan Mingfeng found the emperor's thoughts inscrutable and lowered his head, contemplating a countermeasure. Outside the small door, Ji Qingwu fixed her gaze on Mo Lingling's dazed eyes, rising to ask, "Did Li Qingshuan ever promise to marry you?" "No, it was my one-sided affection. After that, he disappeared, and I have not seen him since." Calculating the timeline, Ji Qingwu surmised that the child must have been conceived around the days of his triumph in the imperial examinations. Within her heart, she harbored a dreadful suspicion. At the Lu Ming banquet, Li Qingshuan had indulged in drink, entwining with her by the pond, only to later accompany the princess, and subsequently spent an entire night at Liangshan Pavilion, flitting between three women. Ji Qingwu's lips curled into a mocking smile, her gaze icy as she asked, "Are you certain you wish to bear a child for such a man?" Mo Lingling clutched her stomach tightly and staggered back, her back colliding with the small yellow door. However, the door was not locked, merely ajar, and Mo Lingling stumbled backward. Falling could lead to calamity. Ji Qingwu swiftly rushed forward, intending to catch her, but the stone-paved path was slick, her feet slipping on moss or mud. She braced herself for a fall, adjusting her stance to serve as a cushion for Mo Lingling. Even knowing that someone like Ji Qingwu did not deserve her to bear his child, an accidental miscarriage could be seen as a form of liberation. Yet, that decision was ultimately up to Mo Lingling herself. The small door swung open as the two of them collided. In the chaos, Ji Qingwu noticed Mo Lingling's eyes fixated on her back, her pupils dilating in fear. What lay behind her? The expression on her face turned even more anxious, as if she had seen a beast lurking in the jungle. Mo Lingling's waist was suddenly ensnared by a soft sword, pulling her aside. With a slight exertion of force, the person steadied her. Ji Qingwu exhaled in relief. As long as the pregnant woman did not fall, she would be fine. Yet, she was not so fortunate. Still tipping backward. However, she did not experience the expected pain of falling. A pair of warm, strong hands firmly grasped her arms. The figure behind her yanked her closer, encircling her waist. A sudden embrace? Seeing Ji Qingwu's confused expression, Mo Lingling exclaimed, "It's your new lover," but she was swiftly silenced and dragged away by a grim-faced figure. Without needing her reminder, Ji Qingwu could already discern from the cold voice who this person was. The sound of Emperor Wu Su echoed in her ears. New lover? If the emperor becomes aware of Mo Lingling's situation, it remains uncertain how he will respond. Ji Qingwu softly replied, that maid is prone to wild fabrications. Your Majesty need not take her words to heart. Very well, I shall pretend I did not hear. Ji Qingwu was puzzled. Why was the emperor so agreeable today? Then he added, however, I have heard something else. Is it true that the man you spoke of was bullied to death by you? Ji Qingwu knew well that the Emperor Wu Su would not easily let her go. Indeed, he awaited her arrival here. She remained silent as his large hand glided over her waist. He inquired, I am quite curious. How did you retaliate when I displeased you? Ji Qingwu had lost her former assertiveness before Mo Lingling, her gaze shifting nervously. If you do not speak, then I shall take a guess, he continued, lowering his head to observe her earlobe, his voice deepening. When you are upset, do you refuse to feed me, deny me water, or perhaps forbid me from sharing your bed? I would never do such things, she protested, finding the notion increasingly absurd. You would deny me my trousers. A low chuckle brushed against her ear, a notion she could indeed conceive. However, Emperor Wu Su tightened his embrace, holding her firmly. What brings you to Hanzhan Temple today? Though this place was secluded, there remained the possibility of being seen. Their intimate posture made Ji Qingwu tense, perpetually anxious about being discovered. Distractedly, she replied, to pay my respects and pray. He feigned indifference. What wish could you possibly have to seek from the divine? Surely, asking me would yield faster results. Ji Qingwu, in a gentle tone, reasoned, Your Majesty, this is a sacred place. Our actions may not be deemed appropriate. What actions? He found it quite akin to an affair. Yet, the Emperor's mental fortitude was remarkable, and he felt no sense of impropriety. Ji Qingwu firmly asserted, embracing and holding one another lacks decorum. It disrespects the deities. And they could become displeased. With one arm around her, he lifted her chin with the other, turning her towards him. The Buddha aids all beings, but I seek no assistance from the divine. Only you can guide me. Such words, spoken by an emperor accustomed to grand sacrificial rites, were profound. To not seek the gods but to request her guidance made Ji Qingwu's ears burn, her bright eyes flickering as she softly urged, Please let me go. I will not. The emperor gazed at her, his eyes dark and pure, speaking with a weighty tone. It was you who barged in, crashing into my embrace, yet you demand release. There was a certain biting edge to his words that made Ji Qingwu sense a shift in him today, before she could fully comprehend what was amiss. He grasped her chin with urgency and kissed her deeply and fiercely. Ji Qingwu had once believed Emperor Wu Su to be an unattainable cold moon in the sky. Yet up close, she realized he was a blazing white flame, fervently burning upon a jade branch. Being too close, one could be scorched until nothing remained. In the 91st chapter, there were no other men. The pressure of his grip on Ji Qingwu's chin sent pain through her flesh. Trembling, her legs felt weak, yearning to escape the sensation that threatened to consume her. Her mind became muddled, with the distant chants of the monastery and the near sounds of their entangled lips and erratic breaths resonating clearly in her ears. Her grip on his arm was weakening. He momentarily pulled away, fixating on her lips, now flushed from his kisses. How do I compare to Ji Qingwu? Ji Qingwu, still dazed, instinctively voiced her thoughts. He pales in comparison. You are world apart. Observing the rippling emotions in her eyes, the emperor recognized her honesty. His dark gaze sparkled, akin to a galaxy, and his delighted laughter resonated through his chest, further clouding Ji Qingwu's senses. And how do I measure against your previous lover? Ji Qingwu, bewildered, replied. There are no other men. The mention of her late husband was merely a pretext to placate outsiders at the behest of the Qiao family. He was the only one. What merit was there in comparison? In such moments, Ji Qingwu was most vulnerable, her innocent demeanor utterly disarming. The emperor lowered his head, drawing her soft form closer, his palm cradling the back of her neck, rewarding her with several more pecks on her lips. His breath enveloped her swollen, flushed lips. There was no one else around. Then, rather than a tempestuous storm, it was a gentle rain of tender kisses. Ji Qingwu could no longer contain a soft moan. Outside the small door, Mo Lingling feigned calm as she spoke. Did you hear the little wildcat in Han Temple? Duan Mingfeng resumed his fearsome demeanor, warning in a low voice. Do not speak recklessly, close your mouth. Mo Lingling fell silent for a moment, but the little cat's cries grew increasingly delicate, as if it were being ruthlessly tormented. She touched her ear and whispered, Did you overhear my conversation with Miss Jiwu? You must not speak of it, otherwise. Noticing Duan Mingfeng's darkening expression, she quickly revised, Otherwise, I will truly have no way to survive. You seek your own demise, yet you dare to ask others to keep your secret? Mo Lingling understood his disdain for her actions and fell silent for a while. Her eyes widened in surprise. When had he ever repaid her? What did he mean by no longer indebted? Did he truly despise her so? She took a step back. Duan Mingfeng's gaze was as cold and sharp as a knife. Watching her retreating foot, do not think of protecting Li Qingxuan. The esteemed figure inside is the current emperor. Whether you live to see the night is uncertain. Upon realizing the noble identity was the emperor, Mo Lingling's complexion turned ashen, her legs trembling uncontrollably. A sense of despair washed over her. With Li Qingxuan to marry the princess, their chances were gone. Should her foolish hopes end here? Yet, she had not yet avenged her father's injustice. She pressed her hand to her abdomen, lips tightly sealed, her eyes reflecting a sense of terror. Duan Mingfeng narrowed his eyes, if you wish to survive. Mo Lingling hastily looked up at him. His gaze was chilling, like ice-cold serpents slithering over her, and though she had always feared him, she trembled as she asked, Can you help me? Leaning against a tree with crossed arms, Duan Mingfeng cruelly scoffed, I cannot assist you. Mo Lingling felt her heart sink. After a long pause, long enough for her to contemplate where she would be buried after death, the man coldly stated, You must seek Miss Jiwu. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. Seek Ji Qingwu. But even as a member of the Ji family, she is merely a widow of ill repute in linen. How could she possibly help me? This Jiwu, it seemed, could sway the emperor's heart. When Ji Qingwu emerged behind Emperor Wu Su, her countenance resembled a peony kissed by dew, her eyes glistening, clearly bearing the marks of mistreatment. Ji Qingwu had assumed the emperor's earlier remark about there being no one else meant no one was nearby. Wherever she walked, Mo Lingling gazed at her with starry eyes. As she fixated on the lingering warmth at Ji Qingwu's earlobes, a flush surged back to her face, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. The thought that her sounds had been overheard made Ji Qingwu shoot several glares at the back of the emperor's head. She hurriedly lowered her head and quickened her pace, wishing to leave those individuals behind. However, the emperor grasped her hand, his voice still hoarse. Where are you going? Do you know the way? He questioned, aware that the surroundings were filled with overgrown grass that could lead her astray. It was not Ji Qingwu's fault for being lost. The area around the small door was ensorcelled, making entry easy but exit difficult. She stole a glance at Emperor Wu Su, hoping he would not keep his daughter waiting too long and would allow her to leave. Observing her furtive expression, the emperor teased, The little birds do not stray, yet you, an adult, have lost your way, causing me more worry than child. His words rang true. Ji Qingwu had meddled, entangling herself in a predicament, and she could not refute. The emperor glanced at the two individuals behind them, opening his mouth as if to speak. Chapter 92. Before the lady commits a misstep, His Majesty contemplates punishment. The desperate plea reflected in Mo Lingling's eyes was already perceived by Ji Qingwu. Duan Mingfeng's eyes flickered with astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone daring enough to interrupt the emperor. He admired the audacity of Miss Ji. The former Ji Qingwu would have never dared to act so boldly, trembling in fear before the Wusu emperor. Yet on this occasion, the Wusu emperor had consistently restrained his temper, speaking to her in gentle tones. Although he had silently departed from Wudong Garden last time, he did not express his anger towards her. A woman, when nurtured, tends to become more delicate. Thus, Ji Qingwu believed she could occasionally indulge in her favorite status. And this moment presented an excellent opportunity for such an experiment. As she reached for his smooth and delicate hand, the emperor's brow furrowed slightly, for he was preoccupied with matters concerning others. His expression, as radiant as jade, darkened. Duan Mingfeng prepared himself to kneel in supplication, while Mo Lingling's complexion turned pale. Ji Qingwu's slender fingers deftly interlaced with his, adopting a posture of intimacy. She gazed up into his eyes, playfully shaking his hand. Her soft touch grazed his palm, smoothing the calluses at the base of his fingers, gradually wearing away the hardness within his heart. Ultimately, the Wusu emperor did not utter a word, releasing her hand and walking away alone. This was tantamount to granting her consent. As the Wusu emperor strode forward, Ji Qingwu hastened to follow, eventually breaking into a light jog to keep pace. The scene resembled a child throwing a tantrum, running about in frustration. Feeling a surge of determination, Ji Qingwu quickened her steps and circled in front of him, gasping for breath as she called out, "Your Majesty." The Wusu emperor, his countenance cold and unyielding, paused without glancing at her. She inquired, "Your Majesty, why are you displeased?" With his brows raised, he turned to her and remarked, "It is surprising that you can discern my feelings." This was the first time Ji Qingwu had dared to ask such a question. The Wusu emperor continued, "I believed Miss Ji to be oblivious to my discontent." Ji Qingwu found herself bewildered by his cryptic tone. Had he been waiting for her to inquire? Yet, it was customary for others to speculate on the emperor's sentiments. How could she summon the courage to ask? She explained, "I previously did not dare to inquire, as probing into your Majesty's preferences is a grave taboo. And now you are no longer afraid of such taboos?" The Wusu emperor remained expressionless. Ji Qingwu gently stated, "Since it is the fault of a mere lady that has troubled your Majesty's heart, it is only right that I understand the reasons and offer my apologies." He scrutinized her, his gaze darkening. Throughout history, those in power are often surrounded by sycophants, with the world bustling for personal gain, driven by ambition and desire for fame. What he truly sought was a heart of purity, untainted by others' opinions, material desires, or the allure of power. Although Ji Qingwu's actions did not yet warrant such gravitas, the Wusu emperor took this matter seriously. He did not wish for her to seek favor or make entreaties on account of external influences. Ji Qingwu observed his silent contemplation and perceived a flicker of struggle in his eyes. She reached out to grasp his index finger, and upon sensing no sign of aversion, she entwined another finger, gradually enveloping the tips of his 4 fingers with her delicate hand. The Wusu emperor's throat constricted slightly. Ji Qingwu studied his expression while she moved her hand, gently gliding her fingertip across his palm and brushing against the sensitive skin on the inside of his wrist. This area was noticeably softer than his palm, yet more sensitive. Under the folds of his robe, she grasped his wrist bone, despite only being able to encircle half of it. The Wusu emperor lowered his gaze to her hand. Ji Qingwu playfully tapped with her fingertip and smiled sweetly, saying, "Your Majesty does not dislike my touch. The issue lies elsewhere." She pulled his large hand closer to her face, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and continued, "What your Majesty truly dislikes is..." The Wusu emperor's gaze met her gesture, a flicker of tumultuous thoughts crossing his eyes. Ji Qingwu chuckled softly. Matters concerning others. The realization that the emperor could be displeased by such trivial matters brought amusement to Ji Qingwu's heart. As an exalted sovereign, he bore the weight of the world, with all seeking his favor. Why did her requests ignite a spark of dissatisfaction within him? Seeing her mischievous smile, the Wusu emperor playfully pinched her soft cheek. "Now that you understand why I am displeased, let this serve as a warning. Should there be further transgressions, what punishment shall be meted out?" Ji Qingwu widened her eyes, exclaiming, "I have not yet committed an error, and your Majesty is already contemplating punishment." She murmured in complaint, "Your Majesty's heart is truly inscrutable." Despite her soft voice, The Wusu Emperor's keen hearing caught every word. He had always cherished her tender visage, and hearing her audacity only heightened his affection, prompting him to apply more pressure. Ji Qingwu, struggling to articulate, stammered, "Your Majesty, are you molding dough?" "Indeed, I'm shaping a figurine." The Wusu Emperor inquired, "What method of disguise is this, that bears no flaw?" Ji Qingwu ceased her laughter, feigning ignorance, deliberately remaining silent. His frustration grew at her indifference. He pinched her again, leaving a rosy imprint on her cheek. She covered her face, casting a shy yet reproachful glance in his direction. Afterwards, he playfully grasped her neck, teasing her further. Upon exiting the gates of Han Temple, they arrived at the carriage of the Zhongyong Marquis. Ji Qingwu asked, "Is my elder sister and Qiuqiu well?" "The lady and young miss are resting in the carriage," Chunxing replied. Qiuqiu had already taken a nap in the carriage, and upon hearing Ji Qingwu's voice, she immediately lifted the curtain to peek out. The little girl's face still bore the marks of sleep, clearly having just awakened. She exclaimed, "Mama!" Her mouth opened and then closed again, her eyes wide with surprise. Chapter 93. The Best Husband in the World. Ji Qingwu, the wife of the heir to the Zhongyong Marquis, had attended numerous palace banquets and was well acquainted with the emperor's visage. She wanted to convince herself that the man was merely someone resembling the emperor. However, the Wusu emperor's striking appearance and commanding presence made it difficult to mistake him for anyone else. Why was the emperor here? It seemed he was gazing in their direction. Ji Qingwu mused that perhaps the emperor had other matters to attend to while in disguise, merely glancing at the Zhongyong Marquis' carriage. Thus, she remained seated within the carriage, undisturbed. Ji Qingwu approached the carriage window, which was somewhat high, forcing her to look up to converse with the little girl. Did Qiuqiu behave well? Did she disturb Annie? Qiuqiu shook her head, her voice a pitiful whine as she responded, "Mama, why did you take so long? You must have found a new treasure outside and are hiding it in this temple." Ji Qingwu raised both hands, exclaiming, "Heaven is my witness. I have nothing else." This statement was misleading, for she indeed had another treasure, Yuan Heng, who remained in the palace. Ji Qingwu halted mid-sentence, attempting to rephrase. When the little girl noticed her mother suddenly falter, her big, round eyes brimmed with tears, and she began to wail, heartbroken. It was no wonder her mother had not spent time with her for days. It seemed she had genuinely found a more obedient and beloved treasure. Children weep without warning. And Ji Qingwu, feeling a headache coming on, contemplated how to explain. Before she could speak, Qiuqiu's cries abruptly softened as she gazed behind Ji Qingwu. The Wusu emperor stood at a distance, observing the mother and daughter. He had no intention of approaching, yet upon hearing the little girl's sobs, he found himself compelled to intervene. As he drew nearer, Qiuqiu ceased her tears, her face still glistening with fresh droplets, her wide eyes fixed on him. The Wusu emperor spoke in a deep voice, "What is the cause of your tears?" Ji Qingwu felt a pang of embarrassment, unable to divulge the reason to him. Inside the carriage, Ji Qingwu caught sight of the emperor approaching through a narrow gap in the window. She quickly helped Chunxing down from the carriage. Just as she was about to pay her respects, the Wasuti merely raised a hand slightly without glancing in her direction, prompting her to step aside. However, her astonishment grew when she noticed that the fifth younger sister did not bow or offer any greetings. Although the emperor was dressed incognito, he still exuded an indescribable aura of authority and intensity. Yet, Ji Qingwu stood by his side with a gentle demeanor, watching him converse with Jujui. They maintained a respectful distance. Yet Ji Qingwu felt an unapproachable intimacy between them, as if such a woman were destined to stand beside the valiant emperor. Jujui, with a good memory, recalled meeting with Sudi at a palace banquet and recognized the powerful figure before her, capable of punishing anyone in the realm. With a pouting expression, she began to lament, claiming her mother had been missing for an eternity, having hidden her new treasure in a temple. Ji Qingwu's gaze met that of Wasudi's, and she turned away slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. The time they had delayed stemmed partly from him holding her firmly beneath a willow tree, causing her soft waist to ache from the pressure of his iron arms. Wasudi's expression remained unchanged as he spoke with a hint of confusion, asking if this was the reason for her tears. Jujui's eyes brimmed with tears, as if the sky were about to fall, and she sorrowfully stated that her mother no longer loved her the most, having acquired a new treasure. The innocent words evoked both amusement and disbelief from Wasudi. Upon seeing him chuckle at her plight, Jujui indignantly retorted, asserting that he had never been his mother's favorite little treasure and thus could not understand her feelings. The little girl then added, echoing a lesson from her tutor, that one cannot empathize without having experienced it firsthand. Indeed, Wasudi, who had never been Ji Qingwu's beloved, suddenly grasped Jujui's sadness through her words. He silently nodded in understanding. Jujui's tears flowed anew. Observing this from the side, Ji Qingwu realized that the emperor had been bested by the girl's simple remarks, leaving her to intervene. She gently reassured Jujui that her mother still loved her, but was interrupted by Wasudi's voice, stating that it is human nature to favor the new over the old, and to gain favor, one must first offer something of worth. Jujui, her eyes still glistening with tears and filled with confusion, did not quite comprehend this statement. Ji Qingwu's lips parted in surprise as she turned her head to look at Wasudi. With patience, he began to explain that if she wished to secure her place as her mother's most cherished little one, she must demonstrate her worthiness and not seek sympathy through tears. Upon hearing this, Jujui's tears seemed to dry up as if a switch had been flipped. To become her mother's favorite treasure, she resolved to excel in her conduct. With a flutter of her large eyes, she swiftly vanished from the window, and sounds of rustling emerged from within. Ji Qingwu, unable to discern what transpired inside the carriage due to her stature, turned her head to observe Wasudi's expression. He watched with a hint of amusement as Jujui busied herself within the carriage. Moments later, she reappeared, holding a small cloth pouch. "Mother, this is for you." Ji Qingwu recognized it as a collection of sweet cakes that Jujui had saved for herself, a testament to her fondness for treats. Wasudi's words had clearly resonated with Jujui, prompting her immediate action. The little girl declared, in the future, Jujui will bring mother the most fragrant and sweetest pastries in the world and ensure she resides in the most beautiful and luxurious courtyard. She gazed intently at her mother, feeling something was still lacking, and further promised, Jujui will also find the best husband for mother, so she will no longer suffer. Upon hearing this, Wasudi raised an eyebrow. While most women might dismiss a child's innocent words, Ji Qingwu's eyes sparkled with belief, convinced that her little girl could achieve such goals. "Very well. I shall await that day," she replied with a smile. The gentle breeze that approached her felt tender and warm. Today, her hair was styled in a half-up, half-down manner, the silky strands flowing smoothly, caressed by the wind. A few dark strands brushed against Wasudi's shoulder before slowly cascading into his outstretched palm, entwining around his fingers. As the carriage departed from Han Temple, Ji Qingwu's gaze occasionally drifted toward the fifth younger sister, who was resting against the carriage wall. She pondered when Ji Qingwu had become so familiar with the emperor. To her knowledge, the fifth younger sister had only attended a few palace banquets and had minimal interaction with him. Yet the atmosphere between them today felt peculiar, unlike that of a sovereign and the daughter of a mere subject. Rather, it resembled a camaraderie that transcended their respective stations. In recent days, Luwan had been preoccupied with affairs, returning home late at night when he heard his wife's words. "Arong, did you and the fifth sister visit Han Temple and encounter the emperor?" The Wasudi had been busier than Luwan, as he had heard from Gong Li that the emperor barely had enough time to sleep at night. So how could he have found the time to visit the temple? Ji Qingwu leaned back against the bed, pulling the embroidered quilt higher. Not only did they encounter him, but he stood by the carriage, accompanying the fifth sister and conversing with her daughter Jujui for quite a while, discussing many profound matters. Lowering her voice conspiratorially, she leaned closer to him, remarking, "In my opinion, the emperor is more patient than even the young Prince Yuanhang in the palace." Luwan paused momentarily, contemplating. His Majesty is not one for idle chatter. The fifth sister must possess something that piques his interest. What interest could a man have in a woman? With Luwan's prompt, Ji Qingwu quickly grasped the implications behind Wasudi's gleaming gaze. Truly, it seems that men understand men best. Ji Qingwu and Luwan exchanged glances, waiting for him to elaborate further, as her husband had always had a keen insight into matters of the court. Luwan placed his hand on her belly, smiling as he said, "Jujui is a clever and endearing little girl. The emperor has only one son, so he must envy families with daughters." Although Ji Qingwu was unfamiliar with the emperor, she sensed that his demeanor today was unusually gentle, and she wondered if it was indeed envy. Still, something felt amiss. What if she hadn't finished speaking? Luan sat on the edge of the bed, lifting a corner of the quilt, reaching to massage her legs. Are your legs sore? He expressed concern for her discomfort during pregnancy, while also feeling sympathy for her long hours of work. Luan lifted her legs to rest on his knee and suddenly chuckled. Arong, let us have a sweet and soft little daughter. Hadn't they previously agreed that either a son or daughter would be fine, as long as they loved their child? Ji Qingwu shook her head, saying, I actually hope for a son. What good is a troublesome little boy? Luan replied with dissatisfaction. You don't understand my pressure. Having a son would be preferable, and it would save us from having to try again. Ji Qingwu's thoughts became sensitive during her pregnancy, and she continued anxiously. What if I can never give birth to a son? Wouldn't that mean the end of our title? I would bear a great sin. Her second brother, Lu Wei, was a son of a concubine. He could not inherit the title, but if Ji Qingwu failed to produce a son, they would have to adopt. Ji Qingwu felt that taking someone else's son was too heartless, and with her second sister-in-law Feng Shuang doting on Song, she could never agree to it. Noticing Ji Qingwu's distressed expression, Luan asked, Do you not approve of this arrangement? If not, there are other ways. What other ways could there be to have a son? Ji Qingwu frowned, exclaiming, You're not suggesting that you want to find a concubine to bear you a child, are you? Luan's hand paused, and he playfully pinched her soft flesh through her pants. You've become quite bold, daring to call me by my name. Ji Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. She regretted her reckless outburst, yet seeing the light in his eyes, she noted that he bore no anger. Is there truly no other way? Luan single-handedly unfastened his belt and casually remarked, The solution I propose is to relinquish the title of heir to my second brother, not your misguided notion of pushing me toward the concubine. He spoke of ceding the title as if it were as simple as sharing a pastry. Ji Qingwu sat up, gazing into his eyes, and inquired, Husband, do you genuinely believe this? At that moment, Luan had already shed his outer robe, leaving only his inner garments. He leisurely replied, Do you truly think, Arong, that my position as heir is the sole reason for the emperor's favor? Without the Ho residence, would your husband be unable to stand? Hearing his assertive words, Ji Qingwu felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Luan then casually stated, This matter is of little consequence. What truly matters lies elsewhere. Ji Qingwu believed nothing could be more pressing than this. Should her mother-in-law, Cui Shi, hear such words, she would likely be driven to madness. Yet in the next moment, as Luan took her hand and placed it somewhere, the once formidable, favored minister of the court whispered earnestly in her ear, Help me, Arong. The solution he offered was so satisfying that Ji Qingwu felt compelled to acquiesce to his wishes. After another bath, Ji Qingwu, weary, leaned against Luan's embrace. He caressed her back, deep in thought. The whole family was now embroiled in familial strife. One day, they might become a grinding stone. For Emperor Wu Su was not inclined to ally with the great clans. The illustrious families appeared resplendent, yet beneath the surface, they were mired in corruption. Rotten to the core, Emperor Wu Su was intent on reform, but had yet to find the right opportunity to strike. And from which family to commence was also a mystery. A week later, the Ji family hung white lanterns at their entrance. Ji Changyan, the third son of the Ji family, had spent some time in the imperial prison and had ultimately perished. Madame Wu, clutching a memorial tablet, had fainted several times. Thus the funeral arrangements relied heavily on the First Lady, Xiao Shi. The hall was draped in white, and few came to pay their respects. The shrine was eerily quiet. Due to Ji Changyan's tainted life, none of his once close friends appeared, not even the Prince of Yong, who merely sent offerings through a messenger. The offerings were managed by the Princess of Yong, who used this opportunity to convey a message to Ji Qingwu. Tao Wanin had taken the first prescription she provided and was now recovering well. She awaited the effects of the second prescription. Ji Qingwu sat by the window in Wutong Garden, clad in a simple white garment without any adornments, as pure as a water lily. She held a wick soaked in vinegar, having added water to the lampshade, thus preparing a perpetual lamp. Initially, she had no intention of attending the shrine, but as grievances should dissipate with death, she placed the lamp in a corner of the shrine and lit an incense stick before departing. Just as she exited, heading towards Wudong Garden, a sharp voice called out from behind her, You cannot leave. Ji Qingyan, whose face had grown gaunt, stood directly behind her. Chapter 95. Is the emperor truly so unconcerned about her? Ji Qingyan glared at her with malice, saying, You dare to come and pay respects at the shrine of the third brother. He died because of you. In the days following Ji Qingyu's demise, their mother, Madame Wu, appeared to have lost her sanity, and even the matriarch, who had doted on her, had fallen ill. Within a month, the second branch had crumbled. In contrast, the first branch continued as usual, living comfortably, showing no signs of sorrow, even at Ji Qingyu's funeral. Ji Qingwu bitterly remarked, "How can the Ji family harbor such a cold-blooded person like you?" Ji Qingwu, recognizing the deep-seated resentment in her sister's eyes, furrowed her brow. Out of respect for the deceased, she did not wish to engage in conflict. She lowered her shoulders, intending to defuse the situation. However, Ji Qingwu suddenly rushed in front of her, grabbing her arm. She had produced a knife from an unknown source, brandishing it before Ji Qingwu. Yet before Ji Qingwu could utter any threats, her wrist was seized with excruciating pain as someone struck her arm, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Ji Qingwu barely had time to comprehend the sensation of a blade at her neck. The scene before her startled Ji Qingwu anew. The figure had appeared and vanished in an instant, swift as a bolt of black lightning. She glanced at Ji Qingwu, whose face contorted in pain, and said, "Regardless of what transpired that night, it is a fact that Ji Qingwu killed the censor. The emperor did not blame the Ji family for this. You were not exiled to the northern territories and can still enjoy luxury and comfort, so you ought to be grateful." Detached from the entire affair, Ji Qingwu understood Emperor Wu Su's intentions. His confinement of her seemed punitive, yet in reality served as protection. Even though she had been delivered to the bed of the Prince of Yong by her brother, and though she was a victim, public opinion could tarnish her reputation irreparably. The more she knew, the more trouble she might attract. Yet the second branch still had Ji Qingwu, whose simplicity and boldness led her to confront Ji Qingwu directly. Ji Qingwu, face glistening with sweat from pain, hoarsely demanded, "Who was that person who just left?" Ji Qingwu picked up the dagger from the ground and, observing the panic on Ji Qingwu's face, approached her. She lightly tapped Ji Qingwu's face with the back of the knife, speaking softly, "Fourth sister, do you truly wish to know what transpired that night? Do you wish to know who the person who just appeared was?" The blade pressed against her skin, sending a chilling sensation through Ji Qingwu, causing her to shiver. She struggled to maintain her composure, trembling lips refusing to retreat. Ji Qingwu continued, "But knowing will lead to your demise. If you are so eager to uncover the truth and seek vengeance for the third brother, you might as well join him." She leaned in closer to whisper in her ear. Ji Qingwu, a mere paper tiger, was already too frightened to articulate a response. She endured the pain in her wrist, covering her ears with her hands, shaking her head vigorously. I don't want to hear it." Ji Qingwu regarded the glinting dagger in her hand, a faint smile of resignation gracing her lips. In truth, the dagger was not sharpened. It was merely an ornamental knife adorned with gemstones, incapable of even peeling an apple. Her fourth sister consistently caused trouble right before her eyes, making it all too simple to deal with. Yet that shadowy figure, whether from the three rivers or the four seas, had remained by her side even after her confinement was lifted. Did Emperor Wu Su truly harbor such doubt about her? Afterward, he left her with a parting remark. Ji Qingwu lingered, reflecting on the words of her fifth sister. "You don't even know whether the knife is sharp or dull. How can you discern the hearts of others? Forget it, I won't hold this against you." In that moment, Ji Qingwu not only felt her wrist throb painfully, her face flushed with rage, but her chest felt as if it might explode. Yet, she dared not confront Ji Qingwu again. Following the funeral, the Ji household remained quiet for several days. However, due to the early demise of their younger generation and the grave sin committed, the shrine was dismantled after several days of mourning. The Ji family soon returned to their usual routine. In the northern Li, martial prowess was celebrated annually with 1 or 2 grand archery events, and this year it was decided to hold the festivities at the Royal Mulan hunting ground. The date was set much earlier than in previous years, reportedly at the emperor's own suggestion. Young noble women skilled in horsemanship and archery eagerly anticipated showcasing their talents at the event. One morning, as Ji Qingwu made her way to Anju Courtyard, Xiaoshi specifically mentioned this event to her. Ji Qingwu felt a stirring desire to participate, but also believed it prudent to maintain a low profile. Still undecided on whether to sign up, she received a complete riding outfit embroidered in dark red with golden intertwined lotus patterns, a silent gift from someone. Ji Qingwu's gaze sparkled as her heart formed an answer. Days swiftly passed, and the archery event commenced, typically with Emperor Wu Su himself taking to the field to release the first valiant arrow, standing upon the elevated platform directly in front of the target. Clad in gleaming silver armor that sparkled in the sunlight, Emperor Wu Su appeared even more gallant and extraordinary. Ji Qingwu's palms were damp with sweat as she sat on the side of the spectator stand. The high platform was several dozen meters away from the target, and from her vantage point, she could barely discern the bullseye. In this moment of intense scrutiny, archery was not merely a display. It demanded precision without the slightest margin for error. Emperor Wu Su bent forward, drawing the bowstring effortlessly with his right arm and with a powerful thrust of both hands. The feathered arrow surged forth like a falcon breaking through the air. Ji Qingwu anxiously clutched her sleeve, her gaze fixed intently on the arrow's trajectory. The ornate bow and arrow gleamed, and with a resounding twang, the arrow struck the bullseye with ferocity, its white feathers shimmering against the red target. In that moment, not only did the target tremble, but Ji Qingwu felt her own heart fluttering in unison. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, banners waving like the sun's rays, while the sounds of neighing horses filled the air as thousands unleashed their arrows in a deluge. Ji Qingwu's eyes were drawn to the imposing figure atop the platform, where waves of emotion surged within her. At the moment the arrow was released, it carried an overwhelming force. Reflecting on the strength and accuracy of that shot, she mused that in the Northern Army, only Wei Ting could rival such prowess. Otherwise, none could compare. The scene from the Jiying Hall, where Emperor Wu Su had guided her arm to shoot, remained vivid in her memory. In retrospect, she realized the emperor had been indulging her in playful jest. Chapter 96. The Equestrian Archery Ceremony. A female general's demeanor. The grand ceremony commenced, spanning 2 days, with the first event being the hunting competition. Participants galloped through the forest, hunting fierce birds and beasts, with victories determined by the quantity of their catches. Different scoring systems applied to various prey, such as rabbits, pheasants, eagles, deer, wild boars, and tigers, with the most valuable prizes reserved for the specially marked beasts released at unpredictable intervals. The women, less constrained than their male counterparts, formed teams freely, with no more than 10 members permitted. Ji Qingwu smiled reassuringly, saying, "I understand, mother. I'm grown up now. I will be careful." Xiao Shi, still worried, admonished her. "Yes, you have grown, but remember you are a daughter. Think of Qiu and don't act recklessly." After Ji Qingwu repeatedly assured her of her safety, Xiao Shi reluctantly allowed her to go. She took up her specially crafted bow and crossbow, supporting herself on the railing, and with a slight exertion, gracefully flipped over and landed perfectly. Her carefree and elegant posture drew gasps of admiration from those nearby. Ji Qingwu felt the gaze of the spectators on her, tightening her grip on the saddle before leaping up, her long legs effortlessly crossing the saddle as she mounted the horse with precision. The riding attire fit her as if tailored, accentuating her graceful lines, with a slim waist that could barely accommodate an additional inch. Ji Qingwu straight, long legs rested firmly in the stirrups, her hair stylishly raised, exuding a spirited demeanor that contrasted sharply with her usual delicate appearance, resembling a valiant general on the battlefield. At that moment, someone rode over, commanding, "You are with my team." Ji Qingwu, holding the reins, turned her head to see Princess Qingyun approaching on a chestnut horse, imperiously inquiring, "Cousin Wu, I noticed you were alone. Do you have a team?" Accompanying the princess were several young ladies from noble families whom Ji Qingwu recognized but could not identify. Most of these aristocratic women looked down upon her, and she saw no reason to engage with them. The princess raised her chin, seemingly benevolent, and said, "I remember your archery skills are commendable. Come join my team." Ji Qingwu evasively replied, "Your Highness, I can shoot arrows, but my riding skills are not as refined, and I am accustomed to wandering freely, merely intending to stroll in the woods." A girl in a bright blue outfit scoffed, "How ungrateful. Princess, let us go. Do not bother with her." Their interest in Ji Qingwu stemmed from her archery prowess, hoping to recruit her to enhance their hunting success for the princess's sake. This time, the consorts and ladies of the palace also formed teams, as the Empress Dowager and Wei Liru were at odds, and Princess Qingyun sought to elevate her mother-esque standing. If not for necessity, Princess Qingyu would not condescend to seek favor from Ji Qingwu. To her surprise, Ji Qingwu flatly refused, lifting her head defiantly and departing on her horse. Ji Qingwu watched them leave, smiling softly. Since she first saw the riding attire, she had resolved to participate and had diligently practiced. As she felt the blisters on her palms, still healing, and the newly formed calluses, she thought, why should she labor for others' benefit? She intended to enjoy herself. With guidance from supervising guards, Ji Qingwu successfully located the designated hunting grounds. The areas for men and women were separated, with differing levels of ferocity among the animals. The hunting grounds were divided into 8 sections, and Ji Qingwu decided to venture into the unchosen southeastern quadrant. Being alone, she did not intend to hunt large beasts. Capturing a few rabbits, pheasants, and small deer would suffice. Within an hour and a half, she had caught 6 wild rabbits, 3 mountain chickens, and 1 deer, each marked with an identifier, to be collected by the guards for scoring. Ji Qingwu had no intention of competing for rank. She was content with her haul and leisurely rode deeper into the woods. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns as her horse's hooves crunched through the fallen leaves and earth, providing a soothing sound that made her feel momentarily free to breathe in the vastness of nature. However, this sense of tranquility was short-lived. By unfortunate chance, she encountered a group coming from another direction. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them. Princess Qingyu maintained her usual haughty demeanor, asking, "Cousin Wu, have you caught any prey?" There was no need for inquiry. She squinted, noting Ji Qingwu's quiver was nearly empty, indicating a successful hunt, while her own group had only managed 2 mountain chickens. They had just encountered Consort Wei, who had secured a substantial catch, and jokingly asked if they wanted to share. Princess Qingyu, determined, declined, wanting to prove herself by catching her own prey and overshadowing Wei Liru. Ji Qingwu placed a finger to her lips, hushing them. "Let us not speak for now." She had made a new discovery on the ground. There were tracks and droppings from a beast. Ji Qingwu dismounted and approached the marks for a closer inspection. She surmised that the animal had departed not long ago and was likely a large carnivorous beast. It could very well be one of the special marked beasts mentioned by the supervising guards. However, it was curious how such a creature could appear in the women's hunting zone. Ji Qingwu straightened up and said, "Based on the depth of these tracks, the animal is quite large, and judging by the scent and color of the droppings, it appears to be a young male. We should leave promptly." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other women turned peculiar. The girl in the bright blue outfit scoffed, "You got so close to examine it? Aren't you concerned about the filth?" Princess Qingyu covered her nose with her sleeve, visibly displeased, perceiving her cousin from the countryside as crude and unrefined. Ji Qingwu then recalled that noble ladies in the capital were often repulsed by animal droppings. Yet, as a healer, she had long grown accustomed to such things. Precious medicinal materials like cantharides, night glow sand, and 5-spirit resin derived from animal droppings were likely things these ladies had consumed or used. After a brief moment of discomfort, Princess Qingyu grew enthusiastic about Ji Qingwu's analysis regarding the beast. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Let us follow the tracks and encounter that wild beast." It seemed she was eager to venture deeper into the woods for a chance at a grand prize. Ji Qingwu hesitated, sensing the danger ahead. Chapter 97. A Frightened Horse. Life at stake, Ji Qingwu pondered, realizing that capturing such a prize would not be easy. By all accounts, it would take 5 strong men to confront a beast of this caliber. For a group of frail women to hunt, it would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den. Princess Qingyu is excessively self-confident. Ji Qingwu, with genuine concern, advised, "Your Highness, that ferocious beast is likely nearby. We should exercise caution and retreat for the time being. If Lord Li finds out, he will undoubtedly worry for your safety." She deliberately mentioned that individual, hoping Princess Qingyu would value her own security. However, upon hearing the name Li Chengshuan, Princess Qingyun's expression darkened with irritation. "Do not mention him. He does not concern himself with me." Did they have an argument? Ji Qingwu was taken aback, not expecting Li Chengshuan to provoke the princess. The young lady clad in bright blue, named Hua Xiaofeng, hailing from a family of martial generals, confidently declared, "What does the princess wish to do? When did it become your place to lecture us? If you are too timid, stay aside. I shall clear the path for the princess." Hua Xiaofeng was the first to plunge into the woods, followed by the others as they chased after their quarry. Ji Qingwu, knowing she could not dissuade them, and having fulfilled her duty of warning them of the dangers, resigned herself to their recklessness, hoping the beast had wandered far away. Yet, halfway through, she sighed, her heart still uneasy. Previously, she had heard from Xiao Shi about why Princess Qingyun had developed such an arrogant and willful disposition. It was not only due to the excessive pampering of the Empress Dowager, but also because the Emperor openly indulged this sister. Should anything happen to Princess Qingyun, she is, after all, the younger sister of the martial emperor. While it is often said that it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it, in this case, it is far better to prevent any mishap. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu had a thought. She could spread the word and seek assistance. Abruptly halting her horse, she called out to the empty woods, "San Chuan, are you there? I have urgent matters to discuss. Could you please reveal yourself?" The silence that followed was deafening. Ji Qingwu looked up at the towering tree branches above and tried again. "San Chuan?" In a swift motion, a figure leapt down from the tree, having concealed himself among the leaves without a hint of his presence. Ji Qingwu was taken aback. "Why are you here?" Upon closer inspection, the figure was not San Chuan, but the younger Si Hai. With a stern expression, Si Hai replied, "San Chuan is otherwise occupied. He is not here. You can discuss your matters with me." "What do you mean he is here too? This is rather inconvenient." Si Hai's tone was unkind as he added, "Miss Ji Wu, this situation is solely the princess's reckless decision. Why do you feel the need to intervene?" He had witnessed the preceding events from the shadows. Ji Qingwu responded, "I did not wish to intervene. I merely fulfilled my duty to inform." Si Hai was well aware of whom he was tasked to protect and firmly rejected her plea, stating, "I am only ordered to ensure your safety. I bear no responsibility for anyone else." Ji Qingwu was momentarily at a loss for words, puzzled by the emperor's orders that allowed him to disregard even his own sister's life. Furrowing her brow, she insisted, "Is she not another person? Princess Qingyun is the emperor's own sister. Moreover, should misfortune befall her during the hunt, what face would the northernly have to show?" Si Hai displayed a pained expression. San Chuan had been dispatched to handle other matters. Yet before leaving, he had specifically reiterated that all concerns regarding Miss Ji Wu could be treated as exceptions. After a moment, he vanished. Seeing Si Hai heed her request for assistance, Ji Qingwu felt a sense of relief. However, it wasn't long before she heard the piercing screams of the women piercing through the woods, accompanied by the ominous growls of the beast. She grimaced, realizing that fate had taken a turn for the worse. Suddenly, someone burst forth from the thicket. It was Hua Xiaofang in her bright blue garments, among them the most skilled in archery and horseback riding. However, she was the only one who emerged unscathed. Ji Qingwu inquired, "Where Princess Qingyun and the others?" Hua Xiaofang's hands trembled on the reins as she exclaimed, "Your Highness, the princess's horse was startled, and she remains inside." Everyone scattered in a panic, leaving Princess Qingyun behind. Ji Qingwu was at a loss for words. She pressed, what kind of beast was it? Should it be a large predator? She wished to avoid a fatal encounter. Hua Xiaofang replied, "I didn't see clearly. When the beast roared, we retreated. But the princess's horse bolted uncontrollably." Ji Qingwu sighed in relief. This outcome was preferable. A frightened horse running away was far better than remaining frozen in place, awaiting the beast's attack. She asked, "Did you see which direction the princess's horse ran off in?" "I think. Over there," Hua Xiaofang pointed. If it truly ran off in that direction, there was no time to waste. Ji Qingwu urged her horse into a gallop, the wind whipping across her face. The steed she rode was a mature stallion, faster than Princess Qingyun's smaller horse. And as she neared the edge of the hunting grounds, the outline of a fence came into view. She finally caught up to the chestnut mare, which was still racing. Princess Qingyun was nearly thrown off, her body low to the ground. Recognizing a wider area ahead, Ji Qingwu exerted control over her horse, striving to match their speeds. Princess Qingyun, catching sight of her, cried out in fear, "Cousin Wu, save me." This time, her plea was earnest and heartfelt. The horse was forced to slow, snorting heavily, agitated, and suddenly surged forward, increasing the distance between them. Fearing that she might be dragged off her horse, Ji Qingwu had no choice but to release her grip. "Cousin Wu, help me." The chestnut mare neighed, rearing up as if to throw Princess Qingyun off. Ji Qingwu's heart sank. Instinctively, she loosened the reins and leapt onto the chestnut mare. Chapter 98. Leap from the horse, plummet into the abyss. Who will save me? She tightened the reins from behind Princess Qingyun, and the horse, feeling the strength of the grip, began to calm down. Thankfully, it was merely a young mare. Had it been a war horse, Ji Qingwu would not have been able to maintain control. Horses tend to tease their riders. The gentler you are, the more mischief they will cause you. Once they sense your strength, they become obedient. After taking hold of the reins, the chestnut mare was significantly more manageable. Yet it continued to race forward. It was on the brink of crashing through the barricade. Ji Qingwu made a decisive choice, embracing Princess Qingyun and shouting, "We must jump. Do not be afraid." "No, I am scared." Princess Qingyun was already paralyzed with fear, her feet clinging tightly to the stirrups and her hands grasping the mane of the horse. This caused Ji Qingwu to miss the opportune moment to leap. The horse vaulted over the barrier, and with a determined heart, Ji Qingwu exerted all her strength to pull Princess Qingyun off the horse. The two of them tumbled together, rolling several times before finally coming to rest at the edge of the cliff. When Princess Qingyun opened her eyes, she found half of her body perilously close to the abyss, and she began to thrash her limbs in panic. Ji Qingwu furrowed her brow and warned, "Do not move." But Princess Qingyun could not hear her. She pushed Ji Qingwu forcefully, desperate to distance herself from the perilous edge. However, it was too late. As the gravel shifted, chunks began to fall, and with a terrified scream, they both tumbled down. Ji Qingwu reacted swiftly, spotting a large tree on the cliffside and shouted, "Grab the branch." Princess Qingyun's survival instincts kicked in, and she hurriedly clung to the nearest tree. Originally, this tree was robust enough to support two women, but as Princess Qingyun flailed in the air, Ji Qingwu's arm was struck, preventing her from grasping the branch. She continued to fall, but was fortunate enough to catch onto a smaller tree below, narrowly avoiding a fatal plunge into the abyss. Princess Qingyun clung to the tree, unable to look down at the chasm beneath her, crying out in desperation, "Cousin Wu, are you dead?" Yet, Princess Qingyun was genuinely terrified and not intentionally rude. "Cousin Wu, what shall we do?" The princess, unfamiliar with such peril, was on the verge of collapse, shouting, "Is there anyone up there? Hasten, someone, save me." This princess is in peril. The deeper into danger, the calmer Ji Qingwu becomes. She remarked, "Your Highness, the young lady from the Hua family knows which direction your horse has fled. It will take them some time to find us, so conserve your energy." Hearing the composed tone of her cousin, Qingyun felt a measure of reassurance. Yet, she was certain that someone would come searching for them, trusting in the abilities of the people sent by the Emperor Wu Su. Indeed, before long, a group bearing torches approached. The leader, noticing the chaotic hoof prints on the ground and the marks left by rolling bodies, dashed towards the edge of the cliff. His voice, steady enough, rang out, "Qingyun." Princess Qingyun looked up to see who it was, and tears streamed down her face. The two had quarreled over matters, but after narrowly escaping death, Qingyun felt that nothing could surpass the joy of seeing him again. Li Chengxuan, upon spotting the hanging Princess Qingyun below the cliff, calmly reassured her, "Do not fear. I shall pull you up at once." However, when he discerned the identity of the woman clinging to the small tree below, his demeanor shifted from calm to frantic. Ji Qingwu had not anticipated that he would be the first to arrive. Nevertheless, it mattered not who had come. The arrival of help was all that mattered, and salvation was near. She now felt an overwhelming regret for having consumed an extra bowl of porridge that morning. As she sensed the small tree, she clung to, beginning to sway precariously under her weight. Li Chengxuan, lying prone on the ground, hesitated momentarily before extending his hand towards Princess Qingyun. But at that moment, a loud crack echoed as the tree holding Ji Qingwu suddenly loosened, its roots becoming exposed. Qingyun's hand fell empty. Shock etched across her face as she watched Li Chengxuan's hand pull back. Noticing the precarious situation with Ji Qingwu, he swiftly redirected his focus, leaning down to grasp the falling woman. In the next instant, the small tree detached from the cliff and plunged into the abyss below. Had he hesitated, Ji Qingwu would have plummeted alongside it, leaving no trace behind. Fear filled Li Chengxuan's striking eyes as he clutched her tightly, his body half on the ground, his fingers gripping her fiercely. "Hold on to me." Ji Qingwu's lips turned pale, her heart racing with terror, and as Li Chengxuan pulled her, she exerted her strength in return. Simultaneously, several accompanying guards hurriedly pulled Princess Qingyun up. Ji Qingwu's palms were slick with sweat as she took shallow breaths, distancing herself from the cliff to calm her racing heart. In the aftermath, she remained composed, though fear lingered within her. Once Princess Qingwu was rescued, she trembled uncontrollably, her legs weak as she sat on the ground. "Qingwu, are you all right?" Li Qingxuan approached to grasp her hand, only to have her vehemently shake it off. Although her body was weak from fear, her fury propelled her forward as she swayed unsteadily towards Ji Qingwu. In a moment of unanticipated aggression, she unleashed her full strength, striking Ji Qingwu across the face. Ji Qingwu instinctively recoiled. The pampered princess, lacking in strength, missed her target, merely grazing Ji Qingwu's face with her nails. After expending her energy, Princess Qingwu stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Ji Qingwu, still grappling with the aftermath of their ordeal, did not expect the princess's sudden outburst. While it appeared she had landed a blow, it was more embarrassing than painful, particularly in front of so many witnesses. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she extended her leg to trip Qingwu, sending her tumbling into the nearby underbrush. Chapter 99. She has the emperor as her formidable backing. Subsequently, the sound of the princess's shriek shattered the air, even more piercing than when she dangled from the cliff. Li Qingxuan and the guards rushed over. Ji Qingwu feigned surprise, turning to exclaim, "Your Highness." Just then, Princess Qingwu landed directly in a heap of unknown beast droppings. The shocking tableau compelled Li Qingxuan to take a step back, while several guards paused momentarily before hastily assisting the princess to her feet. The delicate princess, unaccustomed to such filth, trembled not only from shock, but also from disgust. Ji Qingwu pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile. The satisfaction of repaying a grievance on the spot was undeniably refreshing. At that moment, she noticed more bright lights drawing near. Covering the side of her face that had been struck by Qingwu, she remarked, "Your Highness, your horse was startled, and I saved you. Yet you repay kindness with malice. What have I done wrong?" Princess Qingwu, trembling with rage, pointed at her, struggling to articulate her anger. The sound of hoofbeats grew louder, and upon seeing the approaching figures, Li Qingxuan and the guards immediately knelt in respect. Emperor Wu Su, donned in a dark, collarless riding outfit adorned with dragon motifs, approached on horseback, his quiver of black arrows and a white feathered bow slung over his shoulder. Ji Qingwu transitioned from sitting to a kneeling position, joining the others in greeting the emperor. She had suspected who the approaching figure might be, and upon confirming his arrival, a sense of genuine relief washed over her. The emperor slowed his steed beside Ji Qingwu, surveying the scene before frowning. "Qingwu, what is the meaning of this?" The princess, covered in filth, was being offered handkerchiefs, but each attempt to clean herself only resulted in further smearing. Li Qingxuan kept his distance, unsure whether it was due to the princess's volatile temper or her unsavory odor. As the gazes of those present fell upon her, Princess Qingwu, both furious and anxious, accused Ji Qingwu. "It is you. You dared to entice the prince in my presence, disregarding my status." The emperor, seated high upon his horse, ignored the chaos of the kneeling crowd. He remained unmoved by the princess's cries, his attention fixed instead on the figure kneeling amidst the grass. Her hair, once neatly tied, had come undone, with several strands falling haphazardly across her face. Her riding attire bore scratches, revealing glimpses of her fair skin, and after rolling on the ground, her face was smeared with dirt, adorned with leaves from the small tree at the cliff. Ji Qingwu's eyes, however, retained their bright sparkle, her expression surprisingly calm. Suddenly, a male voice behind the emperor chuckled, and upon closer inspection, Ji Qingwu recognized Wei Qi Lianping and eunuch Li accompanying the emperor. Princess Qingwu, irate, demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Wei Qi Lianping surveyed the scene, noting the 10 or so guards who had arrived first. "Your Highness should choose your words carefully. In front of so many witnesses, can you truly call it enticement? It is more likely that you have misunderstood." Princess Qingwu retorted vehemently, "I have excellent eyesight and would never be mistaken." Noticing the dark substance on her chest and waist, Wei Qi Lianping could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Perhaps the princess should wipe off the manure on her person before making such accusations. Who, with good eyesight, would fall into a pile of dung and emerge looking like a mud-caked dog?" Enraged, Princess Qingwu stamped her foot, but as the nephew of the Grand Princess Huachang, he was her brother-in-law, and she dared not voice her anger. Instead, she turned her ire towards Ji Qingwu. "Cousin, you tell me, what did you do just now?" Wei Qi Lianping's expression became one of incredulity. Anyone present could see the emperor's displeasure, his countenance darker than the overcast sky, yet Princess Qingyun remained oblivious, creating a scene. Moments earlier, Emperor Wu Su had not participated in the day's hunting, instead engaged in strategizing military formations within the main tent, with Weiqi limping on guard inside. The Dark Guard reported that Princess Qingyun encountered a ferocious beast, yet the emperor maintained an unyielding composure. With unwavering precision, he sketched the formation and the earth, commanding that Li Chengxuan take his guards to rescue her, even though his own presence would be of little use. Not long after, another report arrived from the Royal City Division, stating that Miss Ji Wugong and the princess were in peril at the cliff. The emperor's brush hesitated, ink bleeding onto the pale silk beneath. They hurried to the scene. The emperor's expression was taut, his gaze profoundly unsettling, even intimidating to Wei Qi Lianping, who dared not speak further. As they traversed the encircled grounds and approached the cliff, they spotted a crimson figure crouched amidst the verdant grass, clutching her knees and obscuring her face, lost in whispered murmurs. The oppressive aura surrounding the emperor began to dissipate. Wei Qi Lianping observed Ji Qingwu with curiosity. The delicate fifth daughter of the Ji family had endured such hardship, yet it seemed she was still fervently defending herself before their arrival. Had she truly been rendered senseless by fear? With the emperor as her formidable backing, why did she not hasten to seek his protection, lingering instead in her predicament? Ji Qingwu was indeed preoccupied with her thoughts. She understood well why Princess Qingyun was in such a tumult. It was merely jealousy that had ignited her wrath following Li Chengxuan's timely rescue. At her age, a young woman often views love as paramount. However, if this uproar continued, it would be impossible for her to clear her name even if she plunged into the Yellow River. She did not wish to be misunderstood, especially by the very person now scrutinizing her intently. If the emperor were to mistakenly believe she had any improper relations with Li Chengxuan, a chill would run down her spine. The last incident, where Li Chengxuan drunkenly embraced her, had already provoked the emperor's ire. Suppressing her emotions, she considered that perhaps Princess Qingyun had been too preoccupied to notice her plight. With clarity of mind, Ji Qingwu sought to clarify the misunderstanding. Your Highness, after we fell from the cliff, the tree I clung to was not as sturdy as yours. Its roots were already loosening and about to give way. Thus, it was Lita who pulled me up first, not because of any private feelings between us as you might think. Upon hearing Ji Qingwu's explanation, Li Yuzong felt a surge of alarm. This was not solely due to the peril she had just narrowly escaped, but also because of the emperor's somber demeanor beside him. The emperor's brow furrowed deeper. Princess Qingyun had lost her senses in her fury, speaking without thought. You deserve to die. Ji Qingwu had nearly sacrificed her own life to save her, even if she did not expect gratitude from Qingyun. To be met with such a scathing remark after enduring a slap was utterly disheartening. Were it not for the presence of others, Ji Qingwu would have wished to force some sense into this love-stricken princess. Yet now, a more prudent approach was warranted. Chapter 100. Clinging to the leg relentlessly, Ji Qingwu covered her right cheek, her shoulders shrinking as her voice took on a plaintive tone. If you seek to place blame, Your Highness, even in your anger, should you not have calmed down by now? You struck me without a second thought. Is that not sufficient? With reddened eyes and trembling form, she appeared fragile enough to be toppled by a mere breeze. Seeing her distress, Princess Qingyun found herself at a loss for words. Wei Qi Lianping furrowed his brows, taken aback by the princess's blatant ingratitude. He silently lamented that although Ji Wugong had shown some wisdom, she still lacked the necessary fervor. She should have rushed over, clinging desperately to the emperor's leg, weeping and pleading. No, perhaps she need not even shed tears. A mere glance with reddened eyes at the emperor would suffice without uttering a word. Before the crowd arrived, Ji Qingwu had maintained her composure and calm demeanor. Her sudden display of vulnerability reminded Princess Qingyun that this seemingly delicate cousin had once risked her life to save her. She, too, was a woman and capable of fear. Zhao Jian. At that moment, someone softly uttered those three syllables. Princess Qingyun's full name was Zhao Jiayun, though it had been long since anyone had called her by name. She was always addressed by her title. In the presence of the emperor, who sat high upon his steed, his expression impassive and inscrutable, she dared not respond. Li Yuzong cleared his throat and inquired, Your Highness, why do you not pay your respects before His Majesty? This remark served as a reminder. prompting Princess Qingwu to hastily kneel, exclaiming, "Your imperial brother, I was merely startled and lost my composure before your majesty. And who is the one deserving of death?" As you stated earlier, kneeling obediently, Princess Qingwu no longer dared to act recklessly. The emperor's countenance was stern, his gaze piercing as he addressed her. "In my sight, it is you." Princess Qingwu's pupils constricted. Although the emperor was not her biological brother, he had shown her a degree of indulgence throughout her life. She had rarely faced reprimand for her misdeeds. This was the first time he had spoken to her with such severity. The emperor's words made her acutely aware of the reality before her. He was an exalted sovereign, not a brother who would tolerate her whims and temper. The emperor's gaze shifted to the marks on the ground, and he could deduce the perilous nature of the incident. In a low voice, he declared, "Had it not been for Miss Ji saving you, you would not have survived to this day. You recklessly pursued your quarry, escaped by mere luck, and then dragged others down with you. Yet you treat the one who saved your life with such disdain. Is this the lesson you have learned in your upbringing? Who taught you such manners?" Princess Qingwu's lips moved as she yearned to explain, yet she realized the truth in his words. Her actions had indeed been unreasonable. The emperor's disappointment was palpable, his eyes now cold as he proclaimed, "You are even less sensible than a 4-year-old child, bringing shame upon my face." Those words hurt her far more than a slap ever could. Tears brimmed in Princess Qingwu's eyes as she pleaded, "Your imperial brother, I realize my wrongs." The emperor's voice was frigid as he replied, "If you know your wrongs, then kneel here and reflect." "Your imperial brother." Princess Qingwu dared only to call him softly, no longer risking his ire. She was acutely aware of the fate that befell a princess who lost the emperor's favor. There were bloody examples from the previous dynasty. Sent to distant lands to marry, she would become the wife of brothers and fathers alike, enduring endless humiliation and ridicule. Ji Qingwu also felt that Princess Qingwu's capriciousness needed to be corrected. She discreetly raised her head to glance at the emperor, only to find him still gazing at the cliff's edge, veins protruding on the back of his hand, as if he were suppressing an explosive fury. The crowd awaited in silence, yet the emperor turned his horse and departed, the sound of hooves fading into the distance. A group of individuals followed suit. Ji Qingwu observed the vanishing figures, her brow furrowing in complexity. Rising from the ground, she deliberately walked around the kneeling princess. Having endured a scolding and punishment, Princess Qingwu's once haughty demeanor had vanished, her eyes averted in guilt. Ji Qingwu recognized that her own feelings of disappointment were not directed at Qingyu. Li Yuzong remained behind, stepping forward to address Li Qingxuan, saying, "Lord Li, while the princess kneels in penance, she cannot be left unattended. I request you keep watch." As he departed, he passed by Ji Qingwu, clearing his throat several times, seemingly urging her to leave swiftly as well. She shared the same inclination, unwilling to linger between the two. Mounting her horse, she grasped the reins, only then realizing the intense soreness in her right arm and shoulder, likely from her exertions while clinging to the tree. Only two remained by the cliff's edge. The sky had darkened, and Princess Qingwu, in disheveled attire, knelt upon the stony path. After only a brief time, her knees ached, causing her to sweat. Li Qingxuan frowned and said, "Your Highness, my relationship with Miss Ji is entirely innocent. You should not have caused such an uproar before His Majesty." Princess Qingwu was now beset by overwhelming guilt. The emperor's words had awakened her, as she recognized that her behavior had indeed been excessive. However, not only did the emperor reprimand her, but she also had to endure the guidance of Li Qingxuan. Princess Qingwu, filled with indignation, remarked, "You not only saved her, but also spoke in her favor. Who knows what you two might have done behind my back? Just like with that female attendant from Liangxiang Pavilion." Princess Qingwu had indeed learned about Mo Lingling's affairs. Members of the royal family are not truly foolish. Tracking Li Qingxuan's movements outside the palace was relatively easy for her. Upon learning of this matter, the Empress Dowager actually advised her not to take it too seriously, stating that men often stray, especially since they had not yet formally wed. The female attendant was merely a creature of the pleasure quarters. Sending someone to investigate would reveal that if she were indeed pregnant, a bowl of abortifacient would resolve the issue, thus sparing their relationship from unnecessary harm. Yet, Princess Qingwu could not swallow her pride and sulked with Li Qingxuan for several days. Li Qingxuan sighed and said, "Princess, after the Lu Ming banquet that night, my colleagues insisted on celebrating with me. and I was compelled by social obligation to go to Liangxiang Pavilion. In my drunken stupor, I mistook her for you." The truth was thus revealed, and Princess Qingyun's pent-up frustration dissipated over the following days. Even her knees hurt less. With a shy tone, she said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I have misunderstood for so long." He lifted his robe and knelt beside her, causing her heart to swell with sweetness. Seeing the princess appeased, Li Chengxuan lowered his gaze, subtly furrowing his brow, his hand that had once grasped Ji Qingwu's tightening slowly. Ji Qingwu sat astride her horse, passing through the area where a ferocious beast had recently roamed. Her ears perked up as she heard faint rustling sounds, her heart racing at the thought that the beast could still be nearby. Surely, she couldn't be that unfortunate. She squeezed her horse's belly, eager to leave the area swiftly. Suddenly, she heard something charging at her from behind, moving with the speed of the wind, rushing past her. Before she could even gasp, a figure seized her soft waist, lifting her effortlessly as if plucking tender leaves from a tree. In a whirl of motion, she was abducted onto another horse. This new steed was taller and more robust, a rare and splendid creature, its body as dark as ink, with hooves as white as snow, galloping like the wind through the forest. The rider's grip was swift and fierce, binding her delicate abdomen tightly with his iron arm. Even with an extra passenger, the horse's speed did not diminish. Racing like a lightning bolt, Ji Qingwu was so taken aback that she forgot to struggle. Having been forcibly pulled onto the horse, she now sat sideways, not only uncomfortable but also unsteady. Fearing she might be tossed off, she instinctively clung to the man's solid arm. Looking up at his face, which was as cold as frost, she noticed his expression tense, as if he were a mountain about to crumble. The Emperor Wu Su urged his steed onward, the sound of hooves echoing, increasing their speed significantly. Ji Qingwu's heart raced physiologically, thumping as if it would leap from her throat, even more so than when she had jumped from a horse or tumbled down a cliff. Not only was her heart tormented, but she also felt the biting cold wind lacerate her face. She wanted to lean back, but the sturdy form of the man behind her was as immovable as a wall. She could only turn her face against the wind. Yet worried about being jolted off the rapidly galloping horse, she wrapped her arms around his waist, clutching him tightly like a lifeline. Her hair whipped wildly in the wind, and she yearned to bury her face in his chest. However, the softness of her skin against the silver armor only intensified her discomfort. Her hips ached from the jolting, and every part of her felt sore. Unable to suppress her pain, she let out a few soft moans. Hearing her faint cries, the Emperor Wu Su finally glanced down at her. Noticing her tightly shut eyes, long lashes quivering, and shoulders huddled, she appeared pitiful, as if she were trying to shrink into his embrace out of fear. He finally took pity on her, lifting her waist with one arm and adjusting her position to sit astride. Ji Qingwu felt somewhat relieved. She intended to plead with him to slow down, Your Majesty. But as she parted her lips, the wind scattered her words, filling her mouth with gusts. Ji Qingwu could only curl into a small ball against him, trying to adapt to this almost frenzied pace. The horse, familiar with the terrain, galloped with an air of grandeur, as if it sought to break through the dark horizon. Initially, Ji Qingwu felt a sense of panic and breathlessness, struggling to acclimate to such rapid movement, fearing she might perish on the horse. But after a short while, as the steed thundered through the towering forest, a vast plain suddenly lay before them. The azure sky was being gradually consumed by the night, revealing a faint crescent moon and scattered stars on the horizon. Her body moved in rhythm with the horse's powerful strides, rising and falling as if she were a galloping steed herself. Leaning against the warm and reliable chest of Emperor Wu Su, she felt no chill, nor did she fear falling off. The horse maintained its vigorous pace, still light and powerful. Ji Qingwu's complexion flushed, her eyes wide with excitement as she gazed at the distant bonfire glowing crimson. She was unaware of her surroundings. This was not the hunting camp. Yet several large tents had been erected, with guards in black armor patrolling, as if it were a private enclave. Wu Su tightened the reins, slowing the gallop of the steed. However, he did not head directly towards the large tents, instead halting a few hundred meters away. He loosened the reins, allowing the horse to wander idly. Ji Qingwu, situated between Wu Su and the reins, did not control the horse, but was still breathless, primarily due to her excitement. She had never galloped at such speed before, having surpassed her physical limits, which allowed her to completely forget the dangers faced in the forest. Now she only felt a sense of liberation, every pore in her body open to the world. She was alive and could still feel the vibrancy of this world. It was truly wonderful. A thought struck her. Had Wu Su lingered in the forest after dealing with Princess Qingyu, waiting for her? Did he take her on this wild ride to help her release her pent-up emotions? Yet, unexpectedly, her abrupt movement caused her to collide with Wu Su's solid jaw. The sound of the impact was quite pronounced. Ji Qingwu winced from the pain, rubbing her head, unsure of how he had fared from the collision. After a moment, Wu Su's voice came from above her, devoid of discernible emotion. You, from head to toe, have the hardest head. He did not voice the latter part of his thought, which was that her heart, which should be the hardest, was remarkably soft. This seemingly delicate and frail woman, when faced with challenges that would frighten others into retreat, charged forward with her head held high, embodying a spirit of bravery and righteousness. Should he reproach her for being too soft-hearted? Wu Su believed he could not and should not. The person she had risked her life to save was his younger sister. Qingyu, ungrateful as she was, would only feel wronged and heartbroken if he chastised her further. He could only suppress his irritation, restraining her while galloping, which also served to alleviate the pent-up frustrations within him. If a matter threatened to become a source of inner turmoil, it should be shattered before it could leave a deep impression. He observed her expression shift from fear to adaptation, then to enjoyment, and felt a sense of delight at the joy blooming on her face. It seemed that merely gazing upon her could dispel his inner demons. Noticing a hint of displeasure in the emperor's tone, Ji Qingwu chose to remain nestled quietly in his embrace, ceasing her movements. After a while, however, she grew restless and gently asked, "Your Majesty, did it hurt when I bumped into you?" Since her head no longer ached, she felt she should also express concern for his well-being. Wu Su, enraged yet amused, let out a light chuckle. Had this woman completely forgotten that she had almost plummeted off a cliff, still having the leisure to worry about whether he was in pain from their collision? Wu Su focused on the crown of her head, where a whirl of hair lay. The palace elders had claimed that those with such whirls were particularly clever, suggesting that rumors were not to be trusted. He mockingly curled his lips and asked, "What should I do if it hurts? Are you responsible?" Could it be that she truly injured His Majesty the Emperor's chin? She anxiously pondered whether this constituted an offense against the imperial presence, potentially harming the dragon's body. Hastily, she turned her body, lifted her head, and scrutinized his elegantly shaped jaw, which seemed to be unscathed, devoid of swelling or bruising. In the practice of medicine, one must observe, listen, inquire, and feel. Does it hurt a lot? Ji Qingwu inquired while reaching out to gently touch his chin. A little touch, and the pain is gone. The sensation was somewhat prickly, lacking the smoothness of a woman's jawline. Ji Qingwu's bright eyes were fixed on him, her delicate fingertips lightly tracing his cheek, seemingly attempting to gauge his reaction to determine the level of pain. Her rosy, tender lips drew ever closer to him. The Emperor Wu Su slightly lowered his head, gazing intently at her. Ji Qingwu's hair was tied up high that morning, complemented by her deep red riding attire, exuding a spirited elegance. However, after a day of turmoil, her hair had loosened. Having been pulled along by the swift horse, several strands had fallen, framing her face and enhancing her graceful beauty. A few locks of hair brushed against her lips as she spoke, sticking there. The Emperor Wu Su raised his hand to tuck the rebellious strand behind her ear, the sensation of his fingertip grazing her cool. Full lips and pressing against her tender skin behind her ear made her frown and instinctively want to withdraw. With a tone of dissatisfaction, the Emperor remarked, "Why are you dodging? Am I not allowed to touch you?" Ji Qingwu grasped his arm and softly replied, "No, but my hand remains firmly in place," clearly indicating her desire to prevent any further contact. "What does no mean? It does not mean I cannot touch you," Ji Qingwu explained coyly. "The wind has made my face hurt so much that your touch only intensifies the pain." Due to the biting wind along the way, her exposed skin had turned red, both tender and sensitive. Yet, the Emperor remained unconvinced. Suddenly, he seized her slender right shoulder, pinching the seam with 2 fingers and applying slight pressure. Ji Qingwu immediately cried out in pain, her crimson lips trembling, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the man who had inflicted this pain. In a low voice, he stated, "Fortunately, it is merely a fascia injury." He had discerned her awkward posture while examining the condition of her shoulder. The emperor then proceeded to knead her upper arm in the same manner. Despite her mental preparation, the sudden ache overwhelmed her, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Feigning ignorance, the emperor asked, "Does it hurt?" Ji Qingwu, with tear-filled eyes, nodded. Why did he insist on targeting her pain? A flicker of unusual emotion crossed his gaze, his voice turning cold. "I thought you were unaware of what it means to feel pain." Ji Qingwu wiped away her tears and replied, "I am not devoid of sensation. Of course I know what pain is." His words struck her deeply. "Does it hurt now? Did it not hurt when you fell from the horse? Have you never considered how painful it would be to fall to the bottom of a cliff? You would perish instantly. You are so heartless." The emperor seemed genuinely angered by her words, falling silent for a while, simply staring at her with his icy gaze. Through the armor, the warmth radiating from his chest was enveloping her, yet his expression sent chills coursing through her entire being. Ji Qingwu's heart ached under his frigid gaze. In the past, the emperor had displayed a much colder demeanor, which had only frightened her, but did not cause her such distress. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Qingwu could no longer bear his sudden indifference. She turned her head, wishing to avoid his piercing eyes. However, the emperor grasped her chin, his fingers exerting an undeniable force, compelling her to turn and caress her cheek. As Ji Qingwu met his captivating gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, biting her lip in confusion, unsure of where to place her hands. Noticing something in her hand, he irritably opened her palm, furrowing his brow and staring for a long while. Ji Qingwu suddenly recalled that her hand had been touched by Li Qingxuan. He surely would not react well to this. Her fingers curled slightly, and she nervously said, "Your Majesty, I assure you there is nothing between me and Lord Li. It was merely a moment of desperation." Upon hearing her explanation, the emperor's expression darkened further. However, sensing her anxiety and tension, he sighed and released her, saying, "What do you take me for?" Then, he wrapped his arms tightly around her soft waist, pressing her forcefully against himself, the pressure so intense that Ji Qingwu could feel the thin armor pressing into her body. This closeness, though somewhat painful, provided her with a sense of security. The emperor's chest heaved as he worked to quell his overwhelming emotions. His lips, cool against her ear, whispered, "I have never felt such gratitude for Li Qingxuan as I do now, for his lingering feelings for you led him to rescue you first." Ji Qingwu's gaze remained fixed on his chest. His deep voice continued to resonate in her ears. "Have you considered how painful it would be if you fell to the bottom of the cliff? You may be indifferent, but it would not only be you who suffers." Ji Qingwu sensed the gravity of his words and attempted to lift her head to meet his gaze, but he pressed her head down firmly against his chest. The melancholy in his eyes was not something he wished for her to see. He sighed deeply and spoke softly. "Have you ever thought of how much it would hurt me, Wu?" Those words reverberated through her eardrums, penetrating every bone in her body. Could he also feel pain? Ji Qingwu had not intended to play the hero. She had acted in haste, with no time to contemplate further. Yet, having acted, she had no regrets. Regardless of how Princess Qingyun felt, be it gratitude or resentment, Ji Qingwu only wished to ensure that in the future she would not feel guilt over standing by and doing nothing. Yet afterward, as she watched the emperor's figure retreat from the edge of the cliff, her heart ached profoundly. The reason for her sorrow was that, at that moment, she had secretly hoped someone would offer her solace. And that person, without a doubt, was him. The emperor lowered his gaze to her hand, which bore new calluses from recent practice in archery, along with fresh bruises from branches. He bent down and kissed her palm, a gesture that spoke volumes without uttering a single word. Ji Qingwu's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, not only from the warmth but also from a rising tide of emotion. The pain in her heart transformed into a gentle ache, entwined with feelings of affection, evolving into a different kind of discomfort. Seeing her flushed face and rapid breathing, the emperor assumed she was startled by his earlier demeanor. He reined in his emotions and inquired, "Did you have something to say when you turned your head just now?" Earlier, as they rode through the fields, Ji Qingwu had indeed wanted to share many thoughts with him. However, with the emperor's interruption, her thoughts became muddled, and she began with the first idea that surfaced in her mind. In a soft voice, she asked, "Your Majesty, why did you suddenly appear? You startled me so. I initially thought a wild beast was coming to carry me away." Ji Qingwu's lips curled into a smile, her bright eyes sparkling. Though she claimed to be frightened, there was a hint of playful reproach in her tone. Later, she felt a human arm encircle her waist. leading her to mistakenly believe it was a bandit attempting to abduct her. The emperor, listening to her vivid description, found his expression softening, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "With those slender arms and legs, a wild beast could barely manage to carry you away." He pinched the flesh of her arm and continued, "However, if a bandit were to abduct you, you might still have some use. Do you know what that might be?" Ji Qingwu slightly straightened her posture, puffed out her chest, and proudly declared, "Capturing me would be immensely beneficial. I possess medical knowledge and can aid in healing. If there are difficulties in childbirth, I can provide several nourishing pills." However, the Emperor Wu Su stretched out his voice and remarked, "It is truly a pity that you only serve as a physician in the mountain stronghold." "Why is that a pity?" she retorted. "A delicate lady like you should be taken to warm a bed and bear many sons. That is the proper course." Ji Qingwu protested. "How am I delicate? Today, I have shown great bravery." The emperor, seemingly troubled, inquired, "But your assumptions are all incorrect. It is neither wild beasts nor bandits. It is I who have taken you. Pray tell, what should I do?" Ji Qingwu swiftly turned her body, her slender waist trembling as she inched forward. Yet, with both of them mounted, the small distance she created was negligible, unless she leapt off the horse again. Escape was futile. The emperor leaned closer, his broad and heavy shoulders pressing down. The weight of his upper body bore down on Ji Qingwu, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. His large hand began to caress her navel, his voice laced with amusement. "Should I devour you or warm the bed? Choose, oh." Was this truly a choice? Neither option was respectable. Ji Qingwu, wide-eyed, protested, shaking her head, "Your Majesty, I am not delectable, and I am quite cold. Consuming me would only invite cold poison, and warming the bed would lead to my demise from the chill." He dismissively replied, "Is that so?" Noticing her eager gaze, Ji Qingwu soon found herself wishing to succumb to the cold poison. A mere fleeting kiss ignited a feverish warmth within her, radiating throughout her being. The steed ambled leisurely, the gentle swaying beneath her, creating an uncontrollable sensation, as if it were stirring her very heart. The all-black horse, unaware of its rider's actions, occasionally snorted, flicked its tail, and relaxed its ears, seemingly attuned to their voices. Their lips met softly, delicately, as if treating a fragile treasure. Ji Qingwu's lips, kissed by the wind, felt chilled.